The millennium-old fox spirit, Qing He, serendipitously bound herself to System 001 during her lengthy existence, embarking on a journey through myriad worlds to execute tasks aimed at captivating various protagonists, whether they be the aloof academic, the innocent puppy-like youth, the heiress surviving on a deserted island, the devoted male supporting character, the cherished dream of the school tyrant, or even the parasitic flower by the CEO's side. None have managed to escape her enchanting allure. Armed with the wisdom and charm acquired over a millennium of cultivation, she always deftly captures the hearts of her targets, maintaining an impeccable record of success. As a new chapter of conquest is about to unfold, what captivating legend will this fox spirit, who traverses the realms of love, inscribe anew? Chapter 1. The Aloof Academic. Task. Captivate Su Ziqing. The mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Qing He closed her eyes to absorb the storyline. The male protagonist is the original character's brother, though not by blood. Their first encounter took place beneath a ginkgo tree one autumn, where the leaves, resembling aged parchment, turned yellow and fluttered to the ground with the gentlest breeze. The young man, clad in a black sweater, possessed a visage so striking it seemed immortal. She believed they would never meet again, yet fate had him become her brother, compelling her to conceal her affections. His indifference toward everyone left her heart heavy. One day, she witnessed him in close proximity with another, displaying a tenderness she had never witnessed before. Suppressing her bitterness, she realized her feelings had become public knowledge, and the disdain in his gaze pierced her heart. Unable to withstand the ensuing school gossip, she succumbed to despair. What time is it now? The male and female leads have yet to meet. You have 1 month remaining. A month is ample. I in the car. You must behave well. Remember to be polite. The woman, adorned in vibrant makeup, appeared youthful despite having borne children. Qing He gazed out at the fleeting buildings, remaining silent. Moments later, the vehicle halted before a villa. Is this Qing? The man inquired with a warm smile. Indeed, Shun Jiao replied, glancing at her quiet daughter. Hello, Uncle Su. Qing He offered a shy smile. Excellent, come inside, he beckoned. Following behind, Qing He surveyed her surroundings with wide, innocent eyes akin to a fawn. Su Ziqing stood by the window, his expression laden with irony. Those below seemed to sense something, looking up to catch a glimpse of the fluttering black curtains. Qing He chuckled softly to herself, her head bowed. The game had commenced. To go to the 3rd floor and choose your preferred room. Chunma, please escort Qing to the 3rd floor. Understood, sir. Qing, this is Chunma. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask her. All right. Qing He nodded. Miss, which room do you favor? Qing He pointed to the last room. That one, please. Very well. Call me Qing. Of course. If you need anything, do let me know. The 2nd floor is where the sir and madam reside, and that room is the young master's. Chunma gestured toward the room adjacent to Qing He's. I understand. Chunma, that I shall take my leave now. Qing He pushed open the door, revealing a room that was both simple and elegant. After placing her belongings aside, she fell into a deep slumber on the bed. When she awoke, it was already evening. Her stomach began to protest against the pangs of hunger. Descending the stairs, she found the house empty, the table laid with steaming dishes. Chunma emerged from the kitchen, carrying soup. Qing, you're awake? Why are there only 2 sets of chopsticks? Where are Uncle Su and the others? Qing He inquired, puzzled. They've gone on a trip and will return in over a month, Chunma explained, placing the soup on the table. The young master will come down for dinner shortly. I shall take my leave. All right, a message pinged on her phone. Shun Jiao. Qing, your Uncle Su and I have gone traveling. Remember to get along well with Ziqing and go to school with him tomorrow. Qing He. Understood. Qing He switched off her phone, smiling innocently. Now, dear brother, we have our time alone. Even after finishing dinner, the male protagonist did not descend. Qing He gazed thoughtfully at the upper floor. Does he believe that hiding upstairs will render him invisible to me? 001. What is the current affection level of the male lead towards me? 0. The mechanical voice remained unchanged, yet Qing He discerned a hint of mockery within it. Chapter 2. The Aloof Academic. Su Ziqing, still groggy, felt something prodding his hand and instinctively grasped it. Brother, a voice tinged with a sob reached his ears, rousing him slightly. Fumbling, he turned on the bedside lamp, revealing a girl resembling a porcelain doll leaning against the bed. Her hand was caught within his grasp. Brother, it hurts. That Su Ziqing felt as though his hand had been scalded, releasing her. A red ring encircled her wrist. Brother, it's time for breakfast. The girl's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile radiant. Su Ziqing averted his gaze, muttering, I know. Okay. Qing He stood up. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Su Ziqing watched her retreating figure. In the next moment, she turned around. The room, dimly lit, seemed to shine with her presence, as if she were a radiant sun. Brother, my name is Qing He. The door closed. The connection was severed, leaving Su Ziqing contemplating the unexpected likability of this newfound sister. 001 noted the affection level had risen by 20 points in astonishment. The affection level has increased by 20 to... Oh, Qing He was not surprised. This was merely the beginning. Host, why do you not seize the opportunity to press your advantage? 001 inquired, observing Qing He's nonchalance. One must not act too hastily. Qing He replied, shaking her head and maintaining an air of mystery. The autumn wind howled. Brother, rise and shine. Su Ziqing opened the door to find the little girl clad in a pink sweater, accentuating her delicate beauty. Bored, Qing He stirred her bland porridge with a white porcelain spoon. Su Ziqing, catching sight of her, asked, Do you not like it? The girl, her head bowed, nodded with a look of dismay. I do not enjoy porridge. Let's go. Su Ziqing stood up. All right. Qing He followed him. The car halted before a cake shop. Would you like some cake? Qing He tilted her head in inquiry. Let's go. Gaudado. Okay, she nodded. Inside the cake shop. What would you like? I want that one. Qing He pointed to a small cake adorned with an array of fruits. In the car. Su Ziqing observed Qing He relishing her cake, oblivious to the cream smeared on her face. When she turned to see Su Ziqing staring at her intently, she smiled. Brother, this cake is delicious. Would you like to try some? Qing He extended her spoon toward his lips. Su Ziqing accepted the offering, savoring the cake. As they arrived at school, passers-by turned their gazes toward them. Qing He leaned against the window, observing the outside world, where those outside could not see within, yet she could view them. The students, clad in matching uniforms, appeared poised and elegant. Girls in white blouses and black pleated skirts, boys in shirts and black trousers. Only the privileged could attend this school, though it also welcomed exceptional students who gained admission through merit. The female protagonist was one among them. As she walked along the path, Qing He felt akin to a monkey in a zoo. Isn't that the school heartthrob, Su Ziqing? Inquired Girl B. Indeed. Who is that beside him? Girl A responded. Isn't Su Ziqing known for being aloof? Even the school belle Han Yin Yin pursues him, but he seems uninterested, remarked Girl B. Qing He glanced over. Girl A tugged at Girl B's sleeve and whispered, Stop talking. The two fell silent. Su Ziqing escorted Qing He all the way to the office. The school was vast, with a beautifully maintained environment. It's no surprise it's an elite institution, offering top-tier education. The office was on the 5th floor, but the elevator made it much more convenient. Chapter 3. The Aloof Academic. Inside the office, Su Ziqing brought Qing He before their homeroom teacher, Lu Xin. You must be the new student. Let me take you to collect your uniform, Lu Xin said. If you need anything, just find me. I'm in class 47 on the 3rd floor. Qing He nodded. All right. Are you Su Ziqing's sister? Lu Xin asked warmly. Yes, Qing He replied. Rest assured, the educational resources here are exceptional, and the people are easy to get along with. It's hard to believe the people are easy to get along with. They are merely spoiled young masters and ladies. Here, Lu Xin said, handing Qing He the uniform, that we have a changing room. Let me show you. Suddenly, Lu Xion's phone rang, interrupting her mid-sentence. She answered the call and turned away to speak. After a moment, she turned back with an apologetic expression. I have to attend to something right now. Qing He obediently nodded. You go ahead, teacher. The changing room is in the building across, on the 2nd floor. Okay, thank you. As Qing He walked along the path, the playground was deserted. Ding dong, there's a potential target nearby. Would you like to initiate favorability detection? Yes.Gu Duan favorability level. 0. Cough. Cough.Gu Duan glanced over, noticing the girl whose delicate features were flushed from the smoke. He took another drag of his cigarette and exhaled. Hello, I'm lost. Could you guide me to the changing room? Shun Qinghe heard a soft chuckle. Why should I help you? The boy's voice was warm and pleasant, contrasting with his seemingly cold demeanor. Shun Qinghe lowered her head and fell silent. After a moment of silence, she contemplated leaving. She disliked the smell of smoke. If this person couldn't assist her, staying here seemed pointless. Just as she turned to leave, he spoke again. All right, I suppose I'll help you today. Jiu Duan tossed his cigarette away and extinguished it. The two walked along the path. Gu Duan favorability level 1.my name is Shun Qinghe. What about you? She asked. Jiu Duan. He replied that I'm new to the school, so I'm not familiar with the layout and got lost. Gu Duan halted. We've arrived. You can go up to the second floor by yourself. Thank you, Shun Qinghe said, clutching her uniform as she entered the elevator. Only gained a little, 001 remarked mockingly. Shun Qinghe ignored it. Ding, the elevator arrived at the second floor. She walked to the changing room and changed her clothes. A few minutes later, Shun Qinghe descended, fully dressed. The people downstairs had not yet left. That you're still here? Shun Qinghe exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Gu Duan, and she happily dashed over. I was worried you might not find your way to the classroom, so I had to be a good Samaritan. Gu Duan raised an eyebrow. As they approached the teaching building, Shun Qinghe shyly glanced at Gu Duan and said, Teacher Lu didn't tell me where the classroom is. Could you take me to the teacher's office? She asked, her voice growing softer. Jiu Duan's expression softened slightly as he looked at Shun Qinghe. Let's go. Favorability level increased by 20. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. Shun Qinghe trailed behind Gu Duan, her head lowered, a triumphant smile in her eyes. Only a 20-point increase. Shun Qinghe muttered to the system in her mind. The system fell silent. Shun Qinghe raised her head, her smile growing brighter, nearly rivaling the sun. The two took the elevator to the 5th floor. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed Gu Duan's tall figure and calm demeanor. The elevator doors opened on the 5th floor, and Gu Duan stepped out first. Shun Qinghe watched his slender silhouette, lost in thought. Lu Xin was at her desk, grading papers. Teacher, Shun Qinghe called softly. Lu Xin looked up. Ah, you've changed into your uniform. Let me take you to the classroom. Lu Xin set down her pen. Chapter 4. The Aloof Academic. Lu Xin led Shun Qinghe to a classroom door. Noisy chatter emanated from within. Lu Xin turned to Shun Qinghe with a smile, saying, Please wait outside for a moment. Were you all making such a racket about? Lu Xin cast a serious glance at the students. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. That we have a new student joining our class, Lu Xin said, softening her tone. Is it a boy or a girl? A brave boy from the back row shouted. Wu Hao, you write me a 1,000-word reflection for that, Lu Xin replied sternly. Laughter erupted in the classroom. What's so funny? Do you want to write a reflection with Wu Hao? Lu Xin retorted. Come in. Lu Xin beckoned Shun Qinghe. After Lu Xion's authoritative presence, all eyes turned to the new student. As Shun Qinghe entered, she felt many pairs of eyes fixated on her. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she gathered her courage to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Shun Qinghe, she said in a soft voice. Thunderous applause erupted, with the boys cheering the loudest and the girls clapping half-heartedly. All right, Qinghe, where would you like to sit? Lu Xin, charmed by the sweet girl, softened her tone. Shun Qinghe approached a seat by the window, saying, Teacher, I'll sit here. Why not choose another seat? Lu Xin suggested, looking hesitant. Teacher, I want to sit here, Shun Qinghe insisted. Very well, you may sit there, Lu Xin conceded. Seeing Shun Qinghe's determination, she decided not to press further. With Su Ziqing's sister beside her, it seemed unlikely there would be any trouble. This seat was towards the back, perfect for dozing off. Shun Qinghe had little interest in class, and it was indeed a favorable spot that a few students cast sympathetic glances her way, but Shun Qinghe pretended not to notice. All right, everyone, self-study time, Lu Xin announced as she left the classroom. Moments later, the students resumed their low conversations, occasionally glancing at Shun Qinghe. The girl in front with a doll-like face turned around. Hello, I'm Su Yingying. Shun Qinghe smiled politely. Su Yingying hesitated, glancing at Shun Qinghe. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Do you know who your desk mate is? Shun Qinghe shook her head. It's Gu Duan. He's the school bully. He even sent a boy to the hospital once. I heard his father invested 30 million to get him into this school, Su Yingying shared eagerly. He started in class F, which was the worst class, and then transferred to our class E, she continued. Nobody dares to sit with him, but he doesn't come to school often, so don't worry, Su Yingying added. Shun Qinghe pretended to listen intently to Su Yingying, enchanted by Shun Qinghe's adorable demeanor. Liked her even more than a beauty enthusiast, Su Yingying found it hard to resist the charm of pretty people. By the end of the day, they had become good friends that Su Yingying affectionately wrapped her arm around Shun Qinghe and said, "Let me tell you, the food in our cafeteria is absolutely delicious." The cafeteria was bustling with people. There are so many people. The food on the first floor is average. Allow me to take you to the third floor instead. As they made their way, Su Yingying explained, most of the diners on the first floor are ordinary students who gained admission through their own merits. Those dining on the second floor come from relatively affluent families, while the third floor resembles a four-star restaurant. As for the fourth floor, only the exceedingly wealthy are permitted to ascend. The elevator arrived at the third floor, which was considerably less crowded than the first, with patrons dressed in designer labels and the ambience quite pleasant. Those who can access the fourth floor are the sons of board members and some distinguished young heirs from B City, Su Yingying said, guiding Shun Qinghe to a cozy corner seat. Chapter 5. The cool and distant scholar. The server beamed as she handed the menu to the two. "What'd you like to eat?" Su Yingying inquired of Shun Qinghe. "Anything is fine with me. Then I'll order a plate of vegetables, some spicy beef, and kung pao chicken. Upstairs." "Brother Su, what would you like to eat?" Xie Jimin gazed sweetly at Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing cast a cold glance at Qi Fei. "Are you foolish? Knowing that Su Ge dislikes her, yet you invited her here." He whispered to Xie Jimin. "She said that if I didn't take her, she would tell my dad about me skipping class. I'm trying to behave better. Perhaps my dad would buy me that game console." Qi Fei furrowed his brows. "Stay away from me." Su Ziqing ignored Xie Jimin completely. Upon hearing this, Xie Jimin's face flushed with embarrassment and then paled, resembling a color palette. With a huff, she stomped away. Su Ziqing contemplated calling Shun Qinghe, but realized he had no contact information for her. He requested her number from Shun Jiao, who was traveling. Not long after Su Ziqing dialed, the call was answered, and Shun Qinghe's melodious voice resonated through the line. "Hello, this is Shun Qinghe," she said tentatively. "This is Su Ziqing. Where are you now?" "I'm on the third floor of the cafeteria," Shun Qinghe replied, glancing at Su Yingying across from her. "I'm on the fourth floor. I'll come down to meet you." "No need. I'm with friends," Shun Qinghe quickly responded. Su Ziqing didn't press further and ended the call. "Who was that?" Su Yingying asked curiously. My brother." Shun Qinghe hesitated. "Oh." After finishing their meal, with an hour left before class, Su Yingying suggested a stroll. Shun Qinghe nodded in agreement. A row of trees shielded them from the sun, and a gentle breeze swept by, creating a delightful atmosphere. "Run, run," the two girls exclaimed excitedly. Su Yingying grabbed them and asked, "What is happening?" "The campus bully Gu Duan's basketball game." "All right, I'll head off first." Su Yingying released her grip. "Why don't we go watch?" Su Yingying turned to Shun Qinghe with eager eyes. "I'm not going." Shun Qinghe waved her hand in refusal. After all, she had to maintain her image as the obedient girl. "Oh, come on, just to see your desk mate." Ultimately, under Su Yingying's relentless persuasion, Shun Qinghe relented and went along. Inside the venue, the boys were energetically sweating, and Shun Qinghe felt a surge of hormones in the air. Gu Duan made a three-pointer, eliciting continuous cheers from the audience. Shun Qinghe rubbed her ears, thinking to herself how popular Gu Duan was. However, she believed herself to be even more popular. The system silently scoffed at the absurdity of such self-admiration. During halftime, Gu Duan lifted his shirt to wipe his sweat, prompting another wave of screams. "Gu Yi, that kid Jin Shan's face is all dark." Yang Zhan approached with a grin. "He thinks he can beat me." "That's just a dream," Gu Duan laughed boisterously. He casually picked up a bottle of water and unscrewed the cap, his throat moving enticingly. Shun Qinghe chose not to continue watching the match, knowing the outcome was already decided. It was rumored that the conflict between Jin Shan and Gu Duan arose because Jin Shan's girlfriend developed feelings for Gu Duan, which led to their feud. Throughout the journey back, Su Yingying chattered incessantly, while Qing He occasionally nodded in response. Qing He, aren't you leaving? Isu yinging pektia bei. Ready to go. I'm waiting for someone. You go ahead. Okay. The setting sun streamed through the window, the breeze outside playfully lifting the girl's hair. And Qing He basked in the golden light. Su Ziqing felt a flutter in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 6. The cool and distant scholar. What is Su Ziqing's favorability rating now? Qing He asked her reflection in the mirror. Previously, she had turned off the favorability announcer out of annoyance. It's at 40, the voice responded, now sounding like an adorable young boy, unlike the emotionless mechanical tone before. You can change voices? I've upgraded, the system replied with a hint of pride. Show me the attribute panel. Name, Qing He. Gender, female. Age, several millennia. Charm value, 90 coins. 71. What can I do with the coins? Coins drop as your favorability increases. 1 coin for each point gained, the system explained. Only a few options are lit, while the rest are grayed out. Can I unlock them by upgrading? Qing He inquired. Yes. Eternal Beauty Pill, 40 coins. Attribute, make skin fair and flawless. Charm Perfume, 40 coins. Attribute, attracts others, effective for 1 hour. Aphrodisiac Level 1, 30 coins. Attribute, induces desire. Qing He purchased the Eternal Beauty Pill, and a small black capsule appeared in her palm. After consuming it, she distinctly felt her skin brighten a shade. A knock echoed on the door. Su Ziqing opened it to find a girl in a white nightgown, her eyes sparkling like water. Her lips a rosy hue akin to vermilion, looking rather distressed. What is it? Su Ziqing asked softly. Brother, I have a question I can't solve. Could you help me? Komin, Su Ziqing gestiptazide. The room was predominantly black, clean, and tidy, unlike a typical boy's room. Which question can you solve? Qing He pointed at a problem in her textbook. This one is simple, Su Ziqing explained patiently. Do you understand now? When he heard no response, he turned to find the girl resting her head on the desk, peacefully asleep. Su Ziqing chuckled softly, carefully lifting her into his arms. The girl smiled slightly in her sleep. He gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in. Hurry up, system, he thought, suddenly feeling his leg go numb. Su Ziqing quickly supported himself with his hands, and, as if bewitched, he leaned down to kiss her. Her lips were as soft as he had imagined, and he instinctively pried her lips apart. It wasn't until the girl let out a soft whimper that he hurriedly pulled away. Back in his room, Su Ziqing's heart raced. He splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, the chill helping to clear his mind. I'm truly a beast. She relies on me so much, yet. He pushed his damp hair back, revealing his smooth forehead. Qing He listened to the fluctuating favorability rating and smiled. It eventually settled at 70. 70 now, the system exclaimed, astonished. Only 70? That's merely a special fondness. What I seek is unwavering love until death. In the early morning, a thick fog blanketed the outside, and the temperature plummeted. Su Ziqing awoke with a start, gasping for breath. Glancing down, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Qing He lingered in the room for a while, and, as the fog lifted, the sun emerged. Qing He walked past Su Ziqing's room. Aren't you going to call the male lead? He's not here. Qing He, have breakfast, Qin Ma said kindly. After days of interaction, she had already come to regard the sweet girl as her own granddaughter. Where's brother? Ziqing left early, Qin Ma replied, noticing Qing He's downcast expression. He might have urgent matters at school. Chapter 7. The cool and distant scholar at noon. Qi Fei was heading to the restroom when he spotted someone at the door. Her apricot eyes sparkled with curiosity, and the baby fat on her cheeks made her irresistibly cute, causing Qi Fei to feel as though he had fallen in love. Hello, is Su Ziqing around? Qing He asked. Upon realizing she was there for Su Gu, Qi Fei's heart sank. Yes, I'll go get him. Su Gu, someone is looking for you. Qing He's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Ziqing. Brother. Su Ziqing, recalling the intimate dream from the previous night, averted his gaze and asked, What is it? Brother. I fell asleep yesterday. Are you angry? Qing He looked at Su Ziqing with a pitiful expression. Why didn't my brother wait for me today? 001 gazed at the tears streaming down the host's face, astonished, having just witnessed her joyful conversation with others. Su Ziqing, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently wiped away Qing's tears. I will always wait for you, okay? All right, Qing finally smiled. It was only when the petite figure vanished from sight that Su Ziqing withdrew his gaze. The girl was exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest display of aloofness could unsettle her. She was so reliant on him, and Su Ziqing could feel his heart racing in response. The class bell rang, and the room erupted with discussions about what to eat. Suddenly, silence fell over the classroom. Qing looked up in confusion to see Su Ziqing happily approaching from the door. The others exchanged glances. Su Ziqing was widely regarded as the unattainable flower, and even Xie Jimin had never gone to such lengths to wait for anyone. Xie Jimin, hailing from a wealthy family and known for her haughty demeanor, was always surrounded by a group of friends. Her affection for Su Ziqing was common knowledge, and many daring girls who confessed to him ended up with bruises the following day. Consequently, no one dared to confess their feelings for Su Ziqing anymore. They merely loved him in silence. This new transfer student was certainly extraordinary. While the classmates had their own thoughts, Qing He was preoccupied with flirting. She happily linked her arm with Su Ziqing's. On the fourth floor of the cafeteria, the atmosphere was indeed different from below, with dishes that were quite expensive. Qing He perused the menu and ordered several of her favorite dishes. "Brother, what would you like to eat?" "No, thank you." The attendant skillfully took away the menu, returning shortly with 2 glasses of water. Qing He sat on the stool, tilting her head to look at Su Ziqing. Noticing her gaze, Su Ziqing asked, "What is wrong?" "Brother, you look so handsome," Qing He said, her eyes sparkling. Affection level increased by 5. Unexpectedly, she found herself drawn to such a reserved demeanor. Throughout the meal, Qing He subtly flirted with Su Ziqing, but her affection level plateaued at 85, failing to rise further. Suddenly, a well-made-up girl stormed over, raising her hand as if to strike. Su Ziqing grasped Xie Jimin's descending hand and forcefully flung it aside. Qing He, feigning fear, shrank behind Su Ziqing. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Su Ziqing said softly to Qing He. Xie Jimin, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Have you had enough of this commotion?" Su Ziqing's eyes darkened as he glared at her, sternly saying, "Leave." The once domineering demeanor of the young lady deflated instantly. Embarrassed and furious at the curious gazes of the crowd, Xie Jimin fled. Qi Fei and Xing Jing arrived, just as Xie Jimin dashed away, covering her face. "What happened?" Qi Fei inquired. Qing He peeked out from behind Su Ziqing. Qi Fei quickly deduced the situation. "I am Qi Fei, and this is Xing Jing." Xing Jing shot a glance at Qi Fei, who was grinning foolishly, cursing inwardly. Su Ziqing's face was dark, yet he remained unaware. "Suga, we should leave," Xing Jing urged, pulling Qi Fei away. "But I haven't eaten yet," Qi Fei protested, only to be silenced by Xing Jing's hand over his mouth. "Brother?" Qing He pretended to be puzzled while looking at Su Ziqing. "It's fine. Ignore them and let's eat," Su Ziqing comforted, patting her head. "Okay." After their meal, Su Ziqing attended to Qing He with meticulous care, almost feeding her himself. Once they returned to the classroom, it was empty. She glanced at a person sleeping beside her desk. "Oh, no need to search. Here he is." Gu Duan and Gu Yongnian had quarreled and, in a daze, ended up napping in class. "Gu Duan?" Qing He called, unable to enter. "Gu Duan?" When he did not respond, she reached out to push him. The moment her hand touched Gu Duan's arm, the world spun. Gu Duan pulled Qing He into his embrace, one hand restraining her. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse from just waking up. "I want to go in. I've called you several times," Qing He replied. "Let go of me," she protested, squirming in his hold, trying to break free. Gu Duan, feeling an intense yearning, murmured, "Don't move." "No, let me go," Qing He pouted, annoyed that he was the one preventing her from entering. Gu Duan firmly held her down and kissed her. Qing He's eyes widened in shock. Wanting to struggle, but lacking the strength to resist, she could only submit to his whims. Minutes later, Qing He lay limp in Gu Duan's embrace, her eyes reddening as tears fell onto his hand. Gu Duan, unusually gentle, coaxed her softly. "If you cry again, I will kiss you again." When his attempts to soothe her failed, he resorted to threats. At last, she stifled her sobs, her eyes darting around, muttering, "This is just being a rogue." Gu Duan's heart melted. Despite the initial fault being hers, she was still treating him this way. He thought to himself, "I'll retaliate." He had not taken her seriously, thinking of her as a harmless kitten, but to his surprise, the little kitten showed its teeth and bit him fiercely. Qing He left a delicate bite mark that began to bleed. Affection level increased by 20, a youthful voice echoed in his mind. "Now we're even," Qing He remarked, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her backside. "Something's on me. Let me down." Gu Duan's expression darkened as he grasped Qing He's hand and let her down. Even through her pants, she could feel the heat radiating from him. "Let go of me," Qing He cried, genuinely frightened. Gu Duan set her down in his seat without a word and walked away. Once she confirmed he was far enough, she concealed her fear. 001, puzzled, asked why she didn't pursue him further. If something is obtained too easily, it loses its value. Every matter requires moderation. Otherwise, one risks a downfall. Qing He replied, her expression calm, entirely devoid of the earlier fear. In a bar, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol, vibrant lights flashing. "Brother Gu, you're here," Zheng Hao greeted, embracing a scantily clad beauty. Gu Duan nodded and took a seat in the center. Soon, several women approached. "Brother Gu, it's been ages since you came." Yu Yao nearly draped herself over Gu Duan. He winced at the overpowering scent of her perfume and said, "Leave." Familiar with Gu Duan's unpredictable nature, Yu Yao wisely distanced herself. Gu Duan swirled the red wine in his glass without drinking it. His thoughts drifted back to Qing He's delicate arms and the faint scent of milk that lingered. The bite mark on his shoulder throbbed with discomfort, stirring feelings of annoyance within him. Not wanting to linger, he drove back to the secluded villa he owned, a place known to few. Water cascaded down as he brushed his damp hair back, a towel wrapped around his waist. A smile playing on his lips as he looked at the bite mark on his neck. "Brother, good night." Qing He bid farewell to Su Ziqing before retreating to her room. Su Ziqing, puzzled by Qing He's unusual silence that day, dismissed it from his mind. Upon entering the classroom, Qing He sensed something amiss. It was unusually quiet. When she noticed a familiar figure seated next to her desk, she gritted her teeth and approached. "Could you move, please?" The students watched in astonishment as the once dominant school bully obediently stood up to let Qing He pass. Throughout the class, Qing He noted he had not lifted his head once. The teacher appeared oblivious, allowing him to sleep. After all, no one would be foolish enough to offend the son of school investor, and Gu Duan was not someone to be trifled with. A month had passed, and Gu Duan's favorability level remained at 90 due to Qing He's efforts, while Su Ziqing's favorability had reached 95, making him quite compliant toward Qing He. However, Qing He did not anticipate Su Ziqing's remarkable patience. The veil had yet to be lifted, and she found herself enjoying the situation. The couple had returned. Qing He leaned on her desk, contemplating how the female lead was now sitting alongside the male lead. A destined romance, albeit complicated by her unexpected presence. Chu Qingli gazed foolishly at the handsome youth before her, having never encountered someone so strikingly attractive. "Are you all right?" Su Ziqing inquired, looking at the person on the ground. Chu Qingli, blushing, shook her head and softly replied, "I'm fine." After purchasing strawberries for Qing He, Su Ziqing returned to school only to find a crowd surrounding her. Initially reluctant to intervene, he could not help but notice the eyes that resembled Qing He's and thus refrained from dispersing the group. Chu Qingli observed Su Ziqing's tall figure, feeling a seed of affection sprouting in her heart. Qing He joyfully savored the strawberries Su Ziqing had brought, while he meticulously gathered her scattered hair. The onlookers, having transitioned from shock to indifference, were now accustomed to the scene. As soon as Su Ziqing departed, Gu Duan arrived, his expression dark. He pulled Qing He into a secluded corner, exclaiming, "You truly possess remarkable skills, manipulating both Su Ziqing and me." Qing He feigned indifference, responding, "Then don't like me." Gu Duan, observing her carefree demeanor, yearned to silence her persistent tongue. Days prior, Gu Duan had uncovered her true nature through Qing He's clever design. The system, 001, was apprehensive, fearing that the host might misstep, yet to its surprise, favorability had increased. Chapter 10. The aloof scholar. Moments later, Qing He's lips became increasingly plump, prompting Gu Duan to hoarsely murmur, "You entice me." Qing He felt her entire body weaken, perhaps due to the sensitivity of her current form. Gu Duan held her slender waist with one hand and cupped her face with the other, finding himself unable to express his anger at her enchanting visage. Inside her mind, 001 questioned, "Why are you acting this way?" Qing He perched on Gu Duan's lap, her delicate legs swinging playfully. "Don't you find it exhilarating when someone like him goes wild?" 001 lamented, perplexed by the bizarre host. Unbeknownst to Su Ziqing, Gu Duan would often take Qing He to his villa during lunchtime. Qing He relished ice cream beneath the air conditioning, feeling utterly content, especially with a young, handsome man in her embrace, or rather, in his embrace. Gu Duan was engaged in company matters, having begun to delve into corporate affairs. Qing He, feeling restless, insisted on getting down. "Be good. Go play in the room." Gu Duan affectionately ruffled her hair. Qing He nestled in bed, watching television. "Aren't you worried the male lead will fall for the female lead?" 001 inquired with concern. Qing He tilted her head, unwilling to entertain such a foolish question. As a fox spirit who had cultivated for a millennium, she could easily make anyone fall in love with her if she desired. In the afternoon, the sunset cast a dreamlike glow across the sky, blending oranges and purples like a watercolor painting. Chu Qingli glanced at her departing deskmate and promptly stood, saying, "Su, I truly appreciate your help today. May I treat you to dinner?" Su Ziqing, eager to meet Qing He, politely declined. "It's merely a small favor. I must be on my way." Chu Qingli nodded in understanding. Qing He sat alone in an empty classroom, feeling bored. Upon spotting a familiar figure, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother, you're here." Su Ziqing, looking down, pinched the girl's rosy cheek and asked, "Did you run so fast that you might fall? With you here, I fear nothing." The girl in his arms gazed at him with unwavering trust, softening Su Ziqing's heart. The male lead's favorability towards Qing He had reached 95, while Gu Duan's had stabilized at 90, showing no signs of further increase. The night sky was devoid of the moon, shrouded in darkness. Qing He looked at the bracelet Su Ziqing had gifted her, contemplating that it was time to leave. She had grown weary of this world. She could hardly wait to transition to another realm, realizing she needed to expedite raising her favorability. The girl donned a soft, apricot-colored dress, radiating gentleness. Qing He accepted the warm bag of chestnuts. Su Ziqing approached, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, offering it to Qing He while casually taking the bag of chestnuts. "Wow, candied hawthorn." Qing He's lips curled into a smile. "Brother, would you like some?" Although she typically disliked overly sweet treats, she couldn't resist the allure of Su Ziqing's eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Ziqing found the candied hawthorn surprisingly palatable as they shared the skewer, taking turns savoring it. Qing He felt a gaze lingering upon her. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Chu Qingli watched the figure she yearned for, her heart tightening with jealousy as she glared at the couple departing, wishing she could disappear entirely. Qingli, Qingli. Zhao Minqiu nudged the dazed Chu Qingli. It was then that Chu Qingli regained her senses, questioning why she harbored such bitter thoughts. Zhao Minqiu joyfully led her away to shop. Chapter 11. The aloof scholar. The next day, in the afternoon, Qing He, having completed her tasks, looked at Gu Duan with a soft tone. Gu Duan regarded her with inscrutable eyes. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He captured her mischievous hand with his, noting its softness. Qing He flashed a sly smile, leaning in to gently nip at the man's earlobe. "I did it intentionally," she whispered. Gu Duan pulled Qing He onto his lap. Su Ziqing, holding a strawberry cake he had just bought, witnessed the petite girl nestled in the arms of the man in a black t-shirt, sharing a lingering kiss. Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, he turned to leave. "What are you doing, host?" The male lead just saw. 001 shouted within her consciousness. "What's the rush? Has the favorability dropped?" "No," 001 replied, observing the unchanged favorability. Then why the urgency? Qing He appeared quite content in Gu Duan's embrace. The students had already returned home, with the sunset casting a warm glow upon Qing He, her hair seemingly aglow. A black Porsche discreetly parked at the school gate. Qing He raised an eyebrow and opened the door, slipping inside. The atmosphere in the car was unusually tense. Those who usually gazed at her with warmth now offered no acknowledgement. Qing He, too, was different today, her laughter absent from the vehicle. The driver, sensing the shift in mood, dared not breathe loudly, focusing solely on driving. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Ziqing exited first, not waiting for Qing He. The living room was empty, with Uncle Su and his mother absent. Qing He lingered briefly before retreating to her room. As night fell, Qing He descended the stairs to find Su Ziqing already seated at the dining table. Aunt Shan had finished cooking and left. Uncle Su was out for business, not expected to return until the early hours, leaving just the male lead and her in a vast villa. "Brother, what's wrong?" Qing He inquired, sitting on Su Ziqing's lap. Su Ziqing wore a stern expression, suppressing his anger. "Is it because of my relationship with Gu Duan?" Su Ziqing kissed her softly, and just as Qing He felt breathless, he released her, allowing her to inhale deeply. "When did you start seeing him? Are you so indiscriminate?" Su Ziqing's frustration reached a boiling point. Brother Qing He's eyes were brimming with tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over, evoking a profound sense of pity. Su Ziqing appeared to be provoked as he confronted his brother's sister, questioning the difference between her and their mother, both possessing a remarkable talent for seduction. While he could overlook the enticements of the mother towards his father, he found it intolerable that the daughter would attempt to allure him as well. The girl's eyes widened in shock, and as her tears fell onto Su Ziqing's hand, he felt the warmth of that damp spot. "Am I truly perceived as such in your eyes?" Su Ziqing Vito. "Then what kind of person are you?" Qing He remained silent, which seemed to further agitate Su Ziqing, prompting him to scoop her up and carry her upstairs. Qing He was unceremoniously tossed onto the soft bed, gazing at Su Ziqing with a hint of fear. "Brother, I'm scared. Please don't do this," she cried, her tears resembling delicate blossoms drenched in rain, stirring compassion in anyone who beheld her. She had mastered the art of crying beautifully and painfully, without needing to look. She was acutely aware of how she must appear at that moment, a sight that could incite wrongdoing. Su Ziqing gazed at the girl he had longed for day and night, his breath quickening as he struggled to suppress his inner desires. "Have I spoiled you to the extent that you believe I will never be angered?" Chapter 12. The aloof scholar, I can pretend today as events never transpired. Su Ziqing gently wiped away the tears from Qing He's face. Qing He had hoped for him to take some action, but was instead met with a harsh remark, which was clearly not what she desired. Clinging to Su Ziqing's waist, she murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry, but I like Gu Duan." Upon hearing those words, Su Ziqing erupted in fury. At that moment, the person he cherished was in his embrace, and he could hardly contain his urge to silence the mouth that only spoke words to infuriate him. The observer, 001, watched as the male lead fell deeper into the trap set by the host, unable to suppress a thumbs up. However, soon it could only hear the resounding sound of Buddhist scriptures. A night of spring light. As Qing He awoke, she heard 001's mournful voice. "Are you happy, host?" "Yes," she replied, glancing at the male lead beside her who was still asleep. There was no sticky feeling, indicating that he had taken care to wash her body. How considerate. Her gaze toward him grew increasingly tender, yet in 001's eyes, it resembled a wolf spotting its prey. "I listened to Buddhist scriptures all night. You have that function?" Qing He was delighted. "Rest assured, if anything like this happens again, I will inform you in advance so you could be prepared." 001 could not fathom why such cold-hearted words would escape its host's lips. Afterward, 001 fell silent, retreating to a corner to sulk. Su Ziqing shifted slightly, pulling Qing He into his arms. "Awake?" His voice, rich and magnetic, made Qing He feel as if her ears were enchanted. "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" She blushed and whispered no. Su Ziqing's affection for her had reached a perfect score of 100, leaving only the need to raise the favorability of the supporting character. Gu Duan. The events of the previous day were not mentioned, as if they had never occurred, since the male lead wished to avoid the matter. How could someone as kind-hearted as she refuse? In the following days, the two spent their time peacefully. One afternoon, she was intercepted by the female lead. With a backpack slung over her shoulder, confronted her furiously. How can you be two-timing? This was due to her unintentional displays of intimacy with the male lead in front of the female lead, as well as her association with Gu Duan. The kidnappers are in that van, 001 stated. Understood. Qing He glanced at the van parked by the roadside. Let us head there. She indicated toward a small alley across the street. Qing nodded and proceeded first. I have given you both an opportunity. Seize it. The two entered the alley one after the other, only to be rendered unconscious. Boss, what should we do with this woman? One named Shoho spoke. Qing glanced at the simply dressed female lead and ordered her to be taken along. The vehicle twisted and turned until it reached an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. Who are you? Qing asked, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed the fierce group before her. What are you shouting for? A man bellowed, his eyes glinting with malice. Qing, stunned into silence by fear, could not muster a protest. Boss, what if Gu Duan doesn't come? Shoho asked anxiously. The one he cares for is still in my grasp. I'm not worried about his arrival, Qing replied, casting a glance at the still unconscious Qing He. Understanding dawned upon Qing. These individuals were targeting Qing He, and she was merely a pawn in this game. Filled with resentment, she shot a glare at Qing He. I know nothing. You want her, let me go, and I swear I won't call the police. Gag her, Qing commanded a man with a scarred face. Qing He observed the female lead's foolish actions with amusement, fully aware that she had remained conscious all along, as the system had long shielded her from the drug. Chapter 13. The Aloof Scholar. Ah, you're awake, Qing remarked, looking at the girl bound on the floor, her eyes devoid of fear. Zhu Qingli, her mouth stuffed with rags, was rendered speechless. Qing He remained silent, while Qing pressed on. Do you think Gu Duan, that heartless and cold-blooded man, will come to rescue you? Qing He silently hoped that he would not arrive, but fate had other plans. The warehouse door swung open, and Gu Duan emerged, silhouetted against the light, causing Qing He to instinctively close her eyes as the bright rays enveloped her. Let her go. I have brought the money you sought, Gu Duan stated, placing 2 boxes on the ground. Qing signaled to his men to retrieve the boxes. Upon opening them, they found them filled with cash. And Shoho's eyes widened in greed. He had never seen so much money. Release her. Did you truly think I would let her go? I thought the heir of the Gu family was more astute. Who would have known you would go to such lengths for a woman? Qing taunted. Surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals, Gu Duan, despite his combat prowess, found himself at a disadvantage. Just then, one of the assailants lunged at him with a knife. Gu Duan turned to see Qing He and momentarily lost his composure. Shoho withdrew the knife, and Gu Duan caught Qing He as she began to fall. At that moment, a swarm of police officers burst in, swiftly apprehending the criminals. Damn it, they called the police. Retreat. Qing cursed, fleeing towards the back. But the entire warehouse was already surrounded. Qing was pinned to the ground, his expression one of bitter resistance. The knife struck Qing He in a vital area, blood flowing profusely and pooling at her feet. Qing He, Gu Duan cried, clutching her, his voice hoarse. Qing He, pale from blood loss, whispered, Gu Duan, stay alive. The sound of coins dropping echoed as Gu Duan's favorability rating soared to 100, and Qing He, floating in the air, beamed with joy. Su Qingzi rushed over, forcefully pushing Gu Duan aside, stating emphatically, if it weren't for you, she wouldn't be dying. You have no right to touch her. Gu Duan, watching as Su Zeching carried her away, understood he was in no position to argue. Nevertheless, Qing He could not die in vain. Gu Duan's eyes burned with fury. In the aftermath, Su Zeching collaborated to ensure the criminals were imprisoned, receiving life sentences to spend their days behind bars. The shadowy figure behind the plot was a rival of Gu Duan's company, who had hired those with criminal backgrounds to abduct Qing He after the company's collapse. Once everything settled, the day was overcast, with no rain, just a gentle breeze. Dressed in black, Gu Duan appeared notably haggard, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion, as he held a bouquet of striking red roses. Incredulously, he recalled asking her what flower she liked, assuming she would mention gardenias, not something so contrary to her nature. Gu Duan gently placed the delicate blossoms on the grave, the photograph of the smiling girl radiating warmth. Qing he murmured softly, his voice imbued with endless affection. In the vast expanse of white, a young girl with flowing black hair, fairer than snow, possessed eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. A gentle smile graced her lips as she held the ear of a white rabbit in her hand. 001. How come you still have a form? Please, don't tug at my ear, she protested as the creature struggled in midair. I've leveled up now. I'm a level 2 system, it responded proudly. You will upgrade after completing each world, Qing He inquired, observing the little rabbit in her grasp. Every world receives a rating, classified as A, B, or C. Only upon achieving an A rating can one upgrade. Upon hearing this, Qing He released the rabbit, which promptly scurried away. Chapter 14. The Innocent Puppy as the narrative unfolded. The original host was an intern nurse assigned to care for a young master afflicted with autism. Rather than merely attending to his needs, her role was more about alleviating his solitude. Due to his condition, he was prone to bouts of rage and violence, thus remained confined within the villa, constantly monitored. To prevent his loneliness, a companion of similar age was sought, who happened to be the original host. However, she was not destined to be with the young master. In other words, she was not the female lead. Following several incidents of being injured by his outbursts, the original host fled, inevitably incurring the wrath of the Su family, a prominent clan with a storied history. Consequently, few hospitals were willing to employ her, and with only 3 months' salary to sustain her, she chose to end her life rather than burden her family. What a pitiful existence, Qing He sighed wistfully. The mission was to win over the young master Su Shu and lead a life of affluence. Dressed in a delicate yellow gown, Lin Qing He appeared innocent and unassuming, her cherubic cheeks and sparkling eyes resembling those of a small, innocent kitten. Upon entering the villa, she marveled at its grandeur, noting the simplicity of a wealthy lifestyle. Before she could ring the doorbell, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a warm demeanor. Miss Lin, I am the butler. You may call me Uncle Chun. Thank you, Uncle Chun, Lin Qing He replied politely, nodding at the butler. The villa was eerily quiet, with everyone cautiously attending to their tasks. A woman approached, carrying a bowl of congee, and Uncle Chun gestured for her to come closer. This is Lu Ma, responsible for delivering breakfast. Allow me to take it, Lin Qing He offered. Uncle Chun glanced at the young girl with mild surprise. Aren't you here to care for young Master Su? Please, take your time to acclimate. Of course, I will be careful, he signaled to Lu Ma. Lin Qing He took the tray, and Uncle Chun led her to a door. He watched as she entered, gently closing the door behind her. The room was dimly lit, with thick curtains shielding it from the glaring sunlight, and the bed was empty. She placed the congee on the table. The young master is in the corner, 001 reminded her. Lin Qing He then noticed a figure huddled in the corner, looking utterly forlorn. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered to 001. He appears so gentle. What are you planning to do? 001 inquired, baffled by her perception of the young master's demeanor. Su Shu was lost in his own world, oblivious to the presence of anyone else until a pair of soft hands gently grasped his face. So soft, she mused to the system in her consciousness. It's breakfast time. Lin Qing He beamed at the young master. The girl, resembling a cotton candy, drew near, and a faint scent of milk wafted towards him. Uncharacteristically, he did not resist as she took his hand and led him to the table. Can we turn on the lights? Lin Qing He asked softly, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. She switched on the bedside lamp, casting a warm, gentle glow that was far from harsh. The boy stared at Lin Qing He, seemingly mesmerized, forgetting to eat. When she turned to him, she found him gazing intently, without blinking. Let us eat, she urged, wishing to feed him. but her true aim was to nurture him into a well-behaved little pup. Chapter 15. The innocent puppy Su Shu mechanically consumed the kanji, and Qing He, observing the empty bowl, smiled appreciatively. So obedient, she encouraged affectionately tousling his overly soft hair. This was a novel experience for Su Shu, as he was not accustomed to such gestures. In fact, he disliked being touched, which made others hesitant to do so. Yet, he felt no aversion towards this girl who resembled cotton candy. As Qing He prepared to leave with the bowl, Su Shu grasped her hand, finding it as soft as he had imagined. "Please don't go," he implored with a pitiful gaze, softening her heart. Leaning down, she placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. "I will return shortly." Su Shu stared at the girl, a flush of pink creeping onto his cheeks. Qing He descended the stairs, where she found Uncle Chun looking worried. "Uncle Chun," she greeted. He glanced at the empty bowl, offering a measure of approval for the seemingly fragile girl. "Please pass the bowl to Lu Ma." "Certainly," Qing He replied, handing it to Lu Ma. "I hope you will take good care of young Master Su," Uncle Chun urged earnestly. Qing He nodded. "Of course, I will care for him well." After conversing with the butler for a while, she ascended the stairs to accompany the young master. As she opened the door, the same dimness greeted her, but this time, the boy lifted his head upon hearing her voice, his eyes lighting up like a puppy awaiting its owner. "Su Shu," Qing He called softly, moving closer to him in the corner. She crouched down, meeting his gaze, and saw the unmistakable joy in his eyes. "Why are you sitting here? May I rest on the bed?" she asked, tentatively extending her hand. Su Shu placed his hand atop hers, and together they walked to the bed. "Lie down," she urged, and he complied, his eyes fixed on her. Qing He felt a gentle squeeze on her hand as she turned her head to see Su Shu gazing at her intently. "Do you want me to stay with you while you sleep?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied, and she slipped under the covers, her cheeks flushed, half of her body resting against his. Su Shu felt her soft form atop him, his breath quickening as he gazed at Qing He. Overwhelmed, he struggled with an unfamiliar sensation. Su Shu had never been close to a girl, leaving him as innocent as a blank canvas, with no one to guide him. His mother had perished during childbirth, and his father, Su Wei, had buried himself in work, neglecting his son. Months could pass without a visit, as if Su Shu did not exist. The oppressive atmosphere led to his withdrawal from communication, trapping him in his own world. The only person who showed him kindness was Uncle Chun. Qing He kissed his lips, guiding Su Shu, and remarkably, he instinctively responded. "How tender," 001 observed, watching the host seducing the innocent young master, internally reprimanding her actions. "What do you mean by that?" He showed no resistance. "This is mutual affection," she countered, realizing the validity of her argument. The body she inhabited was highly sensitive, and Qing He found herself softly embraced by Su Shu. He felt increasingly uncomfortable, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I am Qing He," she introduced herself. Qing. Chapter 16. Qing He gently patted Su Shu, soothing him with tender reassurances. He felt a surge of discomfort, uncertain of how to alleviate it, merely gazing at her with a look of helplessness, hoping to find relief. She sensed warmth on her face, realizing he had gently bitten her cheek. Su Shu, extending his tongue, found her skin slightly sweet, accompanied by a faint fruity fragrance. Qing He's eyes sparkled with mirth as she languidly nestled in bed, her gaze fixed on Su Shu, whose serene sleeping face stirred a tinge of annoyance within her. She was a person easily bored by a singular pursuit, and that extended to her relationships. Once attained, her interest waned. Nevertheless, for the promise of a brighter tomorrow, she felt compelled to strive. The protagonist's autism was not overly severe. Anyone confined within the walls of their home would likely become irritable, rendering it a condition that could be healed should he choose to step forth. If his autism were truly debilitating, he would not have taken the helm of the Su family in the narrative. The crux lay in unraveling the emotional knots between father and son. However, Qing He was disinterested in such trivialities. Her sole aim was to elevate the protagonist's affection for her to its zenith. Ultimately, it was the protagonist who would, in due course, improve even in her absence. With this thought, Lin Qinghe made her way to the bathroom. Upon her emergence, Su Shu was already awake, appearing quite refreshed. Was he not thriving in this moment? After drying her hair, Lin Qinghe stood before the curtains and turned to ask if she could draw them open. Seeing Su Shu nod, she instructed him to cover his eyes. Obediently, he complied. As she pulled the curtains apart, sunlight flooded the room, its brilliance saturating every corner. A person accustomed to darkness would find the sudden brightness disorienting. Let us not unveil it all at once. Take a moment to adjust to the light. Su Shu slightly parted his fingers, beholding the girl bathed in sunlight, resembling an angel, her hair shimmering like spun gold. Once accustomed to the light, he lowered his hand. Gazing through the window at the verdant lawn and the leaves dancing in a breeze, and then at the radiant smile of the girl beside him. Lin Qinghe's eyes sparkled even more at the notification of her rising affection points. This affection was accruing swiftly. Indeed, early arrivals reaped the rewards. The protagonist had yet to encounter the female lead, sparing her the need for excessive effort. Should the female lead appear, garnering affection might prove more challenging. But she was confident in her abilities. Lin Qinghe remained with Su Shu until evening, parting ways only after dinner. The chauffeur from the Su residence escorted her to her doorstep, and she ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, retrieving her keys from her bag to unlock the door. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind her, and a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. Turning around, she found a figure clad in a black denim jacket, his deep-set features exuding an air of intimidation. As he approached, she caught a potent scent of alcohol wafting from him. Lin Qinghe eagerly activated the affection detection for Xie, having exhausted the original owner's savings to rent a luxurious apartment, leaving her nearly penniless. It was evident that those residing here were affluent, and she sought a long-term benefactor. Xie, a character she had inquired about, was the male second in the original narrative. Wealthy and handsome, he attended the same school as the female lead. Initially rebellious, he transformed into a devoted romantic upon meeting her. Upon hearing a voice, Xie lifted his gaze, only to faint. Lin Qinghe observed the unconscious figure on the floor, her lips curling in exasperation. Goodness, you are quite heavy. If this doesn't bolster my affection points, then, she huffed as she dragged the unresponsive Xie to the sofa in the living room, collapsing onto the floor to wipe the sweat from her brow. She then retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her, unwilling to extend her kindness to bathing and changing him. Let him slumber on the small sofa. Reeking of alcohol, she intended to retire by 10, for the sake of her skin. After all, everyone possesses a desire for beauty. After completing her nighttime routine, Lin Qinghe gently towel-dried her hair. While her locks were indeed lovely, drying them was a cumbersome task. It seemed prudent to find someone to assist her. With the hairdryer in hand, she pondered as she dried her hair, eventually climbing into bed and drifting off to sleep. Xie woke, jolted by the sunlight filtering in, still clad in yesterday's attire, the pungent scent of alcohol lingering. He rubbed his temples, attempting to rise for water, only to realize he was not in his own home. Puzzled by the cozy decor that suggested a feminine touch, he recalled encountering a girl the previous day, but could not remember the events that followed. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and he turned to see the girl dressed in a pink silk camisole, one strap slipping down her shoulder. Unlike others he had met, she wore minimal makeup, her face still drowsy from sleep. "You're awake. You collapsed at my doorstep yesterday, so I carried you in," she explained. Xie sheepishly scratched his head in gratitude, realizing how heavy he was. Her petite frame must have struggled to bear him. Lin Qinghe had indeed dragged him inside, but she had no intention of revealing this. "Do you need to freshen up?" "No, I'll head home first." Lin Qinghe escorted him to the door. "Oh, I live next door," she added, her surprise evident. "What a coincidence. Let us look out for one another. I'm Lin Qinghe," she introduced, extending her hand. "Xie," he replied, clasping her hand, his larger hand enveloping hers. Lin Qinghe withdrew her hand, bidding him farewell. Upon returning home, Xie's thoughts were consumed by her visage. He shook his head, heading to the bathroom for a shower. Lin Qinghe gazed at her reflection in the mirror, marveling at her irresistible charm. Just as she was about to indulge in a moment of self-admiration, the notification of Xia's affection points rising by 20 stifled her urge to voice her vanity. The notification indicating an increase in Su Shu's affection by 5 caught Lin Qinghe's attention. Her brow arched in curiosity. "You haven't done anything yet. Why did his affection increase?" Prompted 001. "He must have missed me. I'm off to see my little dog now." Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, Lin Qinghe descended the stairs. A sleek black Porsche awaited her in the driveway, where Su Shu sat, his expression one of impatience. Spotting the same vehicle that had returned her home the previous day, she approached. As a window slid down, revealing the driver's face, he greeted her, "Miss Lin." Upon entering the car, Lin Qinghe sensed the tension emanating from Su Shu. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I missed you," he replied, enveloping her in an embrace. Causing the driver to avert his gaze, Lin Qinghe affectionately ruffled Su Shu's hair. "I missed you too," she confessed, eliciting a smile from him. "Shall we visit the amusement park?" Su Shu's happiness was palpable when he was by her side, regardless of the location. Lin Qinghe made a quick call to Butler Chun to inform him, preventing any unnecessary worry. "Very well, the young master seldom enjoys outings. I appreciate Miss Lin's kindness," he responded. The amusement park was relatively empty upon their arrival, and Lin Qinghe led Su Shu to the carousel, recently paid by Butler Chun. She had enough funds for the outing. They purchased tickets and mounted the carousel. Su Shu watched Lin Qinghe's radiant laughter and couldn't help but smile. "You should smile more often. It suits you well," he remarked, and she nodded in agreement. After a delightful romp through the park, they dined together. Shortly after sitting down, a sweet-faced girl approached, shyly asking Su Shu for his WeChat contact. Su Shu feigned ignorance, causing the girl's expression to falter. "I'm sorry, he has a girlfriend," Lin Qinghe interjected, prompting the girl to retreat in embarrassment. "How'd it go? Did you get her contact?" Lin Qinghe teased. Summer Yin shook her head, remaining silent. "You seem to have good fortune with the ladies. It seems like you've already attracted attention on your first outing," she continued, noticing Su Shu's innocent blinking. After their meal, they strolled around for a while before returning home. "Young master, Miss Lin, you're back." Butler Chun greeted them. Lin Qinghe nodded, while Su Shu remained silent, accustomed to the routine. The curtains in the room were drawn open. "I shall visit you again tomorrow. Do take good care of yourself." Lin Qinghe gently kissed Su Shu's face. Lin Qinghe stood at the entrance of the community, hesitating to enter, and turned around once the car had driven away. In the alley, Xia, smoking nonchalantly, cast a disdainful glance at the group of individuals sprawled on the ground. "Stay away from her. Did you hear me?" he said. We heard you. We're leaving. The group hastily fled the alley. Lin Qinghe recognized Xia, the second male lead, who intervened to rescue the female protagonist from harassment, subsequently teaching those miscreants a lesson. It seemed he had already encountered her. The narrative was rather compelling. Xia, hearing footsteps, assumed the group had returned. He turned around, a curse lodged in his throat. "What are you doing here?" "I just stepped out to buy something and unexpectedly ran into you," Lin Qinghe replied, extending her hand. Xia, somewhat flustered, heard her say, "You're hurt." It appeared he had accidentally scraped himself. Xia stared blankly at his motorcycle. "Hey," he heard her voice and quickly looked up. Lin Qinghe had purchased iodine and band-aids. "It might sting a bit," she said, as she earnestly tended to his wound. Previously, such minor injuries would not have garnered his attention, but this was the first time someone had shown him such care. Xia realized they were quite close, even able to see the fine hairs on her face. The cartoon band-aid on his cheek somehow appeared endearingly charming. "Did you get everything?" "Not yet." Xia parked his motorcycle by the roadside, watching as Lin Qinghe entered the convenience store. Moments later, she emerged, carrying a bag. "All right." Xia handed his helmet to Lin Qinghe. She donned the slightly oversized helmet and sat behind him. Lin Qinghe gently tugged at Xia's shirt hem. He smiled slightly as the motorcycle sped off, the wind lifting his clothes. Lin Qinghe, startled, clung tightly to his waist. Chapter 19. Xia's motorcycle came to a halt downstairs. Even after stopping, the passenger remained seated. "What's wrong?" I can't get off. My legs feel weak. And Xie heard her voice quivering with tears and quickly dismounted, taking her hand. Lin Qing He remained seated on the motorcycle as Xie removed her helmet. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, his heart ached, and he lifted her off the motorcycle. Could you please ride slower in the future? All right, he responded eagerly, feeling utterly softened. He carried her inside the room and gently placed her on the bed. His ears turned slightly red as Lin Qing He observed him with surprise, wondering if he was truly so innocent. And Xie felt awkward standing in the pastel-hued bedroom. His presence, a large man in a small space, felt somewhat constricting. Thank you, she said. And Xie gazed at her lying on the bed, the hem of her skirt riding up, revealing her smooth, fair thigh. He forced himself to look away, muttering, "You should rest well," before hurriedly retreating. Lin Qing He chuckled softly once he had left. What happened to the rebellious attitude? You're acting like a little lamb. Hello, I am Qing, Su Shu's tutor. You must be Nurse Lin, who takes care of his daily needs. The woman before her spoke gently, clad in a flowing white dress that radiated a serene elegance. Lin Qing He nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. Thereafter, she was led upstairs by Butler Chun to give Su Shu a lesson, while Lin Qing He remained downstairs. After a while, Butler Chun hurriedly returned. Miss Lin, please come upstairs. Lin Qing He was escorted upstairs, where she heard the sound of objects being thrown from within the room. Upon opening the door, she saw Su Shu huddled in a corner. What is wrong? Upon seeing her, Su Shu clung tightly to her, fearful she might vanish. He had waited the entire night to see her, only to find an unfamiliar person instead. Butler Chun, witnessing this scene, felt a shiver of apprehension. Qing had been recommended for the tutoring position due to financial needs, lured by the high salary, despite knowing of Su Shu's illness. She had followed Butler Chun upstairs and was shocked to see how handsome Su Shu was, his lips a brilliant red and his teeth pearly white. But just as he had smiled, his expression darkened. However, upon Lin Qing He's arrival, the previously furious Su Shu transformed into a compliant lamb. Outside the door, the two were lost in their thoughts. Butler Chun had no choice but to take Qing downstairs, apologizing as he ushered her away. But given Su Shu and Lin Qing He's earlier interaction, their relationship seemed quite special. With the master returning the day after tomorrow, this matter would surely come to light. Butler Chun's salary was disbursed by Su Shun, Su Shu's father. Thus it was imperative that the master be informed of these developments. Su Shu, she is your tutor. You must not lose your temper with her, understand? Su Shu did not respond obediently this time. Lin Qing He regarded Su Shu's silent demeanor and spoke with a slightly stern tone. No, don't just sit there without speaking. I don't like her. Please don't be angry. Lin Qing sighed as she noticed Su Shu's slightly injured hand, pulling out a first aid kit to tend to his wound. Be more careful. Chapter 20. Lin Qing He accompanied Su Shu throughout the day. Upon returning home, she spotted Xie loitering at her doorstep. What are you doing? Xie turned to her upon hearing her voice. I was waiting for you. Lin Qing He, puzzled, asked, waiting for me for what? I just wanted to talk to you. The waves at the seaside crashed against the shore before retreating. Lin Qing He slipped off her shoes, her feet sinking into the soft, damp sand as the sea breeze tousled her hair, making her strands dance in the air. Xie watched her, realizing he had grown fond of this kind and charming girl. Today, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings. Lin Qing He, catching a glimpse of his nervous expression, understood his intent and discreetly observed him, knowing that Su Shu's affection points were dwindling. Surely, Butler Chun had witnessed the earlier scene, and as a mere nurse, she felt unworthy of the Su family's stature. She presumed the male lead's father would return soon, and she needed to swiftly accumulate affection points before moving on to another world for her escapades, as her novelty wore off quickly. If it weren't for the system prohibiting her from giving up without completing her tasks, she would have fled after a night's rest. Xie stood before Lin Qing He, his demeanor resolute yet trembling. Lin Qing He, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The fearless Xie, faced with his affection for her, felt bashful and anxious. After a prolonged silence without a response, he feared all hope was lost. Just as he was about to jest, she replied, Then you must blow-dry my hair and treat me well. and Xie was momentarily stunned before bursting with joy, lifting her off her feet and spinning around. Put me down. Qing He, I am so happy. I will treat you well. And Xie beamed like a child. Lin Qing He stirred but was tightly embraced, finding herself gazing at the slumbering Xie. After confirming their relationship, upon returning home, Xie bashfully suggested, "Why don't you live with me? I can help you dry your hair at night." Without much thought, Lin Qing He packed a few clothes and moved into his home, thinking it a delightful arrangement to have someone assist her. She nudged Xie, who was less irritable in his sleep. "Qing, you rest a bit. I'll go buy breakfast for you." Lin Qing He watched Xie's retreating figure before dozing off again. This was the bliss of being cared for. After half an hour, Xie returned, carrying 2 large bags of breakfast. The aroma instantly filled the room as he entered, noticing Lin Qing He had already awakened. "Carry me." Xie lifted her, and Lin Qing He beheld the bountiful spread of breakfast laid out before her. "Wow, this is quite a feast. Put me down." Xie gently pinched her nose and set her down on the chair. Lin Qing He, satisfied, indulged in her breakfast, filling her belly to the brim. "Where do you work? Let me take you there," he offered. Lin Qing He waved her hand dismissively. "No need. You should hurry to school." After changing her clothes and preparing to leave, she turned around and planted a kiss on Xie's lips, a morning greeting. Xie smiled contentedly as he closed the door, watching her retreating figure. Upon entering the car in the community, Lin Qing He spotted Su Shu. "Good morning," she greeted. Su Shu nodded and embraced Lin Qing He. Later that evening, they ventured to the amusement park, visiting numerous attractions, ultimately standing before the Ferris wheel. Su Shu grasped her hand tightly, a hint of unease in his heart. "Shall we ride the Ferris wheel?" he asked. Su Shu found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. As they ascended the Ferris wheel, the world below gradually diminished until, nearing the pinnacle, the entire amusement park unfolded before their eyes. In the confined space, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Chapter 21 saw Su Shu tenderly kiss her soft lips, coinciding with the eruption of vibrant fireworks in the sky. Su Shu's affection increased by 20. Su Shu's affection reached 100. Hearing the sound of increasing affection, Lin Qing He felt her heart ignite with joy. Autumn arrived, and Lin Qing He, dressed elegantly, sat at the table, engrossed in a mindless comedy show. Outside, the yellow ginkgo leaves danced down to the ground, crackling beneath the feet of passing children. After checking their affection levels, the following day, she was approached by the male protagonist's father, who presented her with a 30 million yuan check, urging her to leave Su Shu. Tempted by the money, Lin Qing He swiftly packed her belongings and flew to Switzerland, where she purchased a charming little villa and lived blissfully. Though she could have departed this world after adjusting the affection levels, she was reluctant to part with the 30 million and indulged herself extravagantly for 2 months. With only 1 million remaining, she donated it all. Upon awakening once more, she found herself in a blank space, staring at a small rabbit at her feet. 001 gazed adoringly at the host. "Your world rating is A." The original host became wealthy and enjoyed a prosperous life, having flawlessly raised the affection levels of both the male lead and the second male lead. Upgraded? Are there any rewards? Lin Qing He languidly reclined on the Soul Chaise lounge in the space. "I can alter my voice," shifting from a youthful tone to a commanding presence, 001 announced, transforming its voice accordingly. Lin Qing He waved her hand impatiently. "Is that all?" A fragrant body scent for each world as a bonus. 001 quickly added, "A pleasant aroma is essential. It fosters affection." Lin Qing He deemed the reward acceptable and requested to be transported to the next world. In an exquisitely adorned room, a pale young girl lay on the bed, her lips a vivid red. Lin Qing He closed her eyes, absorbing the narrative of this world. The original host, raised in privilege, was naturally spoiled. As the sole daughter and a premature baby, her life would have been smooth sailing had her health not been compromised. Bored and in poor spirits, her parents decided to send her on a journey. Tragically, this expedition led to her demise. The Chu family, concerned for their daughter's social engagement, arranged for several scions of prestigious families to accompany her. However, the plane crashed, leaving a group of wealthy youths stranded on a deserted island, with a female protagonist, By, being a less privileged girl whom the original host cherished immensely. The original host, in poor health, contributed little, while By, a recently recognized illegitimate child of the Su family, had experienced hardship, caring for her ill mother and working various laborious jobs. After her mother's passing, she was acknowledged by the Su family. As the group toiled together, the stark contrast between their efforts and the original host's idle demeanor became increasingly evident. When food supplies dwindled, concern for the original host waned, leading to her eventual disappearance one fateful night, later discovered by rescuers, yet no one spoke of her fate. The Chu family attributed her suffering to an inability to cope with the island's harsh conditions. Chapter 22 found Qing He reflecting on the narrative, massaging her temples. The mission was to befriend the wealthy youths and survive until rescue. Given the original host's nature, she was destined to be the first abandoned on the island. If I were to encounter someone like the original host, I too would abandon her without hesitation. However, now I am the original host. Thus I must endure and cater to By. I have always been one to repay grievances, never tolerating injustice. Though Qing He smiled, 001 sensed an unsettling chill. How could they abandon someone as beautiful as me? 001 thought, recalling Qing He's earlier sentiments regarding the original host's worthlessness, yet held back from voicing its thoughts. After all, she was its host, and its existence was tied to hers. You are absolutely right, host. How could they forsake the original host? 001 flattered. What time is it? Qing He inquired. Only 2 days remain until the trip, so I specifically adjusted the timeline to before the original host's departure. Indeed, she felt the frailty of her body. Though the original host was weak, being born into the Chu family rendered her unique beauty akin to a delicate flower, adorned by wealth, even in sickness. In the attentive care of her companions, Qing He enjoyed her last 2 days before the ill-fated journey. Leisurely finishing her crystal shrimp dumplings and donning a white puff dress with lantern sleeves that accentuated her slender arms. She had yet to meet her targets during this time. Enjoyment took precedence over work. Upon stepping outside, she encountered 5 dashing young men, each distinct in style, resembling a magnificent painting. Her gaze fell upon the tall figure in a white shirt with gentle features, instantly recognizing him as Qi, known for his attentive care towards the original host. To his right stood Nan, with innocent puppy-like eyes, appearing quite youthful and looking at her with earnestness. Next was He, whose delicate beauty defied gender norms. Following him were the impatient Qi Yin and the enigmatic Yin Shi. Just then, the female protagonist arrived in haste, possessing a graceful appearance yet exuding a resilient aura, akin to a tenacious flower thriving in adversity. Who would triumph in the comparison between the innocent flower and the pampered white lotus? Inside the airplane, lavish bedrooms awaited rest, equipped with a fully stocked dining area and lounge. Qing He reclined on a plush sofa, cradling a glass of warm water poured by Qi. Nan entertained her with jokes, watching her delicate neck and long lashes flutter as she pondered. Sister Chu, why aren't you laughing? Is it not amusing? His eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a neglected puppy. Qing He cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Qian stood nearby, his gaze laced with mockery, recalling the novelty of accompanying the fragile daughter of the Chu family. Upon their first encounter, she resembled a crystal doll, exquisite yet fragile. Each of them held a certain fondness for her, albeit in varying degrees. Her demeanor had remained perpetually lukewarm, gradually leading him to feel disinterested. Chapter 23. In the lounge, everyone was occupied with their own affairs while Qi attentively cared for Qing He, seated beside her. A delicate pink blanket rested on Qing He's lap. The female lead was absent, having informed Qing He that she felt a bit fatigued and would retire to the bedroom. At that moment, the airplane shook violently, and Qi instinctively embraced the stumbling Qing He. What was happening? Qi furrowed his brow. As the world spun around her, Qing He regained consciousness to find a group of people salvaging items from the ocean. Just as depicted in the narrative, they were the only survivors. Beneath her, Qing's coat served as a cushion, yet her fragile physique felt discomfort. Their salvage yielded little. A few bottles of strawberry juice, a bottle of mineral water, some bread, and a medical kit, which was considered a significant find since medicine was of great value here. By, drenched in sweat and exhausted from the salvage efforts, felt a pang of imbalance upon seeing Qing He resting peacefully. She bit her lip and remarked, "You're awake?" Qing He noticed the fleeting glimmer of reproach in the female lead's eyes and nodded. Qi approached, crouching down gently to inquire if she felt any discomfort. "No," came Qing He's somewhat hoarse reply. Qi twisted open a bottle, offering it to her. Qing He took small sips, feeling her throat ease before handing the bottle back to Qi. The evening air was chilly, but fortunately, Qian had a lighter with him. The group gathered dried wood and leaves to make a fire, encircling it for warmth. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, tousling Qing He's hair as she sat in her white dress, her face devoid of fatigue, as if they were not stranded on a deserted island, but merely on holiday. Fatigue enveloped them, leading everyone to rest on the ground. Suddenly, a pair of icy hands grasped Qi's wrist. He turned to see the aloof young lady displaying a look of vulnerability, her voice soft as she murmured, "Qi, I'm so cold." Like a tiny kitten, her gaze was imploring. Qi found himself in a dilemma. There were no blankets, and his coat was already beneath her. However, it was clear that this young lady would not be willing to sit on the sand. Qing He gazed up at him and nuzzled into his embrace. Appearing petite and delicate, his body shielding her from the occasional gusts of wind. The chill intensified, making her feel as though she might freeze. While Bei lay on the ground without a hint of discomfort, but then again, she was a young lady. Qi was momentarily taken aback as the soft, fragrant body nestled against him. He could have easily pushed her away, yet his limbs felt unresponsive, allowing her to draw warmth from him. Pouting slightly as she gently tugged at his pinky. "Qi, will you hold me?" Upon hearing her request, Qi wrapped his arms around her, and she adjusted into a comfortable position. Listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, Qing He smiled softly. Chapter 24. The delicate young lady on the deserted island. Qi, clad in a thin shirt, felt her small hand resting against his chest. He heard her exclaim with astonishment, "Qi, your heart is beating so fast." With a husky voice, he replied, "Let us sleep." Qing He's eyes were covered, preventing her from seeing his expression. Yet the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat conveyed the turmoil within him. Qi's affection increased by 20. Qi's affection is now 20. Qi felt her lashes lightly brushing against his palm, a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite some time. As he withdrew his hand, he beheld her serene, sleeping visage, her complexion a porcelain-like white, reminiscent of pure milk. It was hard to determine whether her white dress appeared whiter or if she herself was simply radiant. In a moment of whimsy, Qi pinched her cheek, marveling at its softness akin to a peeled egg. He enveloped her in his arms as they drifted into slumber, only to awaken the next morning feeling utterly stiff as the sun began to rise. Gently, he laid her upon his coat, stretching his limbs to regain some flexibility. Observing the others still asleep, he lifted Qing He, coat in hand, and carried her to a tree's shade, gently placing her against the trunk until the sun fully emerged. Gradually, the group awoke to the warmth of the sun and began to rise. Yanxi observed Qing He resting beneath the tree, while Qi spoke with someone nearby. Deep in thought, having slept poorly, he had awoken early and witnessed Qi carrying the slumbering Qing He to the shade. Yanxi speculated that Qi had spent the entire night cradling the delicate young lady, finding it puzzling, as while Qi had always been attentive to Qing He, he had never before held her while sleeping. What had this Qing He done to elicit such affection from Qi? The group washed their faces with seawater and commenced their tasks. Bei and Yin, she ventured off to search for food on the island, as the salvage provisions would not last long. Qi and the remaining two headed to the shore to catch fish, leaving Qing He without any assigned task. What will Sister Qing He do? Lunan inquired. Her health is fragile, so I will assist her, Qi replied, casting a glance at the others. I'll help too. By chimed in. How generous, Jiang Yi teased, glancing at Qing He resting in the shade. A small half-bottle of mineral water lay beside Qing He, and she took small sips whenever thirst struck, her stomach empty as the morning's bread had long been digested. Hey, Zhuqing, a frigid voice called from above. Qing He looked up, bewildered, to find Qi Yan's impatient expression, seemingly lacking patience with her. For reasons unknown, after finishing his tasks, Qi Yan had come over and sat silently beside her in the shade. Qing He longed to say, "Are you slacking off?" But given her own lack of contributions, that would be hypocritical. She observed his weary face, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Qi Yan closed his eyes in feigned slumber, his lips resting against something. Upon opening them, he found the mouth of the water bottle. Only Qing He had half a bottle of water. The others had fashioned cups from leaves to share a little water. Drink, he said, watching her lick her dry, chapped lips. He took a restrained sip from the bottle under her gaze. Qing He then took a sip from the same spot he had just drunk from. Chapter 25. The Delicate Young Lady on the Deserted Island. Qing He regarded him quizzically, tilting her head in confusion. Qi Yan felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow. She was simply adorable. Qi Yan's affection increased by 10. Qi Yan's affection is now 10. Qing He noticed him staring blankly at her and shifted her gaze away. Qi Yan's ears turned a suspicious shade of red. The midday sun blazed fiercely as Qi and the others caught 2 fish and several crabs. Qing He did not join them, remaining beneath the tree, relishing the coolness and reluctant to move. However, even if she wished to join, hunger rendered her immobile. Qi approached her with a freshly cooked crab. There were no seasonings on the island, but fortunately, the seafood was naturally flavorful. Qing He looked at him longingly as he found a clean stone, his long, slender fingers deftly extracting the tender crab meat. Just as he was about to offer it to her, his hand was unexpectedly enveloped by her gentle mouth. As Qing He savored the succulent crab meat, she gestured to Qi with her eyes, urging him to continue preparing more. A crab had been consumed, yet Qing, feeling unsatisfied, gazed at Qi with a look of grievance, patting her stomach in search of more sustenance. Qi produced a small piece of bread, the only morsel available. After she finished the bread, Qi opened a bottle cap, allowing Qing to take a sip. Rest well, he advised, as he felt her soft lips press against his. He did not delve deeper, but instead, he took the initiative to deepen the kiss, savoring the sweetness. Qing, nearly breathless from the kiss, was finally released by Qi, who observed her greedily inhaling the fresh air, her entire being languishing against him like a puddle of water. Qi's affection 10. Qi's affection 30, looking down at her. He heard her murmur her gratitude for the bread. The words struck him like a bucket of cold water. It dawned on him that her kiss was merely a means to satisfy her hunger. He wished to convey that she need not resort to such measures. Yet the words remained unspoken. Bei and Yin Shilu had discovered several fruit trees, untouched by harvesters, yielding small yet juicy fruits. Big Brother Song. We have found the fruit trees, Bei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is that so? Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Finding food was indeed good news. Bei led the group to the location, while Yin, Shi, and Lu Nen had already climbed the trees, plucking the fruits. Qi took a bite of a freshly picked fruit, its sweet juice bursting in his mouth. The young lady will surely enjoy this. Yin Shi turned, carrying a fruit, and headed towards the tree where Qing sat leisurely, looking pristine, a small pile of fruits beside her, still glistening as if freshly washed. Ah, it seems someone has already catered to you, he remarked. After picking the fruits, Qi hurried to the seaside to wash them before offering them to her. Qing casually picked up a small fruit and took a bite, ignoring him. Yin Shi stood quietly, watching her eat, as juice spilled from the corner of her mouth. She delicately licked it away with her pink tongue. Yin Shi, feeling a pang of thirst, found himself lost in the moment. Before he realized it, he had succumbed to his desires and kissed her, her lips as soft as he had imagined. Qing pushed him away, but he remained steadfast, causing her to whimper. After what felt like an eternity, he released her, leaving her lips swollen from the kiss. She resembled a delicate flower, clinging to him. Chapter 26. The fragile young lady of the deserted island. Qing's eyes reddened as she playfully slapped him, though it was a gentle gesture akin to the teasing of lovers. Shi, unfazed, accepted the playful blow. Shi's affection 30. Shi's affection 30. The two were so close that their breaths mingled in an intimate embrace. After a moment, Shi departed, only for Lu Nan to emerge from behind a tree, gazing at the slumbering Qing. Her lips were slightly swollen, bearing the marks of affection. Lu Nan pondered why his sister had kissed him. Perhaps he too could do the same. Qing awoke to a gentle lick against her collarbone, a warm sensation that startled her. Lu Nan, using his tiny teeth, playfully nibbled at the soft flesh of her neck, akin to teasing prey. Go away, she protested. Lu Nan looked up at her innocently, pecking her lips. Sister, you are awake. Qing rubbed her neck. What are you biting me for? Are you a dog? He nestled deeper into her embrace, inhaling her scent. I am sister's little dog. You smell so good. Lu Nan's affection 10. Lu Nan's affection 20. Qing noticed the affection score of 20 and inquired within her mind about Lu Nan's feelings. Yes, came the response. Get away. You little dog. She pushed his face away gently. Lu Nan's eyes drooped. Sister, do you not like this? Not at all. She pouted in frustration. He perceived her as a perpetually irritable little rabbit, her words lacking any threat. What must I do for you to like me? He asked earnestly. Qing contemplated for a moment. If you behave, I will like you, but you cannot just kiss me. But Shi kissed you, he argued. Qing blushed. At a loss for words, the thought of claiming it was forced was too embarrassing to express. Regardless, you cannot kiss me. All right. Lu Nan sulked, his demeanor exuding sadness. Qing felt a pang of guilt for her words. Then you may kiss me just a little, or I will feel upset. Okay, he replied, his eyes brightening. May I kiss you now? Qing nodded at his eager expression. Lu Nan placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. She observed his obedient demeanor, ruffling his soft hair. If one overlooked the fleeting glimmer in his eyes, he appeared utterly innocent and harmless, like a little black sheep. Qing leaned against the tree as Lu Nan departed. Feeling bored. System 001, show me a horror movie, she requested. The system complied, presenting a particularly frightening film to gauge her reaction. Yet she watched it with a blank expression. That evening, Qing encountered the female lead, who had tanned from a day under the sun. Bei looked at Qing. You haven't done any work today. How are you feeling? Everyone knew she had not lifted a finger, and her words were intended to provoke resentment. Bei noticed the silence that followed, realizing her misstep. I didn't mean to imply you were idle. Qing shook her head. I understand. Songqi glanced at her, knowing that even if Bei had claimed to help Qing, she would have completed her task regardless. At that moment, Lu Nan interjected, Bei, you said you would help her, so are you blaming Sister Qing for her lack of work? After a pause, he added, I can help with Sister Qing's tasks as well. I had previously offered to assist her. Please refrain from such comments, Songqi stated, casting a glance at Qing, whose expression was obscured by her lowered head. Bei, stung by her crush's words, spoke with a quivering voice. Qing, I apologize. I misspoke. Qing, showing grace, responded. It's all right, Bei. I know you didn't mean it. Bei dug her nails into her palm, only releasing her grip when the pain registered, revealing her jealousy towards Qing, who seemed to attain everything effortlessly, simply due to her fortunate birth and attractive appearance. A surge of bitterness welled within her. Qing caught a glimpse of the fleeting darkness on the female lead's face, wondering if she had truly succumbed to envy without provocation. As night fell, Songqi sat beside Qing, who nestled into his embrace for warmth. Qing tilted her head and pecked his chin, yearning for a kiss, yet too lethargic to move. Songqi leaned down, kissing her tenderly as she breathed heavily. His heart softened at the sight of her frail form, meant to enjoy the best of life, yet reduced to struggling on a deserted island. He gently kissed her collarbone, a gesture of affection. Sleep well, he murmured, stroking her soft hair. Soon, her gentle breaths filled the air as he held her closely, striving to ensure her comfort. Song Qi Hao Gan Du Jia 20. Song Qi Hao Gan Du 50. Chu Qing He subtly curved her lips while nestled in his embrace. Upon waking that morning, she found herself cradled by Song Qi beneath a tree, with a piece of bread lying nearby. With a morsel of bread clutched in her mouth and crumbs scattered about her lips, she finished the last bite and took a sip of water, realizing that solely consuming bread could lead to discomfort. The midday sun was particularly fierce. Although Chu Qing He was sheltered from its rays, she still felt the heat, with the sea breeze occasionally blowing in, laden with warmth. Yin Shi, having completed his tasks, approached with a bottle of strawberry drink, a reward for those who worked the hardest. Chu Qing He glanced at him and found herself unable to look away as he held her favorite strawberry beverage. Yin Shi chuckled softly at her gaze, shaking the pink bottle adorned with strawberry patterns. "Would you like a sip?" he asked. Chu Qing He nodded eagerly, having not tasted it since her arrival. Under her watchful eyes, Yin Shi took a sip of the strawberry juice, letting it linger in his mouth as he quietly observed her. In the next moment, she climbed into his arms as anticipated. Chu Qing He savored the long-awaited taste of strawberry juice, its sweet and tangy flavor filling her mouth. Yin Shi tempted her to indulge in the joy of the moment. Yan Shi Hao Gan Du Jia 30. Yan Shi Hao Gan Du 60. Yin Shi gazed at the exhausted girl asleep in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness, as he gently tucked the strands of hair clinging to her face behind her ear. Chapter 28. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. When Chu Qing He awoke, it was already afternoon. Feeling refreshed and devoid of any sticky sensation, she deduced that he must have tended to her while she slept. Quite thoughtful indeed. During her slumber, Song Qi had visited her several times, unable to disturb her serene visage. Next to her lay 2 pieces of bread and a handful of fruits, the water bottle noticeably fuller. At this moment, 001 spoke up, explaining that these were brought to her by Song Qi and Yin Shi while she was asleep. 001 had begun to admire its host, marveling at how, within a mere few days, for individuals had developed favorable sentiments towards her. Chu Qing He picked up the largest fruit and began to nibble on it. Sube, supporting Chu Qing He, noted that a fire had been kindled nearby, with Chu Qing He leaning all her weight against the heroine. "Isn't it nice to do good deeds? Let me help you enough." Su Bei gritted her teeth, swaying slightly as she assisted Chu Qing He. Lu Nin watched anxiously, fearing that she might cause Chu Qing He to stumble. "Be careful, don't let her fall." Su Bei felt as though she might choke on her frustration. Was she at fault for trying to help Chu Qing He just to seem kind? She glanced around, noting that not a single person spoke up for her. At that moment, Song Qi broke the awkward silence, expressing, "Thank you for your efforts, Su Bei." Su Bei cast a grateful look his way, thinking how gentle Song Qi was, if only she could marry him. A blush crept onto her cheeks, tinged with youthful shyness. Chu Qing He sat beside Lu Nan. Qi Yin, observing the 2 girls together, felt an inexplicable discomfort and turned his gaze towards the tranquil sea, shimmering under the moonlight. Just as everyone prepared for sleep, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky. Moments later, a torrential downpour cascaded down, catching everyone off guard. The rain fell heavier, obscuring their vision, and Song Qi, recalling Chu Qing He, realized he could not locate her. The space where she had been seated was now empty. "Qing He," Song Qi stood up, the darkness rendering the fire pit invisible as the downpour extinguished it. Regret washed over him for not having constructed a shelter. At that moment, lightning flashed, illuminating the night, revealing Chu Qing He cradled in Qi Yan's embrace. Qi Yan held her close to shield her from the rain, yet she trembled uncontrollably. "Quickly, fetch a jacket." Qi Yan tightened his hold on her. Yin Shi swiftly removed his jacket, offering it as a barrier against the wind and rain. The deserted island was surrounded by trees, leaving no choice but to endure the downpour. "She is unwell. Being soaked like this will surely cause her to develop a fever," Song Qi remarked. The group was drenched, looking like a bunch of drowned rats. Su Bei's mood plummeted. It wasn't only Chu Qing He who was soaked. The feeling of helplessness was disheartening, as Song Qi stretched out his hand in an attempt to shield her from the torrential rain, though the effect was minimal. "We cannot remain exposed to this rain. It shows no signs of stopping." Jiang, he shouted above the din of raindrops. What should we do? Sister Chu cannot stay in the rain any longer. Lunan instinctively raised her hands to shield Qing He from the downpour, hoping to keep the girl dry. I once stumbled upon a cave in the woods, although I never ventured inside. With no time for contemplation, Song-Chi decided that even risking a journey to the cave was preferable to remaining in the rain. Turning to Jiang Yi, he urged, "Please lead the way." Shortly thereafter, the group entered a pitch-black cave. Qi-yin produced a lighter, and thankfully, it had escaped the rain, illuminating a small area within the cave. Chapter 29. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. As smoke began to rise, the flickering flame brightened the cave. The group appeared quite disheveled, their clothes soaked and clinging to their bodies. The girl in his arms murmured unconsciously, "So cold, so cold." "You should set Sister Chu down." Qi-yin shot a glance at Lunan and gently laid Qing He on a clean patch of ground, using his jacket as a cushion. Despite being held, a large portion of her was drenched, and an unusual flush adorned her cheeks. Song-Chi pressed his forehead against hers, and Qi-yin barely had time to intervene. "What are you doing?" Qi-yin pulled him away. Song-Chi frowned, realizing that this was not the moment for quarrels. She was burning up, and they needed to change her wet clothes quickly. "How about I help her change?" Su-bei suggested timidly, shivering and pale-lipped. As the only girl present, she too was not in the best condition. Song-Chi pursed his lips, hesitant to impose on her, but before he could say anything, Yin-Shi kindly interjected, "Miss Su, you are not well. How can we ask you to care for Qing He?" "Indeed, let me help Sister Chu change. I can do it with my eyes closed." Lunan chimed in, her hair limp against her forehead, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Just as Song-Chi was about to refuse, a loud thud echoed as Su-bei collapsed to the ground. Even if her constitution was better than Qing He's, she was still a girl. And after being drenched for so long and then searching for a cave, she could no longer hold on. Song-Chi swallowed his words now. With the only other girl unconscious, finding someone to change Qing He's clothes presented a dilemma. "I will do it," Lunan volunteered, pausing momentarily before adding, "and since she has a fever, she needs to take some medicine. The medical kit we salvaged should contain antipyretics." Only Song-Chi knew where the antipyretics were stored. "Yes, Qi-yin and Song-Chi, you two go search for the medical kit," Yin-Shi instructed. Qi-yin cast a glance at the unconscious Qing He. "All right." Song-Chi could only agree reluctantly. Yin-Shi watched as the two dashed out of the cave. Turning to Lunan, he said, "I will help her change." Lunan, of course, disagreed. "Why should it be you? Let me do it. The longer we delay, the more uncomfortable she will feel." Jiang Yi stepped closer to her. Yin-Shi was determined not to yield, attempting to pull Jiang Yi away, but Lunan held on tightly, turning to him, "Don't even think about peeking." Compared to Jiang Yi, he found Yin-Shi far less agreeable. Thus, even if he could not help Sister Chu change, he would not allow Yin-Shi to take advantage. Yin-Shi did not resist. Qing He's condition was already frail, and prolonging the standoff would only worsen it. Jiang Yi gently unzipped the back of her dress, the sound of the zipper echoing loudly in the quiet cave. The two stood in the cave. The rain continued to fall, though it had lessened in intensity. The dress was completely removed, and the girl wore a pure white undergarment, untouched by the sun even on the deserted island, her skin as fair as snow. Her eyes closed like an angel fallen from grace, a vision of beauty beyond this world. Jiang Yi felt a surge of nervousness for the first time, his throat tightening. Jiang Yi's affection increased by 20. Jiang Yi's affection at 30 upon their first encounter. Jiang Yi perceived her as a princess from an ivory tower, aloof and indifferent to the world. Being a connoisseur of beauty, he felt an immediate fondness for Qing He upon seeing her. Yet this admiration was merely an appreciation for her beauty. After arriving on the deserted island, her identity transformed entirely. In this harsh reality, survival became paramount. The frailty she exhibited on the island rendered her vulnerable, susceptible to illness, as evidenced by her current condition. Jiang Yi removed his drenched shirt and embraced her tightly. Chapter 30. The delicate young lady of the deserted island, Qing He's complexion turned pale from the cold, prompting Jiang Yi to hold her even more closely. He placed her dress near the fire to dry. Silence enveloped the cave, save for the crackling of the fire. Qing He's body felt feverishly hot. Moments ago, she had complained of cold, and now she was burning with heat. He felt somewhat helpless, having never cared for anyone before, and he noticed how light and thin she had become in his arms. "You two, come here quickly. She seems to be getting worse." He called to the two individuals with their backs, turned to the cave. They quickly turned around to witness the scene. "Jiangyi, what are you doing?" Lunan whispered urgently. "My clothes are wet, and hers are still damp. This is the only way I can keep her warm," Jiangyi explained. Lunan, understanding the urgency, rushed over to check on Qing He's condition. He pressed his hand against her burning cheek, and she instinctively nuzzled against him. "Why is she so hot?" Just then, Song Qi rushed in, carrying a medical kit, with Qi Yin following closely behind. "I found it. There are antipyretics inside. You should administer them to her," Song Qi said, drenched from head to toe, his clothes dripping with water. Qi Yin stood nearby, his expression dark, exuding a palpable tension. Under their watchful gaze, He administered the medicine to her, then took a sip of the mineral water brought by Song Qi, transferring it to the unconscious Qing He. She swallowed reflexively. Seeing her take the medicine eased the tension in their hearts. Song Qi continued to dry her dress over the fire, checking it periodically for dryness. The cave, accommodating a few individuals, felt somewhat cramped. The matches were sourced from within the cave, as all the branches outside had been soaked. Only some dry twigs found in the cave were usable. Song Qi's shirt was nearly dry from the heat. He held Qing He close, while Lu Nan absent-mindedly toyed with her small feet, which were delicate enough to fit in his hands, evoking a desire to kiss them due to their exquisite beauty. Bei was kindly assisted to the fire, and though the group was weary, caring for her was a matter of compassion. Ensuring she did not freeze was already a considerable act of kindness. They all sat silently by the fire. Gradually, the rain outside ceased, and water dripped from the leaves onto the soil, filling the air with the scent of rain-soaked earth. As the fire dwindled, Song Qi determined the dress was dry and handed it to He to change for her. In unison, they turned their heads. Qing He had taken her medicine and was in a slightly better state. He took the dress and gently helped her into it. After a sleepless night, as dawn broke, Bei stirred from her slumber. Lying on the cave floor, her body felt as though it were falling apart. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the remnants of the extinguished fire and Qing He peacefully asleep in Jiang's embrace. A pang of jealousy twisted Bei's features, rendering her somewhat frightening, but fortunately, everyone else was still asleep, so no one noticed. Qing He, eyes closed, shifted uncomfortably, prompting He, who had been lightly dozing, to open his eyes and glance at her. After a night of deep sleep, Qing He's skin glowed with a delicate rosy hue, her lips a vibrant shade of red. He smiled with fondness, gently pinching her cheek. In her dreams, she grasped his hand and nuzzled her face against it, making Jiang's heart soften like water. Jiang's affection increased by 10. Jiang's affection at 40. When Qing He awoke, she found only Bei in the cave. Everyone else had ventured out. Bei glared at her with a mix of resentment and jealousy, feeling that she had been left behind to care for Qing He while the others continued their tasks. Chapter 31. The delicate young lady of the deserted island Qing He. You're awake. Would you like some bread? Bei offered, producing a half-piece of dry bread. Qing He accepted it, consuming alongside some water to ease her empty stomach. After lingering in the cave a little longer, she and Bei stepped outside together. The group had constructed a resting shelter on the beach, ensuring that they would not panic if a situation like yesterday's arose again. Song Qi and a few others conferred, deciding that Jiang, Yi, and Qi Yin would search for food while the remaining 3 built a shelter. Song Qi noticed Qing He and asked, "What are you doing here? Are you feeling better?" "I'm all right now. Thank you all for your help yesterday," Qing He replied, her face filled with guilt for being a burden and requiring their care. 001 silently noted, "You have been a bother to them, haven't you? You shouldn't feel guilty at all. Stop standing around. Go rest under the tree," Yin Shi suggested. At that moment, Bei kindly interjected, "I'll help Qing He rest. Then I'll join you in working." "Sure," Lu Nan responded casually while working. Bei's expression froze. She had only been offering to help out of courtesy. not genuinely intending to work. Now that the words had been spoken, she couldn't backtrack and could only nod in agreement. Lunan recognized her insincerity, but still acknowledged her, as her pretentiousness was amusing. Qing has settled in a shaded spot, idly tracing patterns in the dirt with a nearby twig. In truth, her body was capable of more than they assumed. However, if they believed her to be so fragile, she would let them hold on to that belief. If she could avoid labor, she would, as they surely wouldn't want her to work anyway. Qing had noticed that 001 had grown quiet, so she decided to strike up a conversation. How long do you think I must complete the tasks before I can see my master? I do not know. Oh, do you have other hosts? No, only you. 001 answered truthfully. A mischievous glimmer sparkled in Qing He's eyes. Is it because you like me that I'm your only host? 001's voice trembled with fear. Every system could only bind to one host until the host completed their tasks and was released before binding to another. Why are you afraid? 001 had witnessed the methods of previous hosts and was understandably frightened. It had never encountered someone as cold-blooded as her. The data showed that she had never shown any emotion towards her tasks, even when others sacrificed their lives for her. As if understanding its thoughts, Qing mused, indeed. They are merely characters to be conquered. I treat them as a game. If genuine feelings must be invested in game characters, wouldn't my sincerity be rendered rather cheap? Gazing at the distant waves, she recalled the adage that the unattainable is the most desirable. Qing He, holding a coconut he had found, observed the resting individuals. Her long, curled lashes and dark hair contrasted with her fair skin. Even on this deserted island, she was surrounded by care. Hearing a sound, the girl who had been resting with closed eyes gazed at him with doe-like eyes, soft and endearing. A smile crept across Qing He's face as he gently pinched her cheek, relishing the softness. What are you doing? Qing questioned, puzzled by his actions but not rejecting him. On this deserted island, her delicate state required her to rely on them for survival. For a flower that is not nurtured is destined to wither. Chapter 32. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. I found a coconut. Would you like to drink some coconut water? Qing He shook the coconut in his hand, the sound of water sloshing within. I would, Qing replied, licking her lips, having longed for a flavored beverage. Qing He, noticing her gesture, found her glistening lips irresistibly enticing. What will you give me in exchange for a drink? He asked patiently. Nothing in this world is ever obtained without effort. Qing pondered for a moment, then replied, Can I trade myself for it? Qing He's affection increased by 40. Qing He's affection 70. Qing clumsily unfastened his shirt buttons, and Qing He could no longer suppress the desires within him. He gazed at the sleeping Qing He, tenderly cradling her as he navigated around the others to the seaside to cleanse her body before washing himself. Qing He gently placed an affectionate kiss on her forehead. Qing He's affection increased by 5. Qing He's affection 75. After Qing He departed, Qing He opened her eyes. 001 inquired why her affection had surged so significantly after a brief slumber. It is well known that men often think with their lower halves. And in light of my physique, I could easily captivate them. Why is it only 90? The remaining 10 must pertain to areas that are off limits. Am I a eunuch? Qing had chuckled at 001's question. 001, somewhat perplexed, wondered if he had misspoken. You may interpret it that way, Qing replied, feeling a bit lighter after conversing with 001, finding it far less burdensome than speaking with a human. The system detected someone 10 meters away. Who is it? Yanxi. Just as 001 uttered the name, Yanxi approached. With a look of infatuation, Yanxi resembled a flower, freshly watered, his lips slightly swollen. In a fit of rage, he forcefully kissed her, as if to erase the mark left by Qing He. Moments later, Qing He's lips became even more swollen and painful to touch. Tears streamed down her face like willow blossoms, and Yanxi's anger dissipated as he murmured an apology. Qing He, refusing to relent, retorted that it was all his fault, her lips aching terribly. Yanxi gently kissed her swollen lips, expressing remorse, and urged her not to kiss so forcefully in the future. He embraced her tenderly. Yanxi's affection increased by 10. Yanxi's affection 70. Qing gazed at the sunset, which marked the end of the day. Despite the serene beauty of the moment, it inexplicably stirred feelings of unease within her. How long had it been since she had last seen that person? So long that she could scarcely remember. Even her visage was fading from her memory. How many more tasks must she undertake to revive her? When Song-chi arrived, he sensed a potent aura of despair emanating from her. Upon meeting her vacant gaze, his heart ached. With a hint of caution, he asked, "What is troubling you?" Her eyes brimmed with tears as she let out a soft whimper, remaining silent. Song-chi, filled with compassion, enveloped her in his arms, gently stroking her hair. Qing He instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, murmuring, "I miss home." Upon hearing these words, Song-chi tightened his embrace, as though wishing to meld her into his very being. Qing He nuzzled against his chin, leaving a wet spot on his shirt. She noticed the dampness and blushed slightly. "I'm sorry. It's nothing," Song-chi replied, wiping away her tears. He produced an unopened bottle of strawberry juice. Chapter 33. The Delicate Young Lady of the Deserted Island. Qing He's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone infused with joy as she exclaimed, "Strawberry juice." Song-chi twisted off the cap. Qing He embraced the bottle, sipping a few mouthfuls while Song-chi looked on, his eyes brimming with affection. A playful thought crossed Qing He's mind, and she leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his cool lips. Song-chi savored the sweet and tangy flavor of the strawberry juice, feeling a rush of warmth as Qing He yielded to his rare moment of unrestrained affection, not knowing how long their kiss would last. Song-chi's affection increased by 20, Song-chi's affection 70, as night descended. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. After a day of labor, everyone was exhausted and retired early. Qing He, however, lay wide awake, gazing at the twinkling stars, her spirits inexplicably elevated, rendering sleep elusive. Quietly, she sat up, the clothing draped over her slipping down. She observed the darkened woods, with the only source of light emanating from the campfire. Rest was the last thing on her mind as she anxiously fidgeted, chewing on her lip. Hesitating, she rose, striving to tread as quietly as possible. As she passed by Lu Nan, a sudden force tugged at her, and she looked down to find him gazing at her with sleepy eyes. Just as Lu Nan was about to drift off, he caught a whiff of her fragrance and instinctively pulled her into his embrace. His warm breath caressed her neck as he murmured, "Sister Chu, where are you going?" Qing He, feeling stiff in his arms, gently pushed his head away. Noticing the others sleeping nearby, she whispered in his ear, "I can't sleep." Lu Nan's ears perked up as he pulled her aside. The moonlight shimmered upon the ocean, casting a glittering reflection. Qing He followed him as Lu Nan's warm hand easily enveloped hers. He led her to the beach, where the firelight was obscured, a distance away from the others. He sat on a large stone, cradling Qing He in his lap, allowing her to lean comfortably against his chest. Lu Nan's sunny smile radiated warmth, making him appear quite charming. In truth, he was quite tall, and Qing He estimated him to be at least 187 centimeters. He only exhibited a harmless demeanor in her presence, yet in the original narrative, he was the leader of a gang. It amused her to witness such a stark contrast. He concealed his claws and revealed his softest side solely to her, filling her with a sense of vanity. Bored, Qing He toyed with his large hand, flipping it over. Lu Nan leaned closer, asking, "Sister Chu, may I kiss you?" After contemplating for a moment, she leaned in to plant a brief kiss on the corner of his mouth before swiftly pulling away. Lu Nan's affection increased by 20. Lu Nan's affection 40. How was that? This trick is quite unexpected, Qing He remarked to 001, her tone laced with pride. "Wow, the host is truly amazing." Qing He smiled shyly. "I'm planning to challenge myself tomorrow to max out someone's affection," she excitedly informed 001. "I look forward to it." "Good luck, host. Is there a reward?" Qing He inquired. Gripping Lu Nan's collar, he dutifully bent down. Qing He joyfully ruffled his hair. "No, this is not a side quest," 001 replied in a monotonous tone devoid of any emotion. "Oh, the cold words escaping your icy lips seem entirely fitting." Qing He was well aware that no rewards would be forthcoming. She merely found amusement in the notion. Chapter 34. The Delicate Young Lady of the Deserted Island. Upon uttering her statement, 001 fell silent. Little pup, be good. After saying this, Qing He found herself pinned against the stone, kissed for an extended period. Lunan gazed at her rosy lips, while Qing He, unaware of any danger, smiled brightly at him, seeing him lean down for another kiss. She quickly placed a hand on his head, pushing him away. Hearing her soft protest, he was taken aback. Qing He, rather stubbornly, wriggled out of his embrace. I'm tired now. Please take me back, she said, looking at Lunan. Lunan remained seated on the stone, aware that she would not dare return alone. After assessing his expression, Qing He sweetly pleaded, please take me back. She gently tugged at his hand, but Lunan remained unmoved, observing his face, though devoid of emotion. She sensed he was not angry. Boldly, she grasped his hand with a bit more force, and Lunan, yielding to her gentle pull, rose to follow her. Qing He led the way, with Lunan watching her tightly clasp his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Lunan's affection increased by 10. Lunan's affection 50. Upon reaching her destination, Qing He released his hand and returned to her own place to sleep. Lunan observed her nonchalant demeanor, yet did not object. He lay down in his own sleeping spot. Truly, she was carefree. Lunan found it difficult to sleep, captivated by the serene visage of her companion, until she finally succumbed to slumber around 3 in the morning. As dawn broke, the sky gradually lightened, revealing the sun in all its brilliant glory, radiating warmth. The waves caressed the sandy shore, leaving behind damp traces, while the gentle sea breeze playfully tousled hair and fluttered the edges of clothing. Qing He pondered her strategy to win over Shang-Chi. Firstly, his favorability rating was already quite high. Secondly, he was relatively easy to approach. The reason Chu's parents had chosen Shang-Chi was his gentle and attentive nature, which assured them he could take good care of Qing He. With her water bottle in hand, Qing He meandered towards Shang-Chi. He stood in the water, armed with a makeshift spear crafted from a tree branch, intently focused on a plump fish. With swift precision, he thrust the spear into the water. After observing him for a while, Qing He approached, remarking to 001 how handsome a serious man could be. 001 remained silent at her words. As Shang-Chi prepared to bring the fish to shore, he turned to see a smile in Qing He's eyes. What brings you here? He asked, placing the spear on the beach. Let's take a break. Qing He offered him her water bottle. No need, he replied, wiping away sweat. You should keep it for yourself. Qing He, seeing his refusal, did not press the matter. The fish on the spear continued to thrash its tail defiantly. She crouched down and poked the still vibrant fish with her finger. How impressive, she praised, tilting her head to look at Shang-Chi. I'll take you to wash your hands by the sea, he said, pulling her up as she entwined her fingers with his. Shang-Chi favorability 5. Shang-Chi favorability 75. Together, they crouched at the water's edge, where he gently washed her hands. The seawater flowed through her fingers, and Qing He admired his handsome profile. Feeling her gaze, Shang-Chi turned and kissed her softly. Following the kiss, she nestled against him. Shang-Chi favorability 15. Shang-Chi favorability 90. Chapter 35. The delicate young lady of the deserted island with tender affection. Shang-Chi carried her to the shade of a tree and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Rest well. I told you, you don't need to work, he said softly, observing her. Qing He gazed at his tall figure, excitedly telling 001 how much she adored gentle souls like him. The host must not develop feelings. 001 cautioned, fearing her heart might sway, a cardinal sin for any tasker. Hearing 001's anxious tone, she tucked her hair behind her ear, reassuring, no need to worry. I could never fall for anyone. As 001 watched her carefree smile, it gradually felt at ease. Soon, noon arrived, and the sun hid behind clouds, casting a shadow over the sky. Lunan looked up, sensing rain was imminent. The group gathered after their chores, with Shang-Chi tending to the fish over the fire, turning it occasionally. Qing He nestled beside him, appearing like a delicate bird. Lunan, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of bitterness and rushed to Qing He's side. Sister Chu, she said, embracing her. Qing He looked at her, bewildered, but did not resist the affection. What are you doing? Qi Yin approached, pulling Lu Nan away to sit together. Why the hell are you dragging me? I want to sit with my sister. Lu Nan protested, but Qi Yin, having trained in martial arts, effortlessly overpowered her. With Lu Nan gone, Su Bei took her place beside Qing He. Bye-bye. Are you hungry? Qing He asked, her eyes wide with excitement. She enjoyed playing with Su Bei, whose sunny disposition had drawn her in during school, even when the original owner neglected her. Su Bei's unwavering cheerfulness had won her over as a good friend. However, their bond had waned since arriving on the deserted island. Su Bei managed a strained smile, feeling disheartened as her once fair skin had darkened from daily labor. In contrast, Qing He appeared to be vacationing on the island, her complexion radiant despite having lost a bit of weight. Qing He tugged at Song Qi's free hand. When will the fish be ready? I'm so hungry. She pouted, patting her belly. It'll be ready soon, he reassured while flipping the fish, unable to resist pinching her cheek at her adorable demeanor. Song Qi favorability 5. Song Qi favorability 95. Qing He returned his smile. Today had been fortuitous, capturing 5 fish, 3 large and 2 small. The 3 larger ones were for the 5 boys, while the 2 smaller ones were for the 2 girls. Here, Bei, you can have this fish. You must be exhausted from working today. As Song Qi finished grilling the fish, he immediately offered it to Qing He, halting momentarily at her words. Sister Chu, why don't you eat our grilled fish first? Lu Nan suggested, ready to offer hers. With 3 fish to share among 5 people, those who worked the hardest could have an entire fish. Lu Nan and Jiang Yi would share one, and upon seeing Lu Nan's offer, they readily agreed. Yes, you can eat ours. Qing He shook her head. Thank you, but you all should eat. Her statement inadvertently silenced Yin, Shi, and Qi Yin, who had intended to protest. Before long, Qing He's fish was ready. The group, starved, devoured the fish in no time, while she savored hers slowly, eating only a little. Chapter 36. The delicate young lady of the deserted island, noticing Song Qi had finished, Qing He softly complained, so many bones. The original owner, accustomed to a life of luxury, had either eaten fish without bones or had them meticulously removed, as her parents had spoiled her to the point of ineptitude. Song Qi chuckled indulgently as light rain began to fall, granting them a reprieve from chores. I'll help you with the bones, he offered, taking the remnants of her fish and carefully picking out the bones for her. After finishing their meal, the group settled in for an afternoon nap. The fire outside the shelter had died down. Once everyone was asleep, Qing He quietly nestled into Song Qi's embrace. Are you cold? He whispered. She nodded, burying her face in his chest. Yes, hold me tighter. Song Qi obliged, wrapping his arms around her more securely. Qing He placed her somewhat chilly hands against his chest, feeling the warmth of his body through the absence of clothing. Despite the initial surprise, he was not annoyed, merely curious about how her hands had grown so cold. As she shifted, she accidentally brushed against something. Like a playful kitten, she nuzzled closer, her hair becoming slightly tousled. What is that? She asked innocently. Nothing. Just sleep. He replied, trying to maintain composure. Qing He's gaze shifted, and she tentatively traced her fingers along his Adam's apple. Unable to resist any longer, Song Qi moved closer, leaning over her while trying not to press down too hard. Can I kiss you? Qing He asked, taking the initiative to press her lips against his. Song Qi murmured, leaning down. No, she responded softly, her eyes shimmering like dewy peaches ripe for the picking. Song Qi savored her sweetness, lifting his head only after thoroughly indulging. Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. Without uttering a word, Song Qi captured her soft lips once more. Qing He widened her eyes in surprise, but eventually closed them, clutching his shirt. Song Qi favorability 5. Song Qi favorability 100. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the challenge. Exhausted, Qing He drifted off to sleep, though her mind remained alert as she chatted with 001 in her thoughts. When she awoke that evening, the rain had ceased, and the fire outside had reignited. Qing He comfortably nestled on Song Qi's jacket, with Qi Yan's coat draped over her legs. This is not merely a deserted island. It is my paradise. Qing He took a deep breath. Before long, they returned. Sister Chu, we found mushrooms today. We can make mushroom soup, Lunan exclaimed, running towards Qing He. The smiles on everyone's faces were radiant, for the mushrooms were edible and non-toxic, and they had gathered enough for a meal that would sustain them until tomorrow. Yanxi had procured an iron basin, slightly dented in places, yet entirely functional. Qing He followed Jiang Yi to wash the mushrooms. It was not too late, and a faint light illuminated the surroundings. Qing He held a small handful of mushrooms, walking beside Jiang Yi, who carried most of them. Jiang Yi had found 2 large leaves to cushion the mushrooms, preventing them from becoming soiled during washing. For every mushroom Qing He cleaned, Jiang Yi managed to wash 3. As Jiang Yi turned his head, he caught sight of her earnest and adorably focused expression while washing the mushrooms. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yi inquired with a smile. "You wash so cleanly. You're amazing." Jiang Yi's affection increased by 5. Jiang Yi's affection at 80. Jiang Yi felt as if his heart had been gently scratched. Chapter 37. The Delicate Young Lady of the Deserted Island. The aroma of mushroom soup wafted into the air as the mushrooms bubbled merrily. "It smells wonderful." Qing He leaned closer to inhale the fragrance. Jiang Yi gently pulled her back, cautioning her to be careful, lest her skirt catch fire. "Oh hot, okay, juking note that." Stepping back, her long, arched eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly poised to take flight, and when she gazed at you, it felt as though you would give her the world. Jiang Yi's affection increased by 5. Jiang Yi's affection at 85. Before long, the mushroom soup was ready. Though lacking in seasoning, the mushrooms were inherently flavorful, making it quite palatable. This meal marked the most satisfying one for Qing He since arriving on the deserted island. Although they occasionally provided themselves with morsels to stave off hunger, it hardly sufficed to feel truly full, given the scarcity of edible resources and the uncertainty of rescue. That night, everyone fell asleep with full bellies and buoyant spirits. Qing He, groggy, opened her eyes to find Jiang Yi. "Did I wake you?" Jiang Yi asked, momentarily startled. "I'm still awake," Qing He replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" "Bianc, yi liftet hergenti." "I can't sleep. Let's take a walk." "Sure, I'll go with you." Jiang Yi, with his long strides, held her securely in his arms. And Qing He felt utterly content nestled against him. "Jiang Yi, why can't you sleep?" Qing He asked softly, gazing at the sea. "I'm thinking about what we would do if we never received rescue." Jiang Yi replied earnestly, his eyes filled with deep affection that would move anyone who beheld it. Yet it was Qing He who had captured his heart. "Right now, I think being with you wouldn't be so bad," Jiang Yi said, his voice low and magnetic. "I also love spending time with you." Qing He neither explicitly rejected nor accepted his overt confession. Jiang Yi's affection increased by 5. Jiang Yi's affection at 90. Jiang Yi chuckled, finding her childishness endearing. Qing He playfully kicked his calf. "I want to walk on the beach." Jiang Yi removed her shoes. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Qing He placed her foot on his head. Jiang Yi, bemused, gently removed her foot. Her feet were beautiful, with rounded, full toes, pale and delicate. Jiang Yi bent down and kissed her foot. "Why aren't you angry?" Qing He asked. "I won't ever be angry with you," Jiang Yi replied softly. They strolled side by side along the shoreline, with Qing He gazing down at the sand beneath her feet, feeling the soft grains beneath her. Jiang Yi glanced at her, holding her hand. "Be careful," he said as she looked up. Qing He crouched down, her eyes sparkling as she molded wet sand into a ball. "I'm going to build a sandman." Her eyes shone like they contained 1,000 stars. Qing He was thoroughly engrossed in her play. "All right, time for bed," Jiang Yi said, pulling her up and leading her to the sea to wash her hands. She rinsed her feet in the water, and Jiang Yi lifted her up again, helping her put her shoes back on. After finishing the last of the dry bread, everyone set to work. With the bread gone, they needed to find food quickly. Calculating the time, they estimated that rescue would arrive in about a week. By noon, everyone was drenched in sweat. "We haven't had a proper bath since arriving here," Qi Yin remarked disdainfully. "Indeed, why don't we go swimming?" Lunan suggested. Chapter 38. The Delicate Young Lady of the Deserted Island. Songqi also found merit in the suggestion, viewing it as a means to relax. The midday sun was quite fierce, warming the seawater. Qing He stood at the water's edge, unable to swim, merely observing. After a while, she retreated to the shade of a tree. Her face slightly reddened from the sun. Lu Nan, his hair damp and clinging to his forehead after swimming, asked, "Sister Chu, why aren't you swimming?" Qing He replied with a glance, "I can't swim." "Sister Chu, let me teach you," Lu Nan said, lifting her effortlessly, not allowing for refusal. Qing He gasped as she felt herself lifted off the ground, clutching him in fright. Lu Nan laughed heartily. He brought her to a secluded spot. With her body submerged in the seawater, her feet still on the sandy bottom, she cautiously ventured deeper. The pressure of the water against her chest piqued her curiosity, and she allowed herself to float gradually. When the water reached her neck, her support slipped, and she began to sink. Contrary to the dramatic scenes portrayed in television dramas, she felt the water rushing into her nose, rendering her speechless. The sensation of drowning enveloped her, clouding her thoughts, and she feared that she might perish. Unaware of her distress, Lu Nan suddenly noticed her sinking beneath the surface and frantically pulled her back to safety. Upon breathing fresh air, Qing He felt revived, her body trembling slightly, and her eyes glistening with tears, giving her a pitiful appearance. She clung tightly to Lu Nan, who felt his heart clench painfully with self-reproach for not watching over her closely enough. "Sister Chu, are you all right?" he asked, carrying her to the shore. Seeing her silent, he looked down to find her quietly weeping, warm tears falling onto his hand. Overwhelmed with guilt, Lu Nan awkwardly wiped her tears away. "I'm so scared." Qing He's tears fell like raindrops into Lu Nan's heart. "I'm sorry," Lu Nan said, embracing her tightly, distressed. After a long while, Qing He gradually calmed down. Chapter 39. The Delicate Young Lady of the Deserted Island. "I'm okay now," she said, looking up at him with her nose reddened, appearing quite pitiable. Lu Nan held her slender waist with both hands, while Qing He's head peeked above the water, her arms splashing about. Some water splashed on Lu Nan's face. She spread her legs, attempting to swim like she had seen on television, but the water's resistance made it challenging. Lu Nan patiently taught her the breaststroke, and eventually Qing He learned to swim. Today was the most exhausting day for her physical exertion exceeding her limits. Qing He languidly leaned against the shoulder of a nearby person, feeling utterly fatigued. Now understanding why they slept soundly after a day's work, she was exhausted. Qi Yin sat rigidly, his body tense as a wooden post. Qing He frowned and urged, "Relax a bit." Though Qi Yin thought her to be overly delicate, he nonetheless loosened his posture. Qing He found a comfortable position, leaning against him. Before long, Qi Yin heard the sound of her deep, rhythmic breathing. He looked down to see her long eyelashes casting shadows across her face in the firelight. The distant sound of crashing waves and the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks marked the only moment of tranquility that Qi Yin had experienced during her days on the deserted island. Qi Yin's efficiency today allowed for a rare moment of solitude in the shelter, as only the two of them remained. Eventually, the others returned one by one, but the day's foraging had yielded little sustenance. Qing He awoke, rubbing her eyes and stifling yawn, tears glistening in her gaze. After consuming the meager food they had found, everyone succumbed to hunger and drifted off to sleep, save for Qing He, who slumbered peacefully. Though her rations were scant, there were those who discreetly offered her additional morsels. In the middle of the night, she was roused from her dreams by an undeniable urgency. The air was cold, and the biting wind swept through the shelter, but nestled between the others, she felt warm, with Qi Yin sleeping beside her on her right. Gently, she nudged his arm, but he did not stir. With a firmer pinch, Qi Yin reluctantly opened his eyes, his expression softening upon realizing it was her. "What is it?" he asked, his voice a low murmur. Qing He leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, causing him to subtly distance himself. "I need to go to the bathroom." After a brief moment, Qi Yin followed her at a respectful distance. As they walked, Qing He felt the chill in the air. The wind clung to her skirt, making it cling tightly to her legs. "Stay right here and don't peek," she commanded him, her voice fierce. Qi Yin's expression stiffened, and he halted, aware that had anyone else spoken to him this way, he would have reacted differently. Yet, faced with her, he found himself utterly powerless. Once she finished, Qing had turned and spotted a black snake resting in the branches above. Panic surged through her, her eyes widening as she instinctively retreated. A twig snapped underfoot, awakening the serpent, which opened its eyes. In a flurry, Qing He dashed backward. Qian, standing outside in a daze, heard the commotion and assumed she was emerging, glancing up just in time to see her leap into his arms, catching him off guard. "Run! There's a snake!" she exclaimed, clinging to him like a koala. Compelled by her urgency, Qian moved swiftly away from the danger, suddenly aware of the tremors in her body as she nestled against him. Feeling soft and warm like a bundle of cotton, with a hint of milk lingering in the air. Chapter 40. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. Qian's affection for her increased by 10 points. Qing He, unable to contain her sobs, felt the warmth of her own softness pressed against him. "Please, let go," Qian said, his handsome face tinged with a hint of blush. Upon hearing this, Qing He tightened her grip, responding, "No, I won't." Reluctantly, Qian attempted to console her. "Don't cry. The snake is gone." When she looked up, the corners of her eyes and her nose were red, making her appear pitiful. Qian's affection rose another 10 points. Inwardly, Qing He reveled in her success, though she maintained her innocent demeanor outwardly. "Really?" she asked, her eyes wide. "Yes, I'm right here. Don't be afraid," Qian reassured her. Relieved to see her tears cease, she released her hold on him, and for a moment he felt a pang of longing, the faint scent of milk still lingering in the air. "Shall we head back?" Qian inquired, gazing at her soft hair. "Juking not that." And together they walked back side by side. Yuanqi awoke to find both Qing He and Qian absent, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Qian held her small hand, noting how cold it was. Just moments before, when she had clung to him in fear, her hand had brushed against his neck. "Are you cold?" he asked, feeling an inexplicable urge to warm her. His large hand enveloped her small one, and she basked in the warmth radiating from him. Only when her hand had sufficiently warmed did he release it. "Let us hurry back," she urged, tugging at his sleeve. "Lower your head," she instructed, and as he complied, their gazes met. A soft, moist sensation graced his lips, and Qian froze as Qing He tentatively explored his mouth. He made no move to stop her, allowing her to take the lead until she seemed ready to retreat, at which point he reciprocated. Yuanqi, observing from a distance, stood silently for a long moment before turning away. Qian delicately pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, his affection for her rising once more. Qing He found herself cradled in his arms as he carried her back to her sleeping place. "Be good and sleep," Qian whispered, a rare softness gleaming in his eyes. She nodded, replying softly, "Okay." Yuanqi lay beside them. Though the quiet exchange between Qian and Qing He resonated loudly in the stillness of the night, her gentle responses stirred a bittersweet ache within Yuanqi. He realized that her tender demeanor was not exclusive to him. Despite his intelligence, he had been foolishly evasive in the face of his feelings for her. As he clenched his hands at his sides, he fought to suppress his emotions. He had come to understand that he had developed feelings for her. Uncertain of when it had happened, he found himself enamored with her delicate charm, her clear almond-shaped eyes, and her unwavering reliance on him. Even when he was not her only source of comfort, the night was both fleeting and interminable. The group awoke early, the mist swirling above the ocean. Sube crossed her arms, shivering in the chill. Song-Chi wrapped his coat around Qing He, assuring her it should warm up by noon. "If it's cold, we should get to work and find food. Moving around will warm us up," Qian remarked, his demeanor toward everyone but Qing He rather frosty. Song-Chi exchanged a glance with him but chose not to engage, affirming, "Since we're all awake, let's start working and gather some food." Sube rolled her eyes, silently critiquing his demeanor, though she dared not voice her thoughts. She had long recognized Qian's temper and had no intention of provoking him. Chapter 41. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. Qing He stirred, and Song-Chi immediately noticed his voice gentle. "Awake?" She rubbed her eyes and murmured, Sube discreetly rolled her eyes. As Su Bei conversed with Song Qi, Qing He interjected, "I want to work with Su Bei." Her large eyes sparkled with eagerness. Before Song Qi could respond, Qi Yin and Lu Nin simultaneously declared, "No, you shouldn't work. Your health isn't good. I just want to help you all." Qing He replied, her head drooping in disappointment. Unable to bear her sadness, Song Qi relented. "All right, you can go find food with Su Bei." He assigned her the lightest task, and Qing He nodded enthusiastically. "Okay, I'll join them," Qi Yin stated. "All right," Song Qi agreed, recognizing that given Qing He's health, Su Bei, being a girl, would be unable to assist her if trouble arose. Qi Yin was determined to protect her and would not refuse the opportunity. Lu Nan felt a lump in his throat, his expression darkening. He, too, wanted to protect Qing He. Qi Yin was truly infuriating. The three ventured into the thicket, with Qi Yin leading the way to clear the path of branches for the others. Qing He followed closely behind, her curiosity piqued, while Su Bei trailed at the rear. As they approached a slope, Qi Yin effortlessly ascended, while Qing He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, feeling like a sheltered young lady unaccustomed to such challenges. Qi Yin, accustomed to extreme sports and climbing, found the slope an easy feat. Su Bei, having previously completed numerous tasks and honed her skills over the past few days, struggled but ultimately made it to the top. "Come on, Qing He," Su Bei called, feigning ignorance to Qing He's predicament. Unexpectedly, Qi Yin leapt down without hesitation. Turning to Su Bei with a cold remark, "You go ahead, we'll catch up." He had encountered many individuals like her and could easily discern her ulterior motives. Qi Yin cast a glance her way before shifting his focus elsewhere. In an instant, the uncontrollable mirth in Su Bei's eyes vanished, her body stiffening as she perceived the terrifying gaze of Qi Yin, as if he were poised to take her life. She uttered not a word and moved forward. Qing He, with a pitiful tone, lamented her own ineffectiveness. Upon hearing her disdainful words directed at himself, Qi Yin felt a pang in his heart, deepening his dislike for Su Bei. The cunning schemes she employed were directed at someone he cherished, and a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. "No," Qi Yin replied tersely, unable to offer any comfort. Deep down, he wished to express that even if she deemed herself worthless, he would cherish her for eternity. "Really? I feel like I am a burden to you all, unable to contribute anything." Qing He continued her melodramatic musings. "You are not a burden. You are the only pure land on this deserted island," Qi Yin said, his gaze earnest and his tone resolute. At that, Qing He's face brightened with joy. Qi Yin crouched down, and Qing He leaned over to embrace him. He playfully lifted her, frowning slightly at her lightness. She needed to be fed a bit more in the future. Carrying her on his back, he navigated steadily without a hint of jostling. Qing He leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "I really like you, Qi Yin." Qi Yin's affection increased by 10. Qi Yin's affection, 75, as Qi Yin felt a slip of his footing, his ears flushed crimson. Upon reaching the hillside, he gently set her down. The two ambled at a leisurely pace until they soon spotted the slow-moving Su Bei. She dared not stray too far, for there were insects and snakes in the vicinity. Earlier, while foraging for food, she had encountered a snake. Thus, she would not dare wander alone. Su Bei's eyes lit up as she gazed ahead, her tone lifting with excitement. "Look, fruit trees!" Qing He exclaimed joyfully. "So many fruit trees, Qi Yin." A smile graced Qi Yin's face as he raised a hand to ruffle her hair. Most of the fruits were still green, and upon casually plucking one and tasting it, his expression soured instantly. It was far too sour. While he could endure it, Qing He deserved better. Fortunately, there were a few mature fruits, tempting in their golden hue. Qi Yin swiftly consumed the fruits, knowing that food was scarce on the island and not to be wasted. Qing He waited beneath the tree for him. Observing Qi Yin eat, Su Bei also picked one for herself. Her expression twisted, but she swallowed it without complaint, recognizing the fortune of finding fruit on this desolate island. With scarce resources, they had consumed all available food, and catching fish had become increasingly difficult. Initially, they caught several, but now only a few small ones remained. And, at times, they caught nothing at all. Before long, Qi Yin descended, cradling a small pile of yellow fruits. Sube approached, suggesting, "Let us wash these with Qing He. She might get an upset stomach if she eats them unwashed." Qi Yin had gathered these fruits specifically for Qing He, but hesitated upon hearing Subei's remark. Noticing his indecision, Sube reassured him, "We'll come back right after washing." Qing He, with a playful demeanor, chimed in, "I'm fine. It's just washing some fruit." Although Qi Yin remained slightly uncertain, he ultimately acquiesced, "Take them to wash." He placed the fruits in Qing He's arms. Sube also gathered some fruits, though they were all unripe. "Let's go, Qing He," she urged. Qing He nodded in agreement, while Qi Yin stayed behind to gather more fruits. Her expression tinged with excitement, feeling no need to conceal her emotions since no one was watching. "Bye-bye. We have wandered too far," Qing He called out from behind. "Just a bit further. We will arrive soon," Sube soothed, a malicious intent bubbling within her. Qing He obediently followed behind her. "Do you guess what the heroine intends to do?" she asked with a hint of mischief. "I don't know," replied 001 timidly. Qing He's steps quickened as she answered. "Of course, it is to eliminate me. After I am gone, she will be the sole occupant of the island." "But why did the host choose to follow the heroine?" 001 inquired, perplexed by the choice to accompany her when she could remain by Qi Yan's side. "Guess," she teased, relishing the moment. "I am simply bored and wish to entertain the heroine." Sube led her to a spot where a small pond awaited. "There it is," she pointed. Having scouted the area days prior, she knew that if Qing He perished, attention would inevitably shift to her. Sube loret hergaze, kongeling her unrestrained animosity. Qing He feigned nonchalance as she approached, crouching down to place the fruits in a clean spot and wash them meticulously. Surrounded by grass, the pond concealed what lay behind it. Sube watched, anticipating that soon enough, a venomous snake would deliver a fatal bite to her. The more Qi Yin pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Following her, he witnessed a scene that filled him with dread. A snake emerged from the grass, swiftly advancing toward Qing He. He recognized the snake. It was venomous. In a heartbeat, the black serpent lunged at Qing He. At the critical moment, Qi Yin seized the snake's head with one hand, forcefully hurling it against a tree until it ceased to move. Only then did he release it, casting it into the grass. "Qi Yin," Qing He softly called out to him. Qi Yin froze, realizing she had seen his actions. Would she now harbor disdain towards him, avoiding him like other girls? He found it difficult to meet her clear gaze, fearing the reflection of her disgust and fear. His hand, which had fallen, tightened into a fist as her gentle fingers pried apart his grip, intertwining with his as she playfully shook his hand. Gathering his courage, Qi Yin looked down at her. Her eyes remained bright and beautiful, devoid of any repulsion or fear. Their gazes locked, and with a hint of concern, Qing He asked, "Are you all right?" Qi Yan's affection increased by 15. Qi Yan's affection, 90, as the affection score registered. Qing He was enveloped in Qi Yan's embrace. She comforted him with gentle pats on his back. "Do not be afraid, I am fine." Only then did Qi Yin release her. "Thank you, Qi Yin," Qing He said, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Despite nearly facing danger, she sought to reassure him. Sube rushed over, her face etched with worry. "Qing He, are you all right?" She glanced at Qing He, noting there was not a single mark on her. It was indeed fortunate that she had escaped unscathed. "What were you doing just now?" Qi Yin inquired, having regained his composure. Sube hesitated for a moment. "I was washing fruits in another area." Qi Yin regarded her coldly. Sube felt a bead of sweat trickle down her palm, as if his piercing gaze could see through her thoughts. Just as she felt she might crumble under his scrutiny, he averted his gaze. Turning to Qing He, he said, "Let us return after washing the fruits." She nodded, and Qi Yin took her hand as they walked away. Sube stood frozen in place, and only when they were nearly out of sight did she hastily follow. Lunan, upon seeing Qing He, exclaimed, "Sister Chu, you're back." "Yes," Qing He replied, offering him a fruit. Lunan accepted it and noticed the fruits Qi Yin was carrying. "Wow, you gathered so many," he exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Sensing something off about Sube trailing behind, he chose not to reveal his suspicion. "Sister Chu, are you tired? You should sit over there," he urged, pulling her along before she could object. Qi Yan, burdened with fruits, wore a displeased expression, unable to intervene. Relieved, Su Bei made her way to the seaside. Lu Nen guided her to sit down, holding a fruit up to her mouth. Just as Qing He was about to speak, he stuffed the fruit into her mouth. She chewed, staring at him in surprise. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Juking in gui." Lu Nan, resting his chin on his hand, chuckled playfully. "I want to eat. You should enjoy it. You need not eat if you do not wish to, nor do I desire it. Please indulge yourself." Qing He gazed at him with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Nen playfully bit into the portion she had already tasted. "I have consumed this, and you have kissed it as well," he remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing him speak so brazenly, even in the absence of anyone else, Qing He felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, Lu Nen kissed her, silencing the words she was about to utter. She did not resist, but submitted willingly to his kiss. Chapter 44. The delicate young lady of the deserted island Lu Nen embraced her, and Qing He felt her face burning with heat. Lu Nen chuckled softly at her, and Qing He looked at him with a hint of confusion, as if inquiring what was amusing him. "You are adorable," he remarked, planting a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, leaving only 2 days until the moment of their discovery. In the narrative, the group was found on a serene weekend morning. Qing He resolved to act swiftly and take the initiative. Yanxi gazed out at the boundless sea, the sound of waves echoing in his ears. The surf crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of water. Qing He, holding her shoes, stealthily approached him from behind, intending to startle him. A smile crept onto Yanxi's lips, and his previously calm eyes shimmered with intrigue. He pretended not to notice, yet his attention was fully focused on the sounds behind him. "Ah!" Qing He exclaimed, appearing suddenly before Yanxi. He steadied her, concerned that she might lose her balance. "How did you know it was me?" she inquired, standing beside him. "Perhaps it is a matter of intuition," Yanxi replied, his affection for her palpable, as if he could drown her in it. Qing He raised an eyebrow, questioning his unwavering faith in his instincts. Yanxi shed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It was large and long, almost reaching her knees, enveloping her in a chill yet comforting aura. Qing He lowered her gaze to the sand, seemingly indifferent to whether he would respond or not. Yanxi observed her for a moment, noting her scent and the rhythm of her footsteps. "You carry a faint fragrance of milk, and your walk has a certain cadence. Is that so? If someone else shared my scent and walked in the same manner, would you mistake me for them?" Qing He asked somewhat defiantly. Yanxi shook his head, asserting, "I would never mistake you." His eyes bore a steadfast conviction. Qing He diverted her gaze from him. "Is that so?" She suddenly kissed the corner of his mouth and then dashed away. "I believe you." Her voice floated in the air, though soft. Yanxi heard her clearly. Yanxi's favorability 10. Yanxi's favorability 8001 observed the host's series of actions with calmness. This favorability seemed akin to a game, and indeed, she had managed to secure a strong ally. After her departure, Qing He sought out Qi Yan, who had become considerably tanned on the deserted island, exuding a more primal allure, akin to a poised leopard brimming with power. "What brings you here?" Qi Yan's tone was slightly cold, though his gaze softened as he looked at her. Qing He smiled, revealing her bashfulness. "I missed you, so I came to see you." Qi Yan merely embraced her and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Yes, I missed you too." Qi Yan's favorability 5. Qi Yan's favorability 95. Despite seeing each other daily, Qi Yan yearned to be with her every moment. Qing He's words were mere pleasantries, while Qi Yan's were sincere. What one truly desires is often a mystery, merely a tactic to win his heart. Afternoon soon arrived, and the sunset was breathtaking, the fiery hues entwining in a manner that compelled one to capture the moment. Qing He gazed at the sunset, the crimson sky akin to a painter's brush adorning the deserted island with splendor. When Lu Nen arrived, he beheld this enchanting scene. The young woman facing the sea, with the sunset casting a beautiful silhouette around her. Lu Nan's favorability 5. Lu Nan's favorability 55. At that moment, Qing He turned, her hair swaying gently in the breeze. Lu Nan's heart skipped a beat, Years later, he would still vividly remember this dreamlike image. Behind the girl lay a stunning sunset, yet she outshone it in every way. Chapter 45. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. Early in the morning, Qing He awoke, excited for the last day on the deserted island. Unbeknownst to them, hope was scarce, and perhaps the only salvation was Qing He herself, radiant and delicate, a pearl amidst the desolation. They were drawn to her like moths to a flame. "Today, you seem particularly joyful," Song-Chi remarked, smoothing her hair with his hand. "Indeed, I slept splendidly," Qing replied, her complexion rosy and luminous as if she truly had rested well. Song-Chi found his spirits lifted by her infectious joy. Yan-Shi observed the scene, lost in contemplation. Qi-Yin glanced at the others, addressing Yan-Shi, "Why have you called us here?" Song-Chi and Jiang-Yi, along with Lunan, directed their gazes at Yan-Shi. "I summoned you here because I believe you know the reason." Qi-Yin remained silent, aware that it was due to Qing He. The others sensed this too, but refrained from voicing it, as everyone was reluctant to shatter the fragile understanding they shared regarding Qing He. Song-Chi lowered his gaze slightly, realizing it was time to speak candidly. "I have feelings for Sister Qing, and I know you all do as well." Lunan's eyes flashed with intensity as he scanned the group, asserting that it was either a fair competition or a fight to the death. Only these two choices remained. They were all astute protagonists, capable of discerning one another's thoughts. But do you understand the outcome of a fight to the death? Viang yi inwirit kuli. None among them were innocent, and the likely result would be mutual destruction. What Qing He, without their protection, and with the presence of the insidious Su Bei, could she survive? They all recognized this dilemma, and the atmosphere grew tense. Qing He took a bite of fruit in her hand. The host wondered what the male leads were discussing, curious yet oblivious to the tension. "My mouth feels as dry as a bird's," Qing He remarked blandly, chewing the fruit as if it were wax. "Could it be they are arguing?" 001's voice rose in concern. Fortunately, it would not be long before they could indulge in delightful foods: crystal dumplings, shrimp tails, spicy chicken cubes. Qing He listed the dishes, swallowing her saliva afterward. 001 fell silent, realizing the host was not heeding its words. The protagonists had all grown thinner and darker under the sun. Some were noticeably so. 001 hesitated, unable to voice its thoughts, but unable to resist a sarcastic comment. Qing He considered scolding it, but 001 quickly retreated. She clenched and unclenched her fists, a smile creeping onto her lips, which would have sent a chill down 001's spine had it seen. Qing He observed as the group approached with solemn expressions. They had not fought, she sighed inwardly. Lunan rushed over, embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Sister Qing, I like you so much." Qing He discreetly gauged their expressions, suspecting they had reached some sort of consensus. Her intuition proved correct. Yan-Shi spoke, asserting that mutual destruction was not an option. "Would any of you be willing to relinquish Qing He?" "Impossible," they all replied in unison. Yan-Shi had deduced that someone like Qing He, once acquired, would never willingly be relinquished. And thus he continued, "Since none of us is willing to let go, we should coexist peacefully." "What you mean is Yin," she confirmed Song-Chi's hypothesis, affirming it was indeed as he suspected. "I concur. Since we all cherish Qing He and refuse to abandon her, let us care for her together," Jiang-Yi proposed. Chapter 46. The delicate young lady of the deserted island. No one spoke further, tacitly accepting this arrangement. However, it was evident that such a decision would not endure for long, as their rescue was imminent, and their life on the deserted island was drawing to a close. That night, the stars shone particularly brightly, transforming the sky into a breathtaking river of light. "Would you hold me?" Qing He tilted her head, her large eyes gazing at Lunan. Lunan extended his hand to embrace her. She was petite and light, curling up into a small ball in his arms. "Doggy wants a kiss," Qing He cheerfully declared, yet her mischievous hands were ruthlessly tugging at Lunan's curly hair. Good-naturedly, Lunan leaned in to kiss her cheek, only to be playfully pushed away as she teased, "Gotcha, he." Lunan's affection level increased by 15. Lunan's affection level at 70, as Lunan kissed her. His voice became somewhat muffled. Qing, you're not being obedient at all. Qing He, unwilling to concede, retorted, the doggy should be the one to behave. For the doggy must listen to its master. Lunan gazed at her charming demeanor, both helpless and indulgent, replying, indeed, my master, with utmost reverence. Lunan knelt and kissed the delicate arch of her foot. A pair of beautiful hands gently caressed her dainty, jade-like feet as he breathed deeply. His face flushed with a rosy hue, exuding an endearing charm. Qing He felt the delightful changes beneath her feet, laughing joyously. Compared to being a frail white lotus, she preferred to be the ruler of the world. After a night, Lunan's affection level reached 90. 001 listened to the Buddhist scriptures throughout the night until dawn broke. If it had a physical form, 001 would undoubtedly spore Panda eyes. At 8 o'clock, the sound of helicopters reached everyone's ears. Sube quickly sprang up, fervently waving at the helicopter and calling for help. Ultimately, 2 helicopters carried several individuals back to the city. Chu's mother, crying, embraced her daughter. You've suffered so much. Mom, Qing He displayed her vulnerability, snuggling like a child in her mother's warm embrace. Qing He enjoyed several blissful days. Miss, those young masters have been here for several days, the maid informed. Let them in today, Qing He suggested, seemingly recalling something as she added. But the young master from the Song family is not to enter. Understood, miss, the maid responded before departing. Sitting at the piano, Qing He glanced out the window. Lunan and the others stood outside. They all understood that Qing He was forced into their company on the deserted island, and they were the ones taking advantage of her. Each harbored a flicker of hope as they stared at the door. A maid emerged, walking up to Song Qi. Young Master Song, our miss does not wish to see you for the time being. Please leave. Song Qi cast a hurt glance at a spot upstairs before departing. After he left, the maid turned to the remaining individuals. Miss, please come in. The maid led them to the entrance before retreating. Lunan listened to the melodious piano music emanating from within. Jiang Yi pushed open the concealed door, encountering the girl he had longed for, seated at the piano. She remained as dazzling as ever, yet not as accessible as on the deserted island. Qing He now resembled the radiant moon in the sky. After finishing a piece, she finally looked towards them. Sister Chu, Lunan stepped forward, wearing a pitiful expression. If you wish to be by my side, then become my plaything for my amusement. Qing He remarked loftily, casting a glance at them. Days later, Qing He sat in her small garden, paintbrush in hand, engrossed in her artwork. Sister, would you like a bite of cake? Lunan inquired, presenting a plate of strawberry cake. Chapter 47. The delicate young lady of the deserted island, Qing He, continued to paint, opening her mouth to savor the sweet cream filling her palate. Viangyi, with a red rose in his mouth, was draped in a light veil. Qi gently massaged her. In this enchanting company of handsome men, Qing He reveled for a month. Their affection levels gradually filled to the brim. Qing He returned to the space. What became of the female lead in the end? She finally remembered to ask. The female lead ended up marrying a middle-aged man with business ties to her family and faced domestic abuse daily. Oh, she smiled slightly upon hearing the answer she had yearned for. All of this was orchestrated by the male leads behind the scenes. 001, curious about her reaction, was surprised to find her expression remained placid. To the next world then. Qing He pressed her temples. All right, 001, observing her fatigued appearance, selected a simpler world for her respite. The original protagonist was the female lead in a campus novel, where the male lead, Qi Yuan, fell for her vivacious charm, and she reciprocated his affection, making a sweet tale. However, the female lead forgot her childhood friend, Chun Qian, who silently harbored feelings for her for over a decade, ultimately remaining single and lonely while watching her find happiness. Be kinder to the childhood friend in this task. Why is this world so simple? Qing He inquired after absorbing the plot. I noticed you seemed weary lately, so I chose a simpler world for you to rest well. When Qing He opened her eyes, she found herself as a newborn baby lying in a crib. A little boy entered the room, carrying a small stool. Mom said the pretty aunt gave birth to a beautiful sister. Chun Qian placed the stool in front of the crib, climbed up, and upon seeing the wrinkled infant, instinctively exclaimed, "How ugly!" The little baby, chewing on her tiny hand, seemed to comprehend his words and pouted her mouth. The next moment, a loud cry echoed through the room. "Little sister, please don't cry. You're the prettiest." Chun Qian panicked, attempting to soothe her. Upon hearing him, she indeed stopped crying, her tear-streaked eyes sparkling beautifully, returning to her thumb-sucking. Chun Qian gently pinched her soft little face, gazing at her with curiosity. "TSK, this child dares to call me ugly. I'll try to scare him." Qing He smugly communicated with 001, her tone brimming with pride. 001 pondered. Does becoming younger make one more childish? Was the previous host equally naive? Qing He required no answer, continuing to blissfully suck her little thumb. "Hey, why is Qian here? Is he here to see his sister?" A woman entered, extraordinarily beautiful, her tone gentle, radiating maternal warmth. Chun Qian nodded. Su Nanling gently removed the thumb from the baby's mouth. "You can't suck your fingers, sweetie." She placed the pacifier into the baby's mouth. The little one joyfully suckled on the pacifier. Outside the door, old Meng exclaimed, "All right, your daughter will be my little daughter-in-law." Chen Ye left the heartily, slipping Meng Qian on his shoulder. Meng Yinan brushed off his hand. "Don't get ahead of yourself." He was thrilled to have his treasured daughter, yet his childhood friend had taken an interest in her, which he was not pleased about. The group had played together since childhood, sharing a close bond. In their youthful days, they jokingly said if one had a daughter and the other a son, they would arrange a marriage. If both had boys or girls, they would simply be siblings. Time flew, and Meng Qing He eventually grew from a silent infant to a charming toddler, stumbling about with her first steps. Chapter 48. The loyal childhood friend is the male supporting role at 1 year old. Meng Qing He was remarkably beautiful, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Each day, Chun Qian hurriedly rushed over after kindergarten, eager to see the lovely aunt and his beautiful sister. He wished to take her to his kindergarten to show off how stunning his sister was. Guwan looked at her son, amused, as Chun Qian dashed through the door. She and Nanling had fulfilled their dream of living together, with houses just a few steps apart. Upon entering, Chun Qian spotted the little girl playing with toys on the carpet. "Meng Mimi." His eyes sparkled as he called out to her. Meng Qing He, busy styling her Barbie's golden hair, merely glanced at him before turning back to her doll. Qian Qian is back. Su Nanling, preparing desserts in the kitchen, smiled as she heard her son's voice. "Yes," Chun Qian replied, sitting opposite Meng Qing He. Su Nanling, watching the two little treasures, smiled before returning to the kitchen. "Sister Tang Tang, are you combing Barbie's hair?" Chun Qian rested his chin on his hands, gazing at her with joy. Meng Qing He nodded proudly, tossing her little head. "Tang Tang is amazing." Upon hearing his praise, Meng Qing He's lips curled into a slight smile. "Of course, Tang Tang is the best." Guwan entered the room and was greeted by the heartwarming sight of two little ones enjoying each other's company, prompting her to reflect on the delightful bond shared between them. Indeed, it reminded her of the camaraderie they once had. Su Nanling emerged from the kitchen, holding a batch of cupcakes she had baked herself, and chimed in. Guwan eagerly seized a cupcake, took a bite, and exclaimed, "Wow, Nanling, your cupcakes are as delicious as ever." Su Nanling, noticing her childlike enthusiasm, teased, "You still act like a child." Guwan, with pride radiating from her, declared, "I shall remain forever youthful at 18. She reached for another cupcake, saying, "I will go share this with Chun-Ji." Without a second thought, Guwan dashed off, completely oblivious to her own son. Chun Qian, drawn by the enticing aroma of the cupcakes, looked at his favorite little sister and asked, "Tang Tang, would you like some cake? I will go fetch it for you." Meng Qing He, clutching her Barbie doll, retorted, "You go get it for me." Chun Qian replied, "If you call me Chingij, I will bring it to you, all right?" With anticipation on his face, he noted that she had never called him brother before. Each time he coaxed her into calling him brother, he would reward her with sweets, yet she remained unfazed. Meng Qing He pouted, clutching her doll, and insisted, "Once he call you, I will get it myself." Quickly, Chun Qian stood up, stating, "I will get it for you." Meng Qing He, still holding her doll, occasionally glanced at the table laden with cupcakes. "Annie, I want 2 cupcakes," she announced. Su Nanling gently inquired, "Qian Qian, Are you here to get cupcakes for Tang Tang? Chun Qian nodded solemnly, affirming his intent. Su Nanling affectionately ruffled his hair and handed him 2 small cupcakes. Chun Qian accepted them with courtesy, saying, "Thank you, beautiful Andy. You're such a good boy," she praised. Little Chun Qian, holding the cupcakes, asked Tang Tang, "Which one do you want?" Meng Qing He tilted her head in thought before replying, "I want to eat both." Without hesitation, Chun Qian placed a strawberry-flavored cupcake into her small hand, saying, "All right, Tang Tang, you can have this one first." Meng Qing He devoured half of it without reservation and then handed it back to Chun Qian, saying, "I want the mango-flavored one." Chun Qian took the half-eaten cupcake and graciously offered her the small one in his hand. In Chapter 49, titled Loyal Dog and Childhood Sweetheart as the supporting male, Meng Qing He savored both flavors of cupcakes, relishing every bite, while Chun Qian consumed the remainder, mindful not to waste food, lest Annie scold Tang Tang. Now 5 years old, Chun Qian attended kindergarten, often pondering when his little sister would join him in school. Seated on the sofa, Meng Qing He was engrossed in a cartoon. Chun Qian called out to her several times before she finally turned to him. "What are you doing?" she asked, her enunciation still a bit unclear. Noticing that the beautiful aunt was absent, Chun Qian discreetly retrieved the candies he had hidden in his backpack. "These are the candies our teacher distributed. Did everyone receive some?" Meng Qing He reached out for the candies, inquiring. Chun Qian proudly shook his head, declaring no. "The teacher said I was well-behaved, so she rewarded me." Due to her excessive candy consumption, Meng Qing He had a cavity, and ever since, Su Nanling had forbidden her from eating sweets. It had been a long time since she had tasted candy. Meng Qing He swiftly unwrapped the candy and stuffed it in her mouth, thinking to herself that if she attended school, she too would receive candies, and being obedient would surely result in an abundance of sweets. With that thought, a smile spread across her face. Chun Qian, noticing her happiness, offered, "From now on, I will share my reward candies with you, okay?" Meng Qing He gazed at him and pinched his cheek, insisting, "Then you can only keep one for yourself." Chun Qian chuckled and agreed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs, causing Meng Qing He to panic. With candy still in her mouth, she whispered to Chun Qian, "Hurry, open your mouth." Chun Qian, taken aback, opened his mouth, and something warm and soft pressed against his lips. Sweet strawberry candy melted on his tongue. When Su Nanling descended, Meng Qing He discreetly rinsed her mouth with water. Dressed in a sleek black dress, Su Nanling noticed Chun Qian's flushed face and expressed concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red." Chun Qian tightly sealed his lips and shook his head. Without even grabbing his backpack, he turned and dashed away, calling out, "I'm fine." Su Nanling glanced at the backpack on the sofa, chuckling softly to herself. How forgetful. Meng Qing He, absorbed in the television, appeared unaffected. Su Nanling gently tousled her hair, saying, "Tang Tang, we are going out to eat today." Meng Qing He hopped off the sofa, adjusting her little skirt, and grasped Su Nanling's pinky. Su Nanling retrieved Chun Qian's backpack and led Meng Qing He next door. Today marked a special occasion as both Chun Qian's father and Meng Qing He's father were promoted, prompting Su Nanling and Gu Wan to decide to celebrate together. At the entrance, a young lady in a qipao warmly ushered them to a private room. Meng Qing He and Chun Qian sat side by side. The dishes arrived promptly, mostly light fare to accommodate the 2 young children. Chun Ji and Meng Yinan sat together, indulging in drinks, both having been restricted from alcohol previously. Now, they relished the opportunity to drink freely. Gu Wan, although capable of driving, was mindful of the children and refrained from excessive drinking. Meng Qing He enjoyed the large shrimp that Chun Qian had peeled for her, but she sneakily dipped it into a spicy dish. After finishing the shrimp, her mouth burned and her eyes glistened with tears. She gulped down water incessantly, and Su Nanling, noticing her discomfort, chuckled. "Did you sneak a taste of spice?" Handing her a bottle of yogurt with a straw, she said, "Here, drink some milk." Meng Qing He cradled the yogurt and began to drink. In Chapter 50, titled Loyal Dog and Childhood Sweetheart as the supporting male, Meng Qing He sang a birthday song. Her eyes fixated on the cake adorned with the number 10. Chun Qian's features had become increasingly refined, a perfect blend of Gu Wan and Qing He's attributes, resembling a young gentleman. Casting a glance at the little girl, he said, "Tang Tang, my wish is for you." She had many wishes, but her mother had stated that only 3 could be made, or they wouldn't come true. Every year, Chun Qian generously gave his wish to Meng Qing He. With her hands clasped together, the candlelight cast shadows beneath Meng Qing He's eyelashes. Gu Wan and Su Namling observed the pair with amusement, accustomed to Chun Qian's yearly gesture of allowing the little girl to make wishes. "All right," Meng Qing He exclaimed after making her wish, blowing out the candles. Meng Yinan unwrapped the cake, and Chun Qian took a plastic knife to slice a generous piece for Meng Qing He. "You're a chip off the old block," Chun Ji remarked, patting Chun Qian on the shoulder, amused by the scene. Gu Wan nudged him, saying, "You really have no sense of decorum." Meng Yinan, less resistant now, thought Chun Qian was quite a fine boy. Knowing him well, she mused that if her daughter could marry him, they would surely lead a happy life. Su Namling playfully asked Chun Qian, "Do you like Tang Tang?" "I like Tang Tang," he replied, his eyes bright with conviction. Meng Qing He had entered kindergarten, needed to be at school by 8 every morning. However, she struggled to wake up and often lingered in bed, arriving at class just in time. Chun Qian placed his backpack on the sofa and said, "Aunt Su, I will go call Tang Tang." "All right," she replied. He ascended the stairs, opening the door to find Meng Qing He snuggled in bed like a sleepy kitten. "Hurry and get up, or you'll be late," he coaxed her gently. After some time, Meng Qing He finally stirred, revealing her rosy cheeks. "Wake up," Chun Qian urged tenderly. He led her to wash up, squeezing toothpaste on her brush and helping her brush her teeth. Ever since Meng Qing He turned 2, Su Namling had encouraged her independence and stopped brushing her teeth for her. However, Meng Qing He, preferring to be pampered, let Chun Qian take care of her dental hygiene. He had looked after her for several years, and though he was still a child himself, he relished the opportunity to care for another little one. Chun Qian expertly brushed her teeth, while Meng Qing He obediently spat out the foam. He gently moistened a cloth with warm water and used it to wipe her face. Meng Qing He had changed into a pink little bear sweater after putting on her pajamas. It was now autumn, and the weather was gradually turning cooler. On the table, 2 bowls of steaming noodle soup awaited, while Su Namling had already left for work. Gu Wan and Su Namling were not ordinary women who turned into housewives after having children. They re-entered the workforce a year after giving birth, embodying self-sufficiency and confidence. Chun Ji and Meng Yinan, both under the governance of their wives, unconditionally supported their decisions. Fortunately, Chun Qian was sensible and took care of the younger Meng Qing He, while Gu Wan adopted a free-range approach to parenting, allowing her child the freedom to explore. Both families were quite open-minded. When Chun Qian finished his meal, Meng Qing He had only eaten half of hers at a leisurely pace. Noticing Meng Qing He patting her belly and looking at him, Chun Qian quickly finished her bowl of noodles. "All right, let us go," he said, as the 2 of them held hands on their way to school. Chapter 51, Loyal Dog and Childhood Friend. As the supporting male character, their homes were quite close to the school, and they arrived within a few minutes of walking. The young girls in the classroom looked toward the entrance, already distinguishing beauty from plainness, despite their tender age. Chun Qian handed his backpack to Meng Qing He, encouraging her to head to the classroom. Meng Qing He nodded and turned to enter. Only after she was inside did Chun Qian turn toward the elementary school section, as he was in the 5th grade and not in the same building as Meng Qing He. Meng Qing He's desk mate was a round-faced girl with short hair. "Dang dang, is that your brother? He is so handsome," Meng Qing He proudly affirmed. "Yes." Xia Yuanyu inside enviously. "I wish I had a brother too." The teacher stood at the podium, instructing the students on Chinese characters. Finding it dull, Meng Qing He pulled out her device to chat. "What is Chun Qian's affection level now?" 70 came a reply. "Oh, how boring it is to be a child. Why do I feel you are somewhat enjoying this?" The device teased. "Not all. That is just childish." Meng Qing He glanced at the boy seated diagonally across from her, who was reading loudly, earning the teacher's praise. Initially, she had no intention of reading, but pretended to move her lips. Suddenly, she raised her voice to read the characters, determined to outdo the boy, and indeed, the teacher's gaze shifted to her. Meng Qing He glanced triumphantly at the boy. Yu Guwei was taken aback. Meng Qinghe was the prettiest girl in class. A delicate and proud little princess who usually didn't notice him, as many were eager to play with her. His ears turned slightly red as she had actually looked at him. Goodbye, dang dang. Xia Yuan waved. See you tomorrow. Meng Qinghe settled in her seat, perusing a picture book. Most students had departed, yet Yu Guwei's parents had not yet arrived to pick him up. He clutched a dinosaur toy and occasionally glanced at Meng Qinghe, who was engrossed in her book. He longed to play with Tang Tang, so he stood and approached her. Tang Tang, do you want to play with my dinosaur? As he spoke, he noticed Meng Qinghe looking at him, and his voice grew softer while his face flushed. Yu Guwei shyly gazed at her. Meng Qinghe appraised him for a moment. He was quite handsome, with large eyes, rosy lips, and a hairstyle reminiscent of a doll she had seen in a toy store. All right, you can be my friend, but you must always remain this handsome. Meng Qinghe feigned reluctance. Yu Guwei's eyes widened in delight. He had only wanted to talk to her, and now she had agreed to be friends, which meant they could play together. Meng Qinghe appeared angelic, with sparkling apricot eyes, a delicate nose, and soft hair cascading over her shoulders, her smile radiating beauty. Okay. Chun Qian hurried to her classroom after his class, fearing that Tang Tang would be upset if he were late. However, he stood at the door watching the two play together, feeling a pang of discomfort, unaware of the cause of his distress. With a serious expression, he said, Tang Tang, let us go home. Without lifting her head, Meng Qinghe continued building with Yu Guwei. You can help me clean up first, she replied. Chun Qian's eyes turned red with frustration and a hint of grievance, yet he obediently began tidying up for her. In no time, he had packed her books in her backpack and zipped it up. Tang Tang, I've finished cleaning up. Meng Qinghe placed the last block and clapped her hands. All right, I must leave. Yu Guwei stood up. Okay, goodbye, dang dang. Chapter 52, Loyal Dog and Childhood Friend as the supporting male character this time. Chun Qian did not hold her hand, which surprised Meng Qinghe. He usually took her hand, but today he kept his distance. She was indifferent to his actions, whether he chose to hold her hand or not. Thus, the two walked in silence, a rare occurrence. Chun Qian's heart grew heavier. Why wasn't Tishi speaking to him? Was it because of that boy? Did she no longer like him? Upon reaching her doorstep, Meng Qinghe walked straight in without glancing at him. For the following days, Meng Qinghe refrained from speaking to Chun Qian, effectively initiating a one-sided Cold War. Su Nanling noticed and asked her that evening, Tang Tang, why haven't you been playing with Qian Qian lately? Meng Qinghe had been engrossed in her toys, ignoring Chun Qian whenever he approached her. Did you have a fight with Qian Qian? Su Nanling sighed when her daughter remained silent, deciding to let children resolve their own matters. One day on the way home from school, Chun Qian could no longer hold back. Tang Tang, let us make up. Meng Qinghe, unwilling to converse, walked past him. She belatedly realized that perhaps her playing with Yu Guwei had stirred his jealousy, but couldn't she have friends? Was it petty of him to feel jealous just because she had a friend? Does he even have the right to be angry? I merely played with a friend for a while, and he is so jealous. Meng Qinghe expressed her frustration to the device. Be quiet. The host merely wishes to vent. It's best to listen quietly, the device replied. After venting, Meng Qinghe felt somewhat relieved. Their reconciliation was less than amicable. Later, Chun Qian promised not to act that way again and secretly gifted her a large lollipop with his saved pocket money, which led Meng Qinghe to forgive him. Yi, are you going to play basketball? A boy in a red jersey called to those seated behind him. The person in the back looked up, the sound of a game victory coming from his phone. The boy's slightly tousled hair did not detract from his attractiveness. His thick brows and slightly squinted peach blossom eyes, clad in a black denim jacket, exuded charm. Chun Qian lazily stood up, the sunlight casting his tall silhouette onto the ground. The girl beside him, adorned in heavy makeup, stole glances at him until he walked out. The girl beside her teased, Ruru, you're blushing. Chijiro shyly covered her face. Come watch Chun Qian play basketball with me. Tian Shushue agreed, and they linked arms as they exited the classroom. On the basketball court, Chun Qian effortlessly scored a three-pointer, leading his team to victory by a wide margin. Qiangu, as impressive as ever. Songwei laughed heartily. Chun Qian shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. A throng of girls surrounded him, offering water and towels, but Qing He simply declined, grabbing a bottle of mineral water provided by the team and drinking it down. Qing He and Qing He still attended the same school, albeit in different divisions. She in junior high and he in senior high. Coincidentally, Yu Gui remained in the same class as Qing He. The young girl had grown increasingly beautiful, her delicate nose standing out, and although she had matured, her eyes remained clear and bright like stars. With her long, lustrous black hair and fair complexion, wearing a pink dress, her unadorned face captivated all who beheld her. Qing He had always been the center of attention, a shining star. Chapter 53. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the supporting male character. Yu Gui approached Qing He's desk, holding a box of chocolates with a warm smile. "Miss, here are the chocolates you requested." Qing He, still enveloped in the remnants of slumber, blinked groggily. Observing her state, Yu Gui's smile deepened as he deftly unwrapped the chocolate and gently placed it in her mouth. His fingertips accidentally brushed against her soft lips, causing him to pause momentarily before standing upright, feigning nonchalance. A glance at Qing He revealed her obliviousness, and he sighed in relief. As Qing He savored the sweet chocolate, she gradually awakened. Watching her eat, Yu Gui felt an inexplicable urge to swallow. Though he did not particularly enjoy chocolate, the sight of Qing He relished it brought a sweetness to his own mouth. "Would you like some?" she asked lazily, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the richness. Yu Gui shook his head, somewhat exasperated. "Have you forgotten that I am allergic to chocolate?" "Oh, right," Qing He replied, swallowing the treat. Yu Gui, irritated by her nonchalance, knew she would never remember. At the end of the school day, Qing He stood by the entrance, waiting for Qing He to finish her class. Having concluded his physical education class early, his handsome visage drew the secretive glances of the younger girls. Qing He rested her chin on her hand, boredly listening to the lesson. "Wow, isn't he the top student from the high school section?" A new girl, who had just transferred, inquired. Qing He, a prominent figure at school, was not only academically gifted, but also strikingly handsome, exuding a charm that captivated all the girls. She had heard of him even before arriving at the school. "He comes here every day," the other girls replied dismissively, though their eyes could not help but dart towards the window. "Why?" the newcomer asked in confusion. Pointing towards Qing He, who was seated in class, one girl explained. "That's his childhood friend. They've grown up together." The girl nodded in understanding, glancing between Qing He and Qing He, and began to imagine the two together. As the bell rang, students eagerly packed their bags and headed home. Qing He calmly accepted the occasional glances from his peers, helping Qing He with her backpack. "Let us go." Qing He walked ahead, while Qing He followed closely behind. The setting sun elongated their shadows, with Qing He stepping onto Qing He's shadow. "Stop playing around," Qing He gently chided as he pushed his bicycle, his tone affectionate. Qing He settled onto the back seat, which had been modified for comfort. After she casually remarked about its discomfort, Qing He had promptly arranged for cushions to be added overnight. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair as she wrapped her arms around his waist, poking his back playfully. "So, how many love letters did you receive today?" "In my bag. You can count them yourself," he replied. Upon returning home, the house was empty, and Qing He used his key to unlock the door. Qing He often misplaced her keys, and with Su Nanling and Meng Yinan sometimes returning late, Qing He had taken it upon himself to safeguard her key. Eagerly, Qing He rushed to her room, exclaiming about her bag. Qing He smiled indulgently and handed it to her. Sitting on her bed, she began counting the beautifully packaged love letters. 1, 2, 13. "How come you have one more than me?" she exclaimed, having noticed other girls giving Qing He love letters even before she arrived at the school. Just as Qing He attempted to explain, Qing He interjected, "Do people send you love letters every day?" He nodded, indicating that there was an entire pile on his desk. Chapter 54. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the supporting male character. Qing He felt overwhelmed. He only had eyes for Qing He. "From now on, any love letters you receive must be brought back to me," she insisted, her expression determined. Qing He, thinking she was merely jealous, hastily promised to discard them in the future. However, upon hearing Meng Qinghe's frown of disapproval, he acquiesced, later realizing her true intentions. It turned out Minnie had secretly sent love letters to Meng Qinghe as well, causing Chun Qian to become quite envious. Yet, he felt powerless to refuse her. Dutifully bringing home the love letters and watching Meng Qinghe compete with others over who received more. Meng Qinghe sorted the letters into 2 boxes. When Chun Qian inquired about her reasoning, she explained, "These are expressions of young love. They shouldn't end up in the trash." Chun Qian only cared for Meng Qinghe. The feelings of others were irrelevant to him. If Meng Qinghe chose not to discard the letters, he would respect her decision. When Su Nanling returned home, she prepared some fruit in the kitchen. Meng Qinghe struggled academically, so Chun Qian tutored her daily. Knocking on the door, Su Nanling peered in, pleased to see her daughter studying, before quietly placing the fruit aside and stepping out. As soon as Su Nanling left, Meng Qinghe dropped the pretense, throwing down her pen and grabbing a grape from the platter. "Qingge, eat a grape." Growing up together, Chun Qian knew her little schemes all too well. Unable to refuse her, he complied and ate the grape. Meng Qinghe placed the platter on the table and dove into Chun Qian's embrace. "Please help me with my homework. I'm so tired," she yawned, revealing her true intentions. Chun Qian ruffled her hair. "When haven't you said that?" Meng Qinghe leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth. "Pretty please." "All right, sit aside and eat your fruit." Chun Qian relented, beginning to work on problems he had already completed. Meng Qinghe sat cross-legged beside him. "My phone is dead." Chun Qian handed her his phone, which she unlocked to play a game. While Meng Qinghe played, Chun Qian assisted her with her homework. She rested her legs on his and opened her mouth whenever she wanted fruit, prompting him to multitask between completing assignments and feeding her. By the time Chun Qian finished her homework, Meng Qinghe had fallen asleep on the table, phone still in hand. He carefully extracted it and carried her to bed. Tucking her in, watching her serene face, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "My little princess, sweet dreams." With no school the next day, Meng Qinghe awoke naturally, greeted by the bright but cool sunlight. Dressed in bunny-patterned pajamas and slippers, she headed to freshen up. Before she even descended the stairs, she caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air. In the kitchen, Chun Qian donned an apron. Meng Qinghe took a sip of her freshly brewed latte, leaning against the doorframe to admire his domesticity. Chun Qian served a bowl of plain noodles, garnished generously with green onions and topped with an egg. "Hurry and sit down," he instructed as he noticed Meng Qinghe balancing the bowl. "Okay," she responded, jogging to the table. Chun Qian placed the bowl before her, warning her to eat slowly as it was hot. After finishing her vegetables, Meng Qinghe watched as Chun Qian casually moved the bowl to his side, consuming the egg yolk, leaving only the egg white. Meng Qinghe favored egg whites over yolks and enjoyed green onions, but despised cilantro, believing that noodles without the fragrance of green onions were lacking. Chapter 55. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the supporting male character Autumn. Regardless of its form, always painted a beautiful landscape. She adored the season. Autumn felt solitary, and she cherished its solitude. Their parents had left them to travel, and Su Nanling had initially worried, considering her daughter's delicate nature. Unable to cook, prone to sleeping until noon, skipping breakfast, and staying up late. Guan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Isn't my son there? Just let them live independently for a while." Reluctantly, Su Nanling agreed, as she had not traveled since becoming a mother. She and Guan had promised each other in their youth that they would travel annually, even after having children. Yet, once the children arrived, it became impossible to let go, leaving a lingering concern at home. Meng Qinghe, upon learning of her mother's plans, wholeheartedly encouraged her to travel, asserting that she had grown up and could take care of herself. The primary focus was on Guan, subtly suggesting that the 2 children should cultivate their feelings for each other. Thus, the 2 couples embarked on a journey, leaving only Meng Qinghe and Chun Qian at home. Meng Qinghe reclined on the sofa, seeking amusement in a comedic variety show, coaxing Chun Qian to join her. The show intermittently erupted with laughter, featuring absurd scenarios that delighted Meng Qinghe to no end. She observed Chun Qian, who, seemingly unfazed, had an unusually high threshold for humor. Although Chen Qian found the mindless entertainment rather uninspiring, he felt compelled to watch, lest the young lady become displeased. "No, it's quite amusing," he remarked with a fleeting smile. "Your laughter seems rather perfunctory," Meng Qing He teased, playfully tugging at his cheek. "My laughter is genuine," Chun Qian attempted to explain. But Meng Qing had already turned her attention back to the television. Chun Qian chuckled to himself, finding her behavior reminiscent of a child. The two remained on the sofa, engrossed in the show until noon. Chun Qian prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, and after Meng Qing finished eating, he delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin. At that moment, his phone rang, and he answered the call. "Qiangu, are you coming out to play basketball?" Chun Qian glanced at Meng Qing, who appeared bored, and inquired if she wished to join him. Despite her lack of basketball skills, Meng Qing insisted. "I want to go because you are going." "Qiangu, you are here." A youthful voice greeted him with a sunny smile. Chun Qian acknowledged. Meng Qing peeked from behind him. Liang Nanxing, filled with surprise, was aware that Chun Qian had a little childhood sweetheart, but Chun Qian had refused to introduce her, fearing he might intimidate her. It was indeed astonishing to Liang Nanxing to see Chun Qian, who usually shunned female attention, now bringing his cherished little sweetheart into the open. If one were to ask why Liang Nanxing had never seen Meng Qing before, it was because he had once inadvertently glimpsed her on Chun Qian's phone wallpaper. "Little sister," Liang Nanxing beamed at Meng Qing. "Hello, brother," Meng Qing replied, gripping Chun Qian's hem. Liang Nanxing found her charming demeanor utterly endearing, understanding why Chun Qian treasured her so dearly. However, it would later become evident that her sweetness was merely a facade. She was, in truth, quite temperamental and vengeful if wronged. Yet, by then, it was too late. Despite her flaws, Liang Nanxing could not help but be drawn to her. Chun Qian, feeling a sense of protectiveness, pushed Liang Nanxing away as he tried to lean in closer to Meng Qing. Chapter 56. The loyal dog-like childhood sweetheart is the male supporting role. "Hey, what is going on?" Liang Nanxing straightened up as Chun Qian had already taken Meng Qing away. Chun Qian seated her in the stands, placing the snacks he had bought beside her, saying, "If you're bored, just call me." Meng Qing, clad in a pink hoodie adorned with a cartoon sheep, nodded in agreement. Chijiro, carrying a bag full of drinks, noticed Chun Qian speaking gently to a girl with delicate doll-like features, a softness in his tone that was seldom seen. Unconsciously, she clenched her fist, her fingertips digging into her palm. Ro, Tian Shushu nudged her, concern evident in her voice. Chijiro forced a smile. "I'm fine." She had overheard Liang Nanxing mention that he would be coming here to play basketball with Chun Qian, so she had schemed to come and watch him play, promising to provide him breakfast for a week. Meng Qing, engrossed in replying to messages, looked up in confusion when a shadow fell over her, only to find an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Chijiro brushed her hair back, stating, "I'm a friend of Chun Qian." Chijiro scrutinized her, but Meng Qing merely responded with a nonchalant "Mm." In truth, Chijiro had been persistently pursuing Chun Qian, who likely had no recollection of her. Just then, several people emerged from the changing room, and Chun Qian noticed a heavily made-up girl standing before Meng Qing, her expression far from pleasant. Alarmed, he made his way over. Chijiro, unaware of Meng Qing's relationship with Chun Qian, threatened, "I'll tell Chun Qian that you like him, so you'd better stay away, or you'll regret it." Chun Qian's expression darkened. "Who are you threatening?" If Chijiro had known that Meng Qing was his childhood sweetheart, she would have surely been infuriated. Startled, Chijiro turned to face Chun Qian. "Who are you?" he asked as he comfortingly ruffled Meng Qing's hair. Meng Qing, unfazed, watched Chijiro with the curiosity of a spectator. "How interesting, calling out in front of me," she scoffed, addressing 001, who noted Chun Qian's impressive favorability rating of 95 and remarked on the audacity of challenging his host. Chijiro's face paled immediately, stammering, "I'm just sitting next to you." Chun Qian contemplated, unable to recall her. "But if you dare to harm her, I will ensure you regret it." His gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Chijiro's eyes began to glisten with tears as she felt the sting of rejection from the one she admired. Ro didn't mean it. She even bought drinks for you. Tian Shushu interjected, unable to remain silent. Who asked her to come? Chen Qian shot a glance behind him. Liang Nanqing timidly raised his hand, regretting ever mentioning to her that Qian Ge would be here. He had not anticipated Qi Jiro's boldness in confronting Chen Qian. You'll pay for this, Liang Nanqing warned. Chen Qian's smile was devoid of warmth as he regarded Liang Nanqing. Qian Ge, I truly didn't mean to, Liang Nanqing lamented, his face falling in regret. What are you still doing standing there? Get lost. Chen Qian's irritation was palpable. Qi Jiro, overwhelmed, covered her face and fled, with Tian Shushu following closely behind. Chapter 57. The loyal dog-like childhood sweetheart. Is the male supporting role. Are you all right? Chen Qian's demeanor softened as he turned to Meng Qinghe. She smiled at him. Why are you so fierce? Hearing this, Chen Qian's lips curled into a gentle smile, but I would never be fierce to Tang Tang. Liang Nanqing observed the swift change in Chen Qian's demeanor, noting how he resembled a docile cat in front of Meng Qinghe. Despite being 4 years younger than Chen Qian, Meng Qinghe had him thoroughly wrapped around her finger. After a while, she lost interest in the game. Following a match, Chen Qian approached her, noticing her lack of enthusiasm. Are you bored? He asked. She casually handed him a bottle of water. Chen Qian unscrewed the cap and offered it back to Meng Qinghe. I meant for you to drink it. Meng Qinghe rolled her eyes in exasperation. Having cared for Meng Qinghe since childhood, Chen Qian had developed a habit of looking after her. He smiled down at her and took a sip. Shall I change and take you home? Meng Qinghe rested her chin in her hand, staring at a spot on the ground, pouting, I don't want to. Home is boring. Chen Qian crouched in front of her. Where do you want to go? Meng Qinghe had been waiting for him to ask that. To a bar. She had heard that bars were quite fun, but with Qi Nanling's strictness, she had never been able to go. Now that the adults were traveling, the thought of visiting a bar crossed her mind. What makes you want to go to such a place? Chen Qian frowned. That kind of place is not suitable. Meng Qinghe shot him an indignant glare. I don't care. I want to go. Liang Nanqing, noticing Chen Qian had not returned for a long time, approached to check on him. Hearing Chen Qian's words, he chuckled. Qian Ge, you go there yourself. Before Liang Nanqing could finish his sentence, Chen Qian shot him a piercing look, prompting him to fall silent. Meng Qinghe scrutinized him. Where is Chen Qian going? Liang Nanqing, meeting her inquisitive gaze, scratched his head and looked elsewhere. Nothing much. Meng Qinghe, seeing Liang Nanqing's reluctance to speak, stood up and stamped her foot. Chen Qian, knowing her tenacity, Chen Qian understood that she would not give up easily. If she were to sneak off, who knows what danger she might encounter. Thus, he relented. I'll take you, but you must listen to me and not wander off. Meng Qinghe's face lit up with a smile. All right. As they exited the basketball court, the sky had already darkened, and a group of people made their way to a bar called Qing. A dapper young man in uniform led several individuals to a private room. Meng Qinghe curiously surveyed her surroundings. This bar was owned by Liang Nanqing's family, and Chen Qian held her small hand. Meng Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Following closely behind Chen Qian, she sported a neat braid and donned a white dress, appearing more like an innocent angel who had inadvertently wandered into a chaotic world. The server escorted the group to the dimly lit room. Chen Qian ordered a glass of milk. Although the bar did not serve milk, they would find a way to procure it. Liang Nanqing suggested they play a game and turned to Meng Qinghe, inquiring if she wanted to join. Naturally, she was eager to participate. Liang Nanqing understood that Chen Qian was protective of his childhood friend and thus proposed a game of truth or dare. Upon glancing at Chen Qian, he saw no signs of disapproval regarding Meng Qinghe's involvement. A bottle that had been emptied was placed at the center of the table. Liang Nanqing forcefully spun the bottle to the left. As its speed diminished, the neck pointed at a young man with yellow hair. Congratulations. Will it be truth or dare? Liang Nanqing teased. Truth is dull. I choose dare, the young man replied with a grin, tossing his hair back. All right, drink this. Liang Nanqing indicated a mixed drink on the table. Without hesitation, the young man downed it in one gulp. He smacked his lips, declaring it nothing, but soon after, he slumped over the table. Laughter erupted among the group, and Meng Qinghe could no longer suppress her giggles. Liang Nanqing, smiling, announced they would begin anew. This time, The bottle glided past Meng Qing He and finally settled on her left side. The chosen participant opted for truth, and Liang Nanxing, mindful of Meng Qing He, posed a relatively innocent question. How many people have you dated? After a moment of contemplation, the young man answered, 10. As the bottle's neck slowly pointed toward Meng Qing He, she gazed at Liang Nanxing expectantly. Meng Mei, what will your challenge be? She impulsively declared, dare. Her eyes fixated on the drinks on the table. She longed to taste alcohol, having never tried it before. Can I choose to drink? Meng Qing He asked tentatively. Chun Xian's expression shifted dramatically. No way. I want to drink. Why can't I? Meng Qing He shot him an indignant glare. Yet, Chun Xian remained unusually resolute, rendering her protests futile. Showing no regard for Chun Xian's feelings, Meng Qing He stormed off. You all continue playing, Chun Xian said as he picked up his jacket and followed her outside. Upon exiting, he spotted Meng Qing He crouched on the ground. He knew she wouldn't wander far. After all, there was a time in their childhood when she had nearly gotten lost, only to be rescued by a kind stranger who brought her to the police station, prompting Su Nanling to come retrieve her. Meng Yinan had frightened Meng Qing He by saying that if she continued to wander off, she would be captured by human traffickers who would cut off her hands and feet and starve her until she cried. Since then, she had been cautious about straying too far. The autumn breeze was chilly, and Meng Qing He, clad in a thin jacket, hugged herself for warmth. The familiar coldness enveloped her, and Chun Xian, despite her sulking, refused to listen to her grievances. Before she could react, he zipped her jacket all the way up, leaving only her striking black and white eyes visible while her hands were trapped within the fabric. Without further ado, he scooped her up in his arms. Meng Qing He, initially stunned, quickly protested, "Put me down. I haven't forgiven you yet. You can't carry me." Chun Xian remained silent. The more she fumed, the calmer she became. With a sudden twist, she managed to straighten up and lightly jabbed at his throat. Chun Xian halted abruptly, his gaze clouded, before finally setting Meng Qing He down. Before she could celebrate her newfound freedom, Chun Xian leaned in and captured her lips, fulfilling a long-held desire. "This is your doing. You shall never leave me," he thought. Losing control, the streets were mostly deserted, as most people prefer to stay indoors rather than brave the cold winds. Meng Qing He, breathless from the kiss, felt her legs weaken, threatening to buckle beneath her. Chun Xian's large hand supported her waist, as he held her under the soft glow of the streetlights for what felt like an eternity. He gently wiped away the moisture at the corner of her lips with his fingers. Still dazed, Meng Qing He allowed Chun Xian to guide her home. Suddenly, she yanked her hand away from his grasp, exclaiming, "You actually kissed me?" Chun Xian, with remorse in his eyes, looked at her tear-filled almond-shaped eyes. "Disgusting," she declared, her words striking Chun Xian like a blow, leaving him momentarily stunned as Meng Qing He glared at him with disdain. Meng Qing He closed the door behind her, leaving Chun Xian standing there until dawn. The morning fog obscured the path ahead. "Host, have you forgotten our mission to treat the male counterpart better?" 001 observed the male lead standing outside the door. Meng Qing He activated the projector to watch a drama. The room filled with a serene ambience as she donned cotton pajamas and munched on the fruit that Chun Xian had prepared and placed in the refrigerator the previous day. "How could I forget? But isn't a loyal dog supposed to obey me? He kissed me without my permission," Meng Qing He said, her innocent face betraying no shame as she playfully bit into a strawberry. "Host," 001 exclaimed in exasperation. Meng Qing He stood up, visibly annoyed. "I'm tired of standing here all night without dying." Chun Xian's fingers were icy, yet he was reluctant to depart. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack. He looked up to see Meng Qing He, her eyes glistening like those of an abandoned puppy. In that moment of despair, a beam of sunlight pierced through the darkness. Without a word, Meng Qing He opened the door wider, and Chun Xian followed her inside. "I'm hungry. I'll prepare breakfast for you right away," he replied, rushing into the kitchen. If Meng Qing He was the judge, then Chun Xian was the one on trial. A prisoner who had been unjustly sentenced to life, but was now informed of his release. After finishing breakfast, Meng Qing He acted as if nothing had transpired, refraining from mentioning the previous night's incident. My legs feel uncomfortable. Chun Qian immediately knelt beside her to massage her legs. Meng Qing He regarded him from her elevated position, coolly remarking, "See, if you let them rest for a while, they'll be more obedient." 001 lamented the fate of those who encountered the host. It was uncertain if everyone was like this, but it had never encountered anyone like Meng Qing He. She seemed devoid of warmth, impervious to affection, embodying all the negative traits one could imagine. Meng Qing He exemplified these words to perfection. However, she remained blissfully unaware of 001's thoughts. If she did, she would likely only respond with a knowing smile or hearty agreement, for that was simply her nature, unrepentant and unchanging. Holidays were always fleeting. As Meng Qing He sat in the car, the autumn chill deepened, prompting Su Nanling to decide against cycling. Meng Qing He, who was particularly sensitive to the cold, found her hands and feet icy during the fall and winter months. The car's heater warmed her cheeks to a rosy hue. Chun Qian twisted open a water bottle. "You should drink more warm water." She took a small sip before the car came to a halt at the school gate. Yu Gui happened to descend from his family's vehicle and spotted Meng Qing He, who resembled a cute dumpling in her white sweater. "Qing, Qing," he called out. Meng Qing He looked up, her mood brightening upon seeing Yu Gui's sunny smile. "Good morning, Yu Gui." "Good morning," he replied, then turned to Chun Qian. "Hello, brother." Chun Qian's expression soured as he retorted, "I am not your brother." The atmosphere became awkwardly tense as Meng Qing He, oblivious, announced, "We're going to be late for class." She turned to Chun Qian. "Hand me my backpack. Don't let us be late." If he accompanied her to class, he would surely arrive late. Without allowing him to refuse, Meng Qing He slung the backpack over her shoulders and departed. Chun Qian stood for a moment, feeling as if his heart was steeped in sourness. Liang Nanxing, observing the grim expression on Chun Qian's face, inquired if everything was all right. Chun Qian set down his backpack and began to play games on his phone. As the morning study session commenced, he continued to play, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. In Chapter 60, the loyal dog Bamboo Horse is the male supporting character. The homeroom teacher turned a blind eye, having previously admonished Chun Qian, who consistently achieved top grades despite his lack of attentiveness in class. Over time, she resigned herself to his ways, recognizing her own limitations in controlling him. "Ooh, rest assured, I have discovered which class that little vixen is in," Tian Shushu announced to a group of her girlfriends surrounding the listless Chizuru. Ever since that day, Chizuru had not smiled. Naturally, anyone would feel heartbroken when treated so by someone they cherished. However, Chizuru's predicament was of her own making. Upon hearing the remark, Chizuru's expression darkened ominously. "Tang Tang, my favorite idol is coming to our city for a concert," Xia Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Xia Yuanyuan and Meng Qing He were in the same class. "Are you going to see it?" Meng Qing He, who had no interest in celebrity culture, could not appreciate her enthusiasm. "Of course, but my parents will probably not allow me to go, as I have tutoring this weekend," Xia Yuanyuan replied, lowering her head. Meng Qing He patted her shoulder, intending to console her with the thought that there would be future opportunities. "Who is Meng Qing He?" A girl with blue-dyed hair arrogantly stood at the classroom door. Upon noticing her, Meng Qing He rose. "What do you want? Are you here to trouble me?" Meng Qing He's heart raced with excitement. She was genuinely thrilled that someone had come to confront her. "Chun Qian asked me to give you something," the girl stated. Meng Qing He glanced at Xia Yuanyuan and said, "I'll step out for a moment." Xia Yuanyuan felt anxious. "Okay, but come back quickly." "What is it?" Meng Qing He pretended to be curious as she followed closely behind. "Why are you asking so many questions?" "You'll find out when we get there," the blue-haired girl replied impatiently. Meng Qing He ceased her inquiries. A trivial trick, she scoffed inwardly. The blue-haired girl led her to a secluded spot, and Meng Qing He sensed the dwindling number of students around her, growing alarmed. "Where are you taking me?" She attempted to turn back, but the blue-haired girl forcefully pulled her forward. "Let go of me," Meng Qing He exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. The blue-haired girl shoved her forward, causing Meng Qing He to stumble and fall. A group surrounding Chizuru resembled a band of delinquents rather than students. Meng Qing He, now panicking, "Question, what do you want?" Look at that girl. Her face is like a palette, one girl remarked, pointing. Her eyeliner is practically reaching her temples, another added. Meng Qing He, unfazed, offered her commentary, showing no signs of distress even in such a predicament. You little vixen, so young, yet already trying to seduce others? A girl beside Qi Zhuro, the one with the painted face, spoke up. Who am I seducing? Meng Qing He retorted. Chun Qian, you should keep your distance from her. Tian Shuxu warned, her eyes glaring fiercely at the fallen girl. Only then did Meng Qing He recall the two girls. You were the ones chased away from the basketball court that day? A smirk crept onto her lips as she cast a scornful glance at Qi Zhuro in the center. Qi Zhuro stepped forward, raising her hand to slap her, but Meng Qing He dodged. She found the situation tedious and only sought to play around, not genuinely wishing to be harmed. Are you still going to dodge? Tian Shuxu signaled to her companions, who promptly seized Meng Qing He, each holding her firmly. Chapter 61. The loyal dog bamboo horse is the male supporting character. Qi Zhuro, slightly hesitant after Chun Qian's earlier words, refrained from striking her further. A girl approached, carrying a basin filled with water, and suddenly poured it over Meng Qing He. It was autumn, and the cold water clung to her clothes, sending chills through her as a gust of wind blew by. All right, let us go, Tian Shuxu stated in disbelief. Is that it? Qi Zhuro remained silent and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, a companion asked, Shuxu, should we leave too? No, letting her off lightly is unacceptable. Tian Shuxu coldly replied, fixing her gaze on Meng Qing He. Push her into the river. The group exchanged glances, uncertain if this was excessive. Do as I say. Reluctantly, they dragged Meng Qing He toward the riverbank. Let go of me. Just as they neared the water, a cool male voice interrupted. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Xia Yuanyuan grew increasingly anxious in the classroom as the class time approached, and Meng Qing He had yet to return. Knowing that Meng Qing He had an older brother, she headed to the high school section. Xia Yuanyuan entered the academic building, but was unaware of which classroom Chun Qian occupied. She stopped a boy, drenched in sweat despite the autumn chill, who was holding a basketball. Excuse me, which classroom is Chun Qian in? Liang Nanxing, just back from basketball practice, replied. You must be Chun Qian's little fan, right? You're from the middle school, aren't you? I should warn you. Qiange doesn't like being disturbed. Xia Yuanyuan, fraught with urgency, implored. I'm not. I truly need to find him. Liang Nanxing, noticing her sincere concern, said, all right, follow me. As they reached the classroom door, he intended to inform Chun Qian about his admirer, but before he could, a rush of wind signaled that someone had already dashed inside. Liang Nanxing, surprised, thought how bold. Xia Yuanyuan approached Chun Qian, feeling a hint of trepidation, for his gentle side was only revealed in Meng Qing He's presence. In her absence, he resembled a cold, unyielding iceberg. Chun Qian sensed someone approaching and raised his head, pondering for a moment that she seemed to be a friend of Qing He's. Before he could inquire, Xia Yuanyuan spoke up. Qing He was called away by a girl during class, and she hasn't returned yet. I'm a bit worried. Liang Nanxing entered the classroom just as a gust of wind swept through, turning to see Chun Qian's rapidly disappearing figure. The newcomer was strikingly beautiful, akin to a white fox on a snow-capped mountain, exuding an aura of icy allure, enhanced by his stunning features. His lips were a delicate pink, and his bangs hung low over his brows. He is incredibly handsome. The male lead has finally made his appearance, and he fits my aesthetic perfectly, Meng Qing He thought. Starry-eyed, the individuals restraining her immediately released her, retreating behind Tian Shuxu. Tian Shuxu, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the student council president, stiffened momentarily. We were just playing, she managed to say. Qi Yuan's gaze turned icy as it bore into her eyes. Tian Shuxu was well aware of his capabilities. Qi Yuan, the newly appointed student council president, had initially drawn criticism, but he had remarkably reorganized the council, silencing dissent. Though Tian Shuxu was unaware of the details, his authority was unmistakable. His enigmatic background had become the subject of myth among the students. After all, this was a prestigious academy, with a student body comprised of wealthy and powerful. Chapter 62. The loyal dog bamboo horse is the male supporting character. though Tian Shushua's family was a modest means. She had no right to be here, as the tuition alone was exorbitant. Her lack of academic prowess had kept her out, and her presence was solely due to Qi Jiro. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan simply stated, "You may leave." The group hastily nodded and departed. Now, only the drenched Meng Qing He remained. She sniffed once, and Qi Yuan shifted his gaze to her. "Are you all right?" he asked, his tone devoid of warmth, as if he were merely making small talk. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor was he particularly compassionate. He approached everything with a sense of detachment. Meng Qinghe ignored him and turned to walk away. "Are you certain you want to go to class looking like that?" Qi Yuan gazed at her slender silhouette, feeling as though a gust of wind could easily whisk her away, and could not help but inquire. The young girl's eyes were puffy, resembling someone who had endured a great grievance, yet she stubbornly refused to reveal her vulnerability in front of others. "I don't need your concern," Meng Qinghe retorted before departing. Not long after, she encountered Chen Qian, who wore a look of palpable anxiety. Upon hearing the familiar, tearful tone of her voice, he turned to find Meng Qinghe, her face adorned with droplets of water, exuding a fragility that evoked a protective instinct within him, compelling him to embrace her. At that moment, his heart finally found solace. From a distance, Qi Yuan observed the two in their embrace for a moment before walking away, lost in thought. "Do you know who it is?" Chen Qian inquired, draping his coat over her shoulders. "It's those two from the basketball court," he replied, his gaze softening as he gently wiped away the tears from her face. "Let me take you to change into something dry." Chen Qian arranged for her to take leave from the class teacher and led her to a private villa outside the school. This villa, purchased by Chen Ji, served as a retreat for the two during their midday rest. Inside the villa, there were numerous outfits belonging to Meng Qinghe. She possessed an exceptionally spacious wardrobe at home, filled with an abundance of clothing acquired through her friends Su Nanling and Gu Wan, who delighted in dressing her up, often buying in bulk. Coupled with her own penchant for shopping, her collection could nearly establish a boutique. Throughout the journey, Chen Qian offered her comfort until her spirits began to lift. He suggested she take a shower, and once she stepped inside, his demeanor turned icy. He stepped outside to make a call, his grip on the phone tightening, revealing his agitation. When Meng Qinghe emerged, wrapped in a towel, Chen Qian reverted to his previous self. She appeared like a water lily, her cheeks flushed like a little rabbit, droplets cascading from her hair. Reluctantly, he approached her, guiding her to sit in a chair. "Allow me to dry your hair." The air conditioning rendered the room comfortable, shielding her from the chill outside, where the wind howled. Chen Qian, with delicate movements, began to dry her hair. As it approached a state of semi-dryness, Meng Qinghe's eyelids grew heavy, and unable to endure, she leaned against him. Chen Qian paused momentarily before continuing to dry her hair. Once it was fully dry, he gently lifted her and placed her on the bed. He sat beside her, attending to company matters, while Chun Ji considered allowing him to take on some responsibilities within the business. When Meng Qinghe awoke, night had fallen. She turned to see Chen Qian engrossed in his work at the computer, admiring him for a moment. Noticing her gaze, he smiled and asked, "Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you." Chapter 63. The loyal dog and childhood sweetheart as the male supporting character. She despised the feeling of waking up alone after a deep slumber. In their childhood, Chen Qian would sleep beside her, and upon finding him absent, Meng Qinghe would weep for a long time. When he returned, seeing her tear-streaked face filled him with guilt and compassion, prompting a promise that he would never sneak away again while she slept. All right. She unlocked her phone to find numerous messages and calls from Yu Gue and Xia Yuanyuan. Meng Qinghe called Xia Yuanyuan, who answered almost immediately, her voice laced with concern. "Tang Tang, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Meng Qinghe reassured her, prompting Xia Yuanyuan to relax. After hanging up, she messaged Yu Gue, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yu Gue replied almost instantly, "I didn't TC you when I returned to the classroom. Xia Yuanyuan said you took a leave. Is everything all right?" Meng Qinghe explained that her clothes had gotten wet, and she returned home to change, hastening to add that she was going out to eat to deter further inquiries. Descending the stairs, the aroma of delicious food wafted into her nostrils. The table was already set with two beautifully presented dishes. With Meng Yinan and Chun Ji occupied with their respective businesses, the house was generally empty, and it was customary for her and Chun Qian to reside in the villa. Chun Qian emerged with the last bowl, just as Meng Qinghe took her seat at the table, resembling a child eagerly awaiting nourishment. I also prepared your favorite kelp and corn soup. After a restful night, Meng Qinghe felt rejuvenated. Upon arriving at school, she received inquiries from Yu Guwei and Xia Yuan, but she only conveyed that she was fine without divulging specifics. During the second period, the individuals who had bullied her stood at the classroom door, their heads hung low. The girl with blue hair no longer held her previous air of arrogance, her group appearing disheartened. Standing before them, Meng Qinghe noticed Qi Jiro's pronounced dark circles. Her family's company had suffered setbacks, losing several major contracts, with her father laying the blame squarely on her shoulders. Upon returning home, Qi Jiro had faced her father's wrath and was subsequently compelled by her mother to apologize to Meng Qinghe. Despite her resentment, Qi Jiro dared not show it. She deeply bowed before Meng Qinghe, lowering herself and forcing out an apology. The others behind her echoed her sentiments. A crowd from several classes gathered, and Qi Jiro felt her face flush with embarrassment. Meng Qinghe regarded them calmly, remaining silent. As Qi Jiro's discomfort grew, she nearly fled the scene. At that moment, Meng Qinghe spoke. An apology is the most futile gesture in this world. If apologies could resolve issues, what need would there be for the police? Wouldn't you agree, senior? Qi Jiro clenched her jaw, opening the crinkling mineral water bottle in her grasp, pouring its contents over her head, followed by those behind her replicating the action. At last, Meng Qinghe waved her hand. All right, you may leave. A single tear fell to the ground, creating a splash as Qi Jiro turned and fled. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. Xiaoyun, wide-eyed in shock, exclaimed, Tang Tang, aren't they seniors from the high school department? Meng Qinghe spread her textbooks on the desk, responding with a non-committal Xiaoyun, well-informed, understood that these few had a history of bullying junior students, leveraging their status as seniors. Chapter 64. The Loyal Dog and Childhood Sweetheart as the male supporting character. Yet today, they had come to apologize to Tang Tang. In every school, no matter how esteemed, a few toxic elements persist. Qi Jiro and her friends epitomize this. Xia Yuan was unaware of Meng Qinghe's family background, as Meng Qinghe had never spoken of it. But considering her lifelong bond with Chun Qian, one could surmise her family was likely well off. Meng Qinghe sought a secluded corner. Tang Tang, what happened yesterday? Were you hurt? Chun Qian's confrontation with the girls had reached her in Guwan, revealing that their daughter had faced bullying. Mom, I'm perfectly fine and not injured. Meng Qinghe replied cheerfully. All right, your father and I will return tomorrow. Despite Su Nanling's concern, Meng Qinghe ended the call, only to hear footsteps behind her. Qi Yuan's face came into view, and she felt a distinct aversion toward him. Turning, she intended to leave, but Qi Yuan did not obstruct her. Upon returning to the classroom, Yu Guwei handed her an invitation. Qinghe, I'd like to invite you to my birthday celebration tomorrow. The entire class was set to attend the gathering at Yu Guwei's home. Xia Yuan waved the gray invitation in her hand. Meng Qinghe glanced at the pink, whimsical invitation Yu Guwei held, silently questioning its discrepancy. I chose a pink one because I know you like it. I even wrote it by hand, he said, his eyes brimming with affection. This pink invitation hinted at something extraordinary about her. Meng Qinghe accepted the invitation, softly replying, all right. After school, Xia Yuan and Meng Qinghe planned to shop for a gift for Yu Guwei. Meng Qinghe sent Chun Qian a message informing him of her outing with friends. They ventured to a grand shopping mall not far from the school, filled with various luxury boutiques and clothing stores, and made their way directly to the third floor. What should we gift him? I am utterly at a loss, Xia Yuan lamented, wrinkling her nose in frustration. A basketball? We've already given him one, Meng Qinghe replied, pulling out her phone. Let me ask him what he needs. Xia Yuan was genuinely unable to think of a suitable gift. Qing, do you have any desired presents? At that moment, Yu Gue was preoccupied with thoughts of how to confess to Qing He the next day. Suddenly, her phone lit up, revealing a message from someone saved as Qing. I like all the gifts from Qing. Qing He put her phone away. Xia Yuanyuan glanced at it and inquired about the contents. Just pick something. Ultimately, Qing He purchased a limited edition basketball, while Xia Yuanyuan opted for a watch. As they reached the entrance of the mall, Xia Yuanyuan abruptly halted, prompting Qing He to follow her gaze with curiosity. Before them stood a pair of intimately close individuals, a striking young man, reminiscent of a popular star, and a woman exuding grace and charm. When a young man glanced in their direction, Xia Yuanyuan quickly hid behind Qing He. Rong Huching, noticing the attention directed at him, turned to find an exquisitely beautiful girl. He recognized a familiar yellow shirt behind her, but could not recall who it belonged to. "What's wrong?" asked the person beside him, gently linking arms with him. Rong Huching withdrew his gaze and replied, "It's nothing." Only when they had walked away did Qing He turn around. Xia Yuanyuan crouched down, sobbing, with tears splattering onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing the concerned voice, Xia Yuanyuan disregarded the curious stares from others and began to wail. Chapter 65. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the supporting male character. Qing He extended her arms to embrace her tightly, gently patting Xia Yuanyuan's back and repeating, "It's all right, it's all right." Xia Yuanyuan gradually calmed down. Qing He ordered 2 cups of milk tea and some cake. This dessert shop was their usual haunt, offering a private and tranquil atmosphere. Xia Yuanyuan gazed into Qing He's clear eyes, her voice still tinged with tears as she recounted her story. "That boy you just saw is someone I pursued for a long time. I like him. We're childhood friends." Qing He was aware of her childhood companion, but had never met him. The person beside him is also someone we grew up with. Xia Yuanyuan's expression turned sour as she continued. "Rong Huching likes gentle people, while I am rather boisterous. The girl next to him is called years.By. I confessed to him on my birthday, but he rejected me, saying he has always seen me as a sister. Yet, I cannot accept that." With her eyes reddened from crying, Xia Yuanyuan lamented, "I have been persistently clinging to him, but I have liked him for 10 years. I like him since I was a child." She hugged herself, burying her head in her arms. One cannot fully empathize with another, yet she was undoubtedly a competent listener. "It's all right, Yuanyuan. I'm always here," Qing He reassured, unable to provide comfort, but holding her cold hand tightly, attempting to offer warmth. Accompanying her, the desserts seemed powerless to soothe her wounded heart. As they walked along the riverside, the autumn breeze brought clarity to Xia Yuanyuan's muddled thoughts. "I will go buy something. Wait for me." Xia Yuanyuan gazed at the shimmering river surface, exhaling a deep breath. Qing He carried a bag filled with low-alcohol beverages, only 3 alcohol content. Ensuring they wouldn't get drunk, she pulled Xia Yuanyuan to sit on the steps, displaying 4 bottles and introducing them. "This one is strawberry flavored, this one is grape, and this is blueberry." The drinks were chilled and emitted a slight cold mist. Qing He tugged at her sleeve to prevent the drinks from freezing her hands and asked Xia Yuanyuan, "Would you like to try?" After taking a sip, Xia Yuanyuan found there was little taste of alcohol, mostly grape flavor. Qing He reminisced about their childhood as they shared the drinks, having consumed nearly half the bottles. She felt a warmth in her cheeks, but paid it no mind. At home, Qing noticed her absence and donned a coat, planning to seek her out. Qing He's phone rang. She answered, "Hello, where are you?" Qing had already stepped outside with the car keys. "I'm at Ju-E Park." Qing started the car. "I'm coming to find you." At that moment, Qing He was nestled in Xia Yuanyuan's embrace, asleep. Xia Yuanyuan was still awake, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. Upon entering, Qing caught a whiff of a faint scent of alcohol on her and noticed the empty drink bottles nearby. Quickly piecing together the situation, he arranged for someone to take Xia Yuanyuan home, not out of excessive consideration, but primarily because she was Qing He's friend. Qing He opened her eyes to see the buildings sliding by outside. "Qing, what brings you here?" she asked, stifling a giggle. Qing, observing her adorable demeanor, inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Qing He bit her finger and tilted her head, "Just because I feel like it." Her drunken state made her irresistibly cute, stirring something within him. Qing exited the car and opened the passenger door, lifting Qing He out. Chapter 66. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the supporting male character. Meng Qing He, with childlike innocence, swung her delicate legs. Chun Qian placed her on the bed and went downstairs to prepare honey water for her. When he returned with a cup, he found the bed empty. Alarmed, he set the cup down and looked around. "Tang Tang, where are you?" A soft voice called from the wardrobe. "Come here quickly." Chun Qian crouched down, asking, "Why are you hiding in the wardrobe, Tang Tang?" Meng Qing He whispered, "This is my secret base." Chun Qian, unhurried, squatted down and watched her. "Do you want to stay in there forever?" After pondering for a moment, Meng Qing He's eyes brightened. "Would you like to enter my secret base? Then you must defeat the big monster." She clenched her little fists, cheering him on. Following her declaration, she promptly shut the wardrobe door. Chun Qian suppressed a laugh and, after a while, knocked on the door. Her little head peeked out again. "Did you defeat the monster?" she asked seriously. "Yes, can I come in now?" he replied solemnly. Meng Qing He extended her hand, pulling him into the wardrobe. When she was alone, the wardrobe felt spacious. But with Chun Qian inside, it became cramped. Meng Qing He pressed her hands and feet against the walls, feeling uncomfortable in the cold, hard space. Chun Qian held his breath as her hands rested near him. Unaware, Meng Qing He nestled into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Chun Qian questioned, observing her movements, though his arms instinctively wrapped around her waist. "Human cushion," Meng Qing He simply explained. Before long, soft breaths resonated from within the wardrobe. Chun Qian, utilizing the slivers of light seeping through the cracks, gazed at the slumbering girl. Sunlight illuminated her delicate features, each eyelash distinct, while Meng Qing He frowned slightly. Chun Qian lifted his hand to shield her from the light. She affectionately nuzzled against his neck. After a while, concerned she might be uncomfortable, he gently lifted her out. Chun Qian remained by her side until dawn before returning to his own room. "Tang Tang, let us go," Xia Yuanyuan urged, linking arms with Meng Qing He. Meng Qing He sent Chun Qian a message, informing him she would be out celebrating someone else's birthday and wouldn't return until 8 p.m. "All right, let us go." By the time they arrived, many guests were already present. Yu Gue, dressed in a dapper suit, resembled a noble young man. A grand cake, pink and exquisitely crafted like a work of art, adorned the center of the table. Upon noticing the two girls, Yu Gue quickly excused himself from his friends and approached them. "Qing He," he said, looking down at Meng Qing He, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Oh, I only see Tang Tang," Xia Yuanyuan teased, handing him her gift. "Happy birthday." Meng Qing He followed suit, presenting her own gift, "Happy birthday." After the cake was cut, everyone dispersed to play with their friends, while Meng Qing He settled in a corner of the sofa to enjoy her slice. "Hurry, hurry," a boy urged Yu Gue, as a shadow loomed over Meng Qing He. She looked up to see what was the matter. "Shall we walk to the back?" "Qing He," Yu Gue grasped his trembling hands. Calling out to her, Meng Qing He gazed at him in confusion. Yu Gue, have mustered the courage to confess, I like you." After uttering these words, he averted his gaze, his heart racing. "Don't agree to him," 001 nervously interjected. The current task was to be kinder to Chun Qian, who harbored strong feelings for the protagonist. If Meng Qing He consented to date Yu Gue, 001 feared Chun Qian might become resentful. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Yu Gue's disappointment grew with each passing moment. When Meng Qing He finally broke the silence with an apology, Yu Gue understood her rejection. He attempted to smile, but the effort felt futile. After the gathering concluded, Chun Qian arrived to escort her home. Upon returning, Chun Ji and Meng Yinan had prepared a lavish meal, while Gu Wan and Su Nanling sat on the sofa watching television. Hearing the commotion, Su Nanling hurried over. "Dang dang," Meng Qing He exclaimed, leaping into her embrace. "Mom." Su Nanling guided her to the sofa, checking for any injuries. Meng Qing He chuckled helplessly. "Oh, Mom, I'm fine. What is wrong with the girls these days?" Gu Wan cast a disapproving glance at Chun Qian. "It's all because of you." Chun Qian, caught off guard, remained silent. Upon arriving at school, Meng Qing He spotted the sign-up sheet on her desk. "Tang Tang, are you going to sign up?" Xia Yuanyuan inquired, holding a similar form. Meng Qing He shook her head, tucking the paper into her desk. I don't want to perform, and it'll definitely be very cold that day. Simultaneously, Chun Qian held a sign-up sheet of his own. A girl in a beige knitted sweater approached, her voice soft and timid. Chun Qian, are you signing up? Can I join you? Her long, straight hair made her appear pitiful. Chun Qian ignored her, causing Yi Jingshua's expression to falter. She was used to boys catering to her every whim. Liang Nanxing stepped in, new classmate, don't mind him. That's just his personality. Yi Jingxue, understanding, replied, it's all right. She had just transferred and felt an immediate attraction to Chun Qian, though he was more aloof than she had anticipated. With Qi Jiro having dropped out, Yevin Ojupiet had Vanjansit. She tossed her hair back as she returned to her desk, harboring the belief that Chun Qian would eventually succumb to her charms. Chun Qian, have you signed up for the New Year's performance? Meng Qinghe asked, sipping the milk tea he had bought for her. No, why? But I really want to see you perform, she pouted. Chun Qian replied, if you want me to perform, I will sign up. Really? Meng Qinghe's eyes lit up. MHM. Chun Qian smiled at her excitement. Meng Qinghe offered him her milk tea as a reward. You should drink this. Chun Qian obediently took a sip. If you don't let me perform, how can I create a stir? Meng Qinghe mused lazily. What are you planning to do? 001 asked calmly. Meng Qinghe rolled her eyes. Guess. 001 refrained from pressing further, knowing the protagonist would not divulge her intentions. Meng Qinghe scoffed lightly, boring. Liang Nanxing casually glanced at the sign-up sheet in Bo Huairen's hands, unexpectedly spotting Chun Qian's name. He leaned over the desk. Qingge, why did you sign up? You never used to. Chun Qian set down his pen, twirling in his fingers, and simply stared at Liang Nanxing. Is it because Mei wants to see you perform? Liang Nanxing deciphered the unspoken sentiment in Chun Qian's eyes. Chun Qian did not refute it. Liang Nanxing now understood how significant Meng Qinghe was to him. Sitting nearby, Yi Jingxue spoke up. Chun Qian, can I perform with you? I haven't found anyone else. Liang Nanxing observed Chun Qian, who merely frowned slightly before agreeing. Yi Jingxue smiled upon receiving his consent, determined to win him over within a month of rehearsals. However, she couldn't have imagined that Chun Qian wouldn't attend any rehearsals. A month passed swiftly, and the New Year's performance was upon them. Yi Jingxue intercepted Chun Qian after school. Wait, Chun Qian, she called out, but he continued walking without pause. Gritting her teeth, she chased after him. After finally grasping the sleeve of his shirt, Yi Jingxue, breathless, was brushed off by Chun Qian's disdainful gesture. What is up? I need to pick up Meng Qinghe. We haven't rehearsed even once, and the performance is tomorrow. Chun Qian, in truth, was reluctant to perform with anyone else, fearing that Meng Tang might misunderstand. Yet, a performance required at least 2 participants. Since she had no partner, he reluctantly agreed to perform with her to avoid the hassle of finding someone else. However, this did not imply he would waste time rehearsing with her. He merely wished for Meng Qinghe to see him. If they didn't rehearse, they wouldn't place well, and poor coordination would lead to embarrassment. Yevin, realizing he genuinely didn't care, urged him anxiously. After a moment of silence, Chun Qian finally relented. Yi Jingxue sighed in relief at his agreement. Meng Qinghe, upon receiving his message, paid it no mind and headed home. Host, aren't you anxious that Chun Qian is rehearsing with the female counterpart? Yi Jingxue, 001 remarked, observing the two practicing from afar. Meng Qinghe, unfazed, replied while engrossed in a game, if he could be easily swayed by someone else, then all my efforts since childhood would have been in vain. She pinched a piece of plain potato chip. 001. Do you lack faith in your host? 001 acknowledged the absurdity of its concern, as it had never witnessed a host unable to win over their target. Besides, Chun Qian's affection level was at an impressive 98. Indeed, the male supporting character had successfully ascended to the role of the male lead. When Chun Qian returned, Meng Qinghe was busy with damp hair and a game. He plugged in a hairdryer, saying, "You shouldn't leave your hair wet. You might catch a cold." Meng Qinghe waved him off. "Aren't you back now?" Yi Jingxue, clad in a white dress, appeared even more innocent and harmless. The chilly weather necessitated her outer coat. Chun Qian was being whisked away for makeup. They were the third act to perform, she would dance while he played the piano, dressed in a black tailcoat. Qing He exuded an air of elegance, capturing the attention of every girl in the audience. Yi Jingxue cast a smug glance at the envious onlookers, thinking, what good is their admiration? I am his partner. Qing He, good luck. Yi Jingxue cheered, not waiting for his response before seeking the makeup artist to retouch her lipstick. Fully aware that Qing He would not acknowledge her. Gazing at her reflection, she caressed her cheek, determined to leverage her beauty for a favorable outcome. Meng Qing He, seated in the audience, only lifted her head when the host announced Qing He's name. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze fell upon her. Meng Qing He softly encouraged him. Good luck. Qing He's long fingers emitted enchanting melodies, while Yi Jingxue danced gracefully like a swan. Oh my, are they the golden couple? A classmate exclaimed. They match perfectly. Another chimed in. Meng Qing He's expression grew increasingly frosty as she listened to their chatter. After Qing He's performance, he returned backstage. Ye, win aprurochit, bending down to look closely at him from a distance. I organized a gathering and would like to invite you if that's all right. If it were any other boy, he would surely be reluctant to refuse a beauty like her, as she expertly tapped into the protective instincts of men. When Meng Qing He arrived, she witnessed this scene, with the girl nearly pressed against Qing He. An inexplicable discomfort surged within her, akin to the feeling of having her possessions coveted by someone else. In frustration, she pushed a chair aside, wondering why Qing He didn't step back. Just as Qing He was about to decline, he heard the sound of the chair falling, causing Yi Jingxue to glance over. Angered, Meng Qing He ran off. Upon seeing the tears in her eyes, Qing He immediately pursued her. Most people were inside watching the performance, leaving the outside deserted. The more Meng Qing He thought about it, the angrier she became, squatting under a tree and shedding tears. Qing He caught up and saw the little fool crying on the ground. Dang dang. Hearing him call her name, Meng Qing He stubbornly lifted her head to face him. Qing He belatedly realized that she might be jealous, which explained her intense reaction. Perhaps she had liked him for a long time. A smile that he could not suppress spread across his face, further infuriating Meng Qing He. Why are you still smiling? She retorted, her voice tinged with tears. Qing He lifted her and seated her on his lap. Does Tang Tang also like me? Hence the jealousy? Meng Qing He, feeling shy, refused to speak. Qing He gently wiped away her tears. Yi lup dang dang. His words were laden with years of affection, so intense that she dared not meet his gaze. Qing He turned her face to meet his, and as their eyes locked, Meng Qing He took the initiative to kiss him. Surprised, Qing He returned the kiss. The two shared a passionate embrace on the bench, their hearts finally entwined. Meng Qing He heard the notification sound indicating her affection level had reached 100. Since they got together, Qing He had been exceedingly indulgent towards her, to the point where she felt like a spoiled child. He fed her water and coaxed her at meals, leading her to become increasingly capricious and willful. However, Gu Wan and Su Nanling were pleased with their relationship and allowed them ample private time to nurture their bond, while Qing He's feelings for Meng Qing He had become unshakable. One day, Meng Qing He stayed home to paint while Liang Nanqing played games with Qing He. Shortly after, Qing He received a phone call and hurriedly left. He had gradually taken on many responsibilities at the company, which was currently engaged in a major project, leaving little time for her. Feeling bored alone, Meng Qing He asked Liang Nanqing to keep her company. She set down her paintbrush, stretched, and since the air conditioning in the living room was not too cold, she wore only a cotton nightgown. Liang Nanqing had just finished a game when he accidentally caught sight of her fair waist and quickly averted his gaze. Have you finished painting, Meng Mei? He asked, glancing at her artwork and complimenting its beauty. Proudly, Meng Qing replied, of course. She lifted her chin like a little peacock. Liang Nanqing couldn't help but pinch her cheek, finding it soft and wanted to pinch it again. In Chapter 70, the loyal dog childhood friend is the male supporting character. Meng Qing He had already evaded him. Liang Nanqing awkwardly withdrew his hand and waved the game controller. Want to play a game? Curiously, Meng Qing He responded, sure. After dying for the nth time, she angrily threw the controller away. What a terrible game, I'm done. She turned her back in frustration. Liang Nanqing picked up the controller. I'll teach you how to play. Meng Qinghe was not interested in learning from him, as she considered herself a gaming black hole, losing every time she played. I don't want to learn. Liang Ge, can you help me win? She looked at him expectantly. Liang Nanqing thought if he refused, she would start crying. He skillfully maneuvered the game character, swiftly depleting the opponent's health. Liang Ge, you're amazing. Meng Qinghe showered him with praise. Liang Nanqing energized, won match after match without a single defeat. However, Meng Qinghe soon grew bored. Since Chun Qian had been so busy lately, he hired an aunt to cook. When Aunt Pan arrived, she saw a stranger and Meng Qinghe introduced her, saying, "This is Chun Qian's good friend." Aunt Pan, cheerful and efficient, tied on her apron and said, "All right, I will prepare enough for two." Aunt Pan was someone Chun Qian had searched for a long time. She was quick and enthusiastic, and soon prepared a table full of dishes. "Come eat, Miss Meng," Aunt Pan called with a smile. Meng Qinghe stood up and walked over to the dining table. After finishing, Aunt Pan was ready to leave, but reminded her, "Miss Meng, make sure to eat well." Liang Nanqing was puzzled by her words, but would soon understand why. Meng Qinghe poked at the rice in her bowl, not touching the vegetables, as she was used to being coaxed by Chun Qian during meals. Liang Nanqing ate quickly, but when he raised his head, he noticed her bowl of rice was untouched. "Is it not good?" he asked, seeing her pouting while watching the anime on TV. Liang Nanqing's phone vibrated. "Chun Qian, is she not eating properly?" Liang Nanqing replied, "How do you know? Her rice hasn't moved." Chun Qian instructed, "When I return, I'll bring her the necklace she likes, so she should finish her meal." Sitting in his office, Chun Qian pinched the bridge of his nose, uncertain if she was eating properly. Liang Nanqing had to take on the role of caretaker. "Eat a bit, okay?" Chun Qian said he'd bring you a necklace when he returns. Meng Qinghe remained unmoved, staring at the TV. "I'm not eating. He'll give me a necklace anyway." Liang Nanqing coaxed her for a long time, but she ignored him. His patience wore thin. He once thought she was well-behaved, but realized he was mistaken. "Hurry up and eat." Liang Nanqing could not help but exclaim. Meng Qinghe, even angrier, shouted back, "You're yelling at me." Liang Nanqing was exasperated by her stubbornness. Finally, he restrained her hands, freeing one to scoop a spoonful of rice. Meng Qinghe struggled, kicking her legs in the air. "I want to eat. I'll make you mad. I just want to eat." Though Liang Nanqing was generally good-natured, Meng Qinghe's antics tested his limits. "You will finish this bowl of rice today," he declared, pinning her legs down and squeezing her cheeks. Meng Qinghe pressed her lips tightly together, evading the spoon. In a fit of frustration, she managed to pull one hand free and knock the bowl to the ground, shattering it in two. In Chapter 71, the loyal dog childhood friend is the male supporting character. With a loud crash, Meng Qinghe froze before shouting, "How dare you hit me?" Liang Nanqing lightly slapped her palm, asking, "Are you still going to make a fuss?" Trapped and unable to move, Meng Qinghe called him a pervert. Liang Nanqing's temple throbbed with anger. He controlled his strength, tugging at her cheeks. "Are you still swearing?" Meng Qinghe, in tears, wailed loudly, filling the living room with her cries. Liang Nanqing quickly released her, having applied little force. Meng Qinghe had never been treated so roughly. She had been pampered all her life. Feeling petty and vengeful, she devised 100 ways to torment him, convinced that she was not at fault. Tears streaming down her face, she sobbed pitifully. Despite having only seen her a few times, Liang Nanqing felt his heart ache, regretting whether he had been too rough. "Please stop crying, all right? Liang Ge was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you," he said, his tone conciliatory, but Meng Qinghe remained unyielding. He was anxiously scratching his ears and feeling helpless, while Liang Nanqing wiped her tears. Meng Qinghe forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "It's all because of you. It hurts so much." Seeing her in such a state, Liang Nanqing felt even more guilty. "I'll go buy you some ointment," he offered. Meng Qinghe shook her head, refusing. Tears streamed down her face like they were free. Once she calmed down from crying, she noticed Liang Nanqing's perplexed expression and, with a nasal voice, asked, "Do you want me to forgive you?" Liang Nanqing saw an opportunity for redemption and eagerly nodded. "Can you forgive me?" She straightened up immediately, declaring, "Then you must do whatever I say for a month. If you don't, I'll tell Chun Qian that you hit me." Meng Qinghe threatened him with a stern look. However, in Liang Nanqing's eyes, she seemed like a delicate little cat, devoid of any real threat. "All right, Meng Qing said, satisfied. Now go give me the ointment, my little slave. Liang Nanqing was taken aback by the term. Noticing he was still motionless, she kicked him. Are you going or not? Liang Nanqing quickly stood up. Okay. I'll go right away. There was a pharmacy just across from the villa, and within a few minutes, Liang Nanqing returned with the ointment. Meng Qing was lying on the carpet, resting her chin in her hands while watching television. I bought you some anti-swelling ointment. Will you go to the room and apply it? Liang Nanqing asked softly. He felt as if all his patience in life had been used on her. With a doll-like face, Liang Nanqing looked exquisitely delicate, resembling a refined little prince from a comic book. His puppy-like eyes appeared innocent, especially when he adopted a humble demeanor. Anyone would find it hard to keep troubling him. However, Meng Qing, with her steely heart, felt even more inclined to torment him upon seeing him like that. You help me apply it. Huh? Why won't you do it? Don't forget who hit you. I'm letting you help me with the ointment, and you still refuse? I can't see how to apply it properly. The more Meng Qing spoke, the more impatient she became, nearly shouting by the end. Fine. I'll help you apply the ointment. Liang Nanqing had no choice but to concede, opening the ointment box. Though he only used half his strength, her delicate face still showed signs of redness and swelling. In reality, his hit had been very light. It was just the injury caused by Meng Qing's own insistence on using 001. Liang Nanqing squeezed out a bit of ointment and gently applied it to her swollen cheek. And the ointment quickly formed a film, taking effect. Chapter 72, Loyal Dog and Childhood Friend as the male supporting role every time Qin Xian was absent. She would call Liang Nanqing. One night, Meng Qing suddenly called him. He fumbled around for his phone, and the brightness hurt his eyes. Liang Nanqing squinted and answered the call. Who is it? It's Meng Qing, she said cheerfully. I want to eat barbecue from the Fuyuan night market in the south of the city. Liang Nanqing sat up in disbelief. That means I have to cross half the city. He glanced at the phone. It was around 3 in the morning. I could deliver it by 7. Then I'll eat it in the morning. If you can't make it by then, it's up to you. After saying that, Meng Qing hung up. Liang Nanqing could only scratch his messy hair, put on a coat, and go buy her a late-night snack. Qin Xian kissed her forehead, tucked her hair behind her ear, and said, I've warmed up the porridge for you in the oven. Remember to eat when you wake up. Meng Qing didn't even open her eyes and planted a kiss on his lips, mumbling, Got it. Qin Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness. He planned to take over the family business during the summer vacation and had already enlisted a well-known tutor to complete his university courses early, due to his excellent grades. He was in high demand from prestigious universities. He was the top student in the city, so he didn't need to worry about that at all. Liang Nanqing arrived, panting and carrying a large bag of late-night snacks. Meng Qing, unable to sleep due to the noise, answered the phone in a rather unpleasant tone. What do you want? Didn't you say you want a late-night snack? Only then did Meng Qing remember her impulsive request from the previous night. Oh, the code for the front door is 11,103. Let yourself in. Meng Qing was watching videos in bed when Liang Nanqing entered, grumpily placing the snacks on the table. Eat, he said, irritation evident in his voice. She didn't even look at him, disdainfully saying, I'm not eating that. Who eats such greasy food so early in the morning? You eat it. Liang Nanqing couldn't help but shout. I went through so much trouble to buy this for you. Meng Qing rubbed her eyes and replied, Oh, so to avoid wasting it, you should eat it. Liang Nanqing was nearly driven to madness. He had dragged the boss out of bed at night and forced him to prepare a pile of late-night snacks. Seeing him on the verge of exploding, Meng Qing adopted a soft tone and playfully tugged at his sleeve. Help me wash my hair, okay? Liang Nanqing, furious, wanted to refuse, but upon seeing her face, his anger dissipated. Get up quickly. I'll help you wash. Meng Qing sat at the vanity while Liang Nanqing awkwardly handled the hairdryer, trying to be gentle as he dried her hair. Her hair was black and silky, framing a face that was too endearing to scold, making one willingly dote on her. She was eating the purple sweet potato porridge that Qin Xian had made while Liang Nanqing took a big bite of lamb skewers. I want to go out to play, Meng Qing suddenly said, giving him a light kick. Liang Nanqing, accustomed to her bad temper, asked, Where do you want to go? Let me think. Meng Qing rested her chin on her hand and recalled, I remember a new arcade open nearby. She wore a pink coat and a matching scarf that Qin had knitted for her in his spare time. She wrapped the scarf around her neck twice, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible. The arcade was expansive, comprising 3 floors. The first level was filled with various gaming machines. The second level featured shooting games with real guns and an archery range, and the third level was dedicated to escape rooms. Even in the cold winter, the place was bustling with people, mostly students and couples. Liang Nanqing generously loaded 3,000 yuan onto his card. Chapter 73, Loyal Dog and Childhood Friend. As the male supporting role Meng, Qing He rushed over to the basketball machine. Want to play? She nodded, yeah. She tiptoed and tried to shoot several balls into the hoop, but they bounced back each time. Frustrated, she threw the ball hard at the hoop, but predictably, it missed again. With a frown, Qing He sat down on a nearby chair. Liang Nanqing set the basketball down and squatted in front of her, asking, "Why aren't you playing anymore?" She was livid, wondering why he could make the shots while she couldn't land a single one. Qing He shot him a glare and turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Liang Nanqing patiently coaxed her. "How about I teach you how to shoot?" Qing He was ungrateful, as she only wanted to play with him out of boredom, not necessarily to gain his favor, so her temper remained unchecked. She stood up and walked toward the exit. Liang Nanqing followed her. The arcade was heated, and she sneezed as soon as she stepped outside. "Sorry, it's my fault," Liang Nanqing said, self-reflectively. "If you don't want to play anymore, how about I take you to watch a movie?" He magically produced 2 movie tickets. Seeing that it was a film she was somewhat interested in, Qing He reluctantly nodded. Clutching a large bucket of popcorn, she settled into the best viewing seat in the center, while Liang Nanqing carried 2 cups of cola and her bag over his shoulder. Liang Nanqing had reserved the entire cinema, so it was just him and Qing He. It was a romance movie, and as Qing He complained that the popcorn would dirty her hands, Liang Nanqing naturally fed her. She was engrossed, her eyes glued to the large screen. When they exited the cinema, the sky had darkened considerably, and Qing had guessed that Qin would be home soon. "I'm going back," she said lightly to Liang Nanqing. Instinctively, he replied, "Let me take you home." "No need." Qing took her bag and refused. She didn't want to hurt the jealous Qian's feelings, and besides, her task was to be nicer to him. So there was no need to create unnecessary drama just before leaving this world. Liang Nanqing felt a twinge of discomfort for some reason, but he quickly brushed it aside. If she wasn't torturing herself, he would surely be happy. Thinking this, he made a call. "I'm coming to the bar today." He held a large bucket of popcorn and the unfinished cola of Qing He. Liang Nanqing intended to toss it into the trash bin, but hesitated, awkwardly remarking on the waste, noting how much remained. However, as the pampered little demon of a wealthy family, how could Liang Nanqing comprehend the virtue of frugality? As soon as Qing He returned home, Qin followed shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Qing He lounging on the sofa with her hair draped around her, Qin's mood instantly brightened. He picked up the blanket that had fallen to the floor and covered her with it. Qing He wrapped her arms around his waist. Expressing her longing, "I missed you so much." He reassured her that despite his recent busyness, he would dedicate time to her soon. Qin presented her with a box as an apology. She opened it to find a delicate lavender jade bracelet, its luster revealing its considerable value. "Allow me to adorn you with it," he said as he gently placed it on her wrist. Qing He admired the bracelet under the light, smiling as she kissed Qin on the cheek, exclaiming how beautiful it was. She planned to tease Liang Nanqing during Qin's absence, and a month passed swiftly. When Qing He glanced at Liang Nanqing, she was surprised to see his affection for her had reached its zenith. It was effortless for her to garner such fondness, which filled her with joy. Chapter 74. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the male supporting role. Liang Nanqing stared blankly at the messages on his phone, feeling detached despite having resolved to no longer be dictated by her. A sense of emptiness consumed him, as if something vital was amiss. He sat alone, drinking until dawn, unable to shake his melancholy as the midnight cravings for snacks faded away. Qin embraced her at the washstand while Qing He, with tear-filled eyes, bore the weight of her emotions. Yet he dared not indulge in too reckless behavior, mindful of her youth. Now in her 3rd year junior high, Her academic burden was heavy, but fortunately, Qing He was there to tutor her. Frustrated with her studies, Qing He uttered hurtful words to Qing He, who understood that her recent moodiness was merely a phase. Even as he assisted her with her washing, she remained upset. He gently reminded her, "Haven't I told you that bottling up your feelings is detrimental to your health? If you're unhappy, just talk to me." Qing He unleashed the pent-up frustration from the night before. "You always burden me with so much homework. I can't stand you. Just leave me alone. I don't want to study." Unaware of Qing He's increasingly dark expression, she continued, "What is wrong with not being smart?" In a fit of frustration, Qing He lifted her onto the washstand, kissing her to silence her. She felt breathless as he lightly nipped her, pressing his forehead against hers, insisting she could not utter the words "break up" again. Defiantly, Qing He averted her gaze, but Qing He turned her to face him, refusing to let her escape. "Forget about studying if you don't want to. I want to push you," he conceded, unable to bear her silence any longer. After all, as long as he was alive, she need not worry about anything. Even in death, he would ensure her safety. Qing He remained silent, yet secretly entwined her pinky with his, signaling her return to calmness. Qing He, recognizing her shift in mood, helped her wash up. The table was laden with her favorite foods, vermicelli buns and corn buns. With no obligations at work today and school awaiting them tomorrow, the two decided to spend the day enjoying themselves. Hand in hand, they experienced bungee jumping and rode the Ferris wheel. As night fell, the food street came to life. Qing He's eyes lit up with excitement at the array of delicacies, prompting Qing He to juggle multiple bags filled with treats, most of which were sampled by her. "Let us walk back," she suggested, and Qing He readily acquiesced. Under the streetlights, the girl radiated purity and beauty, while the boy behind her wore a smile filled with affection. In a nearby vehicle, a gaunt figure watched the scene unfold. Their expression contorted in anguish as they fixated on the girl beneath the streetlight. That person was Chihiro, who had long since dropped out of school. "It's your fault I'm in this wretched state, with my family in shambles." "Godi, Yusti." Qing He sensed something amiss and glanced back just as a dilapidated van barreled toward Qing He. Instinctively, he pushed her aside. The sickening thud echoed as blood stained his white sweater. Qing He discarded everything and rushed toward her. Qing He's vision was obscured by blood, preventing her from seeing his panicked face as blood continued to flow from his forehead. "You must live well, Qing Xiange." She forced a smile. Her hand, which nearly reached his cheek, fell limply, but Qing He grasped it tightly, trembling. "Stay with me, Tang Tang." Why was it that he had pushed her away? Yet he was the one left to suffer? Chihiro fled the scene, while both the Chun and Meng families leveraged their connections to apprehend her. In a pitch-black room, Guwan pushed the door open, and the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Chapter 75. The loyal dog-like childhood friend is the male supporting role suddenly. The room was flooded with light, and Qing He instinctively shielded his eyes from the glare. Guwan beheld her son, his face covered in stubble, looking gaunt and worn. She stifled her sobs, questioning how things had come to this. Regaining her composure, she recalled that the person responsible for Qing He's accident faced execution today. Upon hearing this, Qing He finally reacted, rising to wash up, determined to witness justice being served. The atmosphere was heavy for both families. The law had punished the wrongdoer, yet it could not reverse the events that had transpired. Su Nanling wept daily, for the dead could not return to life. Having witnessed the execution, the pain within Qing He remained unabated. He carefully selected a bouquet of pink roses from a roadside flower shop, her favorite. For a fleeting moment, he felt her presence as he gazed upon her gravestone, which was adorned with beautiful flowers and an assortment of her favorite snacks. Qing He had scarcely slept for many days, his eyes bloodshot. He looked up at the overcast sky and whispered, "In the next life, I will protect you well." Our bond is far from over. Yet Qing He's light laughter echoed. How could we possibly meet again? After learning of her misfortune, Liang Naxing clutched a newly purchased dress. He had envisioned how beautiful she would look in the princess gown he had seen in the display. Its soft pink fabric resembling flower petals, with white lace trimming and delicate embroidery. He never got to witness her wear it. The regret of not being able to gift her the dress haunted him for a lifetime. In his final moments, he saw her clad in that gown, more exquisite than he had ever imagined. Liang Naxing never married, adopting 2 children instead. As they grew, the once stoic father was seen smiling in his last moments, embracing his children as they wept together. The scene faded at that moment, as Meng Qing He gently patted the head of 001. You've upgraded to a level 3 system. Can you now freely transform? Have your permissions increased? 001 cheerfully tugged at its tail, replying, yes. Now we could choose our scripts freely. As it spoke, it summoned a transparent screen, resembling a narrative that chronicled a person's life. What impressive host. What shall I do? I can only kneel and shout 666. Clinging tightly to your leg, it declared, anticipating its rise to become the most powerful system soon. Meng Qing He raised her hand, gesturing through the void as the screen flipped pages. She scrutinized a world titled Campus Bully, the white moonlight, diligently reading the script. The original character had left the male lead to seek treatment abroad for a congenital heart condition, all while he was preparing for high school entrance exams. To prevent him from being distracted, she kept her departure a secret. By the time he learned of her absence, she was already overseas. Although he had excelled academically, the male lead, Qing He, ultimately broke their agreement, enrolling in a chaotic vocational school where he became embroiled in fights. During this time, he encountered a kind-hearted and cheerful female lead, unwittingly developing feelings for her. Little did he know, the original character had returned, her health stabilized, only to find him deliberately courting the female lead to incite jealousy. The female protagonist joyfully agreed, having harbored a secret affection for him for 3 years. Her admiration for Qing He blossomed after he once saved her, and she fell for this free-spirited boy. However, his heart was solely devoted to another girl, compelling Mu Yu to bury her feelings deep within. Chapter 76. The school bullies Moonlight. The original character ultimately succumbed to despair, unable to accept that the one she cherished was enamored with someone else. Her purpose for seeking treatment was to be with him in harmony. The mission inflicted torment upon the male lead. She was transported back to the time when she had just met the male lead, and Shu Qinghe inflicted greater emotional damage than portrayed in the original narrative. In the original storyline, the male lead held a 70 favorability towards the original character, but she elevated it to 90. Their breakup was even more ruthless, as Shu Qinghe, with an impassive expression, severed ties despite the male lead's desperate pleas. Qing He knelt in the pouring rain for an entire night. When Qing He fell ill and was delirious, she had already boarded a plane to a foreign land. After recovering, Qing He seemed transformed, adopting a more rebellious and unruly demeanor, disregarding family counsel to enroll in an underprivileged vocational school. Are you feeling better? A middle-aged man, typically stern, found his composure faltering upon seeing his deceased wife's daughter, tears welling in his eyes. Father. I'm much better. Shu Qinghe gently embraced her graying father. Shu Liang sighed. That boy, Qing He, has changed since you left. Shu Qinghe hesitated. What happened to him? After all, Qing He had grown up under his watchful eye. Shu Liang recalled that he now attended a low-tier vocational school. She was astonished, but his grades were excellent. He gave up on his studies after you left. Shu Liang recollected the image of him stubbornly kneeling in the rain, refusing to leave, asking where his daughter had gone. He shook his head. Shu Qinghe never anticipated such a turn of events. I owe him an apology. I wish to transfer to his school. Seeing his daughter's resolute expression, Shu Liang acquiesced. Very well. He respected her decision, as she was his only daughter. The next day, Shu Qinghe, donning her newly acquired uniform, followed Teacher Su. Although it was class time, many students were still frolicking on the playground. Shu Qinghe felt a pang of sadness upon realizing the chaotic nature of the school. Had it not been for her, Qing He would not have fallen into such disarray. A boy leaned against the railing, smoking, exuding a delinquent aura. Upon spotting Teacher Su, he casually greeted her with a grin. Shu Qinghe wrinkled her brow at the strong smell of smoke. Teacher Su, noticing her displeasure, attempted to explain the school's merits but found herself at a loss for words. It's all right, teacher, Shu Qinghe reassured her. Teacher Su sighed, bewildered as to why this seemingly gentle girl was at such a school. She cautioned, remember to steer clear of those troublesome students. I will, Shu Qinghe assured her. The classroom was raucous, with no one adhering to the uniform code. Some girls were retouching their makeup, while a few boys played cards. A paper airplane landed at her feet, and she looked up to see a girl with red-dyed hair, who was grinning down at her. New student, huh? Yes, hello, classmate. Shu Qinghe replied, standing primly beside the teacher, her large, bright eyes sparkling. Teacher Su clapped her hands to regain attention, and several students turned to see Shu Qinghe, momentarily startled by her presence. Yang Fantian pondered, who is she, and why is she in this classroom? It was no surprise he thought this. Shu Qinghe radiated a pure and innocent aura, starkly contrasting with the rest. Chapter 77. The school bully's moonlight. She resembled a naive lamb wandering into a den of wolves. What's all the commotion? Summer Huanyin shouted, prompting everyone to hush, unsure of her sudden outburst. Listen to Teacher Su, she commanded, satisfied when the room quieted down. Only then did the students notice the girl standing at the podium alongside the teacher. Shu Qinghe smiled and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I am Shu Qinghe. After completing her introduction calmly, she turned to Teacher Su. May I sit there? Pointing to an empty seat behind, which she knew belonged to Qing He. Qing He occupied 2 seats alone, leaving the other vacant ones for the other male companions. Shu Qinghe intended to cultivate relationships with them, believing that proximity would foster emotional bonds. Teacher Su hesitated. That might not be possible. Shu Qinghe tilted her head. Why not? Summer Huanyin, favoring the new student, explained, that seat is taken by some rather temperamental individuals. They might bully you. Shu Qinghe recalled the boy who was utterly obedient to her. He one T hurt me. Her voice was resolute. Summer Huanyin paused, realizing that Qing He had never harmed girls, yet she worried that Shu Qinghe might provoke his temper. Without allowing further objections, Shu Qinghe declared, I will sit there. She confidently strode down to take her seat at Qing He's desk, causing the entire class to gasp. This transfer student was undeniably fearless. Teacher Su could say nothing further and resumed her lecture, though no one was paying attention, except for one. Shu Qinghe noticed the girl sitting upright in the corner, having caught a glimpse of the astonished expression on Muyu's face. Muyu had not anticipated her return or her transfer to this class. Jealousy surged within her as she feared that Qing He's affections would once again be solely for her. Shu Qinghe observed Qing He's neat desk, which contained only the school-issued textbooks. She pulled out a pristine language book and discovered a small, slightly expensive pen in the drawer. She deduced that it could not have been purchased by Qing He, who had never opened a book, thus it must have been a gift from the original character. Her assumption was correct. Muyu had worked for a month to afford that pen, secretly placing it in Qing He's desk today, hoping he would study diligently. Indeed, with her academic capabilities, Muyu could have enrolled in a desirable high school, yet she chose this school for the sake of Qing He. Shu Qinghe nonchalantly uncapped the pen and inscribed Qing He's name in the language book. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed out the window, fully aware that she was not an exemplary student, though appearances suggested otherwise. Her grades had been dismal, leading to reprimands from Shu father. Upon seeing the tearful Shu Qinghe at the door, Qing He felt a pang of sympathy, understanding that her distress stemmed from academic failures. I will study diligently, he vowed fiercely. Shu Qinghe, bewildered, replied, then I can tutor you. True to his word, from that day forward, Qing He found a tutor and underwent rigorous training. While Shu Qinghe cheered him on, even as he struggled, his spirits lifted upon seeing her, and Shu Qinghe longed to reunite with Qing He, eager to witness how he had changed over the 2 years she had been absent. Chapter 78. The school bully's moonlight, however, as noon approached. Qing He had still not arrived, causing her to slump in disappointment on her desk. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, startling Shu Qinghe upright. She recognized several familiar faces among the newcomers, her heart lifting as she spotted the central figure. Ji Haju had unexpectedly encountered someone long absent, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the girl seated in Qing He's place. She had become even more beautiful. If her middle school self was a budding flower, She now resembled a vibrant peach blossom, capable of captivating hearts at first glance. Jihaju nudged the nearby Rong Ijo. Rong Ijo lifted his head, his pupils contracting as he focused intently on the smiling girl. Qing He had been urged by his father to come to school, enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere, having stayed up late gaming the night before. He was about to take a seat when he discovered that it was already occupied. Qing He thought to himself that the person occupying his spot should be punished. Upon noticing the face that haunted his dreams night after night, he momentarily froze until Shu Qinghe spoke. Qing He, I have returned. Shu Qinghe grasped his hand. Qing He snapped back to reality and coldly withdrew his hand. You have taken my seat. Shu Qinghe pouted playfully, resembling a kitten seeking attention, calling out to him, Qing He. The entire class secretly observed the unfolding scene, concerned that Qing He might humiliate her. Mu Yueka leaned back in her chair, feeling somewhat reassured upon hearing Qing Ji's indifferent tone. Qing He did not allow her to move away, but instead sat beside her in silence, drifting off to sleep. Rong Ijo and Ji Hezili also settled into their seats, which were directly in front of Qing He. He sensed a gaze upon him and pretended to be asleep to see what she would do. Shu Qinghe could not see his face, only his tousled hair. How aloof, she thought, gently blowing a breath towards his hair. Qing Ji's ears twitched, and he controlled his breathing to remain steady. The teacher at the front was speaking, and this particular class was unexpectedly quiet. Unbeknownst to Shu Qinghe, someone had been making noise while Qing He was asleep. In a sudden burst of anger, he grabbed a chair and hurled it at the loudest person, who immediately collapsed, blood streaming from their forehead. After that incident, Qing Ji's family used their connections to resolve the matter, and from then on, no one dared to provoke him at school. This was primarily due to Qing Ji's formidable fighting skills. After years of practicing martial arts, very few could match him. Shu Qinghe poked him repeatedly, yet Qing He remained utterly still. Frustrated, she slammed her book down on the table, drawing the attention of the entire class. She glared back at them, annoyed. What are you staring at? The classmates hastily averted their gazes, silently agreeing that the new student didn't seem as innocent as she appeared. But anyone associated with Qing He was certainly not to be trifled with. She felt exasperated, thinking that he was pretending to be dead. Shu Qinghe pressed a hand against her somewhat aching heart, turning her head toward the window. Qing He waited patiently for her to make a move. But after a long while, she did nothing. He sighed in relief, yet there was an ache in his heart, just because he had ignored her for a moment. She seemed to give up. It was clear that she had abandoned him, and he loathed her for it. He had once seen her heart racing with excitement, but now it felt cold. Finding no interest in the situation, Shu Qinghe fell asleep. When Qing He awoke, he beheld her serene, sleeping face, and his emotions became complex. Rong Ijo quietly left to grab a bite to eat. He glanced at the sleeping Shu Qinghe, aware that she suffered from a stomach ailment and would feel unwell if she skipped a meal. Chapter 79. The school tyrant's white moonlight, what does it matter to her? Qing He muttered before standing up and leaving. When Shu Qinghe awoke, Qing He was gone, and the classroom was nearly empty. She rubbed her stomach and caught a delicious aroma wafting through the air, discovering a lunchbox on Qing Ji's desk from which the scent emanated. She claimed his desk, sitting there and resting her legs on his chair, feeling numb from sleeping too long. Mu Yueka couldn't help but remind her, that is where Qing He sits. You should put your feet there. Shu Qinghe was not pleased with this familiarity. Who are you to him? I can place my legs wherever I please. She noticed a sly glimmer in Mu Yueka's eyes, and as she looked up, she met Qing Ji's expressionless gaze. However, Shu Qinghe was not intimidated. My legs are numb. Qing He used to knead her legs when they were numb. To her surprise, he simply lowered his legs. Mu Yueka thought Qing He would reprimand her, but he said nothing, leading her to believe he still had feelings for her. Feeling a surge of jealousy, she realized she couldn't allow him to continue seeing only Shu Qinghe. Reluctantly, Shu Qinghe opened the lunchbox, revealing all her favorite dishes. She adored vegetables and detested meat. And Qing He had previously peeled shrimp for her to ensure she received proper nutrition. Though Qing He appeared to be playing on his phone, his peripheral vision was acutely aware of her. Shu Qinghe understood that he likely wanted to leave, but stayed to supervise her meals, fearing she wouldn't eat properly. Stuffing her cheeks full like an adorable little hamster, she asked, "Did you bring me this food, Qing He?" Qing He, subconsciously replying while focused on his game, said no. After finishing her meal, Qing He shoved the lunchbox onto his desk. Qing He turned to her. "Don't you have your own desk?" Qing He, feeling petty, pinched him. "You're just afraid I'll go hungry, aren't you? Admit it." Qing He turned away. "Do you think I should still cater to you, as I did before?" Qing He retorted confidently. "Isn't that how it should be?" Qing He, silent, gazed at her. "The moment you abandoned me, our relationship ended." He strode out of the classroom without a hint of regret. Qing He lowered her head, appearing saddened, gripping Qing He's chair. Internally, she acted out a scene. "How did I perform?" "You were fantastic. This year's Oscar is yours." She nearly burst into laughter at his antics. After Qing He left, he never returned. Qing He exited the school gate and opened her contacts to dial a number. Rong Yizhou, observing Qing He seated at a booth with a glass in hand, answered the call and stepped outside, where the noise faded away. "Qing He, are you with her?" "Yes." Receiving a clear reply, Qing He hung up and hailed a cab to Nanluo Bar, which was only a short distance away. She stood in front of the bar, asking Rong Yizhou to come out and meet her. Shortly after, a handsome young man dressed in a khaki coat with deep features and prominent brows, standing around 187 centimeters tall, appeared. Rong Yizhou. Chapter 80. The school tyrant's white moonlight walking alongside Rong Yizhou, she inquired. "How have you all been during the 2 years I was away?" Rong Yizhou gently pulled her closer. "We are well." Qing He glanced at someone who almost bumped into her. Rong Yizhou led her into a private room where the lighting was dim, and upon entering, no one noticed them. Qing He sat alone, holding a glass, his eyes cast down as if lost in thought. Around him were girls who wished to approach, but dared not due to his temperament. Qing He boldly sat beside him, slamming his glass down onto the glass table, creating a sharp and resonant sound. The noise attracted the attention of those around them. Qing He, deep in thought, was startled to find someone beside him. His expression darkened, and he was about to express his anger when he met Qing He's beautiful face. Reluctant to scold her, he vented his frustration on the innocent bystanders instead, shouting, "Get out!" Before long, the room was left with only Qing He and Qing He, as Rong Yizhou closed the door and stepped out. "How can you be so self-destructive?" Qing He chastised him for his behavior. Qing He initially thought she would apologize for leaving without a word, but instead, she scolded him for his decline. His brows furrowed with irritation as he attempted to keep his tone calm, stating, "My life is none of your concern." The room fell silent for a long time until a warm tear dropped onto Qing He's hand. He heard Qing He's voice, laced with a sob. "Qing He, I really hate you." It felt as if his heart was being gnawed at by ants, half-pained. He stormed out of the room. Rong Yizhou, who had not left but was outside smoking, noticed Qing He emerging with a grim expression and entered the room. Qing He curled up on the sofa, silently shedding tears. She wasn't deeply saddened, but she needed to put on a show for Rong Yizhou. As he approached, Rong Yizhou embraced her, gently stroking her hair. "Don't cry," he said in a soothing voice. Qing He wiped her tears onto Rong Yizhou's shirt, feeling frustrated with Qing He. When Rong Yizhou heard the words he had buried deep within himself for so long spill forth, he thought to himself that he should simply stop liking him. He refrained from expressing his final thought. Like me instead. He and Qing He, along with a few others, had grown up with Qing He. As a child, she resembled a porcelain doll, and they cherished her, with several formidable boys helpless in the face of this delicate, tearful princess. He was aware that a few among them harbored affection for her. However, she was quite naive about matters of the heart, having only shown a fleeting fondness for Qing He. Fearing that revealing their feelings might frighten her, they kept their emotions hidden. Yet it did not mean they did not covet her. Rong Yizhou caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her neck and could not resist burying his face in it, his breath warm against her skin. Qing He found it a bit ticklish and instinctively pushed him away. "So ticklish, Rong Yizhou." She tugged at his hair playfully. He chuckled softly, inviting her to lean against him. "Aren't you going to see them?" Qing He, indulging in comfort, nestled deeper into his embrace, and replied, "Let's talk later." After he escorted her home, he did not leave immediately. He gazed at a lit room on the upper floor and pulled out a cigarette. He had been contemplating smoking, but knowing that Qing He detested the smell of smoke, she would go cold on anyone whose scent betrayed it. He discarded the half-smoked cigarette and decided against it. Chapter 81. The school tyrant's white moonlight Mu arrived early, unexpectedly encountering Qing He, who was usually absent from school, sitting in class with dark circles under his eyes. She approached and placed her breakfast on his desk. "Qing He, you haven't eaten breakfast, have you? Here, take mine." Having spent the night awake, Qing He's mind was filled with the image of her reddened eyes, wondering if she had cried after he left. He regretted not being gentler with her. "No, thank you." He declined her kindness. Mu did not insist further. However, after 2 periods, she had yet to arrive. "Rong Ijo." Qing He called out to Rong Ijo as he was about to leave. Upon turning, Rong Ijo noticed the shadows under Qing He's eyes and understood he had not slept. "What is wrong, Qing Ge? Did she cry yesterday?" Reflecting on her sorrowful expression from the previous day, Rong Ijo sighed inwardly. "If you're worried, why not ask her yourself?" With that, he departed. Qing He stared at the long uncontacted number in his phone, convinced that she was now beyond his reach. Yet, concern gnawed at him. Why hadn't she come to school? Did she truly not like him anymore? Panic surged within him. Qing He, feeling down, skipped school that morning. Clad in a blue and white uniform, she looked even more beautiful, her luminous skin and exquisite features making the ordinary attire appear striking. Adhering to the school's dress code, she drew Qing He's attention as he dashed out of class to find her. To his surprise, he found her basking in the sunlight, radiantly beautiful. "Qing He." Qing He smiled and called out to him. Momentarily stunned, he felt as if he had been transported back in time as she took his hand and led him back to class. Ji Haju, witnessing their intertwined hands, mistook it for a reconciliation, only to see Qing He abruptly withdraw his hand. "Well, they haven't made up," Ji Haju thought, feeling a twinge of relief. As Qing He settled in her seat, Ji Haju turned to her, teasingly saying, "Little Jiao Jiao, you finally came back." Qing He had been quite delicate as a child, often crying at the slightest scrape, hence Ji Haju's playful nickname. "I missed you all," she replied, and he offered her a lollipop. "When shall we gather?" Ji Haju asked, shoving the candy into her mouth. With the lollipop in her mouth, she mumbled, "This weekend, maybe." Ji Haju laughed, tousling her hair. "Why do you still like messing with my hair? So childish." Qing He playfully stepped on his shoe. Ji Haju looked at his newly purchased limited edition shoes. "I just got these." Qing He, "You're so petty." He pinched her cheeks, and Qing He, caught off guard, found herself overwhelmed by sweetness. Saliva spilling from her mouth as Ji Haju squeezed her. Embarrassed, she pointed at him, stammering, You jerk." In the end, all she could manage was a frustrated jerk. Ji Haju, intent on teasing her further, was interrupted by Qing He's low cough and dark gaze directed at the glistening water on Ji Haju's hands. Ji Haju defiantly met his gaze, thinking, what are brothers in the face of love? He was willing to forsake years of brotherhood for a chance to win her affections while the two remained in discord. "Yes, I am a jerk," Ji Haju admitted shamelessly. Chapter 82. The school tyrant's white moonlight the following day. As Qing He entered the classroom, class monitor Yang Fantian approached her, tapping on her desk. "Shu, did you complete yesterday's math assignment?" Qing He looked puzzled. She had not attended class. Yang Fantian, recognizing her expression, realized she had not done it. "Please complete it and deliver it to the teacher's office immediately," he stated firmly before turning to leave with the assignments. Qing He had been attending school almost every day lately. As soon as he sat down, Qing He draped her legs over his. He pushed them off, yet she placed them back again. "What are you doing?" she teased, scratching his palm while glancing at the teacher at the podium. Lowering her voice, she added, "Qing He, are you still mad at me?" Qing He avoided her gaze, and Qing He pinched him through the fabric of his shirt. He took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. "Stop it." Although he spoke sternly, he made no effort to deter her, almost indulging her whims. His heart had begun to soften towards her. At least she was back. Leaning in to whisper, Qing He asked, "Did you do the math assignment?" Qing He, of course, had not. She continued, "Can you help me with it?" She placed her new notebook on his desk, thoughtfully providing a pen, expecting him to refuse. She was pleasantly surprised when he said nothing and began writing her assignment. Is the male lead so easily appeased? Qing He felt her resolve waning. If I appease him early, I can start teasing him sooner. You're not unhappy with the task being completed, are you? Qing He playfully tugged at his shirt tail, teasing, "You're such a softie." She took her completed assignment to submit it and found a handsome boy in the office, dressed in the same uniform as hers. His voice was clean and cool as he stated, "Teacher, I would like to participate in the Olympiad." The teacher, realizing his decision, quickly produced a registration form. "It's good that you've come to this conclusion." Su Jijia, the perennial top student of the school, had initially refused to participate, but now seemed to have changed his mind. Noting Qing He standing behind him, the math teacher looked in her direction, prompting Qing He to hurriedly submit her assignment. "Teacher, I'm here to turn in my work." The teacher waved her off. "All right, you may go." Qing He quickly exited, oblivious to Su Jijia's gaze. "Then I'll leave as well," he said as he followed her out. The math teacher, grading assignments, replied, "Good, be prepared." Su Jijia watched a retreating figure, softly murmuring, "Qing He, long time no see." Qing He meandered along, observing new green shoots sprouting from the leaves, symbolizing the dawn of life. It was the intermission of the second period, and time was plentiful. She sat idly on a bench beneath the trees. "Rong-ijo, I like you," a girl shyly confessed, handing him her love letter while averting her gaze. Rong-ijo, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, "I'm sorry, but I already like someone." Xiao awkwardly retracted her love letter, crumpling it in her grip. Sorry. Qing He, lying on the bench and watching the scene unfold, inquired, "Who do you like?" Rong-ijo was startled by the sudden familiar voice and smiled upon realizing it was her. She walked over and sat beside her. "What brings you here?" "I'm just exhausted, taking a little break," Qing He replied, absent-mindedly twisting her hair. Chapter 83. The Campus Bully's White Moonlight. Rong-ijo observed her, noting how she lied without a hint of blush or quickened heartbeat. "Shall I carry you to the classroom?" he offered. She shook her head. "That would tarnish the school's reputation." Qing He took the lead, walking ahead. Rong-ijo followed closely behind, gazing at her with unrestrained affection. For it was only in this manner that he dared to express his love. The sunlight was pleasant yet not oppressive, as Qing He sat in the shade, watching them run. This was a physical education class, and due to health reasons, she couldn't participate. Qing He led the group at the front, but his thoughts were solely on her. After he finished running, Qing He handed him her water bottle. He swallowed hard while holding the pink cup, then returned it to her. Qing He, unable to tolerate his temper, decisively pulled Qing He to a secluded spot. "Qing He," she called, her voice tinged with annoyance. He looked at her, knowing full well that with his strength, he could never break free from her grip. Her soft hands grasped his. "What do you want to say?" Qing He, having grown considerably taller, towered over her. Qing He playfully tugged at his collar, pulling him closer, their eyes locking. "What do you want from me, Qing He? I've already tried to please you. What more do you desire?" "Host, you are intentionally provoking the male lead." 001 munching on a melon. "Smart. Sister refuses to admit her faults." Qing He forcefully removed her hand, his voice laced with anger. Qing He. He expected an apology or an explanation from her. Turning to leave, he heard a sudden clap. He spun around to see Qing He pale, panic flooding his heart. "What's wrong?" Qing He struggled to breathe, tears streaming down her face, causing Qing He's heart to ache. He quickly scooped her up and rushed towards the infirmary. He felt her weight. Her face had grown thinner, making her feel almost weightless. Qing He couldn't help but tighten his embrace. The doctor, drowsy at the desk, was startled when the door burst open. "Help her!" Qing He gently laid her on the examination bed. The doctor, seeing his fearful expression, swallowed his surprise. "Do you have a heart condition?" the doctor inquired, noticing her rapid breathing as she clutched her chest. "Yes." Qing He administered her medication and helped her breathe easier. "How did this happen?" His voice was husky. Qing He, with a pitiful demeanor, confessed, "I have a congenital heart disease." Qing He's heart twisted painfully. He couldn't fathom why such a misfortune had befallen her. and all he could do was hold her close. The torment of the male lead begins. Qing He's eyes sparkled like a sky, full of stars as she smiled. Qing He, don't be sad. I'm fine now, right? Seeing her feigned happiness only deepened his guilt. In the infirmary, it was just the two of them. Qing He leaned against him, playing with his phone. She casually scrolled through his photo album, most of which contained selfies she had taken on his phone. As she cuddled him, she gazed at their shared photos, causing Qing He to smile instinctively. He appeared far more gentle in her presence, despite his usual fierce demeanor. After reconciling, Qing He treated her with even greater care than before. He meticulously wiped the grease from her lips and naturally finished the leftover food on her plate. Bite. She draped her legs over his, playfully demanding attention, and Qing He obliged by gently squeezing her leg. Are you bored? He asked. Bored. Qing He nestled deeper into his embrace. When Mu Yueka entered, she was struck by the sight, a pang of discomfort gnawing at her heart, forcing a smile. Chapter 84. The Campus Bullies' White Moonlight. The school held a sports meet, and everyone was required to participate in an event. Qing He handed Qing He paper. Which event should I enter? She took the pen and marked the 3,000-meter run and shot put. Qing He playfully pinched his arm. You'll wear yourself out. Qing He recognized her irritation stemmed from his earlier attitude. Should I mark a few more? I have plenty of stamina. Qing He teased his handsome face. You have such thick skin. Mu Yueka, watching nearby, felt her teeth almost grind in frustration, her nails digging into her palm. Is it done? She handed the paper to Mu Yueka. Mu Yueka grew increasingly anxious and resolved to confess to Qing He, feeling that no matter what, she needed to take a chance. She waited for the right moment when Qing He was away. Qing He sat waiting for Qing He's return. Blushing, Mu Yueka approached. Qing He, I like you. She looked up at him, only to be met with his indifferent rejection. Mu Yueka froze. She had harbored feelings for Qing He for a long time, even defying her parents to attend this vocational school. Mu Yueka, she reached out to him, but Qing He sidestepped her effortlessly. She shifted her weight, inadvertently falling into his arms. Qing He frowned, blocking her with his hand. What you two doing? Qing He arrived just in time. From her perspective, it appeared as if they were kissing. A sense of violation surged within her, as if something that belonged to her had been tainted. With disdain, she glared at Qing He before turning to leave. Observing the disgust in her eyes, Qing He hesitated for a moment, then pushed Mu Yueka away and chased after Qing He. Although Mu Yueka felt a twinge of discomfort at being cast aside, she reveled in the discord she had sown between them. Qing He, furious, refused to listen to his explanations as she attempted to shake off his hand. Yet, Qing He held on firmly. Qing He's gaze shifted, tears welling in her eyes. My hand hurts. Qing He immediately released her, noting the redness around her hand, guilt washing over him. I'm sorry, I was too forceful. Qing He shouted, I hate you. Qing He silenced her with a kiss, feeling her futile struggles against him. Her resistance was as feeble as a kitten's playful swipes. He caressed her cheek, feeling the tears on his fingers. Seeing her reject him caused his throat to tighten as he managed to utter, Do you really despise me that much? Qing He sensed his grip loosen. With a sharp slap, she struck Qing He, her tears flowing like a rain-soaked flower, as if she were the one who had been wronged. The force behind her slap reddened his face. Afterward, she stepped back, her eyes clouded with complex emotions, regret, guilt, and a tangle of feelings that felt like an unsolvable knot, leaving her to crouch on the ground. Qing He realized she was having a heart episode and quickly retrieved her medication to help her. Ever since learning about her congenital heart disease, he had taken to carrying heart medication himself. Qing He struggled to calm herself, resembling a fragile flower, unable to withstand any storm. Qing He buried his head in her shoulder. Please don't be angry. Aside from leaving you, I'll do anything you ask. Chapter 85. The Campus Bullies' White Moonlight. Is that what you mean? Qing He kneaded his cheek with her hands. Qing He sighed, a mix of resignation and helplessness. Yes. She sprang up excitedly, nearly losing her balance, but Qing He steadied her. He resembled a tame beast, wholly devoted as he kissed her. Qing He's eyes sparkled with delight. The power to influence someone felt exhilarating, filling her soul with joy. A gentle breeze rustled the blooming flowers, causing their petals to dance gracefully, while the vines on the rocking chair added a touch of greenery. In her hand, she held a headless wooden puppet, bending its arm into a twisted shape, creating a rather peculiar sight. Yet she chuckled softly to herself. She sat in the garden's rocking chair, placing the puppet beside her. Rong Ijo hurriedly arrived, inquiring if she was all right. Upon receiving her message, he rushed over, his gaze falling upon her exquisite, unblemished feet, which bore no signs of injury. Qing He stifled a giggle, resembling a mischievous kitten whose schemes had succeeded, endearing herself to him, prompting him to chuckle in return. Rong Ijo gently squeezed her foot, noting that her bare feet, exposed for too long, had grown cold, a sign that could lead to an illness. Qing He, feigning innocence, asked him if he was angry at her for deceiving him. Rong Ijo, while smoothing her wind-tousled hair, replied that he would never be upset with her, no matter what she did. She expressed some skepticism, asking if he truly meant it, insisting she had never lost her temper with him. Qing He reminisced about her childhood, where she had been spoiled and somewhat unruly, influenced by a few mischievous friends who exacerbated her naughty behavior. Whenever she made a mistake, someone would always take the blame for her, and she would charm the stern adults with her delicate demeanor. She was particularly intrigued by Rong Ijo, whose temperament set him apart from others. He was gentle and seemed impervious to anger, which piqued her curiosity about what he would look like when truly angry. Thus, she made it her mission to provoke the younger Rong Ijo, treating him more as a toy for her amusement. For instance, during the frigid winter, she commanded Ji, that loyal little dog, to pour cold water over Rong Ijo. Meanwhile, she acted as a mere observer, returning home to watch television while instructing Rong Ijo to wait outside. When the adults returned home to find Rong Ijo frozen and barely breathing, they promptly rushed him to the hospital. The Rong couple, furious, demanded an explanation, and the other mischievous friends were similarly dragged along by their parents. She, however, pretended to be frightened, hiding behind her father while the other children took responsibility. Qing He was well aware of how to elicit sympathy. With just a few tears, she could escape punishment. All of Qing Ji's friends faced their parents' wrath, but she remained unscathed. When Rong Ijo awoke, he stubbornly insisted on seeing her. Little Qing He, looking quite unwell, was brought to the hospital. Rong Ijo, struggling to sit up, asked her if she was all right. She thought he might expose her. "Why do you care? You're so weak you fainted," she chastised him, taking advantage of the adult's absence in the ward. Rong Ijo, with his head bowed in sorrow, apologized, admitting it was his fault for nearly getting her punished. In Chapter 86, The School Tyrant's White Moonlight, Qing He, her short legs aided by him, struggled to climb onto the hospital bed, feeling utterly exhausted from being pulled there early in the morning. Rong Ijo shifted to make room for her. When the adults entered, they found the two little angels peacefully asleep. Unable to resist, Rong Ma took out her phone to capture the beautiful scene. Qing He emerged from her memories, realizing that the youthful Rong Ijo resembled the present-day version of himself. He had never changed in his feelings for her. Yet, she could not believe that anyone could remain unchanged for a lifetime. So she asked, "Will you truly always treat me this well?" Rong Ijo gazed at her with his clear, deep-set eyes in the gentle breeze, and in that moment, she understood the meaning behind his gaze. It was a promise of eternity. Qing He smiled, even though her doubt lingered, and softly declared, "I knew Brother Rong was the best." Rong Ijo could not help but leaning closer, his eyes never leaving her, determined not to push her if she showed any reluctance. Qing He subconsciously clutched the hem of his shirt, wrinkling it in her grip for quite some time. As she lay in his embrace, breathing softly, Rong Ijo thoughtfully stroked her soft hair. After a moment, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" He gently replied, "I was wondering if Qing He would like the necklace designed by MIS. Qing He, puzzled, glanced behind him. Of course I would. Seeing nothing there only deepened her confusion. Like a magician, Rong Ijo produced a velvet box from behind her, revealing a sparkling heart-shaped necklace made of pink diamonds, surrounded by a green vine-like material. Exquisite in its beauty, Qing He's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Isn't this necklace already discontinued? MIS only released 3. Rong Ijo carefully tucked her hair aside and fastened the necklace around her neck. Shu Qinghe caressed the necklace, exclaiming, "I love it so much." "I'm glad you like it," Rong Ijo replied, fixing her hair again. Meanwhile, Qing He, gripping a can of cola, crushed it in his hand as the soda dripped from his fingers. With a sullen expression, he approached them. "Weren't you supposed to eat strawberries?" Qing He opened the box containing the strawberries, which still glistened with droplets of water. Shu Qinghe, unperturbed, simply thanked him. Rong Ijo, with a conflicted expression, wiped the strawberry juice from her mouth. "Are you two about to fight?" she asked, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Taking a bite of the strawberry, which was exceptionally sweet and large. She adored strawberries but despised sour ones. Qing He had spent the morning in the strawberry field, his eyes nearly blinded by the sun. She was quite particular about her strawberries, insisting on the largest and sweetest ones, or she wouldn't eat them at all. Rong Ijo rose, a charming smile gracing his handsome face, as he locked eyes with Qing He. "You can eat first. I just need to have a word with him." The weight of his final words lingered heavily. The two moved to a place out of her sight, where Qing He landed a heavy punch on Rong Ijo's jaw. Rong Ijo retaliated without hesitation, both of them exchanging fierce blows, their battle echoing the raw intensity often found between men. Soon, they lay on the ground, faces marred with bruises and cuts. Rong Ijo wiped the blood from his mouth, saying, "In the past, it was always you and her together. We had a chance to compete too. She does not belong to you alone." "Fine, let us see who is more capable," Qing He replied, feigning indifference. However, fear gripped him at the thought of her genuinely liking someone else. Shu Qinghe, blissfully unaware of the complexities of love, delighted in watching others lose their minds over her. He had long been ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions, unable and unwilling to escape. Before long, the day of their gathering arrived. Shu Qinghe donned a delightful pink lace dress, looking every bit the little princess. She visited Qing He's home, where they all congregated. Familiar faces gathered. Yin Qingchun rested his chin on his hand, lounging on the sofa while watching television. Gu Zhongnan was busy typing away on his laptop. He was exceptionally intelligent, having spent his childhood alongside his father and now running his own company. Qing He, Ji Hezhu, and Rong Ijo sat at a table playing cards. Upon hearing the commotion, Yin Qingchun sauntered over, draping himself over Shu Qinghe like a sly fox. "I see you've returned. You left without a word last time," he teased, raising an eyebrow. Shu Qinghe pursed her lips, noticing Gu Zhongnan, who had been focused on his work, now watching her intently. Shu Qinghe. And I'd rather not explain my reasons, she thought, not wanting to be treated like fragile glass. If she divulged her reasons, she would be rendered incapable of anything. So she hesitated and chose silence. Qing He triumphantly laid down a winning hand. Ji Hezhu, frustrated, tossed his cards onto the table, having lost again. Rong Ijo calmly set down his remaining 5 cards, moving to sit beside Shu Qinghe, respecting her wish for silence. She turned to Yin Qingchun, who ruffled her hair and declared, "All right, let us eat." The chef had already prepared a lavish spread, then departed. Shu Qinghe was not fond of eating out, stemming from an incident in which she spotted a cockroach in a restaurant, leading her to believe that all eateries were unsanitary. Thus she rarely dined outside. Surrounded by her friends, her bowl was already piled high with a mountain of food. Shu Qinghe noticed that Gu Zhongnan was about to add more food to her plate, so she quickly shielded her bowl, exclaiming that it was too much and she didn't want any more. Gu Zhongnan had no choice but to withdraw his chopsticks. Yin Qingchun seized the opportunity to sit beside her, remarking that she was too thin and questioning how she had lost so much weight while abroad. Shu Qinghe pinched her own cheek and replied that she was fine, having even gained a few pounds. In truth, Gu Zhongnan had sent his personal chef abroad to prepare meals for him, and the chef was known for his culinary creativity, serving him delectable dishes daily. With this thought in mind, Shu Qinghe glanced at Gu Zhongnan, who happened to be looking back at her. With a bright smile, she picked up a piece of curry meat and offered it to Gu Zhongnan, urging him to eat more. "Why are you only serving Gu Zhongnan?" Ji shot an envious glance at the curry meat in Gu Tsongnan's bowl, as if ready to snatch it at any moment. Qing He, taken aback, unabashedly replied, "Because I like Gu Tsongnan more." The expressions of the others at the table instantly soured, had their gazes been tangible. Gu Tsongnan might have been metaphorically slain multiple times by their stares. Unfazed, Gu Tsongnan calmly consumed the curry meat, a faint smile gracing his lips. As evening approached, Yan Qingshan proposed a visit to the Qing He bar, a venue named after Qing He herself. "Sounds good. I haven't been there in ages," Qing He agreed, and the others had no objections. The bar was beautifully decorated and filled with a vibrant crowd, colorful lights dancing throughout the space. "Xiaosu, my stomach hurts. Could you please deliver a box of wine to room 780? A man grimaced, clutching his abdomen. Su Jijia, donned in the bar's specific attire, recognized the box of premium liquor and surmised that room 780 must belong to an influential figure, as this single box could purchase an entire villa. He tightened his grip on the box. Qing He sat with an open bag of chips, watching them play games. Yan Qingshan lounged on the leather sofa, his slender fingers grasping a glass. His shirt revealed a generous expanse of his fair, sculpted chest, smiling charmingly like a mischievous sprite. Each of them had their unique traits. Yan Qingshan was a suave figure, a male fox spirit, but his affection for Qing He was distinct. Ji was the sunny boy, adept at lifting spirits, while Rong Yizhou was undoubtedly her most loyal companion. Qin Ji was carefree and unruly, while Gu Tsongnan remained the most composed, having taken care of her like a little adult since childhood. However, she was not one to be easily managed, leading him to indulge in her whims. Qing He did not enjoy drinking or the smell of smoke. She preferred to watch others indulge. She crunched on chips, with mango juice resting on the table. Yan Qingshan lazily wiped the crumbs from her lips, remarking that she hadn't changed at all. Leaning against him, Qing He retorted, "But I've definitely become prettier." Yin, teasingly pinching her voice. Yan Qingshan moved her hand away, his voice deepening as he said, "Don't be silly." Qing He huffed playfully and kicked him lightly. Gu Tsongnan grasped her delicate hand, asking, "Where are you going?" She replied, "I just need some fresh air." Upon hearing her, Gu Tsongnan set down his glass and stood, stating, "I'll go with you." Qing He initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Gu Tsongnan's earnest eyes, she acquiesced. She skipped ahead, and Su Jijia instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist upon hearing that familiar voice, only to be met with her beautiful eyes. The music in the room masked the moment, but Gu Tsongnan noticed, stepping forward to pull Qing He closer. "My apologies," Su Jijia said. Qing He waved her hand dismissively. "It's my fault. Are you all right?" Su Jijia shook his head. "Oh, that's good," she said, leaning against the window, feeling the cool breeze on her cheek. Gu Tsongnan carefully shielded her. She hooked her arms around his neck, perched on the window ledge. Gu Tsongnan, fearing she might slip, warned her to stay still. Qing He laughed, teasing that he was overly cautious. "I'm not afraid." Gu Tsongnan firmly lifted her down, still uneasy, insisting she refrain from such perilous antics. She wrapped her legs around his waist, saying, "But you're here to protect me, aren't you?" Gu Tsongnan helplessly tousled her hair, affirming that he would ensure her safety above all else. Qing He nuzzled against him, exclaiming, "You're so wonderful." Su Jijia was changing clothes in the dressing room, still pondering the people he had encountered that day, oblivious to someone entering. Qing He sent Gu Tsongnan away, taking a moment to admire Su Jijia's physique, surprised to find him quite muscular. She had initially perceived him as a refined academic, not expecting the saying to ring true. Clothes hide the flesh, but undressed reveals it. Qing He didn't favor excessive muscle, but found Su Jijia's build just right. She intentionally made some noise, causing Su Jijia to turn, his frown softening upon seeing her. "Su, are you working here?" Qing He asked, holding an hourglass. Suji buttoned his shirt, responding calmly, yet his flushed ears betrayed his composure. "Could I hire you as my tutor?" she inquired. Su Jijia looked puzzled. Qing He continued, "It's because you look so handsome." Her candid words made Su Jijia's face turn crimson, extending beyond his ears. He shyly bent his fingers, softly agreeing. Since that day, Su Jija diligently became her tutor. The library was exceptionally quiet, sunlight streaming through the windows, interrupted only by the rustle of turning pages. This elite school boasted excellent facilities, and most students who frequented the library were high achievers admitted based on their academic merit. The school offered free tuition and generous scholarships to maintain its esteemed reputation. The library was vast and well-stocked, yet scarcely populated, as wealthy students rarely frequented such scholarly pursuits. Qing He and Su Jija found a secluded corner to sit. Su Jija handed her an exam paper, instructing her to begin. He needed to gauge her understanding before tailoring his teaching approach. Qing He scratched her face, accepting the pen he offered. Su Jija quietly read his book, sunlight illuminating his handsome features, prompting Qing He to steal glances at him. His straight nose, eyes resembling a crystal-clear lake, and soft pink lips appeared inviting. Qing He poked several black dots on the paper with her pen. Noticing her distraction, Su Jija gently reminded her to focus. Qing He adjusted her gaze to him, affirming she would. Su Jija returned his attention to his book, though he kept a watchful eye on her. She unfolded the paper and began writing confidently. Before long, she set down her pen, and Su Jija glanced at her paper, taken aback to see she had only completed the multiple-choice questions, most of which were incorrect and clearly random guesses. However, he refrained from commenting, choosing to wait for the right moment to speak. Qing He was preoccupied, glancing around and swaying her legs lightly. Su Jija rubbed his temples, asking, "You can't answer any of these?" He pointed to the blank spaces on her paper. Qing He nodded, revealing that her intention in seeking him out had never been purely academic. Her ultimate aim had always been to entice him into becoming her boyfriend. Su Jija took the paper, ready to explain the questions to her. After finishing one explanation, he observed her distracted demeanor and asked, "Do you understand?" Qing He honestly shook her head, admitting, "I don't get it and don't want to learn." Su Jija closed the paper. "Then why did you ask me to be your tutor?" "It's for you," Qing He replied, gazing directly at him. Su Jija was momentarily stunned, processing her words before responding. "For me? Indeed, I wish for you to be my boyfriend." She gazed at him unabashedly, revealing her true thoughts without reservation. Su Jija also looked at her, questioning her sincerity. "Are you serious?" "No, I merely wish to toy with you," Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Su Jijia's complexion instantly drained of color. His eyes widened as he struggled to articulate, "Toy with me?" Qing tugged at his collar, compelling him to draw nearer. "Yes. Do you consent?" She had already devised a plan. Should Su Jija refuse, she would resort to threats. Chapter 90. The school bully's moonlight. Qing was eager to witness whether this aloof flower would bend. Time seemed to stand still as she clutched his collar, her hand growing weary. Su Jija blinked, and when his eyes reopened, they reflected a newfound determination. "All right." Qing He overheard two girls gossiping and initially intended to ignore them until he caught wind of Qing's name. Girl A exclaimed, "Oh my, how sweet." Girl C replied, "Indeed. The pampered princess and the cool scholar create quite the chemistry." Girl A added, "What a perfect match." As one girl casually turned her head, she spotted the displeased Qing He, and in fright, her phone slipped from her grasp. Qing He bent down to retrieve the phone, noticing a blurred photo that appeared to be a clandestine shot. It clearly depicted Qing tugging at Su Jijia's collar in the library. He scrutinized the image for a prolonged moment, remaining silent before returning the phone to the girl and departing. Once he had distanced himself, the girls exhaled in relief. Girl A gasped, "That was terrifying." "Did you see Qin Xiaobao's expression?" The other girl urged, "Let us hurry. We're going to be late for class." Qing lounged in her seat, engrossed in a television drama, when the classroom door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Startled, she discovered it was Qing He. "What are you doing?" Qing He remained silent, enveloping her in his arms and carrying her outside. Qing, momentarily stunned, soon felt anger rise within her. It was break time, and with so many witnesses, she didn't wish to cause a scene, so she dug her nails into his arm. Qing He brought her to his resting room in school, a privilege granted due to his family's significant donations. The door clicked shut behind them, and though he was angry, he gently set her on the sofa. The moment she was released, she delivered a sharp slap to his face, using all her strength, leaving red marks from her nails. "You're insane," Shuking glared at him. Qing He hoarsely inquired, "Have you started dating someone?" Shuking, her hand slightly numb, replied, "Yes, I am dating." Qing He wanted to ask whether she no longer had feelings for him, to question her motives behind dating, yet he felt he lacked the right to do so. She had never acknowledged him. A bitter smile crept across his face as tears slipped through his fingers. It mattered not, as long as he could remain by her side. He thought humbly, "What about me?" he asked, his eyes reddening. Shuking caressed his face, softening her tone. "It's all right. Even if I am dating, you can still love me." Qing He wrapped his arms around her, declaring, "I will love you forever, even if it means being the other man." Shuking extended her reddened palm, and Qing He began to massage her hand. "Does it hurt?" "Of course it does, so please refrain from doing anything else to upset me," she warned. Qing He pressed his face against her palm. "Where are you taking me?" Su Jija asked, holding her hand and appearing quite cheerful. Shuking teased, "You'll find out when we arrive." Once they were in the car, Shuking gazed out at the scenery. A slight breeze drifted through the partially open window, and Su Jija squeezed her delicate hand. When she turned to look at him, her hair danced in the wind, half concealing her face like a flower on the verge of blooming. His eyes, resembling clear springs, were solely focused on her as he tenderly smoothed her tousled hair. Chapter 91. The school bully's Moonlight. The vehicle came to a halt before a luxurious five-star hotel, its grandeur evident, with 2 security guards stationed at the entrance. Su Jija stared at the 4 characters of the hotel name, years.By Hotel, momentarily taken aback. "Here?" Shuking tugged on his hand as they made their way inside. "It's a hotel." Su Jija pressed his lips together, his ears turning crimson as he followed her. A middle-aged man in a suit approached, beaming. "Miss Shu, what a pleasure to have you here. I do like the presidential suite I stayed in previously," she stated. "The young master has always kept it reserved for you." "Miss Shu, you may stay at any time," the man responded, his eyes narrowing with a smile. He was well aware of the young master's regard for this Miss Shu, knowing she might one day become the lady of the house. "Su Zi," Shuking waved her hand in front of him. Su Jija snapped back to reality, looking at her with profound affection. The middle-aged man finally shifted his gaze to Su Jija, his expression cracking, the smile freezing on his face, appearing somewhat comical. "Miss Shu, this is?" Shuking raised their intertwined hands. "My boyfriend. By the way, the room key, please." She extended her hand toward the middle-aged man, who reluctantly retrieved a golden room key. Shuking led Su Jija to the exclusive elevator. Once inside, the man hurriedly took out his phone, and after several rings, the call was answered. The voice on the other end was chaotic, followed by footsteps, indicating someone was leaving. Soon after, a languid yet charming voice responded. "What's going on?" Yin Qingshun leaned against the window, slightly tipsy from drinking, listening to the caller. The middle-aged man spoke increasingly quietly. "Miss Shu has gone up with that young man." Yin Qingshun hung up, his expression turning icy as he swiftly exited the bar. Just as he opened the car door, he recalled Shuking's words and dialed, "Hurry over here." Gao Wenjuan, out shopping with his girlfriend, abruptly abandoned her upon receiving Yin Xiao's call. Fortunately, the bar was not far from the mall, but he arrived panting. "What's wrong, young Master Yin?" Yin Qingshun tossed him the car keys. Gao Wenjuan clumsily caught them. As Shuking collapsed onto the bed in the hotel, she buried herself in the blankets. After a while of rolling about, noticing Su Jijia's lack of movement, she propped herself up. "Come here." With an air of authority, Shuking's demeanor was not one Su Jija found off-putting. Instead, he thought of her as an adorable ragdoll cat from a pet store. Complying, he approached the bed, and Shuking seized his collar, pushing him onto the bed. Su Zi, caught off guard, fell onto the bed without defense. Shuking pressed down on him, passionately kissing his lips, causing Su Jija to feel his lips bruise. Yet he still caressed her head. Her movements were anything but gentle, and Shuking clumsily explored his mouth with her tongue, sensing him stiffen beneath her. A faint metallic taste lingered between them. Shuking sat up, spitting a couple of times. "This is not enjoyable at all." Su Jija tugged the blanket to cover himself. Pondering, Shuking mused that the people in the videos she had watched appeared to be having a great time. Suddenly, she remembered that they had removed their clothing. In a swift motion, Shuking discarded her dress, tossing it to the floor. Su Jijia averted his gaze, unable to look at her form. Yet the image of her bare skin lingered in his mind. Chapter 92. The school bully's moonlight. Shuking possessed a splendid physique, petite and exquisite. Her skin as pale and tender as tofu, with hair cascading over her chest, subtly veiling her delicate curves. Noticing Su Jijia's embarrassment, his face flushed crimson like a ripe tomato. Shuking couldn't help but wonder if he was blushing all over. Su Jijia shut his eyes, fumbling to retrieve the dress and urging her to put it back on. Shuking yanked the dress further away, declaring, "I want to wear it." Su Jijia felt utterly defeated. His previously brilliant mind clouded with confusion, rendered utterly helpless against Shuking. Qing He extended her devilish hand, forcefully tearing open his shirt, causing a button to pop off. She twisted a certain spot with vigor, prompting Su Jijia to inhale sharply in pain as he desperately grasped her mischievous hand, angered by his repeated interference. Qing He swatted his hand away. Su Jijia was pushed off the bed, and she wrapped herself in the quilt. How annoying it was being so awkward. She had already removed her clothes. Su Jijia hesitated and tugged at the blanket, which only resulted in her tightening her hold on it. Observing the bundle on the bed, Su Jijia called out to her, "Qing He," but Qing He ignored him, still fuming. After a moment of dry coaxing from Su Jijia, she remained unresponsive beneath the quilt. "It's all my fault. I want to stop you from doing anything you wish," he conceded, as his principles crumbled in the face of Qing He's obstinacy. A few minutes later, a small head emerged from the quilt. Qing He's hair was a tangled mess. Really? She mused. Since it was someone she liked, she felt free to act as she pleased. Tentatively, she licked his lips and then sat atop him, her expression bewildered about what to do next. Su Zizi, left with no choice, embraced her in her innocence and kissed her. It was his first time too, but he cleverly navigated through the nuances. As Su Jijia grew more adept, Qing He gasped for breath, gripping the back of his hand tightly, leaving deep marks from her nails. Suddenly, the hotel doors swung open with a beep, and Yin Qingshun entered to find Su Jijia pinning down the girl he fancied, his reason dissipating in an instant. He strode forward, yanking Su Jijia up and suppressing his rage as he covered the girl with a blanket. "You scoundrel!" Yin Qingshun shouted angrily, then landed a punch on Su Jijia's face. Taken by surprise, Su Jijia stumbled back before retaliating. The two of them seamlessly transitioned from the room to the living room, while Qing He sat on the bed, watching the scuffle unfold with the door ajar. If she had some sunflower seeds, she would start cracking them right now. 001 suddenly came to life, yelling, "Oh my, they are fighting. Host, you must stop them." Qing He shifted comfortably, recalling how long it had been since 001 had chimed in. "What have you been doing? Why do you still sound so silly?" she teased. Hearing her inquiry, 001 felt a twinge of guilt, wanting to explain, but instantly becoming irate at her following remark about its sharp tongue. Qing He nestled comfortably in bed, clutching a pillow. "Are you neglecting your duties?" she scoffed. 001, feeling struck where hurt, promptly fell silent. Chapter 93. The school bully's white moonlight. Qing He, sensing she had touched a nerve, continued, "Can I file a complaint?" 001 panicked, realizing that while host could indeed do so, it had not informed her. If she complained, it would be demoted. After all, it had only recently achieved level 3, with 2 more levels to ascend to the ultimate god level system, thanks to her successful completion of tasks. "I was just playing games with other systems," 001 pouted. "You can still play games?" Qing He was surprised that her offhand comment was accurate. "Thanks to you, I could reach level 3, 001 admitted with a hint of pride. Listening to its chatter, Qing He imagined that if it had a tail, it would be wagging like a whirlwind. "I now have many more privileges and can do anything." 001 couldn't help but boast, striding past other systems with newfound confidence. "Oh, do elaboraci. Pain perception is shielded, and you can claim a free item daily, plus enter dreams once in each world," 001 enumerated. Qing He, though not particularly interested in such perks, felt confident in her own allure, considering these merely embellishments. Yet upon hearing about entering dreams, her curiosity piqued. Is it entering someone else's dream? Indeed, you can fabricate dreamscapes at will, and it's not necessary for you to enter them yourself. Qing has set her pillow aside. So, can you control my emotions? I can, but it requires your consent. She nodded, then make me sad enough to cry. Ideally, with the kind of beauty like tears on a pear flower. Understood. Before long, a wave of sorrow welled up within Qing He, tears flowing freely. Yet her heart felt untroubled. This emotion won't trigger your heart condition, 001 assured, ever consider it. In her mind's eye, Qing He reached out to pat 001's small head. Well done, she praised, and 001 felt as if it were floating. Stop fighting. Her clear voice, tinged with a sob, reached the ears of the two who had lost their senses in combat. Qing, feeling a dull ache in his jaw, froze upon seeing Qing He's tear-streaked face. Qing He's fist, poised to strike, hung suspended in the air. Qing He, feeling wronged, called out to Qing, come here. Qing released his grip on Qing's collar, and Qing obediently approached. She gently touched the corner of Qing's mouth. Does it hurt? After witnessing this, Qing stepped back, the once spirited demeanor now resembling that of a forsaken stray dog. Qing reached up to wipe away her tears. Don't cry. Qing He sobbed uncontrollably, her eyes red like a little rabbit, trembling from the intensity of her weeping. Qing, noticing her pale complexion, asked with concern, Are you all right? Qing He shook her head, clutching her chest. I'm fine. Qing's eyes reflected worry as he clenched his fists but remained still. She had dressed, though her hair was still somewhat disheveled, and she wore only one sock, exposing her fair foot. Qing He gazed at her boyfriend, his face marred with injuries. Feeling a flicker of anger, she glanced at her childhood friend but found herself at a loss for words. Qing He believed he might have misunderstood her. She offered Qing an apologetic glance. You should go. Qing's eyes dimmed. All right. He did not wish to make things difficult for her. The door closed once more, leaving only Qing and her in the room. History informed the girl of a little-known fact. Historically, Huangdi and Yindi were female. History. Girls should never be labeled. If they're happy, they can be sunflowers or roses. Chapter 94. The School Bully's White Moonlight. Qing He sighed. Come here. Let me tend to your wounds. Though she was not particularly skilled, she managed a simple treatment. Applying a band-aid to his injured finger, she softly asked, Aren't you going to explain? Qing suddenly smiled. Explain what? Why I hit him. I simply couldn't stand him. Qing, are you out of your mind? You storm in here and hit my boyfriend over a trivial matter, Qing He retorted angrily. Qing, in a self-destructive tone, proclaimed, If I hadn't come today, what were you going to do with him? Did he entice you? Qing He, feeling exasperated, replied, I went along willingly. Isn't it normal for couples to do such things? Qing carried her back into the room and locked the door. Though he was angry, he gently set her on the bed. I am better than him. You can do whatever you like. He invaded her personal space with a fierce intensity, leaving her dazed and unable to resist as he kissed her. The room fell silent except for the sound of their breaths. Qing He struggled weakly, her hands trapped by Qing's grip, utterly defenseless. She nearly gasped for air from the intensity of the kiss, and he finally released her, resting his forehead against hers as they both breathed heavily, their breaths mingling. The moment she could speak, she muttered, You're crazy. Qing He lay limply in his embrace, her only remaining energy devoted to chiding him. Qing, are you out of your mind? Who told you to kiss me? With a soft chuckle, Qing buried his face in her shoulder, his voice muffled yet playful. I am indeed crazy. Qing He called out sweetly, and Qing, that rascal, bit her. Qing gazed at the mark he left on her smooth, fair shoulder and tenderly kissed it. Qing He, through her clothing, fiercely bit into his chest, delighting in the sound of his sharp intake of breath. Yet, she did not relent until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, prompting her to disdainfully spit. She noticed blood seeping through Yin Qingshan's shirt and couldn't help but stifle a giggle, covering her mouth in triumph. Yin Qingshan, witnessing her amusement, remarked with a tone of indulgence, "You little heartless one." Shu Qing He, suppressing her smile, declared, "I am in love with you." Yin Qingshan, signaling him to cease his reckless behavior. Yin Qingshan entwined his fingers in her hair, responding with a nonchalant "mhm," unable to tolerate his dismissive attitude. Shu Qing kicked him playfully. After standing up, she stated, "No more of this. I'm leaving now. Some little pup should be sulking in a corner." Yin Qingshan sat alone in the hotel, consuming bottle after bottle of alcohol. He found himself powerless to stop her, unwilling to cause her pain. Love often operates in such perplexing ways. He gazed at the small bite marks on his chest, raked a hand through his hair, and, as the glaring light bore down on him, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. When Shu Qing descended, Su Jijia was already gone. The night was lively, and she hailed a cab. "Where's Su Jijia's home?" Shu Qing closed her eyes, pretending to doze while conversing with 001, feeling exhausted from the day's events. 001 promptly transmitted the address of Su Jijia's residence and thoughtfully inquired, "There is something in the shop called Yuan Hui Shui, only 50 gold coins." Shu Qing swiftly declined. Number 001's anticipation fell flat. All right then. The vehicle halted in front of a modest community, where an elderly man dozed off at the entrance. As Shu Qing exited the cab, she passed by the old man. The houses appeared quite dilapidated, indicating Su Jijia's family circumstances were not favorable. The trash cans along the roadside overflowed, emitting a foul stench as she hurried past, covering her nose. The sounds of men cursing and children crying filled the air, which irritated her. Why must one reside in such a place? It was genuinely bothersome. Upon finally reaching Su Jijia's doorstep, Shu Qing knocked, only to discover the door was ajar. She pushed it open, finding the interior shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight. Utilizing her keen eyesight, she scanned the living room and found it empty, leading her to a conclusion. Su Jijia had returned, lost and dejected, to the house his mother had secretly left him. His mother had passed away years ago, and his father, consumed by alcohol, had squandered everything. Thankfully, he still had a place to call home. Su Jijia sat in a daze, his gaze fixed on the floor, when a pair of small black leather shoes entered his line of sight. Slowly, he lifted his head to see Shu Qing, her eyes sparkling with laughter, reminiscent of starlight. Just as years ago, she had looked at him in the same manner, illuminating his dark world with a sprinkle of light, transforming it forever. Thus, he became a guardian of that glimmer. "What brings you here?" Su Jijia's eyes lit up momentarily, his once cold heart beginning to beat anew. Shu Qing replied without reservation, "I came because I wanted to." She kicked off her shoes, pouting, "I came to find you, and my feet are sore." Su Jijia gestured for her to sit on the bed, taking her feet into his hands to massage them. "It's my fault," he said. Shu Qing placed her feet on his lap, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. Shall I cook you some noodles?" Su Jijia proposed after some thought. "I want to see you do it," Shu Qing insisted, wrapping her legs around his waist. Su Jijia lifted her slightly, ensuring she was comfortable, and carried her into the kitchen, turning on the lights. Shu Qing took another look around the house. It was clean and tidy, albeit a bit small. Su Jijia retrieved a pair of pink slippers for her. "How do you have women's slippers?" Shu Qing raised an eyebrow at him. "I prepare them for you," he replied, gently ruffling her hair. In truth, he had prepared them long ago, though she had clearly forgotten, fearing she might get wet while washing vegetables. He placed a small stool for her to sit on at the kitchen door. However, Shu Qing soon found it uninteresting, having initially been curious on a whim. She walked back to Su Jijia's bedroom, flopping onto the bed and playfully disheveling the neatly folded black blanket. The faint scent of laundry detergent wafted from the sheets, which she found pleasant. As she explored the bed, Shu Qing opened a drawer, discovering only a wooden box inside. Curiosity piqued. She lifted it to find a red string bracelet with a small safety lock dangling from it, appearing to belong to a girl. She shook the safety lock, and the bell inside emitted a crisp sound, stirring memories within her. Yes, she recalled a time in her childhood when she had fallen ill in the hospital and encountered a boy who was secretly wiping away tears. To comfort him, she had given him her bracelet. Memory flashed back a decade. A little girl in a beautiful dress, the pink tulle fluttering in the sunlight, trotted along, her black leather shoes clattering with each step. This was a gift from her father from abroad. She noticed soft cries and, looking around to find no one, followed the sound to discover a lovely little boy with tear-streaked cheeks. Her eyes brightened as she jogged over. "What's wrong?" The boy looked up, his face marred with tears. A girl with pigtails stood before him, and he lowered his gaze once more. Seeing his silence, she sat beside him and said, "Are you sick? Are you scared? Don't be afraid." She pinched his cheek, which felt soft like the snow-flavored treat she had eaten before. Qing He removed her bracelet and handed it to the boy. "This is a safety lock. It will keep you safe. I'm giving it to you, so please don't cry." "Miss, where are you?" An anxious assistant called out, having lost sight of her in an instant. If the boss found out, he would surely be fired. "I'm leaving now. By the way, my name is Qing He," she said, lifting her skirt as she departed. The boy gazed at the safety lock bracelet in his palm, grasping it tightly. A middle-aged man approached. "Sujijia, what are you doing here? Come back with me." His tone was scolding, pulling the boy's wrist with enough force to leave a mark. The boy bit his lip, being dragged forward. "Miss, you mustn't wander off. What if you get lost?" The assistant led the doll-like girl back to the ward. A delicious aroma wafted into her thoughts, and she glanced at the bracelet, remembering Sujijia as that little boy who had cried in secret. "The noodles are ready," Sujijia remarked, noticing the bracelet on her wrist, his voice trailing off. Qing He looked up at him. Sujijia approached with a calm expression. "You remember? I am that little boy." He loosened the bracelet and placed it back on her wrist. "It has kept me safe for over a decade. Now it's time to return it to you." With that, he lifted her into his arms. Unspoken was his promise to protect her as well. Startled by the sudden lift, she clung to his neck. Sujijia gently set her down in front of the table, asking, "What do you think?" Qing He gazed at the fragrant, visually appealing dish of noodles, exclaiming, "It smells so good." A fried egg rests upon the plate, adorned with vibrant greens and sprinkled with chopped scallions, evoking an irresistible allure. However, she noticed the absence of an egg yolk and inquired, "Why is there no yolk?" A fleeting look of panic flickered in Sujijia's eyes as he replied, "I heard you dislike egg yolks." Qing He nodded, affirming, "I detest yolks. The yolk tends to cling to the white, and she wished to avoid it entirely." This particular egg, devoid of any yolk, was a testament to Sujijia's meticulous nature. She paused, realizing he had been attentive to her peculiarities, a trait known only to her close friends. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against teasing him, as it was evident that Sujijia was rather bashful. Qing He gently placed her hand on her slightly rounded belly, feeling quite satisfied. A smile graced Sujijia's face. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." As she surveyed the surroundings, she contemplated fetching a drink when Sujijia, as if possessing a sixth sense, offered her a glass of water. Qing He gulped down the water appreciatively. "It's getting late. Let me escort you home," Sujijia remarked, gazing out at the evening sky. Soon, the month-end examinations approached, and they found themselves assigned to the same examination room. With her admission ticket in hand, she approached Sujijia, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, we are in the same room." Qing He leaped into his embrace, tilting her head to admire the matching examination numbers they held. Sujijia rested his chin on her shoulder. Indeed, quite a coincidence. The warmth of his breath made her giggle uncontrollably. However, she lowered her head and lamented, "But my grades are terrible. It would be so embarrassing to come in last." Without hesitation, Sujijia, twirling a strand of her soft black hair, assured her, "Don't worry. I'll let you copy from me. We're just one person apart." Qing He widened her eyes in surprise. "You mean to help me cheat? But what if we get caught? Whatever the consequences, I will bear them. Don't be afraid." "Qing," Sujijia said, affectionately kissing her ear. With the examination looming the next day, Qing He leaned against Qing Ji's shoulder, exclaiming in surprise as a strawberry was brought to her lips, its leaves freshly plucked. Upon taking a bite, the juice overflowed, and she instinctively licked it away, savoring the moment. "The exam is tomorrow," she mused. Qing He continued applying nail polish to her fingers, asking, "Does this color suit you?" Recently, he had taken to painting her nails, and she found his skills quite commendable, thus she did not refuse. Suddenly, Qing He playfully kicked his chin, causing him to nearly spill the polish. "I'm asking you," she retorted, retracting her hand. Qing He set down the nail polish and enveloped her in his arms, making her feel like an oversized doll. "I know there is an exam." She poked his cheek. "I will take the exam, and you must not skip it." She was well aware that he had a tendency to forego exams in the past. She wanted not only to take the exam, but also for him to join her. "I understand. I will take it with you," he replied. Unfortunately, they were not in the same examination room, leaving her to rely on Su Jijia, the unsuspecting lamb. Qing He carried a cup of soybean milk as she walked ahead, a purchase made by Su Jijia earlier that morning. Su Jijia followed behind, ensuring she had everything she needed. Upon arriving at the examination hall, half the students were already there, yet they seemed oblivious to the impending exam, casually enjoying their breakfasts. In contrast, the female lead sat in the center, immersed in memorizing her lines. Mu Yueka, distracted, was also rehearsing, but was more focused on the people behind her. She had learned that Su Jijia was dating Qing He, igniting a flicker of hope within her. In the end, Qing He only managed to drink half of her soybean milk, leaving the remainder for Su Jijia. As she propped her chin on her hand, she awaited the invigilator to distribute the exam papers. Once she finished writing her name, she anticipated Su Jijia's answers to be passed along. Su Jijia quickly completed the multiple-choice questions and, to give her time to copy, wrote his answers on a small piece of paper. The invigilator walked around, and upon noticing Qing He had not yet begun, paused beside her desk. "Please focus on your work," the invigilator softly urged, prompting Qing He to pick up her pen and randomly select a few letters. "That will suffice," she thought to herself. Ultimately, Su Jijia was accused of cheating and received a score of 0. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me," Qing He sobbed into Su Jijia's embrace. He handed her a tissue. "It's not your fault. I just couldn't help you achieve a good score." The omniscient 001 could only sigh, lamenting Su Jijia's misfortune in encountering his host. Later, 001 couldn't resist asking the host, why was Su Jijia treated so unfairly despite not having done anything? Qing He, relaxed on a swing, replied, "Do you really think Su Jijia was uninvolved in the original plot? The male and female leads union was certainly facilitated by him, and he bears some responsibility for the original host's demise." 001 was taken aback, quickly perusing the narrative for clues. Indeed, it became evident that Su Jijia played a significant role in bringing the leads together. Qing He sipped her yogurt, so all he did was get caught helping someone cheat. "I was being quite benevolent. He is, after all, the one responsible for the original host's fate. But he likely didn't intend for that to happen," 001 reasoned. Recognizing that Su Jijia merely harbored feelings for the original host and did not wish for her demise, his intentions may not have been malicious. Yet the consequences were undeniably real. Can he truly be deemed innocent? No, he must face the repercussions, Qing He stated, her gaze growing colder. She despised those who, having inflicted harm, continued to live without remorse, regardless of their thoughts. Before long, Qing He learned of Qing He's breakup with that man. She crossed her legs, anticipating Qing He's arrival. The world was nearing its end. Qing He stood and moved to the window, pondering what the next world would hold. Qing He, holding a fruit salad she had expressed a desire for, noticed her at the window. "Look at you. You've turned into a little calico cat. Ink smeared all over your face," he chuckled. Recently, Qing He had developed a sudden passion for calligraphy, though what he saw on the table were merely chaotic scribbles, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Hey, how dare you laugh at me?" she retorted, playfully smearing ink on his face. A handprint appeared on his remarkably handsome visage, creating a comical scene. Qing He pretended to be angry. "Oh really? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Unfazed, Qing He made a silly face at Qing He. "Come and catch me." They both collapsed onto the sofa, her nestled in the crook of his neck, their breaths mingling, causing Qing He to blush subtly. Qing He, assertively cradling his face, picked up a brush from the table and began to paint on his face. "Dare you get angry?" Qing He encircled her slim waist with his arms, allowing her to paint freely. After a while, she exclaimed, "I'm tired. I won't paint anymore." Qing He retrieved the brush from the ground. "Let me teach you how to write." Qing He raised an eyebrow. "You can write with a brush?" Qing He grasped her hand, meticulously inscribing her name, the characters flowing elegantly across the paper. Qing He pushed aside Qing He's hand with determination. The three characters before her seemed to resonate with her own essence, filling her with confidence. She grasped the brush and solemnly inscribed Qing He's name. But her heavy strokes rendered the characters indistinct. Feeling that she had not performed well, she continued to write on the paper. Qing He observed her earnestness. Leaning in to take a peek, a fist resting against his lips, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable laughter. Looking at the inky mess on the paper, Qing He turned and saw Qing He's smiling eyes, inadvertently smearing ink all over her hands. A new handprint appeared on Qing He's face. "You did that on purpose?" he remarked. Ignoring the ink on his face, he embraced Qing He, rubbing his cheek against her small face. Qing He, overpowered by his strength, pleaded, "Qing He, please stop." Realizing her acknowledgement of wrongdoing, Qing He released her. However, as soon as he let go, Qing He seized a bottle of ink, poised to pour it over Qing He. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge knows no time limit. "If you pour that on me, I want to help you clean up the mess," Qing He warned, though her swift movements outpaced his words. Qing He, feigning a pitiful demeanor, tugged at Qing He's sleeve. Upon seeing her forlorn expression, his heart softened instantly. "All right, I will assist you," he said, taking the ink bottle from her hands and placing it on the table. The faucet gushed forth clear water, their hands intertwined, blurring the distinction between the warmth of the flowing water and the tender atmosphere around them. Qing He nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Having exhausted her energy in their playful banter, now feeling drowsy, Qing He carefully supported her tilting head and gently carried her to the bed. Observing her sleeping form, he noted that she appeared much more obedient in slumber than when awake. Leaning in, he placed a soft kiss on her fragrant cheek. With a moment of respite, he began to tidy himself up, discovering that his clothes had also become stained with ink. With a resigned chuckle, he realized that this outfit was beyond salvage. Qing He, hearing the door close, quietly opened her eyes. "You are not sleepy at all, are you?" 001 remarked. "Of course not," Qing He replied. Dressed in a pale yellow puff-sleeve blouse paired with a denim skirt, she appeared playful and charming, her hair styled in two perky buns. "Hello, I am here to see Gu Tsongnan." The receptionist, a meticulously dressed young woman, displayed impatience upon recognizing yet another girl seeking Mr. Gu, dismissing her with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you have an appointment? At your young age, you seem rather cunning." Qing He, bewildered by the comment, quickly realized she had been misjudged. Adopting a stern expression, she retorted coldly, "Do you know who I am? You had better call Gu Tsongnan." The receptionist hesitated, uncertain. This girl, despite her ordinary attire, possessed an undeniable grace, perhaps truly knowing Mr. Gu. However, she remained reluctant to make the call, insisting that without an appointment, she could not allow entry. The number of visitors seeking Mr. Gu was countless. She couldn't possibly call every person who claimed to know him. Crossing her arms, Qing He pulled out her phone, preparing to dial Gu Tsongnan. Just then, Ji Hezhu emerged from the elevator and, spotting Qing He, hurried over. "Qing He?" Chapter 100. The school bully's white moonlight hearing her name called. Qing He turned to see Ji Hezhu and complained, "This receptionist won't let me upstairs." "Yehezu displeaset," directed his words at the receptionist. "You might as well resign and submit your resignation to the HR department." The receptionist, startled, stammered an apology. Ji Hezhu understood that the receptionist might have had aspirations of marrying into wealth, as a receptionist is the face of the company. While such ambitions are not entirely unjustified, provoking the wrong person incurs consequences. Qing He had no intention of creating a scene. She merely wanted Ji Hezhu to scare her a little. "It's all right," she said, recognizing that the girl was simply doing her job. "You represent the company. No matter the situation, you should maintain a good attitude and learn to respect others." The receptionist nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm truly sorry. What brings you here today?" inquired. I can play, what about you? Jeet Haju smacked his forehead. I have an appointment to sign a contract. I must go. Qing He, observing his hurried demeanor, reminded him, be careful on the road. The door opened a crack, and Qing He peeked inside, spotting Gu Tsongnan diligently working at his desk. She tiptoed over quietly. Gu Tsongnan sensed someone entering, furrowing his brow, ready to reprimand, but softened upon recognizing her. What brings you here? He asked, then added, what made you think to find me? Qing He pouted. I'm just bored and wanted to come play with you. Why are you working all the time? She approached him from behind, resting her hands on his shoulders. Gu Tsongnan leaned back wearily, and Qing He began to massage his temples. You need to rest. Don't overexert yourself. Gu Tsongnan stood up. Shall I accompany you to play? Qing He took his hand. Don't work for now. Take a break. Gu Tsongnan, looking at their intertwined hands, obediently allowed himself to be led to the sofa. She removed his glasses. Rest for a moment. All right. Gu Tsongnan nodded in agreement, realizing he had not properly rested in days. Leaning back on the sofa, Qing He casually picked up a book from the table and began to flip through its pages. The spacious office was filled only with the sound of pages turning, and as Gu Tsongnan inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, he drifted into slumber. Gu Gij, a sweet voice shattered the tranquility. Don't block my way. Miss Su, you really cannot enter. Mr. Gu has stated that he will not meet anyone today. Su Xn brushed aside his hand. I have known Gu Gij since childhood. He will certainly see me. Upon opening the door, she found Qing He glaring at her. Didn't you say no one would be seen? Why is she here? She can come and go as she pleases. Gu Tsongnan, awakened by the commotion, cast a cold stare at Su Xn, his voice as frigid as ice. Why is she allowed to enter? You couldn't stop her? The assistant, shrinking back against the door, stammered, I'm sorry, boss. Miss Su insisted on coming in. Su Xn, you remain as irritating as ever. Hearing this, Su Xn became even angrier. Qing He, I'm not deaf. Why are you shouting? Qing He glanced at the innocent assistant. You should leave. The assistant looked to the boss, receiving a nod before exiting. Chapter 101. The school bullies white moonlight, and Su Xn stepped forward. Qing He, why did you come back? You are truly annoying. Just as Qing He was about to retort, Gu Tsongnan pulled her behind him. Su Xn, witnessing his protective stance, became even more incensed. Mind your language. Gu Tsongnan glared at her sternly. Gu Tsongnan, do you like Qing He? Su Xn blurted out, and upon seeing Gu Tsongnan fall silent, her conviction strengthened. Qing He doesn't like you. She likes Qing He. Are you going to compete with Qing He for her affection? Gu Tsongnan remained silent. As her words held a kernel of truth, Qing He did not harbor feelings for him. At that moment, Qing He tugged at Gu Tsongnan's tie, urging him to bend down. And before Su Xn, she kissed his lips. Gu Tsongnan, oblivious to how Su Xn left, felt as though his mind had exploded upon that soft touch. All his senses were consumed by her lips, leaving no room for thought. Instinctively, he responded to her, the kiss fervent and prolonged, revealing the love he had concealed within for over a decade. Qing He, initially assertive, found herself becoming passive. Had Gu Tsongnan not supported her waist, she would have crumpled to the floor. Gu Tsongnan gazed at her with profound tenderness, and Qing He understood the question he wished to pose. Thus she inquired, Gu Tsongnan, will you marry me? This day would forever remain etched in Gu Tsongnan's memory, as if he were a parched desert, and at this moment, the barren expanse had transformed into an oasis. The years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. On that day of early winter, heavy snow began to fall. Are you cold? Gu Tsongnan opened an umbrella and took her hand. Beneath the shelter of the umbrella, she smiled, feeling warm. The umbrella tilted mostly towards Qing He, while snowflakes settled on his shoulder. Qing He playfully nudged him. Show me the marriage certificate. I want to post it on my moments. With a click, she shared the photo, quickly receiving an outpouring of blessings from friends. All right, let's head home, she said. Their fingers intertwined, they exchanged a smile, leaving behind 2 sets of footprints in the snow-covered ground. Skyscrapers loomed, and impeccably dressed office workers moved in and out. Mr. Qin, Miss Qing Ji, holding documents. noticed his flustered demeanor and grew anxious, fearing something had happened to Qing He. What is wrong with her? Assistant Li, nervously clutching his phone, stuttered out. Miss Xu shared her marriage certificate on moments. Qing He sighed in relief, sitting down as he murmured, I see. You may leave now. The couple on the marriage certificate appeared to be a perfect match, yet Qing He's gaze fell upon her blissful smile, stirring a deep sense of bitterness within him. As the screen dimmed, a tear fell. Look at the union of the heir of the Gu Corporation and the heiress of the Xu family, the employees gathered to discuss. Passing by, Su Jija unexpectedly heard the familiar name and paused. Let me see. Handing over the tablet. The employee was taken aback to see the usually aloof and stern president with reddened eyes. Su Jija took the tablet, recognizing the face that frequently appeared in his dreams. The union of the Gu and Xu families was celebrated with a traditional Chinese wedding, adorned with luxurious decorations. How beautiful! Just as I imagined you to be, he sighed. Yet the beauty was not for him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fulfilled your mission. The cheerful voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 102. The Malicious False Heiress. I am now upgraded to a level 4 system, murmured the system, nestled at Qing He's feet. Qing He rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the script. She casually asked, Oh, what is the benefit? Eager to prove itself, the white space transformed into a cozy room, designed to evoke a sense of home for the taskbearer. Qing He observed the pink bed and lay down upon it. Somewhat useless yet useful. This script revolved around a malicious false heiress, who was a switched identity. The true heiress had endured years of hardship in place of her counterpart. Initially, the false heiress's fate seemed promising, but upon the true heiress's rebirth, the narrative shifted. The story centers on the genuinely malicious nature of the false heiress. Upon the true heiress's return, schemes to reclaim everything, ultimately leading to the false heiress's downfall. The malicious false heiress, unrepentant, would act the same if given another chance. Her burning desire for revenge attracting the system. Her mission, to retaliate against the true heiress. Qing He chuckled. Sounds a bit like me. Such a vengeful spirit. However, she mused, it would harm herself in the process. She found herself in the classroom when the female lead transitioned. Qing He scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. The original owner was stunningly beautiful, with captivating doe-like eyes that softened her striking features, lending her an innocent aura. Her petite face, framed by flowing hair, resembled a mermaid from the depths of the ocean. When she smiled, her innocence shone through, masking the darkness within. She sensed a piercing gaze filled with hatred, and upon lowering the mirror, she caught a glimpse of the true heiress, Qiao Yu, whose eyes briefly flashed with malice. Qiao Yu had not anticipated her rebirth, given a chance by fate to exact vengeance on Qing He, the imposter. In this new life, she vowed to reclaim all that was hers, determined to make Qing He return every morsel she had taken. Let us welcome our new classmate, the homeroom teacher announced. Her gaze filled with hope as she introduced the academically gifted student. Qiao Yu was a sponsored student from a poor background. The classroom remained indifferent, engrossed in their own affairs. The teacher chuckled awkwardly, accustomed to the spoiled attitudes of the wealthy students. Qiao, please find a seat. All right, Qiao Yu replied, making her way to an empty spot in the fourth row. Tao Lingshu noticed Qiao Yu seated beside Wen Jiang. Oh, the newcomer is sitting next to your fiancé. Qing He did not lift her gaze. Qiao Yu's choice of seat was expected. What fiancé? Such arrangements were outdated. Tao Lingshu laughed lightly. Come on. After being with you for so long, I know your character well enough. Even if you don't like Wen Jiang, you certainly won't allow anyone else to. Chapter 103. The Malicious False Heiress. Qing He shot her a glance. You know that, and still ask? How dull. She feigned indifference, though her concern was evident. Tao Lingshu noticed Qiao Yu's misfortune, having encountered Qing He upon her arrival. However, she was not one to show kindness. It had nothing to do with her. During the break, Qing He noticed Qiao Yu leaving and exchanged glances with her friends before following. Upon entering the restroom, Qiao Yu sensed someone trailing behind her and smiled knowingly. As she stepped inside, a bucket of water was poured over her, drenching her completely. Though she had anticipated it, She still shivered uncontrollably. On her first day at a new school, she had been targeted, only to later realize it was due to sitting next to her fiancé. Yet Jiang Qinghe had never liked Wen Jiang. Clenching her fists, she cried out, "Help, is anyone there?" As she pounded on the door, Jiang Qinghe stood outside, observing the door blocked by a broom, softly saying, "Call for help. I wonder who will come to your rescue." She turned and walked away. Han Xiaoxue followed closely. "I've already spoken to them. They'll use other floors for the restroom." "That's good," Jiang Qinghe replied with satisfaction. Zoe, hearing faint cries for help from the restroom, grabbed a boy and inquired, "What is happening?" The boy, caught off guard, replied honestly. The new transfer student angered Miss Jiang and was locked in the restroom. Zhui's expression turned inscrutable as he released the boy. "You may go." The early spring chill enveloped Xiao Yuyu, leaving her trembling. Had she misremembered, or had her rebirth created a butterfly effect? Xiao Yuyu recalled fainting in the restroom, waking in the infirmary, where the school nurse informed her that Zhui had brought her there. She had timed her arrival perfectly. She shouldn't have to remain locked away for long. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Zhui's face, and she fainted in relief. Upon waking in the infirmary, Xiao Yu knew she had succeeded. With Zhui's assistance, she would surely be recognized again, for he despised Jiang Qinghe, and only he had the power to help her. Jiang Qinghe, filled with indignation, forcefully kicked open the classroom door. Her gaze swept around and landed on Zhui, who was sleeping at the back. With a sudden gust beneath her feet, Zhui was awakened, his face displaying evident annoyance as he sat up. Upon seeing the self-important Jiang Qinghe standing before him, he languidly leaned back in his chair, inquiring, "What wind has blown you in?" Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor only heightened Jiang Qinghe's ire, and with all her strength, she slapped that infuriating face. Caught off guard, Zhui's face turned to the side. The classroom fell into a heavy silence, as if a celestial battle had left the mere mortals to suffer the consequences. Zhui, suppressing his anger, bellowed, "Get out!" The students, upon hearing his command, hurriedly vacated the room, leaving it empty in an instant. Jiang Qinghe's hand trembled slightly from the force of her action. Yet she held her head high, unafraid of him. She let her hands fall to her sides as Zhui turned to silently regard her. Jiang Qinghe felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, straightened her back, and mockingly met his eyes. It's her own fault for rescuing that Xiao Yuyu. Chapter 104. The malicious false daughter. With a kick, Zhui sent a nearby desk flying, triggering a domino effect that toppled several others with a resounding crash as he advanced toward Jiang Qinghe step by step. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Jiang Qinghe instinctively turned to flee, but Zhui seized her as if she were a mere chick, lifting her onto a desk. Terrified, fearing a fall, she froze in place. Leaning over her, Zhui placed his hands beside her, while tears glistened in her eyes. She attempted to wave him away, but he grasped her wrist, his voice low and menacing. "Still wanting to fight?" Jiang Qinghe struggled, yet his grip held firm. In that moment, her defiance flared. "Who told you to meddle? You're just looking for trouble with me." She bit her lip. Zhui smirked, gripping her chin with one hand. "Indeed, I am." Warm tears streamed down her cheeks, landing on his hand, causing him to release his hold. Jiang Qinghe, still putting on a brave front despite her tears, defiantly stared at Zhui. He distanced himself slightly, and in her heart, she secretly rejoiced, knowing he wouldn't dare to harm her. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder as Zhui bit her. By the time she realized what had happened, he had already exited the classroom. The class bell rang, and she hastily wiped her tears, pulling out a small mirror from her pocket. Not noticing anything amiss, she jumped down from the desk. After school, seated in the car, she contemplated various methods of revenge against Zhui. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror and noticing the young lady with arms crossed, her half-closed eyes fixed on a distant point, felt a jolt of alarm. Typically, she wasn't like this. There must be some wicked scheme brewing in her mind. He resolved to be cautious. Jiang Qinghe carefully peeled off her clothing, revealing porcelain white skin marred by distinct bite marks on her rounded shoulder. She gasped, gingerly touching the area before retracting her hand. The pain had intensified tenfold upon seeing the wound. Gritting her teeth, She let out a cold laugh. Glaring at her reflection in the mirror, just wait. I want tea rest until I make you pay, along with that little wretch Xiao Yu. At the dining table, Sun Shuiwei sat regally beside Jiang Yuan, turning to Aunt Hong. Why has the young lady come down yet? Please fetch her. Aunt Hong stood by. Of course, madam. Jiang Rin stood up. I'll go call her. Sun Shuiwei nodded. Yes, quickly bring your sister down. Jiang Rin swung open the door, only to find Jiang Qing He sitting on the bed, unable to utter a word. Jiang Qing He, having just removed her clothing, heard the door open but did not turn around. I'll come down once I'm dressed. Noticing on est silence. She turned to see Jiang Rin staring in shock. Look, Zhui bit me. Jiang Qing He pointed at the bite mark on her shoulder, her expression one of grievance. Jiang Rin snapped back to reality, moving closer to drape a blanket over her head, plunging Jiang Qing He into darkness. What is wrong with you? Jiang Qing He exclaimed as she emerged from beneath the blanket. Jiang Rin tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. What were you thinking? What if it were another boy? Jiang Qing He shot him an exasperated look. Aren't you my brother? Why compare yourself to others? Jiang Rin pinched her cheek from now on. Lock the door when you change. Thank goodness I'm your brother. Chapter 105. The malicious false daughter. By the way, what happened with Zhui biting you? Jiang Qing He's anger flared as she recounted. That Zhui tried to hit me today. He was furious. Jiang Rin, aware of her temperament, replied. I meant why Zhui hit you? What did you do? Jiang Qing He, feeling cornered by his question, retorted. I only slapped him. He started it by interfering with my affairs. Jiang Rin sighed. You know Zhui's temper. Just be glad you're not dead after slapping him. Stop causing trouble. He gave her forehead a gentle poke. Behave. Jiang Qing He, feeling unsupported, sulked and pushed him. Get out, leave. Jiang Rin stepped back, continuing, hurry up and get dressed. We're going to eat. Jiang Rin suddenly sat up, glancing out the foggy weather and leaning back against the bed. His mind was in disarray. He had dreamed of that scene all night. His sister sitting on him, her flushed face, innocent eyes, and delicate arms resting on his shoulders. Jiang Rin cursed himself harshly and got up to toss his pants into the washing machine. Standing half naked by the window, he took a drag from a cigarette, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. His expressive peach blossom eyes were clouded with melancholy as he lowered his gaze, extinguishing the cigarette with long lashes that obscured his emotions. At school, Xiao Yu sensed the peculiar stares directed at her, making her feel uneasy as she adjusted her clothing and quickened her pace. Upon entering the classroom, she found her desk covered in red ink and her chair smeared with glue. Confused, she glanced around, only to see everyone averting their eyes. Standing in front of her desk for a moment, she abruptly turned and ran out of the classroom. Whispers erupted among the students, with several boys feeling sympathy for her plight, remarking how pitiful she seemed. Isn't Jiang Qing He being a bit excessive? The boy sitting next to her shifted further away. Just as the boy was about to say something, a chill ran down his spine. He turned to find Jiang Qing He smiling at him, causing his heart to race. Why did you stop speaking? Em listening. What have I done that's excessive? Jiang Qing He looked down at him. Miss Jiang, you're not excessive at all, really. I was just rambling, he stammered. Observing his cowardice, Jiang Qing He scoffed and walked away, leaving the boy to pat his chest in relief. That scared me to death. Xiao Yu dashed outside to a secluded spot, her expression hardening. She recalled that in her past life, Jiang Rin often came here to rest. Disinterested in class, he sought solace in a smoke, having stumbled upon this little pavilion that was usually deserted. He had shared its location with Jiang Qing He, though she rarely visited. Spotting someone seated inside, Jiang Rin approached and found a girl crying. Annoyed, he tucked his cigarette away, considering a change of location. Xiao Yu remained vigilant of her surroundings, and upon turning, she indeed spotted Jiang Rin. Quickly, she wiped her tears away. Noticing he had been caught, Jiang Rin stepped into the pavilion and sat down. Don't worry. I want to laugh at you. I just came to smoke. Xiao Yu felt relieved at his words. I just arrived at this school. By the way, what's your name? Chapter 106. The malicious false daughter. Jiang Rin held a cigarette between his fingers. Jiang Rin. Xiao Yu smiled at him. I'm Xiao Yu. Jiang Rin thought to finish his cigarette and leave, giving a dismissive nod. Xiao Yu wore a look of sorrow. Have we become acquainted? She murmured softly, feeling lonely in this new school without a friend. She was perplexed, not knowing how she had incurred the ire of Qing He from their class. Qing, having only heard the name Qing He, casually inquired, "What is your issue with Qing He?" Upon realizing that mentioning Qing He elicited a reaction from him, Xiao Yuyu continued, "I don't know how I angered her. She locked me in the restroom, and today she even spilled red ink on my desk." Jiang Ren's expression darkened further as he replied, "I am her brother. My sister has been spoiled, so I hope you won't take it to heart. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." He then stood up and left. Xiao Yu forcefully tore leaves from the tree, vowing, "One day, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me from you, Qing He." The willow tree swayed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a maiden's tresses brushing over the lake's surface, creating ripples. Qing He sat on a stone by the lake, asking, "Has UMO arrived yet?" "Not yet," came the reply. "Let me know when he gets here." She did not wish to linger in the water for long. 001 kept a vigilant watch for UMO, eagerly announcing, "He is here." She stood up, extending her hands forward. Qing He, on tiptoe, attempted to grasp a willow branch, but just then a gust of wind blew, causing her to catch the branch with a smile, only to lose her balance and wobble precariously. Yumo had worked late into the night and woke up late, skipping breakfast to rush to school. Hearing a splash by the lake, he ran over to find someone had fallen into the water. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to save them, shedding his clothes and diving in. When Qing He was rescued, her face was pale, her hair drenched and clinging to her face, looking pitiful. UMO frowned and tossed his jacket to her while he put on his shirt. Qing He felt the fabric envelop her, the faint scent of laundry detergent wafting in the air. As she pulled down the jacket, intending to express her annoyance, she was suddenly struck by his features. UMO was fair-skinned, with deep-colored lips akin to a vampire long deprived of sunlight, and soft pink lips. His light brown eyes reminded Qing He of someone from her past, who had once gazed at her with indifference, yet later became unable to part from her, pleading not to be abandoned. However, Qing He had only relished in the thrill of conquering him. Intrigued by the man before her, she grasped his hand, asking, "Where are you going?" UMO, looking at her hand on his, coldly replied, "Let go." Qing He, sensing his aloofness, stubbornly retorted, "I want tea." "Are you heading to class? Are you planning to attend in those wet pants?" UMO glanced down at his dripping trousers, regretting having saved her. She was indeed a troublesome girl. Qing He led him to her small apartment on campus, funded by her family's donations to the school, a place for her and her brother to rest. She fetched an outfit for him from her brother Jiang Ren's room, stating, "Change into this. It belongs to my brother." After that, she left him and went to her own room to change. When Qing He emerged, he had already left, and she held Yumo's jacket, contemplating how he had been so frightened of her that he left his belongings behind. However, she was unperturbed, knowing she could find him again. Disinterested in attending class, she opted to watch television in the apartment. Jiang Ren, unable to find her in class, decided to check the apartment, surprised to find her leisurely watching television on the sofa. He let out a cold laugh and sat down beside her with a grim expression. Qing He didn't even spare him a glance, casually grabbing an orange from the table. "Peel this for me." Jiang Ren, resigned, accepted the orange and began peeling it, asking, "Did you bully a girl named Xiao Yuyu?" Qing He finally diverted her gaze from the television. "How do you know? Did that little green tea complain to you?" Jiang Ren stuffed the orange into her mouth, admonishing, "As a girl, you should speak more civilly." While chewing on the orange, she playfully kicked him. "Are you here to question me?" Jiang Ren lifted her bare feet off the ground. "Bullying others like this doesn't reflect well on you. Don't you know what others say about you?" Qing He curled her legs over his lap. "But they wouldn't dare to scold me to my face. Besides, I've bullied plenty of people. My reputation has long been tarnished." Jiang Ren understood her nature and chose not to force her to change, fearing it would lead to a cold war between them. "I'll protect you if anything happens," he assured. Qing He smiled at his words and leaned over to plant a kiss on his cheek. Jiang Ren covered his face, astonished by her action. Qing He laughed heartily. "You're acting like a girl. His reaction prompted him to seize her hands, unaware that danger was quietly looming. The apartment echoed with her laughter. As Qing He squirmed to escape his grasp, laughter filled the air. "I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong." Jiang Run, seeing her admit fault, released her, asking, "Will you dare to do it again?" Qing He, still chuckling, lay against him. "I want to do it again." Jiang Ren then noticed how close they were, and he hurriedly distanced himself from her. Qing He, slightly bewildered by his retreat, shrugged it off and returned to watching television. Jiang Ren hastily exited the apartment, and she muttered to herself, confused by his sudden departure. Once far enough away, Jiang Ren paused, feeling his heart racing. "No, I must have been single for too long. Perhaps it's time to find a girlfriend." When Qing He arrived at class, she found Xiao Yuyu sitting at her now-clean desk, next to Wen Jiang, who was engrossed in a book. Raising an eyebrow, Qing He was about to look away when Wen Jiang unexpectedly lifted his gaze, resulting in an unforeseen moment of eye contact. Just then, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qing He's face, making her glow. Wen Jiang could see the distinct lashes on her eyes and felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered a long-lost treasure. Qing He walked past him nonchalantly. Wen Jiang lowered his gaze back to his book, yet he absorbed none of its content. Was it said that this fiancé didn't care for the original owner? Why did he look at her like that, as if seeing his beloved? Qing He pondered if there was an issue with the system, as Wen Jiang's gaze stirred a sense of déjà vu within her. The system is functioning correctly, 001 clarified, unable to comprehend human emotions. Qing He realized she wouldn't glean any answers from the system, so she abandoned the inquiry. Xiao Yuyu subtly observed Wen Jiang, recalling that in her previous life, he had always held disdain for Qing He. Feeling shy sitting near someone like Wen Jiang, who was her fiancé, Xiao Yuyu resolved to reclaim her identity, making him hers once more. She was determined not only to possess Wen Jiang, but also Mo and Jiang Run. Anyone associated with Qing He will be taken from her. After school, she sought information about Zhui Yi's whereabouts and eventually found the bar he frequented. Feeling inferior, she gazed at the elegantly dressed patrons entering and exiting, glancing down at her one decent long dress. As she approached the entrance, a security guard halted her. "Do you have a reservation?" Xiao Yuyu, feeling flustered under his disdainful gaze, struggled to articulate her response. The guard raised his hand to usher her away. "I'm with him," she asserted. Ling Yin was aware that she was the one bullied by Qing He. With his swirling rumors at school, he was curious about her intentions. The security guard, upon recognizing him, nodded respectfully. "Ah, it's you. Please, miss, come in." Xiao Yuyu cast a grateful glance at Ling Yin. "Thank you. May I ask what brings you here?" Ling Yin wore a gentle smile. Observing his attire, Xiao Yuyu sensed that he must come from a distinguished background. "I am here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "It's quite challenging to locate someone in such a large bar." Xiao Yuyu acknowledged the difficulty. "I am searching for someone named Zhui. Looking for I? I am his friend. I shall take you to him." Xiao Yuyu was pleasantly surprised, realizing her fortune in meeting him. "Thank you so much." In her previous life, she had always been targeted by Qing He, only discovering at the moment of her demise that she was the true heiress of the Jiang family. Xiao Yuyu did not know Ling Yin. Zhui sat on the sofa, drinking while watching others play games. Ling Yin opened the door to the private room and led Xiao Yuyu to the center where Zhui was drinking. "I just met her at the entrance. She said she is here to find you." Zhui looked up, his gaze resting on the unfamiliar face before him. "Who are you?" Xiao Yuyu stood frozen, wishing to shrink away, but the dim light of the room concealed her astonishment. Ling Yin prompted, "Did you not rescue her from the restroom last time? You even got slapped by Miss Jiang." Zhui recalled the incident. He had merely wanted to inconvenience Qing He. He had casually called someone to take her to the infirmary without much thought. "What do you want from me?" he asked indifferently. Xiao Yuyu was taken aback by his demeanor. "May I have a word with you?" Upon noticing Zhui's clear expression of refusal, she added, "It's about Qing He." After a moment of contemplation, Zhui put down his drink. Let's go. Chapter 109. The malicious false heiress. Xiao Yuyu took a deep breath. Qing He has always targeted me. Could you assist me? Zhui's eyes turned cold at her words. Why should I help you? Undeterred, she pressed on. You despise Jiang Qinghe, do you not? I can help you deal with her, provided you assist me. After a brief pause, she continued. A person's greatest fear is losing everything. I will take everything from Jiang Qinghe. Zhui's gaze shifted to Jiang Qinghe in the distance, and he chuckled. All right. Jiang Qinghe, accompanied by Tao Lingxue, had stepped out for fresh air, but was dismayed to see the two unwelcome individuals. Zhui was still smiling at her, and Jiang Qinghe felt an urge to tear his face apart. Tao Lingxue, sipping her drink, remarked, Didn't you say you were going out for some air? Why are you back so soon? Jiang Qinghe, irritated, sank into a black leather sofa. Don't mention it. It's bad luck. She downed her fruit wine in one gulp. Zhui, observing her entry, concealed his smile. Do you have anything else to say? Xiao Yu shook her head no. Zhui turned away, leaving her in a daze. When she regained her senses, Zhui had already returned to the private room. As long as she could collaborate with him, she would endure this moment. Once back at the Jiang family, she would not remain as humble as she was now. Upon returning home, Jiang Qinghe found her parents absent. After inquiring with the butler, she learned they were abroad on business and would not return for over a month. Jiang Qinghe also received a harsh piece of news. Her mother believed she and her brother lacked exercise, so all the servants had been given a vacation. It seemed today was her only chance to enjoy the good meal. When Jiang Ren returned, he was surprised to find Jiang Qinghe not holed up in her room, but watching television in the living room. He sat beside her. Why aren't you in your room today? Jiang Qinghe picked at a plate of fruit, particularly enjoying the watermelon. Knowing she wouldn't have the luxury of such fruits readily available, she replied casually, I just wanted to watch television downstairs today. Jiang Ren, suspicious, scrutinized her. Something fell off. That evening, Jiang Qinghe consumed more than usual, which further puzzled Jiang Ren. Hadn't she always just had one bowl? As he pondered this, he hardly ate anything. By morning, when Jiang Ren awoke, he realized the reason. The large villa had everything except a warm breakfast on the dining table. When Jiang Qinghe awoke, she was met with Jiang Ren's resentful gaze. What are you doing? Why didn't you tell me Mom gave everyone a holiday before she left? Jiang Qinghe smiled innocently. Really? I had no idea. Jiang Ren was instantly choked, realizing it was too late to complain. He turned to leave, and behind him, Jiang Qinghe's raucous laughter echoed. When Jiang Qinghe finished her morning routine, she found Jiang Ren munching on fruit to stave off hunger. Upon seeing her, Jiang Ren tossed the apple core into the trash. If you don't hurry, I'm going to starve. As they prepared to leave, they were both taken aback to find the driver also on holiday. How do we get to school? Jiang Ren had no choice but to retrieve a bicycle he hadn't ridden in years from the parking lot. Jiang Qinghe shot him a disdainful glance. Are you trying to make me freeze to death in this cold wind? Chapter 110. The Malicious False Heiress. Popularity over 1 million. Additional update. Jiang Ren removed his jacket and tossed it to her. Stop complaining. Are you getting on or not? Jiang Qinghe settled onto the back of the bicycle. Thankfully, Jiang Ren's jacket was oversized. She nestled within it, revealing only her large eyes. Brother, are we going to ride bicycles tomorrow too? Jiang Ren pedaled ahead. What? You're not happy about it? I never said that, she replied sweetly. But aren't you concerned your dear sister might catch a cold? Jiang Ren clicked his tongue. Stop pretending. Despite his words, he contemplated whether he should hire a driver for the next day. Standing at the cafeteria entrance with a meal card she hadn't used all semester, Jiang Qinghe hesitated, observing the bustling crowd. Should she eat breakfast? However, her low blood sugar meant she needed to eat. Just as she was torn, she spotted a familiar figure and rushed forward to grab his shirt. Umo was on his way to the cafeteria when suddenly pulled back. Turning around, he recognized her as the girl he had impulsively saved. Jiang Qinghe flashed what she believed to be a sweet smile. What is your name, my savior? Umo, seeing his lack of resistance, Jiang Qinghe pressed on. Qinghe. She politely introduced herself. Umo gazed at her, still clutching his shirt, silently questioning what she wanted. Feeling he was too aloof, Jiang Qinghe thought it was time to be direct. Could you buy me breakfast? She handed him her meal card. Umo hesitated for a moment. All right, wait for me here. Jiang Qinghe's spirits soared at his agreement. Okay, I'll wait outside. Please hurry. Umo purchased a bowl of plain porridge, having forgotten to ask what she wanted. Ultimately, he opted for the most popular shrimp crystal dumplings. Qing He sat under a tree, eagerly waving at him as he finally emerged. Umo approached, extending the breakfast and the meal card toward her. Qing He casually accepted it, noticing he had only bought porridge. Yet, she understood that someone like him must possess a strong sense of pride. Umo, let us have lunch together today. Thank you for saving me back then. Umo stammered. No need, but her radiant smile lingered in his mind. Qing He sat in the classroom, enjoying her breakfast. 001 felt a hint of confusion upon noticing Umo's affection level. Qing He nearly laughed out loud, realizing he was rather reserved, having thought him to be aloof. After swallowing a dumpling, she explained to 001, it means someone appears indifferent on the surface, yet is secretly overjoyed inside. To put it simply, they are insincere in their words. 001 acknowledged this, pondering the peculiarities of human emotions, which it found difficult to comprehend. When Wen Jiang entered the classroom, he instinctively glanced towards Qing He's seat. Seeing her enjoying breakfast lifted his spirits slightly. He sensed something was amiss, as he found himself unconsciously drawn to her, watching her. Qing He, using chopsticks, picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling and sighed as she observed Tao Lingxue touching up her makeup. Tao Lingxue glanced over at her, questioning why she seemed downcast. Qing He swallowed her food and replied nonchalantly, nothing. As breakfast concluded, class was about to commence. Qing He sat in her chair, fixating on Xiao Yuyu's silhouette. She felt compelled to take revenge on Zhu Yi and decided to target the newcomer first. Isn't it heroic to save the damsel in distress? Let's see how many times he can do that, she mused. Shen Xiaoyin, uncertain, asked if this was truly a good idea. Surrounded by several classmates, Qing He assumed a commanding tone, instructing, just do as I say. Xiao Yu, having recently transferred and lacking friends, walked alone at the back during physical education class. Shen Xiaoyin noticed her solitude and rushed over, wrapping her arm around Xiao Yuyu's. She smiled kindly, hello Xiao. I'm Shen Xiaoyin. Xiao Yuyu froze for a moment, recalling that Shen Xiaoyin had been Qing He's sidekick in her previous life, conspiring against her. Despite this, she returned the smile, hello, Shen Xiaoyin. The class involved badminton, and Xiao Yuyu, unsure of whom to team up with, glanced at Wen Jiang, who was nearby, contemplating approaching him. Xiao Yuyu, Qing He called out to her. Han Su, feeling uncomfortable, remarked, Isn't this a bit unfair? I'm a big guy picking on a small girl. Qing He shot him an irritated glare. Didn't you say you were good at badminton? This is your chance to prove it. Seeing her annoyance, Hanzhua reluctantly acquiesced. All right then. With a forceful push, Qing He propelled Hanzhua forward. You're not being teamed up with anyone, right? I specifically found someone for you to play with. Shen Xiaoyin stood beside Xiao Yuyu, discreetly pinching her arm while wearing a friendly facade. Yes, Jiang is being so considerate. Don't let her down, Xiao. Realizing she had no choice, Xiao Yuyu steeled herself and took to the court as onlookers gathered around. Shen Xiaoyin brought over a chair. You must be tired, Jiang. Please have a seat. Qing He sat down, crossing her legs, eagerly awaiting Xiao Yuyu's embarrassment. Hanzhua launched the shuttlecock into the air with great force. The sound of wind rushing past indicating the power behind his swing. The shuttlecock struck Xiao Yuyu unexpectedly, leaving a red mark on her face. Li Lian, having sneaked over from his class to watch, was surprised to see the scene unfold. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the girl being bullied as the one Zhu Yi had rescued in the restroom. Zhu Yi, typically indifferent to such matters, had saved her. Could it be he had taken a liking to her? With a shift in his gaze, Li Liang hurried back to his class. Zhu Yi was on the basketball court, clad in a limited edition black jersey, towering over most of the boys. He radiated an aura of confidence. Li Liang baba energetically. Calling out Zhu Ge, Zhu Yi tossed the ball to a nearby boy, strode over, took a large gulp from a water bottle, and casually inquired, What is up? Jiang is picking on Xiao Yuyu, the girl you saved last time in the restroom. Li Liang informed him. Zhu Yi recalled their agreement and decided to intervene. I'll go take a look. The shuttlecock repeatedly hit Xiao Yuyu with precision. Each time it struck her, Jiang Qinghe clapped and cheered. Well done, Hanjua. As more spectators gathered, they joined in applauding. Xiao Yuyu stood humiliated, with no one offering her sympathy. Everyone gravitated toward Hanjua, well aware that no one would dare offend Jiang Qinghe, the heiress of the Jiang family. Jiang Qinghe observed Xiao Yuyu as if she were a clown. Unable to watch any longer, when Jiang approached her, advising, Jiang, stop this. It could lead to trouble. Don't you remember the last time you almost got punished by Aunt's son? Jiang Qinghe, in a good mood, suddenly recalled that her allowance had been cut, nearly preventing her from purchasing a necklace she desired. Though Jiang Run had discreetly supported her, her anger flared. Turning to Wen Jiang, she coldly retorted, are you threatening me? Wen Jiang, taken aback by her misinterpretation, attempted to clarify, that is not what I meant. I'm just worried about you with Aunt's son. But Jiang Qinghe had no interest in hearing him out. She rose, directing Hanjua, put in more effort. Realizing he could not sway her, Wen Jiang sighed, deciding to intervene if needed. Hanjua, taking her words to heart, unleashed all his strength. Xiao Yuyu, terrified, watched the shuttlecock soar toward her. With a resounding smack, it struck her forehead, leaving a swift redness in its wake. Jiang Qinghe burst into laughter, finding it amusing that someone dared to oppose her, yet was so naive. Upon arriving, Zhuo Yi witnessed Jiang Qinghe's bullying firsthand. He approached and glanced at Xiao Yuyu, whose face was flushed and eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him, seeking solace. Zhuo Yi snatched the racket from her hand and tossed it aside, declaring, stop playing. Jiang Qinghe advanced, insisting, I must continue. Zhuo Yi turned to her, are you insane? I am, and you can't take her away. Jiang Qinghe shot back defiantly. Zhuo Yi, angered, retorted with a smile, let us see if you can stop me. He grasped Xiao Yuyu's clothing and attempted to leave. Jiang Qinghe reached out, grabbing Xiao Yuyu's hair, pulling her back a few steps. In retaliation, Jiang Qinghe slapped her face, trying to pry her hand away, but Jiang Qinghe clung tightly to Xiao Yuyu's hair. In pain, Xiao Yuyu cried out, desperately trying to grab Jiang Qinghe's hair. But Zhuo Yi blocked her. With determined strength, Zhuo Yi pried Jiang Qinghe's fingers loose. Seeing her frown, he shouted to the onlookers, what are you all staring at? Someone find scissors and help. Jiang Qinghe, realizing Zhuo Yi was calling for help, seized his collar, forcing him to bend down. She bit his face until she tasted blood, finally releasing him. Yet, still unsatisfied, she stomped on his shoe. Zhuo Yi, cursing, exclaimed, Jiang Qinghe, are you a dog? Unfazed, Jiang Qinghe felt a sense of relief, having vented her frustrations on both Zhuo Yi and Xiao Yuyu. Ultimately, someone retrieved scissors, and Xiao Yuyu's hair was cut. Wen Jiang restrained Jiang Qinghe and carried her away, bringing the chaotic scene to a close. In the infirmary, the school nurse carefully applied medicine to Zhuo Yi's injuries. He gazed into the mirror at the delicate bite mark on his face. Suddenly, he smiled, recognizing her familiar nature. She had not changed one bit. Still as petty as ever. Xiao Yu gazed at her hair, now cut to her chin, feeling an overwhelming anger bubbling within her. Jiang Qinghe, I will not let this go unpunished. What about that person? Zhuo Yi inquired, recalling Xiao Yuyu's earlier words. The school doctor set down the cotton swab, assuring them that the female student simply needed some anti-swelling ointment. Upon receiving the news, Ling Yin rushed to the infirmary. Upon entering, he was greeted by the prominent tooth marks on Zhuo Yi's face. Oh dear, Zhuo Xiao, what happened to your face? Zhuo Yi's expression darkened, and he retorted, get out. Ling Yin cleared his throat, stifling a laugh. I heard it was Miss Jiang who bit you. This news has spread throughout the school. Observing Zhuo Yi's expression, he mused that this incident was ultimately Jiang Qinghe's fault. He wondered if Aunt's son would scold her, considering her temperament. Ling Yin continued speaking while noting Zhuo Yi's barely concealed concern, chuckling inwardly at the unrecognized affection blooming within him. However, he believed it would be better for Zhuo Yi to discover this on his own. Zhuo Yi stood and drew back the curtain, revealing Xiao Yuyu applying ointment to her face. Seeing him, she set down the medicine and said, thank you. You've helped me once again. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she gazed at the tooth marks on his face, asking with genuine concern, "Is your face all right?" He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing. I just wanted to discuss with you the importance of keeping this matter under wraps." Xiao Yuyu, astonished by his words, questioned why. He replied impatiently, "Making a fuss over this won't benefit anyone. Even if you escalate it to the principal, what will that achieve? She will only face consequences." His tone softened slightly as he added, "But you, Qing He, will only retaliate against you more fiercely. You are merely an ordinary student without a background." Xiao Yuyu felt a surge of resentment. Qing He's life should have been hers if only she had the evidence. Qing He sat on the sofa in her small apartment, idly tugging at the fur of a rabbit plush toy as she regarded the two individuals before her. Jiang Wei, infuriated by her demeanor, managed to suppress his anger and addressed Wen Jiang. "You should head back now. I need to have a word with her." Wen Jiang hesitated, wanting to speak up for her, but Qing He's glare compelled him to say, "All right, I will take my leave." Once Wen Jiang departed, Jiang Ren fixed his gaze upon Qing He. Unable to withstand his penetrating stare, yet unwilling to admit fault, she asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Ren sat across from her at the coffee table, demanding, still unwilling to acknowledge her mistake. Qing He stubbornly turned her head away, muttering, "I deserve this." Jiang Ren firmly grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes, coldly asking, "Did you or did you not make a mistake?" She pushed against him, unable to budge him, and tears quickly welled in her eyes, shimmering as they fell, reddening her gaze. Jiang Ren's heart softened slightly, noticing his moment of wavering. Qing He seized the opportunity to leap into his embrace, pitifully calling him brother. This was her usual tactic whenever she erred. Knowing Jiang Ren would never truly be angry with her, a simple act of feigning innocence would suffice. Nestled against his chest, she clung to his waist. Jiang Ren's irritation dissipated, and he gently combed her disheveled hair. In chapter 114, the malicious false daughter, he admonished, "You must refrain from fighting in the future. What if you get hurt? You dare to take on two opponents alone." He tapped her forehead lightly. Qing He, hearing his concern, broke into a smile. "I understand, brother. You're the best." She tilted her head and asked, "But what if our parents find out?" Jiang Ren affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Don't worry, I will handle it." "Well, have I not had your back?" Reassured by his words, Qing He playfully offered him a cherry, which he reluctantly accepted after a brief glance. Upon returning to the classroom, Qing He found Xiao Yu seated at her desk, her face flushed, looking innocent and pitiable. When Xiao Yu's gaze met hers, Qing He smirked, raising an eyebrow with a triumphant smile as she sauntered past. Tao Lingxue, seeing her approach, anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Qing He laughed. "What could possibly happen to me? Did your brother hurt you?" Tao Lingxue, noting her relaxed demeanor, asked out of concern. Qing He settled into her seat, wrapping her arms around Tao Lingxue, declaring, "My brother would never dare lay a hand on me." Tao Lingxue shot her a knowing look and quietly inquired, "Why are you so antagonistic toward her? You've never treated anyone else like this before." Qing He leaned her head on Tao Lingxue's shoulder, admitting, "Perhaps we simply do not get along. Initially, it was indeed due to Wen Jiang, but my disdain for her has only grown." Sitting up straight, she stated earnestly, "In any case, I have resolved to make her life miserable at this school." Tao Lingxue warned, "Just a heads up, many classmates sympathize with Xiao Yuyu over this incident. They're only silent because of your status." Her keen eyes scanned the classroom, filled with wisdom and insight. Qing He nearly believed she possessed the ability to foresee the future. Indeed, in her past life, she had been able to prevent Xiao Yuyu from revealing her true identity as her mother's biological daughter. However, with Xiao Yuyu now reincarnated and aware of her own true heritage, she would undoubtedly find a way to expose herself. At that point, Qing He would find herself at a disadvantage, and those who despised her would take the opportunity to strike. Thus, she realized it was imperative to outmaneuver Xiao Yuyu while she remained unrecognized, lest her fate be worse than the original hosts. Qing He rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with amusement, relishing the thought of the cunning schemes Xiao Yuyu, masquerading as an innocent lamb, might employ to retaliate against her. As Xiao Yuyu organized her backpack, she sensed someone occupying the seat in front of her. She casually glanced up to find Qing He, who was dressed in the latest fashionable attire, causing Xiao Yuyu to awkwardly halt her movements and place her worn-out backpack by her feet. Qing He, feigning ignorance of Xiao Yuyu's embarrassment, smiled and said, "I truly hope you can join us at the game arcade after school." She waved to Shun Xiaoyin, instructing Shun Xiaoyin, "Be sure to bring her along. I'm worried she might not find us." Initially intending to leave with Qing He, Shun Xiaoyin reluctantly agreed. Okay. In Chapter 115, the malicious false daughter, Qing He rose and urged, "You must come, Xiao Yuyu." Xiao Yuyu, anxious and aware that Qing He was once again seeking to create trouble for her, contemplated evading Shun Xiaoyin to find Zhuo Yi instead. As they walked side by side, Shun Xiaoyin was engrossed in her phone. "I need to use the restroom," Xiao Yuyu declared, plotting her escape. After all, with her hair ruined by Qing He, who knew what might occur at the game arcade. Shun Xiaoyin lifted her head, visibly annoyed by the interruption, and replied with a forced smile. "There are restrooms at the mall, Xiao Yuyu. You can hold it." Xiao Yuyu clenched the strap of her backpack, hesitating to flee. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the stairs, accompanied by a voice calling out, "Zhuo Yi, wait for me." Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Yuyu seized the opportunity to dash past Shun Xiaoyin. Zhuo Yi, spotting him descending the stairs, felt like a lifeline. Zhuo Yi looked up, surprised by her tearful expression. Shun Xiaoyin, taken aback by her sudden sprint, could only grit her teeth as she followed. "Zhuo Yi, please help me." "Qing He is," Xiao Yuyu implored, seeking Zhuo Yi's assistance. Shun Xiaoyin attempted to pull her away, but Zhuo Yi interjected. "Where are you taking her?" Shun Xiaoyin reluctantly explained, "I just wanted to invite her to the game arcade." Zhuo Yi, though posing the question, had already made his decision. Ling Yin caught up at this moment, and the presence of many people made the atmosphere lively. Shun Xiaoyin felt speechless yet dared not express her frustration, ultimately agreeing to the change from a duo to a quartet. Qing He rested her chin on her hand, gazing outside. Rising from her seat, she casually tossed a basketball into the hoop, her attention fixated on the door, wondering why they had not yet arrived. Her eyes lit up as she spotted Shun Xiaoyin from afar, and she set the basketball down to approach her. As she drew closer, she noticed the three individuals trailing behind Shun Xiaoyin, causing her smile to falter momentarily. She subtly pulled Shun Xiaoyin aside and whispered, "What is going on? You brought Zhuo Yi along as well?" Shun Xiaoyin wore a bitter expression, explaining that it was a chance encounter. And then Xiao Yuyu had rushed over to persuade Zhuo Yi to join them, which she could not prevent. Qing He released her grip on Shun Xiaoyin and glanced back at Zhuo Yi, who wore a bemused smile and bore the marks of his own teeth on his face. After observing Zhuo Yi for a moment, her gaze shifted to the timid Xiao Yuyu, who was trying to shrink behind Zhuo Yi. Qing He found it amusing, thinking to herself that Xiao Yuyu couldn't genuinely believe that Zhuo Yi would protect her. "Xiao classmate, I only allowed you to come alone. Why did you bring two others?" Qing He remarked, her expression dark as she swept her gaze over Zhuo Yi and Ling Yan. Zhuo Yi interjected, positioning himself in front of Xiao Yuyu, mockingly saying, "Is this place only for you to enjoy?" Qing He regarded him with an ambiguous expression before bursting into laughter. "Of course not. Who would dare to stop anyone else from coming?" She quickly pivoted the conversation, questioning, "Why does Xiao classmate always hide behind you? Am I some kind of monster that eats people?" Xiao Yu stepped out from behind Zhuo Yi, her demeanor somewhat awkward as she replied, "Jiang classmate, I just know Zhuo Yi a bit better, so I invited him along." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yi turned his gaze towards Qing He. Qing He bit her lip, choosing not to respond, and after giving Zhuo Yi one last look, she turned to leave, prompting Shun Xiaoyin to follow her out. Chapter 116. The malicious false heiress Zhuo Yi concealed his smile and addressed Xiao Yuyu. "You two go enjoy yourselves. The two of us won't fit in." Xiao Yu looked at him in surprise, but he interrupted, "Aren't I here? Nothing will happen." Reluctantly, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. "All right then. Are you really letting her be with Qing He without fear that she might bully Xiao Yu?" Ling Yin observed the unfolding drama, and chimed in with a chuckle. It's fine. Qing He probably just wants to intimidate her. Ling Yin stood back, contemplating Zhu Yi's figure with a sense of fondness, unaware of his own feelings. He shook his head with a resigned smile and followed Zhu Yi. Qing He picked up a bow and aimed at the target. With a determined pull, she released the arrow, hitting the mark perfectly. Shen Xiaoyin, somewhat perplexed, cautiously inquired, Miss Jiang, are you really letting Qiao Yu escape just like that? Qing He, with a fierce glint in her eyes, aimed at the bullseye, sending the arrow flying true. She turned to Qiao Yu behind her, smirking. Qiao Yu, however, had never learned archery due to financial constraints in her childhood. She had excelled in her studies to gain admission to a prestigious school, supported by the best educational resources. Yet, at the end of her past life, she discovered her original life had been affluent, leading to her deep resentment. If she had wealth, she wouldn't have had to curry favor with the elite. She had thought her cunning would elevate her status, but Qing He had revealed that she had usurped her identity. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet fate had granted her a chance to start anew. Qing He tossed a bow to Qiao Yu, proposing, if I win, you shall serve as my living target. What do you say? Qiao Yu fumbled to catch the bow, her eyes wide with panic. A living target? She stammered, glancing around nervously until she spotted Zhu Yi approaching, which calmed her somewhat. With glistening eyes, she turned to Zhu Yi with a pitiful expression, hoping he would inquire about her distress. However, as he remained silent, she finally spoke up, I can't shoot. Could you assist me? Qing He laughed. With your archery skills, you'd still have to be my target. Initially unwilling to intervene, Li felt provoked by Qing He's derisive gaze and remarked, what will you do if I win? Qing He, confident in her abilities, retorted, if I lose, you can ask me to do anything. Zhu Yi selected a bow, mocking her, Miss Jiang, are you so confident? If I win, you must obey me for a month. If I lose, I'll be in your position. Do you dare? The archery hall was bustling with spectators, having gathered from nearby schools to witness the event. Qing He hesitated, noticing Zhu Yi's confidence. But with the curious eyes of others upon her, she impulsively agreed, fine, I accept. Zhu Yi addressed the onlookers, you all bear witness. His teasing gaze shifting back to Qing He, otherwise, what if someone denies it later? Qing He was on the verge of losing her temper. How could she not play fair? Zhu Yi, satisfied with his goal achieved, fell silent, maintaining a smile while Qing He shot him a disdainful glance, finding him insufferable. Thus, a competition originally intended for her and Qiao Yu morphed into a contest between Zhu Yi and herself. The archery hall brimmed with spectators, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qing He took her turn first, brimming with confidence as she aimed for the center of the yellow circle. Releasing the arrow, it struck the bullseye squarely. Her performance yielded 2 perfect 10s and 1 9. Unless Zhu Yi hit all 10s, victory was hers. Although she was slightly dissatisfied with her final shot, she knew from her understanding of Zhu Yi's archery skills that he would be unlikely to surpass her. She lowered her bow and gestured for Zhu Yi to take his turn. Zhu Yi appeared unfazed, sporting a relaxed smile. What was he pretending for? Did he truly believe he could win? Qing He found his demeanor irksome, disliking his pretense of confidence. Turning to chat with her friends, she paid no mind to Zhu Yi. What's the deal between you two? Did you have a fight? Qing He asked the solemn Chang Su. He sighed deeply, glancing at her, don't ask, you should know. Qing He almost laughed out loud at his expression, clutching her stomach in mirth. Leaning against the wall, she finally said, all right, I'll go plead your case. Chang Su's expression softened. Thank you, Miss Jiang. He regarded her with a mix of gratitude and exasperation, aware that she was more concerned about her own laughter than about him. He watched her laugh uncontrollably, then took aim with the bow, his arrow piercing the center of the target with great force, even penetrating through. Qing He was startled by the cheers erupting around her and quickly inquired of Shen Xiaoyin, what is happening? Shen Xiaoyin cautiously replied, Zhu Yi won. Qing He's expression immediately darkened, yet with so many witnesses to the match, she could not contest the result. Zhu Yi approached her. Well then, Miss Jiang, are you prepared to accept defeat? Qing He hesitated, and at that moment, Xiao Yu interjected, her voice loud enough for all to hear. Miss Jiang, you're not going to back out, are you? Hearing this, Qing He chuckled lightly, casting a frosty glance at Xiao Yu before addressing Zhu Yi. The wager between Zhu Yi and I is none of your concern. It will commence from tomorrow. Jiang Ren sat in the living room, dining. When he noticed Qing He storming upstairs with an icy demeanor. He nearly called out for her to join him, but caught himself bewildered, setting down his chopsticks. He retrieved a strawberry cake from the fridge and ascended the stairs. Qing He slammed her door shut, kicking off her shoes and wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. Jiang Ren opened the door to find a small mound on the bed. He approached and placed the cake on the small table, then sat at the edge of the bed, tugging at the quilt. Qing He furiously kicked the quilt for a minute before returning to silence. What's wrong? Jiang Ren softly consoled her, but it bore no fruit. He had no choice but to pull back the quilt. Qing He, lacking strength compared to him, merely turned over, burying her head in the pillow. Jiang Ren gently parted her tousled hair and pinched her little face. After a while, Qing He sat up in anger. Her face flushed like a ripe peach. Jiang Ren found it amusing and wondered who had upset his dear, beautiful sister. He placed the cake in front of Qing He and handed her a spoon. How about a bite of your favorite cake? Chapter 118. The malicious fake heiress Qing He gazed at the tempting red strawberries and the delicate pink cream flowers adorning the cake. She scooped up a strawberry with her spoon and took a big bite. Seeing her glare at the cake as if it were an enemy made Jiang Ren chuckle. She was still the same child with a simple heart. Qing He ate nearly half the cake before her mood improved slightly. I made a bet with Zhu Yi, and I lost. Jiang Ren was unfazed. The two had never gotten along, akin to two volatile explosives that could easily detonate when together. What was the bet? Qing He pondered, feeling a headache coming on from a month of his demands. Upon hearing of the wager, Jiang Ren couldn't help but doubt whether she could adhere to it. Qing He noticed his gaze. What are you looking at? I'm not the type to back down. Jiang Ren wiped the cream from her lips. All right, I'll take my leave now. Good night. After Jiang Ren left, she collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't long before she felt drowsy, mumbling about addressing tomorrow's matters when the time came. A jarring ringtone pierced her ears, and Qing He irritably fumbled for her phone beside the pillow, squinting as she answered. On the other end, Zhu Yi casually remarked, "You remember yesterday's bet, right? I want breakfast now, you understand?" Qing He frowned, feeling annoyed, and replied dismissively, "Got it." Zhu Yi twirled a pen in his hand. "I'll give you 20 minutes. That should be enough, right?" After saying this, he hung up. Glancing at the darkened phone screen, he saw his own lips curled in a satisfied smile. Instantly, his expression soured, and he slammed the phone onto the table. Qing He ended the call and wrapped herself in the quilt, but after a moment, she sat up angrily. The Jiang family wasn't too far from the Zhou family. It was merely a 10-minute walk. Qing He, unable to ride a bicycle, had no choice but to walk. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes to suppress her irritation, mentally reassuring herself that it would be fine to rise early and take a stroll for longevity. Upon arriving, she noticed the door was ajar. Pushing it open, she found Zhu Yi leisurely lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. She felt her blood boil. Zhu Yi turned his head upon hearing her approach. "Breakfast?" Qing He coldly retorted. "Don't you have hands? You woke me up early in the morning." Ignoring him, she headed straight for the kitchen fridge. Her eyes landed on a bottle of yogurt, and just as she grabbed it, she spotted mustard quietly resting in the corner. With a smile, she squeezed mustard into the yogurt and shook it up. She sat beside Zhu Yi, offering him the yogurt with a sweet smile. "Here, that's your breakfast." Qing He felt her hands were still a bit cold as she looked up at Zhu Yi. "Is this really breakfast?" Zhu Yi took the yogurt, still chilled from the fridge. Qing He nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, I haven't had breakfast yet." The implication was clear. She hadn't eaten, so he should be content with whatever he had. Noticing her little gesture of rubbing her stomach, Zhu Yi placed the yogurt down and called for the chef. Seeing him set the yogurt aside, Qing He quickly grabbed it back. She beamed innocently. "Then have a sip of yogurt to tide you over." Zhu Yi, captivated by her smile, momentarily lost his composure, took the yogurt from her, and drank a large gulp. Chapter 119. The malicious fake heiress Zhu He furrowed his brow tightly, his expression peculiar, and he coughed uncontrollably. Jiang Qinghe couldn't contain her laughter and feigned concern. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Her smile was impossible to conceal. She threw herself onto Zhui Yi, playfully blocking his hand as he reached for a cup of water. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as Zhui Yi kissed her. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, and the taste of mustard filled her mouth, causing her face to flush a deep red. Jiang Qinghe dug her nails into Zhui Yi's waist, but he seemed oblivious to her discomfort, refusing to let go. She felt breathless, nearly gasping for air. Zhui Yi finally released her, and her cheeks remained flushed, unsure whether it was from the spice or the embarrassment of the kiss. Jiang Qinghe coughed repeatedly, yet clung tightly to Zhui Yi's sleeve. Zhui Yi found it amusing and handed her a cup of water. Jiang Qinghe gulped down nearly half of it, finally regaining her composure, though her eyes were a bit red, with tears glistening on her lashes. Her eyes sparkled like they had been washed by spring rain, pure and unblemished. She pointed at Zhui Yi, plaintively accusing him. "I came over early in the morning, and I didn't get enough sleep, yet you still bully me, boo-hoo." To appear more convincing, she forced out a few tears that glided down her cheeks, resembling dew on a pear blossom, eventually disappearing into thin air. Zhui Yi instinctively reached to wipe her tears, but his hand turned, and he tossed the yogurt into the trash. Jiang Qinghe blinked innocently. In the end, Jiang Qinghe enjoyed a lavish breakfast spread prepared by the family's chef. The best meal she had after the chef's holiday, leaving her feeling stuffed. After finishing her breakfast, she prepared to leave, but Zhui Yi called out, "Wait, you must accompany me to school." Jiang Qinghe looked at him in disbelief. "Why? Did you forget the bet?" With no other option, Jiang Qinghe climbed into his car. The driver was in front, separated by a partition, and she pressed herself against the door, trying to distance herself from him. Zhui Yi reclined in his seat, calm and collected, eyes closed. As the car made a right turn, Jiang Qinghe was jolted forward, landing heavily on Zhui Yi's lap. He grunted softly and opened his eyes. Looking down at her, Jiang Qinghe rubbed her head and pushed herself up, noticing Zhui Yi watching her. She turned her head, pouting cutely as if displeased. Upon arriving at school, she hastily opened the car door, anxious that Zhui Yi might pull some trick to torment her. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Qinghe laid her head on her desk and drifted off to sleep. When she groggily opened her eyes, she checked her phone and discovered it was already noon. Most students had left for lunch. Unlocking her phone with her fingerprint, she saw a message from Zhui Yi. "Tomorrow we have a camping trip." Originally, she had planned to spend the weekend with friends, but now those plans were dashed. Jiang Qinghe felt overwhelmed, struggling to imagine spending the weekend with Zhui Yi. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and returned to her desk. The day passed in this manner. Clad in a light yellow, sun-protective jacket and sporting a ponytail, Jiang Qinghe appeared youthful and vibrant. Her fair complexion glowed even more in the soft yellow, enhancing her radiance. When Zhui Yi emerged, he spotted Jiang Qinghe hiding in the shade, engrossed in her phone, and walked over. Chapter 120. The malicious fake heiress. Before long, the car arrived. Upon getting in, she recognized several familiar faces: Ling Yin, Deng Mingliang, and Luo Zhuojuan. Finally, her gaze fell upon Xiao Yuyu, dressed in a faded coat, her face somewhat pretty, yet otherwise a total bore, merely a pitiful green tea type. She placed her backpack in the front row and took her seat. Ling Yin and the others were taken aback. The previously gentle-faced Miss Jiang abruptly shifted from sunny to stormy. While the others were still in the dark, Ling Yin, at the forefront of the gossip, understood the implications. He cast a perplexed glance at Xiao Yuyu, who sat at the back, questioning why A Zhu had summoned her. Wasn't this a blatant provocation towards Jiang Qinghe? Jiang Qinghe was filled with regret, lamenting her decision to engage in this wager, which forced her to camp with someone she found intolerable, Xiao Yuyu. She turned her face towards the window. The atmosphere in the car was peculiar, with silence enveloping them. Jiang Qinghe fell asleep while gazing out at the scenery, only to awaken to an empty vehicle, realizing they had likely reached a rest area. Upon waking, she was still slightly groggy and irritable. The grievances she had suppressed during the journey finally overflowed. Unconsciously, she began to dig her fingers into her palms, and sparkling tears cascaded down, splattering onto the floor. When Yi arrived with the food and noticed Qing He silently shedding tears, his heart felt as though it was being tightly squeezed. He knelt before her, wiping her tears away. Qing He, with misty eyes, looked up at him and, with a quivering voice, requested a hug. As she spoke, her sobs became uncontrollable. Yi gazed at her tear-streaked face, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, and embraced her tightly. Qing He buried her face in his neck, sobbing with heartache, trembling in his arms. After a while, she lifted her head, yearning for water. Yi swiftly opened a bottle for her, but she turned away, still sniffing, and refused. He patiently inquired about her distress. If anyone familiar with him saw this moment, they would surely be astonished. Who had ever witnessed the proud Yi treating someone with such gentle care? Qing He opened her mouth, gesturing for him to feed her water. He cautiously fulfilled her request, contemplating who was truly tormenting whom. After she finished drinking, she looked at Yi and playfully kicked his calf, leaving his dark pants dusted with gray. How can you repay kindness with malice? Yi tisit, pinchin herchik. She covered her mouth and giggled, calling him a rascal. Yi released her and looked at her helplessly, his eyes filled with a hint of indulgence. Qing He's little tantrums were far more challenging than her usual fierce demeanor. After sitting in a daze for a moment, her expression began to clear as she recalled her earlier behavior, causing her ears to subtly flush. Recognizing her calmness, Yi offered her the food he was holding, asking if she was hungry. Once she finished eating, Yi voluntarily took the empty lunchbox to dispose of it, just as the others returned. Ling Yin noticed the atmosphere had improved. Yi was no longer frowning, and Qing He was no longer silently leaning against the window. Deng Ming enlivened the car's ambience, and Qing He turned to listen to his jokes. They were all acquaintances, and Qing He had shared a good rapport with them, but since her fallout with Yi, she had distanced herself from them all. Chapter 121. The malicious fake daughter. The scenery in the wild was enchanting. Qing He clasped her hands behind her back, glancing around with satisfaction, appreciating the fresh air. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers uplifted her spirits. He found a patch of ground to set up the tent and called her over to help. Qing He frowned slightly but reluctantly approached. He looked at her, and she met his gaze, clearly unwilling. I brought you snacks, he said, lifting a backpack at his feet. Instantly, her mood brightened. Nothing pleased her more than avoiding chores. With a beaming smile, Qing He embraced the bag, found a clean spot, and sat down on a folding stool to indulge in her snacks. Qing He watched them work, happily munching on potato chips. Xiao Yu struggled with her tent. Upon glancing up, she saw Qing He leisurely enjoying her snacks, prompting her to lower her head and continue. Inwardly, Xiao Yu vowed to seize this opportunity. Yi and the others finished setting up the tent, then approached Qing He, asking if she wanted to play by the creek. Hearing this, she immediately set down her potato chips, her interest piqued by the mention of a creek. Yi smiled at her enthusiasm and said, "Let us go then." Qing He flitted about like a butterfly, exploring the area, reminiscent of happier times. Yi felt a lightness he had not experienced in ages. Upon discovering the creek, Qing He's eyes sparkled. The water was crystal clear, revealing stones and fish swimming beneath. She crouched by the water, reaching in. The temperature was refreshingly cool, yet warmed by the sun, while a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks. The sun was warm without being harsh, the spring air invigorating, everything just perfectly balanced. As the water flowed through her fingers, she picked up small stones and tossed them into the creek, causing delightful splashes. Yi, noticing her joy, asked if she wanted to play in the water. Qing He pondered for a moment, then inquired if he would join her. A moment later, Yi held her as they stepped into the water. Qing He wrapped her arms around his neck, asking if the water was cold. Yi shook his head, saying it wasn't tea. She tentatively requested him to set her down, finding the temperature acceptable. Qing He mischievously splashed water, soaking Yi's pants halfway. They both ended up drenched, her clothes soaked from her own antics, an act of self-sabotage. Feeling a chill from the breeze, Qing He shivered slightly. Where she sat on the grass. Kneeling beside her, he lifted her foot and gently dried it with his unsoiled clothing. Qing He admired his long eyelashes, recalling how she once envied them and would pull them playfully. Despite the discomfort, he would merely endure, gazing at her with his big, sorrowful eyes. Qing He sincerely thought he was more endearing as a child. Ling Yin, seated on a bench, noticed the two together and exclaimed, "What is going on? You two have gone off to play while we're left here working." Before He could respond, Qing He retorted, "Aren't you just resting here? What are you complaining about?" Chapter 122. The malicious fake daughter, member bonus. After speaking, Qing He retreated into her tent to change out of her damp clothes. Once she finished, she lay down inside, turning on soft music that brought her tranquility. Ling Yin expertly grilled lamb skewers, the savory aroma enticing everyone. Deng Ming, Liang Chun, and Luo Zhujuan sat together playing cards. Deng Ming triumphantly laid down a winning card, exclaiming how the barbecue was turning out splendidly. If he weren't a wealthy heir, he could easily make a living grilling. Liang Chun chuckled and replied, "Haha, that is not impossible." Ling Yin placed the cooked skewers onto a plate. Qing He rubbed her eyes and emerged from the tent, where the group was engaging in cheerful banter. He set down his game console, teasing, "Did you wake up because of the delicious smell?" Qing He, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted she had woken up due to her growling stomach after a long day of play and travel. "Gulme, gulme, gulme. Please have a taste of my culinary skills." Ling Yin beckoned, handing her skewer. Qing He took a bite, her mood instantly lifting. "Delicious," she exclaimed, giving Ling Yin a thumbs up. "You're amazing. This is truly delightful." Qing He felt that Ling Yin was her savior over these past few days. Aware of his culinary prowess, but unsure of his motivations for learning such skills, Ling Yin felt a profound sense of accomplishment upon hearing her praise. "All right, just for you. I will grill as much as you desire." Qing He pulled up a chair and sat down, her hands delightfully occupied with skewers, her mouth smeared with oil. Qiao Yu also emerged from her tent, and Deng Ming greeted her, "Awake now?" Qiao Yu responded with a shy smile, resembling a pure white flower. Qing He decided to disregard her, believing it would elevate her own spirits. After all, she would have to see her for the next 3 days, thus attributing the blame to Zhui. She turned a glance at Zhui, letting out a huff. Zhui was utterly perplexed, wondering what he had done wrong. Ling Yin finished grilling the last plate of leeks and brought it over, as the group gathered around the table to enjoy the barbecue. "Care for some dried tofu?" Despite her disdain for Zhui, Qing He had no aversion to dried tofu. She took a generous bite, feeling quite satisfied. Zhui observed her eating with the enthusiasm of a kitten and handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. With her belly full, Qing He felt as if she might burst, not wanting to move a single finger. Naturally, she turned her head for Zhui to assist her in wiping her mouth. They exchanged farewells and gradually returned to their respective tents. Qing He sat on her chair and took a sip of yogurt milk. Zhui, having tidied up the remnants, approached her, wiping his hands. "What are you up to?" Qing He lifted her shirt to reveal her plump little belly. Zhui, noticing its roundness, surmised she had indulged a bit too much. She gazed at the stars above, countless twinkling jewels unseen in the city, while Zhui gently rubbed her belly, and time seemed to stand still. He thought how wonderful it would be to remain in this moment forever, just the two of them. Zhui's eyes, focused on her, sparkled like the brightest star in the sky. She admired the constellations, while in his eyes, she was the only star that mattered. Gradually, Qing He's eyelids drooped. Her head tilted, and she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 123. The malicious false daughter. We watched her for a long while before finally carrying her back to the tent. That night, Qing He was stirred awake by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, their irritating sounds filling her ears. Drowsily, she waved her hands in the air. She scratched her arms, feeling frustrated, and closed her eyes again. In a daze, Qing He stepped out of her tent, finding it completely dark, and stumbled into Zhui's tent. Her eyes were too heavy to open, and despite her overwhelming fatigue, The mosquitoes continued to torment her. If not for Zhui Yi's camping trip, she would not have had to deal with them. Since she could not sleep, neither could Zhui Yi. She suddenly lunged at the figure inside, covering his mouth with her hand and tugging at his face. Ling Yin, who had been peacefully sleeping, was startled as a soft body landed atop him, the faint scent of flowers filling his nostrils. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Qing He struggled, slapping him. If it weren't for you, I would have been bitten by mosquitoes. It's all your fault. She scratched her face in discomfort, her voice resembling that of a distressed kitten. Ling Yin felt a stirring sensation where she had brushed against him and realized she must have entered the wrong tent. He spoke in a low tone. Don't move. Keep your voice down. If anyone discovered them, he would have no way to explain. Qing He realized her mistake and immediately stiffened. Ling Yin turned on the light, revealing her in a white cotton nightgown, which had hiked up to her thighs, oblivious to her own state. Feeling a pang of guilt, Qing He stole a glance at Ling Yin's expression. Hurry and use the enchanting perfume. Ling Yin noticed the red bites on her neck and arms, asking, awakened by the mosquitoes? She sensed his tone was relatively gentle. I can't sleep, and they're biting me. Look, she extended her arm for him to see. Ling Yin retrieved some floral insect repellent and sprayed it on her, immediately relieving the itchiness. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, it doesn't itch anymore. Feeling a bit warm, Ling Yin adjusted his shirt. He handed her the insect repellent, advising, spray some in your own tent. It must be that a flap was left open, allowing the mosquitoes to enter. Qing He nodded in a daze. Then I'll take my leave. As she stood, her legs wobbled, and she fell onto Ling Yin. He let out a muffled grunt as he gazed at her, their faces drawing closer until he pressed his lips against hers. Qing He's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting to resist. Ling Yin found her lips sweet like jelly, and he kissed her fervently, his hand firmly holding her head. Dazed by the kiss, Qing He realized her dress had slipped halfway down, exposing her smooth, delicate shoulders. He cradled her in his arms, feeling as if his embrace had been tailored just for her, perfectly snug, devoid of the previous day's defiance. Qing He gently touched her lips, wincing at the pain. It's your fault for making my lips swell. Ling Yin looked at her swollen mouth and apologized. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. Qing He, feigning a spoiled tone, replied. Then you must cook for me from now on. Ling Yin, captivated by her charm, nodded in agreement. Her porcelain-like arms wrapped around him. Then take me back. Ling Yin resignedly carried her, marveling at how light she felt despite their earlier feast. Chapter 124. The malicious false daughter. If Qing He had known he was commenting on her appetite, she would surely have been offended. In the misty morning, she draped herself in a blanket, staring vacantly at a spot where dew clung to the grass like glistening jewels. He emerged from his tent to find her peering out, her disheveled hair making her appear utterly adorable. As he approached, Qing He tilted her head to observe him, rummaging through her tent for a comb. Help me with my hair. He squatted before her, his head lowered, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Am I to serve you now? Who exactly lost the bet? Qing He, confident he would not refuse, tossed the comb into his arms. So, will you comb it or not? Sensing her irritation, He, whose relationship with her had softened, gently began to comb her soft hair. His gaze as tender as if he were admiring a precious treasure. Ling Yin, having gone a sleepless night, watched he tend her hair, a pang of unease gripping his heart, his eyes clouded with turmoil. Seizing the opportunity while Qing He remained in her tent, and he was distracted. Xiao Yuyu approached her. Qing He was admiring her beauty in the mirror when she spotted Xiao Yuyu, unsurprised, as she had anticipated this encounter. After all, Xiao Yuyu was here for a reason. Irritated, Qing He glanced at Xiao Yuyu standing outside the tent and asked curtly, What do you want? Xiao Yuyu suppressed her delight, feigning distress as she said, Miss Jiang, shall we have a chat? Qing He, uninterested, retorted, Why should I talk to you? I know UMO. Qing He followed Xiao Yuyu into the woods. Xiao Yuyu knew that mentioning UMO would surely draw Qing He out. Recalling how she had made a fuss over him in their previous life, she thought to bring up UMO, and indeed, Qing He emerged unguarded. "Let us talk here." Qing He regarded her with curiosity, eager to see what Xiao Yuyu would reveal. To her surprise, Xiao Yuyu claimed to be Yu Mo's neighbor. Although she had wanted to pursue him, the competition had consumed her focus, preventing her from approaching him. Xiao Yuyu moved closer, suddenly pushing Qing He away with force. Qing He, taken aback by the unexpected strength, stumbled backward and lost her footing. Xiao Yuyu watched as she fell, relishing the moment of triumph. In her previous life, she was abandoned in a pit by Qing He, where she spent an entire night until Qing He finally arranged for her rescue. Xiao Yuyu specifically visited this site yesterday, and while the pit still exists, the people have changed. She wandered through the woods for a while before returning. He felt increasingly anxious, finding the situation inexplicable. Miss Jiang accidentally fell into the pit, Xiao Yuyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with distress. "What?" Two voices echoed simultaneously. At the moment Qing He fell, she had instructed 001 to activate the pain sensation shield, leaving her completely oblivious to the fall. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital, her head throbbing painfully. Jiang Ren sat beside her, hastily admonishing, "Don't move, just lie still." Qing He's face was as pale as paper. "Xiao Yuyu pushed me," she recalled, remembering the venomous gaze of Xiao Yuyu, and hurriedly reported to Jiang Ren. "I understand. You've lost too much blood. You need a rest." "I will handle the rest," Jiang Ren reassured her. Chapter 125. The malicious false daughter. Zhui Yi examined the list in his hands. Zhui, Qing He is not a child of the Jiang family. I am. Initially, she was terrified, but now, with Qing He injured, the mismatch of blood types was glaringly apparent. Qing He's blood type did not align with that of Jiang's couple. He was aware that AB blood type and O blood type could not produce an O blood type child, leading to a significant possibility that Qing He was not the biological daughter of the Jiang family. Yet, how did Xiao Yu know the blood types of the Jiang family? "My biological parents informed me before their passing," Xiao Yu replied, her initial hesitance dissipating as she straightened her back, emboldened by her imminent position as the Jiang family's heiress. "Did you intentionally push her down?" Zhui Yi's gaze pierced through Xiao Yu. "I didn't see. She fell by accident," Xiao Yu instinctively retorted. Zhui Yi scrutinized her for a long moment. "Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, it's best you do not harbor such thoughts in the future, or else." He left the sentence unspoken, and Xiao Yu, watching his retreating figure, felt a chill run down her spine. He seemed intent on her demise. "Is she asleep?" Zhui Yi lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed. Jiang Ren sat in the stairwell, pondering how she would cope with this development. "You two have known each other since childhood. Do you think you can keep this hidden?" You are aware that Xiao Yu has enmity towards her. The smoke from the cigarette blurred his vision, dissipating into the air. Jiang Ren appeared to have made a decision, slowly yet resolutely stating, "Perhaps we should eliminate her, using some influence to make her disappear without a trace. That way, Qing He can continue to live happily as the heiress." The gentle spring rain nourished the trees, the droplets rhythmically tapping against the glass, creating a crisp sound. He raised his eyes to him. "Xiao Yu is your biological sister. As long as she can live carefreely as the heiress, and considering that Qing He's fall was also her doing, Qing He could hardly believe that these two individuals had come to such an agreement. Host, wouldn't Xiao Yu's death be the ultimate revenge? I have no intention of usurping her identity. After all, I have grown weary of being the Jiang family's heiress. I wish to test the waters of being the pitiful one." Qing He paused, tantalizing 001. Living is more painful than dying. If she discovers that her long-cherished life is far from her expectations, she will helplessly watch as I thrive while she suffers. She will never accept that. Discontent can lead one to commit acts that ruin their own life. Having barely reached paradise, they fall into hell. Xiao Yu felt a chill enveloping her entire being. She never expected her supposed ally to harbor feelings for Qing He. Indeed, many details had escaped her notice, but with no one to assist her. She must fight for herself. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Jiang Qing He realized someone was eager to demonstrate their authority. Xiao Yu saw Jiang Qing He lying on the bed, watching television, and approached with a smirk. Do you dare to come here? Jiang Qing He picked up a nearby cup and hurled it at her. The glass shattered into pieces, and Xiao Yu observed the shards at her feet. Still putting on airs as the heiress? Surely you must know you are an imposter. Jiang Qing He froze, turning to Xiao Yu. What did you say? Chapter 126. The Malicious False Daughter. Member bonus. I am the biological daughter of the Jiang family. You are merely an interloper. An orphan with deceased parents, Xiao Yu nearly shouted. Hearing this, Zhuo-Yi rushed in, startled by Xiao Yu's audacity in confronting Qing He. Get out. Jiang Ren's expression darkened upon seeing her. Xiao Yu was taken aback that one after another, they stood by Jiang Qing He's side, including her own brother. Why? I am your biological sister. Why must you drive me away? She pointed at Jiang Qing He, her voice quivering. Jiang Wei, I have suffered for over a decade on her behalf, and she is still alive. Jiang Ren felt no kinship toward her. To him, she was akin to a stranger. I only acknowledge her as my sister. Jiang Qing He clutched her head in pain, pleading, please stop arguing. After uttering those words, she fainted. Zhuo-Yi frantically called for a doctor. The doctor, with an irritable tone, admonished the two. The patient has lost too much blood. I instructed you to keep her calm. How could you let her emotions fluctuate so greatly? The two stood obediently, resembling students in detention. We understand. Will she be all right? Zhuo-Yi anxiously inquired of the doctor. Be more cautious. She will awaken in a few hours. When Jiang Qing He finally awoke, it was already evening. Turning her head, she saw Zhuo-Yi leaning on the bedside and Jiang Ren sitting on the sofa, propping his chin with a troubled expression, his brows tightly knit. As soon as Jiang Qing He moved, Zhuo-Yi awakened. Are you hungry? Should I fetch you some congee? Jiang Ren also opened his eyes immediately. Qing He, she pursed her lips. I want water. Jiang Ren quickly poured her a glass of warm water, carefully monitoring her drinking pace as he tilted the cup. Zhuo-Yi reached out to wipe the moisture from her lips. After a moment of silence, she slowly asked, Have you told Mom and Dad about this? Zhuo-Yi and Jiang Ren exchanged a quick glance. Jiang Ren smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Xiao Yu will not seize your identity. Jiang Qing He understood the implication behind his words. She was astonished that the two were willing to endure such burdens for her. Lowering her head, tears welled in her eyes. Brother, I have taken her life. I should return it to her. There is no need for you to bear such a heavy burden on my behalf. Jiang Ren would naturally not agree. As long as it brought her happiness, what was the harm in eliminating one person? Yet, his words were cut short by Jiang Qing He. Having grown up with him, she understood his intentions. If I die, I will die alongside her. Jiang Ren discerned the determination in her eyes. Xiao Yu's ambitions were realized as she moved into the Jiang residence. It was her first time seeing such an expansive villa, opulent, and even featuring a swimming pool. She was escorted by the butler to her room, which was vast and boasted an en-suite bathroom, a stark contrast to her previous humble abode. Miss, please rest. I will take my leave now. Xiao Yu waved her hand dismissively. Once the butler departed, she immediately flopped onto the bed, marveling at its softness, feeling as though she were sinking into it, the duvet carrying a faint fragrance. Taking a deep breath, she vowed that her life would only improve from here. She would repay Jiang Qing He for all the grievances inflicted upon her. That evening, the couple returned home. Mrs. Sun affectionately embraced Xiao Yu. My dear child, you must have endured so much suffering these past years. Xiao Yu wept as she returned the embrace. I finally have a mother. I am no longer an orphan. Hearing this, Mrs. Sun felt an even deeper sense of guilt. From now on, I will ensure you never suffer again. She gently patted Xiao Yu's head. Chapter 127. The Malicious False Daughter. As Jiang Qing He exited the hospital, she witnessed a scene of maternal affection and filial piety unfolding before her. Xiao Yu possesses a remarkable talent for ingratiating herself with others. The relationship between the original host and Sun Foreign is rather mediocre. Sun Foreign favors those who are obedient, a quality that Jiang Qing He can never emulate. Perhaps it is a matter of bloodline, for in just a few days, the bond between Xiao Yu and Sun Foreign has grown stronger than that of Jiang Qing He. who has known her for over a decade. Ha ha, is that so? You truly are a clever little thing, Sun Foreign chuckled, covering her mouth. Of course, Xiao Yu replied, standing and giving Sun Foreign a shoulder massage. Jiang Ling, sensing her despondency, gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her that he was there for her. Jiang Qing He forced a smile, responding with a soft Sun Foreign noticed her pale complexion and said, "You're back? Go upstairs and rest well." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Jiang Qing He, today is your day to experience this. She feigned concern, adding, "Sister, are you all right? I've been with Mother these past few days and couldn't visit you." Jiang Qing He, masking her sorrow, hurried upstairs, contemplating how quickly they began to flaunt their mother-daughter bond. She returned to her room, while Jiang Run, looking displeased, went upstairs with a cold smirk. "Brother, why?" Jiang Qing He cried, collapsing against Jiang Ren's chest, unable to contain her tears. He gently patted her back, stating, "I am here." Unsure of how to comfort her, he could only repeatedly assure her of his unwavering support. After crying for quite some time, Jiang Qing He finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep in Jiang Ren's embrace. He carefully extricated his hand, supporting her head as he laid her on the bed. As he observed her tear-streaked lashes and reddened eyes, he tenderly kissed her eyelids and gently tucked away the hair that clung to her face. He used a towel to wipe her face before quietly leaving the room. Sitting before his computer, he scoured search results that yielded no useful methods, leading him to shut the device in frustration. Jiang Ren never anticipated developing feelings for his sister, yet he felt a sense of relief that they were not bound by blood. This morning, their parents had already departed, and Jiang Qing He sat closely beside Jiang Ren. Following recent events, she seemed to have matured overnight, prompting concern in Jiang Ren's heart. He softly inquired if the breakfast was unappetizing. Jiang Qing He, lacking the appetite, replied, "I don't want to eat." Jiang Ren did not press her, suggesting they proceed to school instead. At that moment, Xiao Yu made her entrance, adorned in the latest fashion. "Sister, why aren't you eating?" she inquired, to which Jiang Qing He instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Ren's sleeve. Noticing her emotional state, Jiang Ren gently reassured her, "It's all right. Let's go." Xiao Yu's lively demeanor seemed to clash with Jiang Qing He's somber mood. Gazing out the window, Jiang Qing He reflected on her unexpected status as an orphan, grappling with the profound impact of this revelation. Tao Lingxue observed her like a wilting flower and playfully pinched Jiang Qing He's cheek, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why do you look so pitiful?" Jiang Qing He sighed and leaned against her. Xiao Yu strutted into class, radiating confidence, as if she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan, embodying the adage that appearances can be deceiving. No longer plagued by insecurity, Xiao Yu held her head high, unafraid of others' gazes. Tao Lingxue, witnessing her newfound attitude, scoffed, "She is surely going to float away with that attitude." When Jiang arrived in the classroom, he instinctively glanced toward Jiang Qing's seat. He was unsure of the reason, but he had been dreaming of her lately, and her every action captivated his thoughts. Upon waking this morning, he discovered tears at the corners of his eyes, feeling a void within him. Yet seeing her instantly lifted his spirits. "Could you help me find UMO?" Jiang Qing He sat beneath a large tree, idly swinging her legs. "I'm studying in the library," came the reply. Upon arriving at the library, she quickly spotted UMO in a corner and decided to sit beside him. As he looked up, he was met with her sparkling eyes, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. "UMO, why are you reacting so dramatically? Am I a monster?" Jiang Qing He cupped his face to draw his attention. UMO, blushing, pushed her hand away, saying, "Let us talk nicely without touching." Jiang Qing He pouted. "What book are you reading?" "Finance," he replied tersely. Jiang Qing He unabashedly stared at him until he could no longer bear it, exclaiming, "Stop staring at me." In a hushed tone, she leaned closer, stating, "Why are you so aloof, my savior?" The library's quiet atmosphere amplified the impact of her words. UMO could feel her warm breath against his ear, causing him to slightly turn away, insisting, "I would have saved anyone." "I don't believe you," Jiang Qing He teased. Elongating her tone, "Could it be that you like me?" UMO abruptly stood, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, drawing the attention of a few students. He had no choice but to drag Jiang Qinghe outside. Once outside the library, she covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "Savior, I was just joking." Umo released her and began to walk away, with Jiang Qinghe trailing behind, asking, "You're not angry, are you?" This was the first time Umo had been so close to a girl, and his heart raced. Coming from a less fortunate background and possessing a reserved nature, others typically hesitated to approach him due to his cold demeanor. He regretted that the person he had saved turned out to be so difficult. Jiang Qinghe realized she might have pushed the teasing too far, but she shrugged it off. Her happiness was what mattered. Recent events had left her feeling down, and she sought some amusement. As for Umo, his feelings were inconsequential to her. She jogged to catch up with him, grabbing his hand. "Are you upset?" "No," he replied. "Then why are you walking so fast?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his. Umo froze, stammering, "Don't do that. I want tea. I just know if I let go, you'll run away. I want tea. Just let go," he urged. Seeing he was sincere, she released her grip. "What exactly do you want?" Umo questioned, gazing into her innocent eyes, recognizing her as a sheltered heiress living in a different world from his own. "I simply want to treat you to a meal." Umo frowned, instinctively wanting to decline. Jiang Qinghe, knowing he might refuse, added, "You bought me breakfast last time. If you say no, I'll keep pestering you." She smiled brightly at him. Reluctantly, Umo agreed. Jiang Qinghe did not take him to a fancy restaurant, but rather to a humble noodle shop. Though small, it was clean and tidy. "I stumbled upon this place by chance. Their noodles are delicious," she said, choosing a table. She noticed Umo still standing there and waved him over. "Comme c'est." He complied and took a seat across from her. "Annie, I'd like a bowl of vegetable mixed noodles," she called out. A cheerful woman emerged from the kitchen. Recognizing Jiang Qinghe, "Xiao He, you're here." Jiang Qinghe nodded. "I brought someone with me." Before she could introduce Umo, she exclaimed, "It's Xiao Mo." "Yes," he responded. "Great. I'll prepare your noodles," Annie Zhong said, returning to the kitchen. Jiang Qinghe widened her eyes in surprise. "You know Annie Zhong?" "Yes. I used to come here for noodles in middle school," Umo replied. Soon, the delectable aroma wafted from the kitchen as Auntie Zhong emerged with a plate. The vegetable mixed noodles were topped with sautéed corn and vegetables, and Jiang Qinghe eagerly mixed them, the fragrance of chopped green onions wafting through the air. As Umo observed her, he too began to eat. Auntie Zhong was busy preparing vegetables at the entrance, while birds chirped joyfully in the trees, filling the space with life. Jiang Qinghe managed to finish all her noodles, and, after bidding Auntie Zhong farewell and settling the bill, she left. Umo followed her for a while before saying, "I'll head back to school now." Jiang Qinghe naturally would not relent. She clung to Umo, unwilling to let him depart. Umo's entire being stiffened, and as Jiang Qinghe tilted her head to gaze at him, she conveyed her affection, implying that her life-saving grace warranted her devotion. When Umo looked at her with a profound gaze, it resembled a tranquil spring, devoid of any ripples. He coolly replied, "There's no need. I do not harbor feelings for you." Jiang Qinghe was unconcerned with his sentiments. Her own willingness sufficed. She rose on her toes, guiding his head downward, and bestowed upon him a kiss. In that moment, Umo felt as if the world had fallen silent. He could distinctly see her slightly trembling eyelashes. She playfully licked his lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth, declaring that her affection was enough. Ultimately, Umo fled in a fluster. Jiang Qinghe did not pursue him, but stood quietly in place, pondering his current feelings towards her. Umo's affection level has now reached 60, indicating he has developed feelings. "Ah, such is my charm," Jiang Qinghe thought, lifting her chin proudly. Upon opening her phone, Jiang Qinghe discovered numerous missed calls from Zhuo-Yi and promptly returned the call. When Zhuo-Yi arrived at her classroom, he was taken aback to learn she had already left. "Where are you?" he inquired. "I am dining outside," she replied. "Where?" "I am on my way back to school. I must hang up now." Jiang Qinghe swiftly ended the call and lingered outside for a while before returning to school. Upon her return, she was surprised to find Zhuo-Yi seated at her desk. "Are you waiting for me?" "MHM." Jiang Qinghe took a seat beside him. "If you ever feel wronged, come find me, all right?" Zhuo-Yi said, looking at her. "Oh, are you not angry anymore?" Jiang Qinghe asked tentatively. Zhuo-Yi paused his pen-spinning action. Why is the host asking this? 001 observed her series of actions with some confusion. Jiang Qinghe took a sip of water, contemplating, I should prompt him to leave. Besides, even if I do not mention it, this matter will always remain a thorn in his heart, and it must be resolved eventually. I will give him a heads up. After all, her future happiness relied on Zhu Yi. Xiao Yuyu, observing her improving complexion, walked into Jiang Qinghe's room. Chapter 130. The Malicious Fake Heiress. Jiang Qinghe sat at her vanity, removing her makeup, and glanced at Xiao Yu, saying, Do you not know how to knock? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, but quickly regained her composure. This is my home. Why should I knock? It seems rather inappropriate for you, an outsider, to reside in someone else's home, does it not? She scoffed, lifting an expensive skincare product from the vanity. After all these years, you intend to continue occupying this place? Jiang Qinghe chuckled lightly. Even if I am not from this family, so what? Your biological brother does not even care for you. Fuming, Xiao Yuyu threw the item she held to the ground, exclaiming, How shameless you are, brazenly taking others' possessions. Get out. Jiang Qinghe's expression instantly turned cold. Xiao Yuyu could not comprehend why an orphan would display such a temper. She intended to see just how resilient Jiang Qinghe's spirit was, determined to drag her down. With a raised hand, Xiao Yuyu struck her. The blow turned Jiang Qinghe's face to the side, leaving a faint sting on her right cheek. Let me tell you not to be so arrogant. One day, I will return everything you owe me, Xiao Yuyu declared before departing. Jiang Qinghe raised her head to the mirror, where her right cheek rapidly reddened, appearing strikingly horrific against her fair skin. She softly muttered to herself, Do you truly believe that becoming a Jiang family heiress grants you immunity? How naive. Zhu Yi, initially engrossed in a video game, promptly cast aside his console upon hearing his designated ringtone. What is it? He asked, hearing soft sobs on the other end. I am downstairs at your place, she replied. Zhu Yi rose and headed downstairs. Wait for me. I will open the door. Jiang Qinghe had not waited long before she heard footsteps and feigned a look of distress. When Zhu Yi opened the door, he found her pouting, her doe-like eyes brimming with tears. Why are you crying? He asked, noticing the swollen handprint on her face. It hurts so much, she lamented, tears flowing uncontrollably. Zhu Yi instructed her to sit on the sofa while he retrieved an ice pack from the fridge to soothe her face. The fiery sensation on her cheek subsided almost instantly. Zhu Yi's eyes brimmed with concern, as if he might overflow with it. In the future, do not be so foolish as to let others hit you, understand? Jiang Qinghe recalled the incident, her anger flaring. Xiao Yu acted too swiftly. I did not even have time to react. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, unable to suppress her tears. Her voice weak like a little kitten. He felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his heart in pain. After crying in his embrace for a while, Jiang Qinghe lifted her head, her eyes red. I want to sleep. She covered half of her face with a blanket, revealing only her eyes. I will sleep in your bed. What about you? I will sleep in the guest room. Jiang Qinghe stood up from the bed and grabbed his hand, prompting Zhu Yi to turn and look at her. Huh? Her cheeks flushed gradually. I am scared. Zhu Yi became rigid, unable to move. As a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, it was the scent she had carried since childhood, neither overpowering nor subtle, but deeply memorable. Jiang Qinghe turned to him, observing him as stiff as a log. It was the first time she had seen him so nervous. She playfully poked him. Have you been enchanted? Noticing Zhu Yi's silence, she grew bolder, burying her head in his shoulder. Chapter 131. The Malicious Fake Heiress. Zhu Yi embranjet her, urging. Be good and go to sleep. Jiang Qinghe looked up and pecked his chin, somewhat defiantly saying, I want tea. You turned to face her. And Jiang Qinghe lay beneath him, her smile innocent and radiant. Unafraid, are you? Zhu Yi chaklet, pinchin herchik. I am not afraid of you, Jiang Qinghe asserted, feeling this was the perfect moment to address the matter at hand. She earnestly stated, I have something serious to discuss with you. Zhu Yi straightened up, insisting. Let us sleep. I will pull the blanket over you. I am sorry, Zhu Yi. That matter was my fault. Can we make amends? Jiang Qinghe gazed intently at him. He lifted his arms, pulling her into his embrace. I do not blame you, as long as you are happy. That summer, Jiang Qinghe fell in love and eagerly rushed to tell Zhui Yi, I have a boyfriend now. Zhui Yi, who had been working on his homework, pricked the paper with his pen upon hearing her words. What did you say? He set down his pen. Jiang Qinghe, oblivious to his changing mood, continued, I have been pursuing Jiang Qinghe, and he has developed feelings for me. Now, he is my boyfriend. She glanced at her summer homework, where Zhui Yi had almost completed the tasks, mirroring her handwriting. Wow, you are finishing so quickly. I will bring you your math homework tomorrow. Zhui Yi stood up, casually remarking, have your boyfriend help you with it. I am leaving. Jiang Qinghe remained confused as to why he had suddenly lost his temper, but shrugged it off. She was at a milk tea shop with Jiang Qinghe, enjoying her drink and the air conditioning, feeling like a little princess with her legs draped over Jiang Qinghe's lap. He indulged her while also helping her with her homework. A noisy group entered the milk tea shop, with both boys and girls. And Zhui Yi stood at the front like a leader. Zhuge is treating today. Ladies, feel free to order whatever you like. A fashionably dressed girl giggled, her eyes unintentionally drawn to Zhui Yi. Really? Zhui Yi waved his hand. Order as you please. If I want to taste everything but cannot finish it, what should I do? Su Qian sat beside Zhui, playfully flicking her long hair as she exuded an air of charm. If you can't finish it, just throw it away, Zhui Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the two individuals seated by the window. Jiang Qinghe and that person were behaving intimately, and a wave of bitterness washed over Zhui Yi's heart. She had not sought him out for several days. His keen eyes caught sight of the one named Jiang Qinghe diligently working on summer homework, undoubtedly a task Jiang Qinghe, the lazy little girl, was reluctant to undertake. He felt as though he had been replaced, and Jiang Qinghe's new companion, Jiang Qinghe, was increasingly irksome to him. Naturally, Jiang Qinghe noticed him. The commotion they were causing even drew Jiang Qinghe's attention. Jiang Qinghe was aware of her childhood friend. The school was abuzz with gossip that he and Jiang Qinghe were a perfect match. If it were in the past, he would have been indifferent. But now that he and Jiang Qinghe were in a romantic relationship, jealousy crept in. Jiang Qinghe sipped her milk tea while discreetly observing Jiang Qinghe. Isn't that Miss Jiang? Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Qinghe smiled politely. What a coincidence. Indeed, Fang Yu said, approaching them with familiarity. He noticed the sudden tension in their intimate gestures and instinctively glanced at Zhui Yi, whose expression was far from pleasant. Fang Yu internally braced himself but forced a casual inquiry. Aren't you going to introduce us? Jiang Qinghe confidently introduced. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Qinghe, the top student in the school. You must have heard of him? The final part of her statement had a slightly raised tone, laced with pride. Jiang Qinghe's spirits lifted at her words, and he couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Zhui Yi approached with a cup of milk tea, placing it before her, your favorite milk tea with 5% sugar. Despite feeling a twinge of anger, Jiang Qinghe decided to give him chance. She took a sip of the milk tea, considering the matter behind them settled. Zhui Yi observed her leg draped over Jiang Qinghe's, his tongue absent-mindedly pressing against his cheek. Boyfriend, huh? Jiang Qinghe leaned forward and planted a kiss on Jiang Qinghe's cheek. Yes, after all this effort to win him over. Jiang Qinghe's face flushed as he looked at Jiang Qinghe with tenderness. He affectionately tapped her small nose while his eyes bore a provocative glint directed at Zhui Yi. Zhui Yi's gaze turned icy, and a silent but palpable tension enveloped the space between them. Jiang Qinghe seemed oblivious to the charged atmosphere, urging Jiang Qinghe to hurry up with his writing. All right, Jiang Qinghe resumed, helping her with her summer homework. Zhui Yi, with an air of nonchalance, propped his long legs up, one hand resting in his pocket, silently observing Jiang Qinghe. Su Qian received her milk tea from the attendant, and, upon turning, noticed Zhui Yi was absent. She scanned the room and spotted Jiang Qinghe. The milk tea is ready, Su Qian said, extending a cup towards Zhui Yi. Zhui Yi barely glanced at her, stating, I don't drink milk tea. Su Qian's composure faltered, and Fang Yu quickly interjected, I love milk tea. I'll drink it. Su Qian's expression darkened. Her beauty had always attracted admirers, and she had never experienced such blatant disregard. Who is she? Su Qian inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Qinghe. Zhui Yi fixed his stare on Jiang Qinghe, asking, "What do you think our relationship is?" Qing He paused, sensing the weight of his question, while Qing He's hand tightened around hers, aware of Zhu Yi's intentions, but more concerned with Qing He's response. Qing He raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? "We're good friends." Qing He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. "Good friends? Are we merely good friends?" Zhu Yi repeated, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Typically, he refrained from using her full name unless provoked. Qing He, slightly perplexed, countered, "Aren't we?" "If you had to choose between Qing He and me, who would you pick?" Qing He's expression turned tense as he glanced at Qing He. Qing He hesitated, gazing at Zhu Yi. "Don't be like this. Are you choosing him?" Zhu Yi insisted. Qing He's grip on her hand gradually tightened. "Yes," she replied, which irrevocably severed their bond. From that moment on, Zhu Yi chose to ignore her entirely. Qing He, equally infuriated, ceased all communication with Zhu Yi. She was a person of strong pride and would not lower herself. It was typically Zhu Yi who apologized. The once inseparable childhood friends were now like strangers. Qing He took a deep breath, her serene visage resembling that of a sleeping angel, stripped of her usual bravado. Zhu Yi gazed at the faint blush on her cheeks, gently covering her with a blanket before quietly exiting the room. As the door closed, his previously warm demeanor turned cold. He recalled the blush on her face and dialed a number, instructing, "Help me deal with someone named Xiao Yuyu." After a brief exchange, Zhu Yi abruptly ended the call. He had initially considered smoking, but remembered her aversion to the smell. He tucked his phone away and silently returned to the room. Qing He, feeling warm, kicked off half the blanket, prompting Zhu Yi to embrace her in his arms. Upon waking, Qing He's hand unintentionally brushed against him, slowly opening her eyes. She realized it was Zhu Yi and froze for a moment, recalling her visit the previous day when she had asked him to accompany her to sleep. A blush crept onto her cheeks, as years of habit led her to seek him out whenever she felt wronged. She reflected on her earlier question to Zhu Yi. Since he held no grievances against her, perhaps she could reluctantly reconcile with him. Nestling closer into his embrace, she reminisced about how, during her childhood, she would often invite Zhu Yi to sleep at her house. However, her family had prohibited such closeness once she entered middle school, which had brought her tears. During winter, she often suffered from cold hands and feet, and it was Zhu Yi who would warm her bed. The thought of sleeping alone in winter made her unhappy, causing her to lash out at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, anxious and pained, would sneak into her home at night and return early in the morning, often losing sleep. Breathing in the familiar scent, he soothingly patted her back. Qing He playfully tugged at his shirt, extending her delicate hand to poke at a red mark. Feeling it was insufficient, she playfully opened her mouth to tease him further. Zhu Yi was instantly awakened, the morning energy heightened by the presence of the one he cherished. A wave of unbidden desire surged within him. Yet, the one in his embrace appeared blissfully unaware, as Zhu Yi's voice turned hoarse. "Don't move around." Qing He retorted, "Why not? We used to do this all the time." Previously, during biology class, Qing He had been curious about male anatomy and had seized the opportunity with Zhu Yi nearby. "Hurry up and take it off," she urged impatiently. Zhu Yi's youthful face flushed red. He felt a surge of embarrassment, grappling with the awareness of their gender boundaries. Qing He feigned annoyance. "You used to listen to everything I said. Now you refuse to take off your shirt?" She pouted. "If you don't, I won't play with you anymore." At her words, Zhu Yi panicked. I'll do it. He hurriedly removed his shirt, revealing his bare skin, shyly glancing at Qing He. Seated on the bed in her pink frilly dress, Qing He looked with curiosity as he stripped. "Wow, it really does look just like the teachers described. But it looks quite ugly," she remarked, examining him closely. Zhu Yi's eyes welled with tears at her comment, feeling wronged. He resigned himself to her playful whims, his ears burning with embarrassment as she boldly teased him. Now is not the time. Zhu Yi's gaze darkened as he focused intently on Qing He. "I don't care," she declared defiantly, refusing to shy away from his penetrating gaze. She gently licked his thin lips, and Zhu Yi seemed to receive some signal, locking his hands around her head as their tongues intertwined. The room was filled with the soft sound of water, and Jiang Qinghe felt her head spinning, her entire being growing soft and pliant. She somewhat disliked the sensation of being dominated, and with determination, she bit down on his lips. She distinctly felt the skin of his lips break under her bite, the faint taste of iron filling her mouth. Jiang Qinghe extended her hand in resistance, prompting Zhuo Yi to cease, his eyes brimming with desire. He rasped, "What is wrong? How do we settle the score for you conspiring with Xiao Yu to bully me?" Jiang Qinghe angrily questioned him, attempting to feign a fierce expression, but her eyes sparkled with allure, rendering her utterly charming in his gaze. Zhuo Yi, with an endearing kiss on her forehead, softly apologized. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have acted this way." "Is an apology sufficient?" Jiang Qinghe coldly retorted. "My little princess can punish me as she wishes," Zhuo Yi said with a gentle smile, looking at her delicate demeanor. "Let me think." Jiang Qinghe replied, after a moment of contemplation. "You must obey me for a month." Zhuo Yi chuckled. "You really hold grudges. Very well." When Jiang Ren awoke, he found Jiang Qinghe missing, knowing she wouldn't rise so early to head to school. "Where has Qinghe gone?" he asked, his expression dark as he looked at Xiao Yu, who was happily consuming her breakfast. Xiao Yu set her spoon down and replied, "I don't know. She's a grown person. She won't get lost." Jiang Ren was further convinced that she was up to something. He was about to say more when his phone rang. Seeing it was Jiang Qinghe calling, he quickly answered, "Hello, where are you?" Jiang Qinghe, sitting on the sofa, realized she needed to inform Jiang Ren. "I'm at Zhuo Yi's house." After her words, there was a long silence on the other end. "Okay." The driver in front, noticing the two together, cheerfully asked, "Have you reconciled?" He had been the driver for the Zhuo family for over a decade, having watched the two grow up, and was unaware of the recent quarrel that had led to Jiang Qinghe's absence. Remembering the days following their argument, when Zhuo Yi had been gloomy and devoid of cheer, he felt happy seeing them together again. Zhui glanced at the person sipping milk and replied. As when Jiang exited the car, he happened upon Jiang Qinghe and Zhuo Yi walking side by side. He stood still for a moment before striding into the school. "All right, I'm heading to class," Jiang Qinghe remarked, releasing his hand and entering the classroom without looking back. Zhuo Yi watched her settle into her seat before turning to leave. Tao Lingxue, seeing her sit down, eagerly inquired, "Have you two made up?" The classmates leaned in, straining to hear Jiang Qinghe's response. Jiang Qinghe nonchalantly replied with a simple hum. Tao Lingxue, bursting with curiosity, pressed on. "How did you two reconcile? When did it happen?" Remembering their hand-holding arrival, she excitedly asked, "Are you two dating?" Jiang Qinghe, with a disdainful glance at her animated expression, clarified, "We are not dating." Tao Lingxue's gaze flickered over her. "If you're not dating, then what with the hand-holding? Is it not permissible to hold hands without being in a relationship?" Jiang Qinghe sincerely questioned. Tao Lingxue was momentarily at a loss for words, then beckoned Jiang Qinghe closer. Jiang Qinghe leaned in slightly, and Tao Lingxue whispered playfully, "Little rogue." Jiang Qinghe burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Thank you for the compliment." Tao Lingxue playfully pinched her soft cheek, still shameless. Jiang Qinghe engaged in playful banter, scarcely paying attention to the lesson, fiddling with her phone and dozing off. As school ended, she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Her emotions were tumultuous. The revelation had profoundly affected her. Jiang Qinghe grappled with the reality that the home she had known for over a decade was not truly hers. Anxiety and fear gripped her, compelling her to seek an escape route, at the very least to avoid becoming homeless. During lunchtime, Jiang Ren informed her that their parents would return today, urging her to brace herself. In the past, they would never return home daily. Jiang Qinghe was emotionally detached, acknowledging her selfishness and coldness. Otherwise, she would not have felt fear instead of sorrow upon discovering she was not Jiang's biological daughter. She was terrified at the prospect of relinquishing her life. Upon returning home with Jiang Ren, they found Xiao Yu happily interacting with her biological parents, leaving Jiang Qinghe feeling like an outsider. Madame Sun noticed Jiang Qinghe, and her smile faltered slightly. "Tomorrow is Yu's birthday. We'll be hosting a party. You need not return." Jiang Qinghe's mind went blank for a moment. Jiang Ren angrily protested. Mom, even without blood ties, she has called you mom for over a decade. Madam Sun, perceiving her son's lack of restraint, replied coldly, I have benefited. My daughter suffers. I have a clear conscience. She earnestly addressed Jiang Ren. As Yu's biological brother, how can you side with an outsider? Jiang Qinghe held back her tears and fled outside. Jiang Ren, concerned for her, followed without regard for Madam Sun's calls. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Isn't this a bit excessive? Madam Sun shot him a glance. You care more for our biological daughter, I presume. Jiang Yuan wished to say more, but fell silent upon seeing his daughter's pitiful expression. When Jiang intended to seek out Jiang Qinghe, but stumbled upon her weeping by the bushes. What's wrong? Jiang Qinghe, head bowed, let tears fall freely, splattering onto the ground. She remained silent, and when Jiang did not press her, simply keeping her company in silence. Initially feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Qinghe soon realized her hunger. She had barely eaten that day. She looked up to find Wen Jiang gazing at her with calm eyes, devoid of mockery or judgment. Jiang Qinghe, feeling a sense of familiarity, blurted, I'm hungry. I want to eat. The casualness in her tone caught her off guard. When Jiang gently wiped away her tears, when Jiang Ren arrived, he saw the two departing together, watching her grow distant without pursuing them, clenching his fists as he turned away. Before long, Jiang Qinghe and Wen Jiang found themselves at a street food stall. The aroma of lobster and barbecued skewers wafting through the air, making her swallow involuntarily. Jiang Qinghe picked up a skewer of lamb, taking a bite and savoring the deliciousness. Naturally, she offered the skewer to Wen Jiang, and by the time she realized it, he had already taken a bite. Jiang Qinghe, delighted, continued with other skewers, her appetite moderate, yet yearning to taste each one. However, such indulgence felt wasteful, and if he didn't mind, she decided to share them all with him. Her smile grew increasingly genuine as she bit into an oyster, offering it to Wen Jiang, eating continuously, yet only sampling each dish, relishing her favorites a little longer while the rest filled Wen Jiang's plate. Seeing his accommodating nature, she felt emboldened to indulge further. Wen Jiang, I want more lobster, she said, patting her stomach, now comfortably full, her gaze directed at the plate of lobster. Wen Jiang donned a disposable glove, meticulously peeling the lobster shell for her. With both hands occupied with skewers, Jiang Qinghe shook her head, using her chin to gesture, her voice muffled as she dipped into the sauce. Wen Jiang obediently brought the sauce to her lips. As she enjoyed the lobster, a sense of satisfaction washed over her, and she sweetly declared, Wen Jiang, you're my favorite. Wen Jiang paused, a hint of blush coloring his cheeks as he looked at her. Really? Jiang Qinghe, lost in her delight, unabashedly replied, you're my absolute favorite. Though she was perplexed by his prior indifference, his current kindness felt perfectly natural to her. She reasoned that her charm must have captivated him, and it was only normal for him to develop feelings now. As for his previous behavior, that must have been a moment of folly on his part. After finishing her meal, Jiang Qinghe felt too lethargic to move, lazily slumping in her chair. You can't just sit like that. You need to walk it off, he urged. Wen Jiang, observing her demeanor, contemplated escorting her home for a leisurely stroll. Jiang Qinghe, wholly disinterested in his presence, softened her tone, playfully expressing her reluctance to move. Wen Jiang, momentarily swayed by her charm, conceded, very well, I shall have my driver take you home. No, I refuse to return, she retorted emphatically. Noticing her intense reaction and recalling her tearful state by the thicket earlier that afternoon, Wen Jiang inquired, did you have a quarrel with your family? Jiang Qinghe pressed her lips together, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Wen Jiang felt a pang in his heart, akin to a needle prick. If she did not wish to go home, then so be it. In the presidential suite of a five-star hotel, Wen Jiang had just finished narrating a fairy tale to lull Jiang Qinghe to sleep. Emerging from the room, he was met with a question. Is Jiang Qinghe with you? Yes. But why was she crying today? Jiang Ren, seated in the dim light and gazing out at the moon, replied, she is not my biological sister. Just keep an eye on her. Understood, Wen Jiang responded, grateful for the support. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Qinghe awoke from her dreams. She sat up, walked to the desk, and meticulously inscribed a name on a piece of paper. After contemplating it for an extended period, she tore the paper into shreds and discarded it. Summoning 001, she mused, Wen Jiang is not the same as before, is he? 001, assessing her expression, found it inscrutable and cautiously affirmed, understood. It had anticipated her inquiry about Wen Jiang's identity, but fortunately, she did not pursue it. As Jiang Qing He opened the door, she found Wen Jiang asleep on the sofa. His 185-meter frame appeared somewhat pitifully curled up on the small couch. Wen Jiang, a light sleeper, stirred at the sound of her footsteps, but, recognizing her presence, kept his eyes closed. Jiang Qing He leaned down, her tongue playfully probing, prompting Wen Jiang to instinctively part his lips, allowing her to ransack his mouth like a thief. When she intended to withdraw, Wen Jiang seized her, transforming his gentleness into a fervent kiss. Jiang Qing He's hands hovered hesitantly at his waist, her lips slightly parted, betraying a hint of moisture at the corners. Chapter 137. The malicious impostor Wen Jiang, with an insatiable desire, licked her clean, resembling a well-behaved puppy. Jiang Qing He, initially inclined to strike him, halted midair, ultimately letting her hand rest on his waist, delivering a fierce pinch. Wen Jiang, satisfied, embraced her, seemingly unfazed by the discomfort. After a while, feeling her hand grow weary, she relented, whispering sweetly in his ear, "You like me, don't you?" Wen Jiang responded with a low, affirmative hum. Jiang Qing He playfully bit down on his hand, leaving a delicate imprint. He made no effort to stop her, simply allowing her to indulge. "Then you must heed my words," Jiang Qing He said, resting her chin on his shoulder. Initially intending to nibble at his collarbone, she opted for his hand instead, reasoning that bones might be too hard on her teeth. "All right, I shall listen to you. As long as you harbor even a slight affection for me, that suffices." Jiang Qing He beamed, caressing his collarbone, feeling possessive. He belonged to her, and so did his collarbone. By the time she awoke again, it was already noon. The previous night, unable to sleep, she had engaged in games with Wen Jiang for hours. Turning her head, she found Wen Jiang's handsome face looming closer. Observing his striking nose, she conceded that her own was not without merit. Feeling a pang of hunger, she raised her hand and playfully slapped his face, urging him to wake. "I'm famished." Wen Jiang, startled, blinked awake. "Are you hungry? I'll fetch you breakfast." "What breakfast?" "It's midday," she replied, prompted by her insistence. Wen Jiang hurriedly made his way to her favorite restaurant. After freshening up, Jiang Qing He perched on the bed, engrossed in her phone, having long dismissed thoughts of school, knowing others would cover for her absence. Ignoring a message from Zhuo Yi that morning, she replied to Jiang Ren with, "Got it. I just woke up." As soon as she sent the message, her phone vibrated. Jiang Ren responded, "All right, I'll come to see you tonight." "No need," she replied. That evening, the Jiang family was hosting a birthday celebration for Qiao Yuyu, simultaneously revealing her true identity. By the end of the night, she feared becoming the center of public scrutiny. Yet, she found solace in the love of her few loyal dogs. Love abounded. She was simply a carefree individual who took delight in trampling on their heartfelt sincerity. Wen Jiang, concerned that her food might not be warm enough, rushed over, perspiration glistening on his brow. Jiang Qing He's disdain was palpable. "You should wash your face." His complexion turned pale, and he nodded helplessly. No one wishes to be scorned by the one they admire. After all, men strive to please those they cherish. The one causing heartache was blissfully enjoying a meal. Upon Wen Jiang's return from washing his face, Jiang Qing He leaped into his arms, planting a kiss on his chin. "I love you." She understood the principle of giving a sweet reward for a slight reprimand. Wen Jiang smiled. "Have you eaten enough?" Jiang Qing He clung to him like a koala, affirming with a soft mm. Her dark, bright eyes sparkled, reflecting him clearly within. Wen Jiang supported her petite frame, preventing her from slipping down, visibly joyful. That evening, Jiang Qing He insisted Wen Jiang return home. Though reluctant, he complied with her wishes. Dressed in a beautiful dress, she felt out of place amidst the squalor of the alley. Yumo, returning from work, unexpectedly spotted her. Chapter 138. The malicious impostor, what are you doing here? Umo's gaze flitted about, avoiding hers. Qing He boldly cupped his face. Am I not more beautiful than this little alley? No, not at all, he stammered, his cheeks flushing. You are indeed the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Qing He, pleased by his compliment, raised her eyebrows, of course. Her beauty was undeniable. Isn't your family going to invite me in? Qing He gestured for him to open the door. Umo retrieved his keys, unlocking the old wooden door, which creaked as it swung open. Qing He was met with a sight she had never witnessed before, a modest courtyard and 2 simple rooms. Umo observed her, finding no trace of disdain in her gaze, only curiosity as she followed him obediently. Pointing to a room, Qing He inquired, who lives there? Umo switched on the light. That's my grandmother's room. She sleeps early. Oh, Qing He replied, having heard of Umo's close bond with his grandmother. She entered his room, which, albeit small, was tidy, furnished with only a desk and a bed. Without hesitation, she settled onto the soft bed, ignoring the chair entirely. Umo made no objections, taking a seat at the desk to study. Why did you come looking for me? He asked, glancing at her. Qing He swung her legs. Her voice subdued. I'm feeling down. Umo, still focused on his studies, remarked, if you're feeling down, why seek me out? You know my home is quite dull. Qing He stared at the floor. I am not Zhang family's biological daughter. Umo set his book aside, his attention now fully on her. The girl, head bowed, exuded a sense of vulnerability, devoid of her usual fire. He responded with a gentle, Qing He continued. The real daughter of the Zhang family is called Xiao Yuyu. They're hosting a birthday celebration for her now. A hint of disdain colored her tone. I have no family. Umo felt a lump in his throat, a surge of sympathy washing over him. 001 observed the scene, noting Umo's concerned expression directed at her, silently thinking that he should prioritize his own well-being, as she was merely seeking amusement at his expense. Feigning indifference, Qing He added, but it's all right, I'm not too upset. However, to Umo, her facade of strength was painfully evident. She had planned to stay the night at Umo's home, but the hard bed proved unbearable. Rescuer, may I sleep with you? Qing He blinked her bright, dark eyes and inquired. No, Umo instinctively refused. In an instant, tears filled Qing He's eyes, and she softly sobbed. Umo sighed, my bed is too small. A few minutes later, Qing He leaned against the door, observing Umo. You sleep here first. I will go back. Qing He grasped his sleeve. Will you accompany me? The word no was stuck in his throat, and Umo froze, all his senses fixated on her lips. The only thought in his mind being how soft and sweet they seemed, like jelly. He wanted to push her away, but his hand remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he succumbed to his heart's desires, closed his eyes, and responded to her. Umo's biological clock was punctual. Upon waking, he gazed at her serene, sleeping face. Although they had not completed the final step, everything else remained untouched. His gaze softened significantly as he lowered his head to kiss her forehead. He rose quietly, covered her with a blanket, and then closed the door as he left. Chapter 139. The malevolent fake heiress Qing He was awakened by the sunlight piercing through the room. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, struggling to open them into a narrow slit. Too lazy to rise and draw the curtains, she turned over, enveloping herself in her blanket. Umo returned home to prepare a pot of congee. He assisted his grandmother in getting up. The elderly lady, hunched and leaning on a cane, urged you should hurry to school. Umo served the congee on the table, having deliberately made it softer for her. Grandma, wait for it to cool a bit before eating. I will leave first. All right, go quickly. She waved her hand from her seat. Umontak, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, closed the door. He passed by a breakfast shop, purchased a serving of shrimp crystal dumplings, and carried them to the hotel. Entering the room, he approached the bed, gently pulling down the blanket to reveal her flushed, sleepy face. Time to get up. I brought you breakfast, Umo whispered. Qing He groaned, reluctant to rise, mumbling, I don't want to. If you don't get up, I might leave, he warned. With her eyes still shut, she wrapped her arms around his waist, then carried me to wash my face. All right. Umo lifted her as if she were a child. He placed a towel on the sink before setting Jiang Qing He down. Open your mouth. She obediently complied. Umo meticulously brushed her teeth and washed her face with gentle movements, which prevented her from getting angry. We need to go to school. Can we eat breakfast on the way? MHM. On the bus, most passengers were students. Jiang Qing He and Umo sat together, and she watched the scenery retreating outside. It was her first time on a bus. The gentle breeze brushed her face, and in high spirits, Jiang Qing He took a deep breath, then turned and planted a kiss on Umo's cheek. His face flushed instantly, and he murmured, "You can't do that again." "Why not?" Jiang Qing He frowned, inquiring. "There are too many people." She leaned closer, teasing, "Are you shy?" "No." She kissed him again, undeterred. Jiang Qing He arrived at school with Umo, attracting numerous gazes along the way. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes were on her as she leisurely walked to her seat. Tao Lingxue grasped her hand, and Jiang Qing He smiled at her. "What's wrong? Are you all right after yesterday?" she asked with concern, knowing how significant such events could be for anyone. Jiang Guqing chuckled lightly. Tao Lingxue, still somewhat worried, suspected Jiang Qing He was merely pretending to be carefree. To her, Jiang Qing He was a genuine, delicate princess, unbothered by the world. Their friendship thrived on her authenticity, as she always voiced her true feelings, a refreshing contrast to the hypocritical nature of others. Noticing Tao Lingxue's continued gaze, Jiang Qing He playfully nudged her. "Class is starting. Stop staring at me." Even during class, many eyes lingered on her, yet Jiang Qing He ignored them, resting her head on her desk. "Yo-Yo, your dress is beautiful. It's from W's latest collection, right?" "Yes, I heard it's hard to get." "I envy you. My parents won't buy me anything." After class, Jiang Qing He's former friends surrounded Xiao Yo-Yo, chattering excitedly. Xiao Yo-Yo's vanity was greatly satisfied as she proudly declared, "Yes, my mother bought all of this for me." Tao Lingxue held nothing but disdain for such fickle-mindedness. Chapter 140. The malevolent fake heiress. When Jiang stood up and approached Jiang Qing He's desk, tapping it lightly. Annoyed, she lifted her head, and upon seeing him, her irritation intensified. Frowning deeply, she snapped, "What do you want?" When Jiang coldly ordered, "Come out for a moment." Jiang Qing He rolled her eyes, no. Without a second thought, he hoisted her up. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Jiang Qing He felt uncomfortable, her stomach pressed against him. "When Jiang," Xiao Yo-Yo shouted at him. But he did not stop. Only when they reached a secluded spot did he set her down, only to receive a swift slap to the face. Jiang Qing He had exerted all her strength, her hand tingling from the impact. She retaliated, landing a matching slap. "In the future, if I need to hit someone, I should refrain from doing it myself," she thought, feeling as though her hand might swell. "Are you insane?" Jiang Qing He was infuriated. She detested such individuals who showed no respect and used force to suppress others. Wen Zhang's first thought was not of himself. He took her reddened hand. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Jiang Qing He shook him off. "Do you know how much this hurts?" "Your shoulder jabbed into my stomach." She looked at him with reproach. "I was wrong. If you're still upset, hit me again, all right?" Wen Jiang was furious upon seeing Umo escorting her to class, although she had relied on him the previous day. He returned home to find only a note on the coffee table, indicating Jiang Qing He had left. She reassured him she was merely going to hang out with classmates. Yet he remained worried, unable to sleep all night. Noticing the faint bruise under his eyes, Jiang Qing He's tone softened. "My hand hurts. Shall I take you to the infirmary for some ointment?" Wen Jiang asked, and upon her nod, he tentatively took her hand, his joy evident in his eyes. "Can you give me some swelling ointment?" The school nurse glanced up at his clearly reddened face. "Oh dear, what happened to your face?" She quickly retrieved a bottle of ointment. "Such a handsome young man. Do take good care of yourself. Here are the usage instructions." MHM. Wen Jiang said nothing further as he led Jiang Qing He to the examination room. He helped her sit on the examination bed and knelt down to apply the ointment to her hand. Wen Jiang gently rubbed her palm until the medicine was fully absorbed. After their earlier altercation, Jiang Qing He felt less annoyed, especially with his sincere apology. She looked at the redness on his face. "Give me the ointment." He handed it to her. "Do you want to rest here for a while?" Jiang Qing He did not respond, instead squeezing some ointment onto his face. He could feel her breath, and his eyes sparkled with joy. After she finished applying, Qing He noticed his enamored expression and chuckled softly, teasingly licking his lips before playfully prying them apart and diving in with abandon. Jiang held her waist as Qing He gradually reclined on the bed, their kiss becoming increasingly fervent. The faint scent of medicine lingered at her nose, not unpleasant at all. The curtain was drawn, concealing them from view, while outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Qing He lazily wrapped her arms around his neck, pondering idly whether it was raining. Chapter 141. The malevolent fake heiress. When Zhang's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as Qing He's head tilted and she fell asleep. He covered her with a blanket and rose to close the window. Jiang turned around and inadvertently caught sight of Zhuai. He was unaware of how long he had been standing there or how long he had been gazing. With a smile, he approached. When Qing He awoke, it was already midday. She turned her head and saw Jiang napping on one side. She sat up and playfully kicked him, causing Jiang to open his eyes and grasp her delicate foot. "What happened to the corner of your mouth?" Qing He asked, leaning against the bed as she noticed the bruise at the edge of his lips. "It's nothing." Seeing his reticence, she scoffed. "You love to keep secrets." Jiang, unperturbed, placed her foot on his lap and helped her put on her socks. 001 reports that the host has had a scuffle with Zhuai. "Oh, aren't you surprised, host? Zhuai knows now. And what of it? If he likes me, he must endure. This is just who I am. After all, Zhuai has known me for over a decade. Surely he understands my nature." Qing He twirled her hair, concluding that since he had not confronted her, it indicated his reluctance to sever their ties. "Everything about me deserves affection. I'm thirsty," she pouted. Jiang finished dressing her feet and said, "I'll fetch you some water." "I never forced him to like me. Encountering someone like me is his good fortune. I am beautiful and charming, and it is only natural to fall for me," Qing He declared confidently. 001 considered her the most extraordinary human it had encountered. The world seemed to revolve around her whims, acting in accordance with her heart. "Oh, wait. There's still one person sleeping," 001 recalled, thinking of that exceptionally alluring individual. "It is one." He brought a glass of water to Qing He. She took a few sips and asked, "Are you thirsty?" Without waiting for his reply, she leaned in and kissed his lips. Jiang instinctively swallowed, sensing an inexplicable sweetness. Qing He, after teasing him, dashed away, leaving Jiang's heart racing. Beneath the shade of the trees, she felt the wind caressing her cheeks, soothing the restlessness within her heart. "I have grown. I can stand on my own, just like you." Qing He seemed to hear the gentle laughter of her own satisfaction. She smiled brightly, swinging her delicate legs. "Qing He?" She turned and saw Umo, clutching a stack of notebooks. "What are you off to do?" "I am delivering homework to the math teacher." Qing He linked her arm through his and smiled up at him. "I'll accompany you." "No need. Wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Qing He remained in place, watching him stride away without hesitation. She disliked waiting, rather than endure the discomfort of waiting. It was better to simply not wait from the start. A few minutes later, Umo hurried back, but he found her absent. He felt a pang of disappointment, reasoning that perhaps she had left for some urgent matter, which slightly lifted his spirits. One in love often finds excuses for their beloved. Qing He initially intended to seek out Zhuai, but halfway there, she hesitated and changed direction. She pushed open the slightly ajar door, although it was still daytime. The living room was uncomfortably dim. She hesitated before stepping inside. Qing He switched on the light, finding the living room empty. She approached Jiang Ren's room and turned the doorknob. The room was filled with empty bottles, the air thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol. Frowning, she forcefully shut the door. Chapter 142. The malicious false daughter in his dreams. Jiang Ren abruptly awoke, initially suspecting he was imagining things, and considered lying back down to continue sleeping. "Jiang Ren, you'd better come out quickly," Jiang has said coldly, arms crossed. Realizing he was not dreaming, Jiang Ren bolted upright, hurriedly slipping on his slippers. However, upon opening the door, he paused, glancing at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, feeling quite unattractive. She disliked ugly people, Jiangren quickly shaved and splashed water on his face. Worried she would grow impatient, he hastily stepped out. He approached the person sitting on the sofa. Qing He looked up at him, her soft lips parting sit. Obediently, Jiangren took a seat beside her. Suddenly, Qing He leaned closer, causing him to catch his breath. But she merely wiped the droplets of water from his face with a tissue. "Why are you ignoring me?" Jiangren asked, his throat dry as he awaited her response. "Why are you drinking?" Qing He countered instead of answering his question. Jiangren felt a surge of warmth, but he swallowed his words. "At least we still have feelings for each other. Please don't treat me like a stranger." Qing He looked at him incredulously. "If I considered you a stranger, I wouldn't have come to find you." Jiangren's eyes widened, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his dim gaze. "Really? Of course, I'm not so heartless." Qing He would never admit that she had been too carefree these past few days, flitting between UMO and others without a moment to spare for him. 001 timely chimed in. "You do." Qing He shot a glare. "Get lost." "All right." 001 rolled away to the corner, hugging itself. Jiangren handed her his card. "What is this for?" Qing He tilted her head. "This is my own earned money. From now on, I'll support you." Qing He accepted without hesitation and kissed him on the cheek. "You're wonderful. Brother is the most handsome. I absolutely adore my brother." Her sweet compliments flowed freely, leaving Jiangren dazed. "I have always been your support." MHM. Qing He happily shook his hand, nestling against him as before. Jiangren gently patted her head. "Are you living with Shui now?" Qing He casually replied while watching television. "Oh, yes, I'm staying at his place." Jiangren stood up. "I'll go get something." "Okay." Qing He munched on plain potato chips. This brand of chips was her favorite. They were especially crispy compared to others. Suddenly, something cold was placed in her hand. Qing He looked down to find a key. "What is this?" "I have an apartment near the school. If you no longer wish to stay at Shui's, you can go there." Qing He set down the chips, looking earnestly at Jiangren. "How come you're so wealthy?" "My stocks went up, and I've also done some business." Qing He nodded. MHM. After school, Shui appeared promptly at the classroom door, skillfully taking the small bag from her hands. Qing He glanced at him. There were no visible injuries on his face. She grasped his hand. "I want to eat hot pot." "All right." At that moment, Tao Lingxue happened to walk over. "Hot pot?" Yes, let us all go together." At the hot pot restaurant, Qing He sat in the center, surrounded by a lively crowd. Tao Lingxue glanced at the last person to arrive and quietly asked, "Why is he here too?" Chapter 143. The Malicious False Daughter. Member Update. More people, more fun. Come sit here. Qing He gestured towards the empty seat beside Tao Lingxue. Chung Su directed his gaze at Tao Lingxue. Qing He poked her gently. Tao Lingxue feigned indifference. "Whatever." Only then did Chung Su dare to sit beside her. "Would you like some orange juice?" "I'll pour it for you." He carefully observed her expression, and seeing no signs of resistance, he prepared the orange juice and placed it conveniently within her reach. The atmosphere between them eased, and Qing He no longer paid them any mind. "I want fried rice," she mumbled, her mouth too full to articulate clearly. "All right." Just as Zhuai reached for a bowl to serve her rice, another pair of hands placed a bowl of egg fried rice directly in front of Qing He. Ling Yin smiled. "Take your time eating, don't choke." Her cheeks were puffed out like a little hamster, and one could hardly guess how much food she could store. Qing He, feeling the heat from a spicy chili, broke out in a light sweat on her nose. Her lips were rosy and slightly swollen, her eyes reddening, and crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a delicate flower wilting under pressure. So spicy, so spicy," Qing He exclaimed, feeling as if she might faint from the heat. Zhui hurriedly handed her some milk. "Drink this, it helps with the spice." She gulped down a large mouthful, and only then did the burning sensation on her tongue subside. She wished to continue eating, but was halted by Zhui. "Stop eating. You'll regret it later tonight." Zhui offered her a piece of watermelon. She turned her head defiantly, exclaiming, I want tea feel unwell." Zhui was well aware of her tendency to forget pain once the wounds healed. Previously, she had consumed a copious amount of spicy chicken, the peppers exceedingly hot, and she had stubbornly devoured an entire plate, only to suffer from stomach pains that night. crying uncontrollably. Zhua Yi firmly forbade her from eating more. In frustration, Qing He kicked him and angrily moved to another seat, refusing to sit with him. Zhua Yi pressed his lips together, the smile fading from his face as he looked at her with a pitiful gaze. Yet he received not even a morsel of her sympathy. Qing He dipped her vegetables into the tomato hot pot, unhappily consuming tasteless greens. After a while, she lost her appetite and began sipping a drink while engrossed in her phone. "I'll take my leave then, bye-bye." Qing He smiled and waved goodbye. Tao Lingxue, standing with Cheng Su, also waved farewell to her. Zhua Yi opened the car door for her, but Qing He didn't glance at him, turning to the other side instead. Upon returning home, she continued to ignore him. Zhua Yi, fearing he might inadvertently anger her, suggested, "Shall I sleep in the guest room tonight?" Qing He coldly replied, "Sure." Back in her room, her anger intensified. Lying on the bed, watching a drama, her stomach began to ache. Curling up, she pressed her hands against her abdomen, furrowing her brows, and lamented, "It hurts so much." Zui, recalling her meager consumption throughout the day, went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of light yangshan noodles as an apology. He initially intended to enter her room, but reconsidered, fearing her ire, so he knocked gently on the door. "I'm sorry. I should have been kinder today and discussed it with you instead of being forceful about your eating." After a brief wait with no response from inside, he grew worried about her stomach pain. "May I come in?" Upon entering, he found her pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her entire body trembling slightly. Chapter 144. The malicious false daughter Zhui Yi quickly scooped her up and hailed a cab to the hospital. When Qing He awoke, she found herself in a hospital room. Glancing at the 4 in her hand, she sat up, only to find the room empty. Lying back down, the pain in her abdomen had lessened. She reached for her phone on the bedside table to scroll through videos. When Zhua Yi entered and saw she was awake, he walked over to tuck her in and offered her some water. Qing He held the warm water, feeling somewhat guilty. Yi, noticing the look in her eyes, spoke with a resigned tone, "You really can't eat so spicy anymore." She sighed in relief, knowing she was fine now. Qing He, still pale, declared, "I won't drink anymore." Zhua Yi set the blanket on the table and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Qing He shook her head, "Not too much anymore." "Can we go home? Once this 4 is done, we can go home." "Oh, okay." By the time the 4 finished, it was already 1 in the morning. Zhua Yi took off his coat and draped it over Qing He. The oversized coat made her look like a child wearing an adult's clothing, her hands disappearing into the sleeves. She gazed at Zhua Yi, who wore only a thin shirt, and suddenly hugged him, asking, "Are you cold?" "I'm not. I'm cold." Zhua Yi intended to say he wasn't cold, but the urgency in her eyes made him halt. "Then let me hold you. That way you won't be cold." Qing He's grandiloquent words merely masked her reluctance to walk, resembling a little kangaroo clinging to Zhua Yi. Concerned she might slip down, he held onto her gently. Before long, a black G-Class vehicle stopped by the roadside. Zhua Yi opened the door and carried her inside. "Oh, your little darling," Qi Yuan remarked, glancing in the rearview mirror, unable to see her face, only a small hand with fair, delicate fingers peeking out. Zhua Yi shot him a warning glance. "Drive. TSK, you call me out at this late hour. Do you expect me to lose sleep over this?" Zhua Yi held her hand tightly as he recalled. "When I called you, weren't you still at the bar? Aren't you worried I might drink and drive?" Qing He shifted uncomfortably, pulling her hand out of the coat. "You don't drink." Zhua Yi leisurely tucked her hand back inside the coat. The car fell silent as Qi Yuan ceased conversation. Qing He slightly opened her eyes. Zhua Yi covered her eyes, urging her to sleep. With that, Qing He nestled comfortably in his embrace and drifted off. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Yu furiously threw everything from her vanity onto the floor, shattering expensive skincare products. Gasping, she questioned why. Why is she the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family when Jiang dares to offend me and the Jiang family for that powerless Qing He? Later that evening, Wan Jiang arrived at the Jiang family to propose the dissolution of their long-standing engagement. "Does your family look down on my daughter?" Sun Shuyue's eyes blazed with anger. Wan Lan chuckled, "Madam Sun, you jest. This has merely been a jest from the previous generation. Now that the children have grown, They have their own thoughts, and we must respect that, right? She cast a glance at Jiang Yuyu, who sat beside Madame Sun, her expression grim. Moreover, Jiang and this Miss Jiang have no feelings for each other. Naturally, Sun Shuyue recognized the insinuation of her past misdeeds. With a graceful rise, Wen Lan declared, "Then we shall take our leave." Ultimately, the engagement was rendered null and void. Chapter 145. The malicious false daughter. Jiang Yuyu gazed at her reflection, her mind concocting a sinister plot. Only in death could she find peace. She dialed a number, saying, "Hello, I need you to do something for me. Money is no object." Upon hearing the response from the other end, a twisted smile crept across Jiang Yuyu's face. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Qing He twirled before the mirror, wearing a lovely egg-yellow dress, appearing radiant and vibrant. "Do I look good?" she asked Zhuo Yi with a smile. Zhuo Yi looked up, earnestly replying, "You look splendid. Qing He looks good in anything." Flattered by his compliment, Jiang Qing He approached and planted a kiss on his cheek. "I'm off to shop with Ling Xue. Shall I give you a ride?" Jiang Qing He waved her hand dismissively. "No need. She's waiting for me outside. I'll head out first." He had recently taken on some property management duties at the company and had been quite busy, often working late into the night. Feeling bored alone, Jiang Qing He decided to buy some new clothes. "Come on," Tao Ling Xue called, waving from the car window. Jiang Qing He jogged over, embracing Tao Ling Xue, and mumbled, "It's been ages since we shopped together." Tao Ling Xue awkwardly scratched her nose, replying, "All right, I'll accompany you until dark. That is more like it." Tao Ling Xue held up a stunning red mermaid dress adorned with tiny diamonds. "How about this one?" Jiang Qing He, seated on the boutique sofa, replied, "It looks great. It suits you perfectly. Go try it on." Encouraged by her words, Tao Ling Xue entered the fitting room to change. Moments later, she stepped out in the dress. "How do I look?" Jiang Qing He shifted her gaze, resting her chin on her hand. "Beautiful. It's as if it was tailor-made for you." "Ha ha. Then I'll take this one." The two friends joyfully shopped until afternoon, and Jiang Qing He glanced at her phone, suggesting, "Shall we grab a bite?" "Sure. I'm starving after so much shopping." As they waited by the roadside for their driver, a van slowly approached. Jiang Qing He frowned in confusion as the door swung open, and two figures leapt out, swiftly rushing toward her and dragging her into the vehicle. The speed of the action was so swift that it left no time for reaction. Tao Ling Xue forced herself to remain calm and hurriedly took out her phone to capture a picture of the license plate. With trembling hands, she called Zhu Yi, informing him that Jiang Qing He had been abducted by a group of men. By the time Jiang Qing He regained her senses, she found herself in a vehicle, seated beside two burly men. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously, stealthily slipping her hand into her pocket. "You've offended someone. We've been hired to kidnap you," the driver replied, a scar cutting across his face, presenting a menacing appearance. "Who hired you?" "I can pay double," she offered. "We adhere to professional ethics. No amount will persuade us to release you." "Damn it, big brother," she called the police. One of the men exclaimed. The driver clicked his tongue and said, "Knock her out, no mistakes." Jiang Qing's phone was tossed out of the window. Zhuo Yi noted that the location was moving, but eventually halted at a specific point. He pressed the accelerator, running several red lights. When Jiang Qing He regained consciousness, she found herself in a completely abandoned factory. A cough escaped her lips, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Her hands were bound. The sound of footsteps echoed, and she looked up to see Jiang Yuyu, who smiled at her disheveled state. "Jiang Qing He, you have finally fallen into my hands," she taunted. Jiang Qing He calmly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" A large man brought in a chair and placed it behind her, where Jiang Yuyu sat, glancing at her freshly done nails. "Of course, I'm going to kill you. After all, you're just an orphan. Your death means nothing." Observing Jiang Qing He's composed demeanor, Jiang Yuyu scoffed. "Even when facing death, you remain so dignified. Do you think anyone can save you?" Jiang Qing He sat on the ground, exuding an air of fearlessness. "I cannot stand this version of you. Drag her over here," Jiang Yuyu commanded. A tattooed man roughly pulled Jiang Qing He closer. Jiang Yuyu gripped her chin tightly, but Jiang Qing He met her gaze without flinching. Jiang Yuyu was the first to avert her eyes, leaving faint nail marks on her face that did not diminish her beauty. Dust clung to Jiang Qinghe's hair, adding an alluring yet tragic charm to her appearance. Jiang Yu cleared her throat and stood, stating, "The rest is up to you." A middle-aged man in black approached, saying, "Miss, let's go." Jiang Qinghe recognized his familiar face. He was Sun Shuyue's assistant. His presence signified Sun Shuyue's involvement in Jiang Yu's plot to kill her. Several ruffians approached Jiang Qinghe with malicious grins, their laughter echoing harshly in the deserted factory. "Little beauty, we will make sure you enjoy yourself," one of the thin, red-haired thugs said, reaching out to touch her. Suddenly, the door of the factory was kicked open, and someone stepped into the moonlight. "Who are you?" The thugs instantly became alert. As he emerged from the moonlight into the shadows, Jiang Qinghe recognized his face. "Wen Jiang," she exclaimed, sensing that his arrival was inevitable. He would come to rescue her, without a doubt. The red-haired thug, seeing no one behind him, relaxed his guard. "Are you joining us too?" The ruffians laughed. "Release her," Wen Jiang commanded, his dark eyes narrowing, his voice cold. The red-haired thug's expression soured. Brothers attack. Chaos erupted as a brawl ensued. Wen Jiang fought swiftly, taking down one after another, but he was outnumbered and gradually at a disadvantage, sustaining several blows to his back. Realizing the peril of the situation, the red-haired thug pulled out a knife. "Behind you!" Jiang Qinghe shouted. Wen Jiang turned, enduring the pain as he retaliated with a punch. The police arrived just in time to subdue the assailants. A female officer untied Jiang Qinghe, and she rushed to embrace Wen Jiang. A warm tear fell onto his face as he gently wiped her tears away, saying, "Don't cry." Jiang Qinghe sobbed uncontrollably. "Wen Jiang, you must not die." Sensing his life slipping away, he forced himself to speak. "Tang Tang, I love you." Jiang Qinghe recalled Chun Xian, the one who had always seen her. Gripping his hand, she cried, "You haven't changed. You're still so emotional." Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision. The scent of antiseptic permeated the air in the hospital. Zhuo Yi held her close, assuring her that everything would be all right. Jiang Qinghe remained silent, her gaze fixed on the brightly lit emergency room. It was too long before Wen Jiang's parents hurried in. Upon learning that Wen Jiang had been stabbed and was in critical condition, Wen mother covered her face, nearly collapsing. "My child," she cried. When father steadied her, saying, "Lanner, our son will be fine." "I'm sorry," Jiang Qinghe murmured, her head bowed, eyes reddened with remorse. "Are you all right?" When mother asked, her heart aching as she looked at her. Jiang Qinghe had braced herself for Wen mother's wrath, but instead, she only trembled as she inquired about her well-being. Her nose tingled, tears flowing uncontrollably, landing on the white floor. "Iem fine." "That's good," Wen mother replied, taking her cold hand in hers. "Don't be too hard on yourself." Jiang Qinghe shook her head through her tears, speechless. Wen mother was genuinely compassionate, comforting her even in such dire circumstances. Jiang Qinghe wished to spare her the pain of losing her only son in middle age. "I will do everything to ensure Wen Jiang survives." "I initially intended to persuade her," the system said, but seeing her determined expression, it could only state, "Then all the experiences of this world will be for naught." Essentially, it would render this world a waste. "Are you certain, host?" Jiang Qinghe replied resolutely, "Absolutely." "Understood." The vital signs of Wen Jiang, previously weak, suddenly stabilized. After several hours of emergency treatment, the doctor emerged from the operating room. "How is my child?" Wen Lan asked eagerly. "He is no longer in immediate danger. He will awaken shortly," the doctor reassured. A weight lifted from Wen Lan's heart, while Wen father embraced Wen mother, saying, "Our child has survived this ordeal. Good fortune awaits him." Wen Jiang had thought he was at death's door, never expecting to live. He scanned the room, but did not see Jiang Qinghe. Weakly, he smiled at his worried mother, saying, "Mom, I'm fine." "You scare me to death," Wen mother exclaimed, tears flowing again. Jiang Qinghe sat on a swing, pondering whether Wen Jiang's past life was Chun Xian. 001 knew it could not escape. It admitted sheepishly, "Chun Xian sacrificed his soul to encounter you again in this life." Jiang Qinghe remained composed, asking, "When can I leave this world?" 001 had anticipated she would be moved by Chun Xian's love, but she displayed no sorrow, calmly inquiring when she could conclude her mission. The system felt pity for Chun Qian, questioning, "Host, do you not love him?" "I have never loved him. They were merely transient figures in my life," Qing He replied, tilting her head as sunlight illuminated her, a slight smile gracing her lips. 001 could not perceive her emotions. Once Jiang Yuyu receives her just punishment, the host may exit this world. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Yuyu trembled, gripping her cup tightly. "What should I do?" she asked fearfully. Sun Shuwei, weary and leaning against a chair, replied, "For now, stay at home. I'll handle the rest. You may leave." Zhang Yo was about to say something, but seeing her expression, she could only press her lips together and exit. Chapter 148. The Malicious False Heiress. "Madam, Shanya Ganti Pirisit Hertemplis." Sun Shuwei sighed, grasping his rough hand. "Have I done something wrong?" "Everything you have done is right," Shunyi replied, firmly holding her hand. The Wan and Zhua families were jointly pressuring the Jiang family, leaving Sun Shuwei in utter disarray. Jiang Yuyu, who had been practicing the piano in her room, was distracted and hit several wrong notes. The sound of police sirens from downstairs made her pause. When the police arrived, they found blood all over the floor. Jiang Yuyu had attempted to take her own life out of guilt. However, her injuries were not deep, and she was saved. Along with her, Sun Shuyu's assistant was also taken away, said to be the mastermind behind the scenes. He harbored a grudge against the wealthy and devised a plan to ruin the Jiang family, taking full responsibility without mentioning Madame Sunday. At that moment, Jiang Qing He was crafting with Zhu Yi, attentively painting while watching the news on television. She meticulously matched the colors from the picture, but upon glancing at the plaster bear in her hands and then at the one in the image, she unhesitatingly tossed the bear into the trash bin at her feet. Yi, noticing her displeasure after finishing his drawing, saw the discarded bear lying quietly in the bin and picked it up, inspecting it for a moment. "Why did you throw it away?" Jiang Qing He wrinkled her nose. "It's ugly, so I discarded it." After saying that, she stood up and walked away in anger. He chuckled and carefully placed the oddly shaped plaster bear into his pocket, catching up with Jiang Qing He. "Don't be upset. Let me take you out for hot pot." As dusk fell, the distressed girl walked ahead, while the cheerful boy followed closely behind. A month later, when Jiang had mostly recovered, confined to the hospital, Madame Wen was unyielding, insisting he stay there for a month despite his worries about his health. When Jiang felt as if his bones were falling apart from lying down, Jiang Qing He had visited him in the first half of the month, albeit sporadically, but she hadn't come at all in the last 2 weeks, and he missed her dearly every day. Now that he was finally discharged, he couldn't wait another moment to see her. Wen Jiang arrived at Zhuyi's doorstep and rang the doorbell, waiting for a while, but receiving no answer. A gust of wind caught his attention, revealing that the door was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, he found the living room in disarray, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. When he saw Zhuyi, heavily intoxicated and cradling a box, his anxiety reached a peak. "Where's Qing He?" Wen Jiang gripped his collar, veins bulging with intensity. Zhuyi, disheveled and weary, remained silent, clutching the box tightly. Wen Jiang pulled the frame from his grasp. "What happened to her?" "She was in an accident." Zhuyi's voice was hoarse. For a moment, Wen Jiang fell silent, sitting on the floor and gazing at the girl in the frame. "Impossible," he murmured repeatedly, stumbling out in despair. Zhuyi paid him no mind, merely opening another bottle of alcohol. Wen Jiang dashed outside, unsure of where to go. Right, he should seek Tang Tang, but she was no longer there. He laughed and cried simultaneously. Why did you leave me again?" In the desolate cemetery, 2 figures stood before a grave. It had rained today, and Wen Jiang and Zhuyi shared an umbrella, but they were nearly soaked through. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely question their sanity, as the umbrella was mostly shielding the tombstone. Chapter 149. The Malicious False Heiress End. Both were drenched, yet the girl in the black and white photo wore a radiant smile, untouched by the rain. As the wind howled and the ground was littered with leaves blown down by the downpour, an elderly man in a wheelchair extended a trembling hand to catch a falling maple leaf. His hands were wrinkled, and his once handsome face was now marked with age spots. Wen Jiang, with cloudy eyes, struggled to make out the girl in the pink dress approaching him in the twilight. As he reached out to her, she paused, remaining still. He wanted to speak, but ultimately his hand fell to his side. Qing He silently watched as his spirit dissipated into the air until a drop of cold rain fell upon her face, awakening her to the realization that it had begun to rain. A little boy, puzzled, looked for the beautiful sister who had suddenly vanished, rubbing his eyes. Where did the pretty sister go? He emerged from behind a tree, gazing at the empty space. A hurried woman embraced her son. What are you doing here? We need to get home. It's raining. The boy glanced back. I saw a fairy sister. The woman turned to look, but there was no one there. What nonsense are you talking? Fairies don't exist. The little boy, unwilling to give up, looked back one last time, but the beautiful sister was gone. He reluctantly took his mother's hand and left. Qing He returned to the space. Welcome, host 001 waved a little flower ball. Qing He chuckled softly, approaching the chaise lounge, her delicate legs moving gracefully. The ethereal white gown swayed, and bells tied around her ankles chimed melodiously as she walked. Supporting her chin, her hair cascaded down as she absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair. What will the next world be like? The CEO's Cuscus. The original character was an orphan who, in an effort to avoid being bullied, climbed her way up, only to find herself ill-suited for academics. Consequently, she ventured into the entertainment industry, but struggled to find success due to a lack of power and influence. In her quest for fame, she became involved with a wealthy man, the male lead. Despite her hard work, she was sabotaged by a scheming female antagonist, leading to her being drugged and embroiled in scandal, resulting in her fall from grace as a once-celebrated actress to a pariah. Criticism flooded in like a tide, threatening to drown her. The original character didn't give up. With no resources, she started from scratch, but ultimately succumbed to the might of power. If power defeated me, I shall become a person of great authority. Task: I must become a formidable individual. After reviewing the plot, Qing He took a moment to rest before opening her captivating autumn eyes and declaring, "Teleport me." Just a pet canary raised by young Master Shun, yet she remains blissfully unaware. Foolishly aspiring to be the mistress of the Shun family, a woman in an apron remarked while washing vegetables. Another woman with a sharp voice added, "Indeed, it's only a matter of time before young Master Shun tires of her." Qing He crossed her arms, entering with a faint smile. "What are you discussing?" The middle-aged woman in the apron turned, forcing a smile. "Miss Yuan, you're awake. Had I not awakened, what else would you have been saying?" Qing He's expression turned cold, her tone heavy as her piercing gaze bore into them. Chapter 150. The CEO's Cuscus. The two were intimidated into silence by her imposing presence. "If I hear such talk again, you will find yourselves unable to continue working here." "Yes, yes," they nodded vigorously. After Qing He ascended the stairs, they finally exhaled in relief. "That was terrifying," one woman said, patting her chest. "From now on, let's avoid such discussions." The woman in the apron resumed washing vegetables, remarking, "Such a good job is not easily found." Working in a Shun household was simple. Just clean and wash vegetables, yet the position held significant prestige. Qing He opened her bedroom door and plopped down onto her soft bed. Ever since she had met Shan Yan, he hadn't returned to see her again. She wondered if this was the norm. Who keeps a mistress and doesn't visit for 10 days or 2 weeks? If that were the case, how could she whisper sweet nothings to acquire resources? How could she aspire to become a grand star? Had he not been absent for so long, those individuals would not have dared to fabricate tales about themselves. Qing He felt a growing disdain for the benefactor she had only briefly encountered. Far away at the company, Xinyan sneezed and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. "Hurry and get me to the set." Qing He distanced the phone slightly, understanding the urgency. "I will be there shortly." Fei Naya, on the other end, couldn't suppress her exasperation. "Hurry up. Do you want everyone to know you're acting like a diva?" Qing He hastily hailed a taxi and rushed to the set. She was merely a supporting actress with little screen time. Fei Naya stood by the roadside, sending messages. "Sister Fei?" Qing He tentatively called out to her. "You actually decided to show up. Is today your first day on set, and you dare to be late?" Qing He offered a charming smile. I won't dare again. Fei Naya face-palmed. When have you not said that? She pushed Yuan Qinghe forward. Go to the makeup room and get ready. Yuan Qinghe affectionately embraced her. All right, Sister Fei. Just as Fei Naya intended to say more. Yuan Qinghe darted away like a rabbit, leaving her to smile helplessly as she turned to her car. Sister Fei had more than one artist. Yet Yuan Qinghe was indeed the least successful among them. Had it not been for her good relationship with Sister Fei, she wouldn't even have landed the script for a supporting role. The script Yuan Qinghe accepted was a sweet campus drama, where she served as a mere catalyst to enhance the romance between the lead characters. However, it was rumored that the male lead was a rising star, recently gaining popularity. Seated before the makeup mirror, the makeup artist couldn't help but praise, Miss Yuan, your skin is truly flawless. Nearby, someone scoffed. Yuan Qinghe turned her gaze towards the individual. The person, adorned in striking makeup, portrayed the second female lead, a wealthy heiress. In Weiwei derisively remarked, what good is beauty if you're just a vase? Yuan Qinghe boldly retorted, at least I could be a vase. What about you? In Weiwei was momentarily speechless. Her delicate features paled in comparison to Yuan Qinghe's stunning visage. Even amidst a sea of beauties in the entertainment industry, Yuan Qinghe's appearance was breathtaking, her captivating eyes making one feel as though the world wished to offer her everything. Yet, her acting skills were woefully inadequate, leaving her languishing in obscurity. Her only asset was her beauty, which had yet to propel her to stardom. The makeup room fell silent once more, as the makeup artist cautiously continued to work on Yuan Qinghe's makeup. With skin so exquisite, the artist struggled to find the right approach. Ultimately, only her eyebrows were defined, and a light coat of lipstick was applied. When it was time for her scene, Yuan Qinghe changed into her school uniform and exited the makeup room. Tangyin grasped his sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes, looking utterly forlorn. Could you please not break up? The one whose sleeve was grasped turned to reveal an astonishingly handsome face, annoyance evident as he brushed her hand away. Can you please stop pestering me? The director waved his hand. Cut. You both can take a break. Lu Qing brushed past Yuan Qinghe, their eyes inadvertently meeting, causing him to momentarily freeze. He sat down, took a sip of water, and inquired of his assistant, "Who is that?" The assistant took the blanket from his hands and handed him a small fan. That's an 18th tier star, relying on her looks to gain attention. She's a newcomer with little experience. Realizing something, he asked, "What's wrong, bro?" Lu Qing shook his head. "It's nothing." "Oh, Lu Ge, you should keep your distance from her. These rookies love to cling on. Don't let her entangle you." Lu Qing thoughtfully stroked his chin, unsure if he had absorbed the advice. However, the assistant dismissed it, assuming he was merely curious. Yuan Qinghe glanced at the script in her hands, devoid of substantial dialogue. This campus drama revolved around the female lead falling for the top student and persistently pursuing him, leading to a tumultuous love-hate relationship. The recent plot twist involved the top student's first love returning, resulting in a breakup with the female lead, and she was merely the beautiful memory of that first love. Yet, her role was to facilitate the male lead's realization of his feelings, paving the way for him to end up with the female lead, while her character gracefully exited the stage. In reality, the male lead had already developed feelings for the female lead, but mistakenly believed he was still enamored with his first love. After being with his first love, he would come to realize that she was not as perfect as he had imagined. Memories tend to embellish a person until no one else can compare, and her presence existed solely to shatter the male lead's idealized fantasies and help him recognize his true feelings. She had only a few scenes, and she could finish filming in a single day. Soon, it was her turn to perform, portraying the scene of the returning first love. The setting changed, revealing Lu Qing with his upper body bare in a bathroom. Yuan Qinghe adjusted her emotions, immersing herself in the character of Qinro. She pressed the doorbell and tidied her hair while standing outside the door. Gu Xuan, freshly out of the shower, dried his dripping hair with a towel as he approached the door upon hearing the bell. When Qinro heard the door open, she looked up, only to be greeted by a pristine view, followed by his muscular upper body. For a moment, she was taken aback, and the next second, her face flushed. Gu Xuan? Gu Xuan was equally stunned. He didn't recognize her. Apologetically, he said, "I'll just put on some clothes. Wait a moment." After speaking, He hurried to his room to get dressed. He initially grabbed a white short-sleeved shirt, but reconsidered and chose a black one instead. When Gu Xuan emerged, he noticed that she was still standing outside. "Come in quickly. I'll help you with your luggage." Chinro nodded with a smile. "All right." She stepped inside first. And Gu Xuan's apartment, though simple, was impeccably clean, even for a single occupant. "Please have a seat." Gu Xuan's ears turned slightly red, but his eyes sparkled. Chinro settled onto the sofa, and Gu Xuan confidently took a seat beside her. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could pick you up." Chinro flicked her hair. "I wanted to surprise you." Gu Xuan chuckled. "Then let me treat you to a meal." "Sounds good." The director nodded, calling out cut. "You both performed exceptionally today. It's a wrap." The director, having scrutinized the footage, initially thought Qing He was merely a pretty face, but upon seeing her, he felt she embodied Chinro perfectly. She was undeniably beautiful, the kind of girl who could be cherished as a first love for years. The weather was sweltering, and she fanned herself with her hand, but to little effect. Qing He frowned. Lacking a luxury car, she had to endure the heat outside. With no air conditioning available, she felt her clothes dampen significantly. Sitting on her small chair, she fanned herself with the script, her arms growing weary. Every moment of respite from fanning brought back the oppressive heat. Suddenly, a cool sensation grazed her cheek. Qing He looked up, recalling that he was the recently popular star. Lu Yi. Lu Qing handed her a bottle of water. "Here, drink some water. You seem quite hot." "Thank you, Lu Ge." Lu Qing smiled. "No need to call me Lu Ge. I'm not much older than you. Just call me Lu Qing." Qing He returned the smile. "Lu Qing." She lowered her gaze to the script, realizing she had only one more scene to complete before she could leave. Lu Qing held a small fan directed at her. However, Qing He was currently overwhelmed with irritation, longing to return home as soon as possible. She did not wish to linger in that dismal place for another second. The next scene did not unfold as smoothly. She flubbed multiple takes and even received scolding from the director. Xu Xiu's expression darkened as she critiqued. "What kind of performance is this? Your acting is painfully stiff. What do you think the audience will think?" Her tone was sharp. "Do it again." Qing He hung her head, feeling dejected. Lu Qing observed her, silently mouthing, "Keep it up." She gathered her spirits and immersed herself in the emotions, channeling Chinro. Xu Xiu nodded in satisfaction at the camera. By the time Qing He returned, it was already evening, and it was difficult to find a taxi, since the filming location was quite remote, compounded by the fact that she did not own a car. Lu Qing observed the figure ahead and instructed the driver to stop. "Miss Yuan, may I take you home?" Qing He turned her head and waved her hand in refusal, saying, "No need, someone is coming to pick me up." After a moment's thought, Lu Qing did not press the matter further, replying, "All right, please take care." The assistant in the car was left speechless, questioning why his boss was so attentive. No, he must have been mistaken. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he glanced at the road ahead, still in disbelief. When had his boss become so proactive? He sensed something was amiss but dared not dwell on it. How could it be possible after just a single meeting? It's nothing, absolutely not love at first sight. If 001 could hear his thoughts, it would surely interject, "Yes, your boss is indeed smitten with my host at first sight." Qing He made a call, but no one answered. She had to dial again. And this time the phone rang a few times before being picked up. "Hello, who is this?" Finally, she recognized the voice of her benefactor, whom she had only met once. "Mr. Shun, it's Qing He." There was a moment of silence on the other end, likely due to the vast distance making it hard for him to recall her. Qing He added, "I am your lover." Chapter 153. The president's couscous flower. Shun Yin pondered for a moment. Indeed, he was keeping a woman at his villa. So what? Qing He tugged at a leaf by the roadside and asked, "I just finished filming and can't find taxi. Can you come pick me up?" Shun Yin glanced at the time. It was night, and it was dangerous for a girl to be out alone. "Send me your location, and I will have my driver come to get you." "Okay." After signing some documents, Shun Yin called his driver to fetch the girl he had impulsively taken under his wing. "Yes, sir. I'll go pick up Miss Yuan right away." Shun Yin hesitated for a moment, then picked up his coat and walked outside. He realized he hadn't been there in a while, and today seemed perfect for staying overnight. Qing He stood alone by the roadside, curling up and shrouded in the shadows cast by the streetlight. The evening air had cooled, and she wore a thin white dress that fluttered in the breeze, causing her lips to turn pale. She gazed down the road, and before long, a black Maybach pulled up beside her. A man in a black suit emerged, and she recognized him as Shun Yan's driver. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Despite her disheveled state in the wind, Shun Yan had not come. "Miss Yuan, please get in," the driver said, opening the door for her. As she lifted her skirt to enter, she caught sight of Shun Yan resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Her autumn-like eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, she composed her expression and stepped inside. Upon entering the car, Shun Yan sensed a gaze upon him, but paid it no mind. The partition ensured Yuan Qing He could openly observe her benefactor. Her eyes fell upon his pale pink lips, gradually rising to his prominent nose. Yuan Qing He considered herself fortunate. After all, her benefactor was both handsome and wealthy. Who wouldn't relish the prospect of being with a charming man while enjoying financial benefits? She reached out her hand, intending to touch his nose. In the next moment, Shun Yan opened his dark eyes. Perhaps it was due to his high status, but Yuan Qing He felt a subtle pressure. Suddenly, the car came to a jarring halt, and she inadvertently bumped her chin against his. "Ouch!" she groaned, rubbing her forehead, her eyes glistening. Shun Yan frowned and lowered the window. The driver, visibly anxious, explained, "Mr. Shun, a cat suddenly appeared on the road." Upon hearing about the cat, Yuan Qing He perked up, asking where. It might have been startled. "It's just a little cat on the road." The driver had been driving smoothly when he noticed something moving ahead and realized it was a wobbly little cat, prompting him to brake. "Can you grab it for me to see?" Yuan Qing He's eyes sparkled. The driver hesitated, glancing at Shun Yan. Yuan Qing He understood who held the authority. So she blinked her big eyes and asked, "Mr. Shun, is that all right? Bring it over." "Okay." Before long, the driver returned, carrying a pure white kitten. Yuan Qing He gently cradled it in her arms, feeling it tremble against her. She stroked the kitten to soothe it. "Mr. Shun, can we keep it?" Shun Yan was not particularly fond of animals, but when he saw her eyes, he found it hard to refuse, saying, "If you like it, then keep it." Yuan Qing He sweetly thanked him. Throughout the journey, she continued to comfort the frightened little cat. Chapter 154, The President's Couscous Flower, Member Bonus Update. The kitten purred contentedly. Yuan Qing He smiled and tapped its nose. The car was quiet. Shun Yan spoke little, while Yuan Qing He busied herself with the cat. Upon arriving at the villa, Yuan Qing He followed Shun Yan inside, still holding the kitten. Shun Yan turned and said, "All right, hand it over to the housekeeper." Only then did Yuan Qing He realize she had neglected her benefactor. "Oh," she said, passing the kitten to the housekeeper. Shun Yan remained outside, and she lifted her gaze to the mirror, recalling the previous incident that she had no memory of. Completely accidental, she had been drunk and woke up with a blank mind, knowing only that she had been with him. Now, sober, Yuan Qing He took a deep breath, steeling herself to open the bathroom door. Shun Yan was still at his desk, working. Yuan Qing He inhaled deeply and walked over. Before her hand could touch his shoulder, a surge of force caused her to fall onto his lap. She looked up at him, seated on his legs. Shun Yan's Adam's apple moved enticingly, and she lightly tapped it with her fingertip. His eyes gradually filled with desire. Shun Yan set aside his work and lifted her, walking towards the bed. That night, outside the window, the cicadas continued their relentless chorus, while a bead of sweat trickled down Shun Yan's chiseled face. Yuan Qing He's eyes were slightly reddened, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. A ray of sunlight filtered in, casting a glow on her long lashes, and Yuan Qing He stirred awake. She felt as if her entire body was falling apart. Supporting herself, she sat up. The blanket slipped away, revealing her snow-white skin adorned with flecks of red. She had no scenes to shoot today, thus no need to go to the set. As Yuan Qing He descended the stairs for breakfast, she spotted Shun Yan. She rushed over and embraced him excitedly, exclaiming, "Mr. Shun, I thought you had left." Shun Yan patted her head, saying, "Let's have breakfast." After finishing a few dumplings and half a bowl of porridge, Yuan Qing He lost her appetite. Bored, she swung her delicate legs, watching Shun Yan. Just as he finished eating, he handed her a card, saying, "Here is 1 million. Buy whatever you want." "I have to leave." Yuan Qing He stepped forward and kissed his thin lips, saying, "All right, Mr. Shun, goodbye." After Xinyan left, she tucked the card into her bag. What a generous gift, $1 million at once. A girl with short hair, dressed in a simple white t-shirt, sat in a milk tea shop. The moment Qing He entered, she spotted her. Hua Hua, I missed you so much. Su Huar exclaimed, planting a kiss on her cheek. I missed you too. Qing He shyly covered her face. Oh, you're so annoying. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Stop pretending. Qing He, your acting skills are getting better. Qing He crossed her arms and shrugged. Likewise. She held up a card, declaring, I'll cover all expenses today. All right, you're so wealthy now. Let's go shopping. Wanja Mall was bustling with people as Qing He and her friend stood in the elevator. The elevator was long, reaching directly to the top floor, where luxurious boutiques resided. Qing He gazed downward, observing the figures below gradually diminishing in size. She reflected on how, in the past, she would have never dared to come here. Sitting on the sofa, she sighed. Suwer was standing before a mirror, holding a dress, contemplating. You can only determine if it fits once you try it on. Go ahead and change, she suggested. At that moment, a glamorous woman and a man clad in a floral shirt entered. Shui Xiao, I absolutely adore this dress. The woman exclaimed, pointing to a light blue gown. If you like it, just buy it, the man, referred to as Shui Xiao, waved dismissively. All right, I'll try it on for you. The woman replied in a flirtatious tone. Go ahead, Shui Xiao said, nonchalantly glancing at his phone while seated on the sofa. The woman happily took the dress to the fitting room. Qing He cast a fleeting glance before turning her attention back to the dresses. She examined a black gown for a moment. Do you like this, miss? Shui Xiao flashed a self-assured smile, believing himself quite handsome. Qing He met his gaze but remained silent. Undeterred by her indifference, Shui Xiao was not angered. He had originally accompanied the woman to shop, but was now captivated by Qing He's beauty. Naturally, he sought to engage her. How about I buy it for you? He raised an eyebrow, humorously contorting his features in an amusing manner. Qing He chuckled softly, suppressing her amusement. No, thank you. Shui Xiao thought it was his charm that attracted her. I know girls can be shy, he said, producing a card. Come find me tonight. I can give you anything you desire. The card was snatched away. As the woman emerged from the fitting room, she saw her money being nearly taken away and exclaimed angrily, Shui Xiao, are you a teddy bear? How lowly. Offended, Shui Xiao's demeanor shifted as he threatened. Don't overstep your bounds. The woman was unfazed and slapped him. Who cares? Enraged, the man raised his hand to retaliate, but it was caught. Qing He firmly grasped his wrist, warning, striking women is not commendable. Shui Xiao attempted to free himself, but this seemingly delicate woman possessed surprising strength, making him feel as though his bones were about to be crushed. He grimaced, cursing, vile woman, let go of me. Who is the vile one? Qing He's icy gaze met his. I am the vile one, Shui Xiao stammered, pleading for mercy. Only then did Qing He release him. Now be gone. He hurriedly departed. The sales associate, noticing the commotion, rushed over, but by the time she arrived, the situation had already been resolved. The initial woman stood in shock, staring at Qing He until she regained her composure. Don't rely on others. Rely on yourself. Qing He stated before walking away, indifferent to whether the advice was heeded. Su had become engrossed, repeatedly trying on various outfits. After a moment of contemplation, the woman followed her. Miss, what is your name? Qing He set down her phone. Qing He, but you may call me Miss Yuan. The woman smiled. I am Hu Xuejia. Qing He awaited her next words. Miss Yuan, I've come to a realization. I cannot depend on men, yet I truly do not know what to do. Can you guide me? Hu Xuejia bit her lip. Qing He produced a business card. Here is my number. If you have time tomorrow, let us meet at a cafe. Just then, Su War emerged, having chosen her dress. Qing He stood. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Hu Xuejia stepped aside to let her pass. As they exited, Su War clasped Qing He's arm, asking, What is this about? Qing He did not conceal her intention. I plan to acquire Shin's group. Su War chuckled at her sudden ambition. All right. The boss will protect me in the future. That evening, the lights twinkled in the elegantly decorated private venue, with patrons coming and going. I recently discovered that the men here are quite appealing, Suwa remarked. A dashing security guard in a black uniform approached, gesturing for them to enter. They followed him through a winding path to a private room. Sitting on the sofa, Qing He narrowed her eyes, surveying the array of handsome men. Suwa beckoned a fresh-faced young man over and inquired, "What do you think of him?" Qing He remained silent, merely glancing at him over her glass. The young man, shyly biting his lip, gazed at her with bright, innocent eyes. He took the initiative to sit beside her, addressing her as sister. Suwa, snuggling up to a handsome man with an open collar, winked, unabashedly stating, "I specifically found you a virgin." Qing He shot her a disapproving look. Though her friend lacked many hobbies, an appreciation for handsome men was certainly among them. Leaning back against the sofa, she casually inquired, "What is your name?" "Xiaowusi." He replied obediently. Qing He concealed her surprise. She recalled that this Xiaowusi was a supporting character in this world, hailing from a distinguished family. How had he fallen to this line of work? 001. The system answered, "Xiaowusi's father recently brought home a woman and is seeking divorce from his mother, Qian," prompting him to act out. "Oh." Qing He elongated her tone, contemplating. Initially, she had no intention of engaging in such affairs, as her goal was to become a career-driven woman in this realm. Yet, when an opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? She playfully lifted his chin, revealing his striking features, untouched by corruption. Leaning close, she whispered softly in his ear, "Do you like me?" Xiaowusi, entranced by her alluring gaze, found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. He pondered if he was ill, for his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Qing He's delicate fingers grazed his chest, igniting a feverish heat wherever they touched. "So shy?" she teased, drawing him closer. In an instant, they became entwined. Xiaowusi, though appearing delicate, stood at an impressive height of 1 meter 87. She even brushed against his abdominal muscles. The dim lighting obscured the unfolding scene, while Suwa remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her own handsome companion. Xiaowusi lifted her effortlessly, maneuvering gracefully into an adjacent room. Suwa, captivated by the charm of the man, failed to notice her friend being led away. The room remained dark, devoid of light as Xiaowusi expertly navigated without colliding with any obstacles. Qing He encircled his neck with her arms. The room's soundproofing effectively muffled the lively music outside, and the sound of water echoed in the tranquil space. Initially inexperienced, Xiaowusi soon grew more adept. As dawn broke, sunlight flooded the room. Upon awakening, Qing He found that Xiaowusi had already departed, leaving behind only a contact number. She sat up, tearing the paper and discarding it into the trash. On her way back, she encountered Shen Yan, who was preparing to leave. Clad in a finely tailored suit, he adjusted his tie. "Why didn't you return last night?" Qing He paused, momentarily halting her actions before casually replying, "Oh, my friend experienced a breakup, so I stayed with her all night." The contract did not mandate her to reside there. The sole stipulation was her availability at all times. Shen Yan refrained from inquiring further whether she had eaten breakfast, as a meal was already laid out on the table. Qing planted a tender kiss on his cheek and said, "I am off to have breakfast. You should hurry to the company." He playfully pinched her fingertips, reminiscent of caressing her soft visage, and upon this reflection, he complied with her suggestion. Qing appeared, slightly taken aback, but affectionately rubbed her face against his palm. She had assumed that Shen Yan held no feelings for her, yet it seemed that was not entirely the case. "I shall take my leave now," she declared. Nodding, she stood by the door, watching as he drove away. The entire morning found her lounging in bed, a testament to the vitality of youth. By afternoon, she received a call from her agent, informing her of an invitation to participate as a guest on a variety show. With resolute conviction, she declined the offer, content with her leisurely existence. The show, she learned, was merely a light-hearted romantic variety program designed to generate buzz through pairing participants. After some persuasion from her agent, who emphasized that she was specifically requested, Qing reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, she met with the director. The program showcased flirtations among popular young stars, aiming to bolster their visibility. Its premise revolved around authenticity, thus adopting a live broadcast format. A few days later, she boarded the cruise ship where cameras were plentiful, and half the participants had already arrived. As they introduced themselves, expressions of surprise crossed their faces upon seeing Yuanqing. When Momo, a rising star, instantly recalled her, having previously garnered attention for her striking beauty, trending for 3 consecutive days. The remaining 2 young actresses were also quite popular, yet it was Yuanqing, lacking significant works, who unexpectedly appeared on the show. The moment she appeared, the comments during the live stream exploded. "What a stunning beauty! I'm in love, and she is truly gorgeous," filled the screen. Despite the plethora of beautiful faces in the entertainment industry, hers stood out remarkably. A rather out-of-place comment questioned her presence on the show, suggesting the involvement of a benefactor. But it was quickly overshadowed by a flood of compliments. When Momo was the first to extend her hand, "Hello, I'm Momo. Feel free to call me Momo." Her sweet smile was disarming. Yuanqing reciprocated, Yuanqing. The camera focused on the 2 of them, eliciting comments about the visual delight of beautiful women standing together. The atmosphere was harmonious as everyone made their introductions. The other 2 actresses were Shi Qianxue and Meng Wanner. Meng Wanner, known for her gentle persona, was often referred to as the nation's first love, while Shi Qianxue, with her aloof demeanor, resembled an inaccessible ice lotus atop a snowy mountain. As the camera captured a pair of long legs, the comments erupted once more. The lens gradually ascended to reveal a face sculpted by divine hands. "Xiaoqi is so handsome. I love you, and my husband continues to reach new heights of charm," resonated through the comments. With a slight smile, Xiaoqi introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Xiaoqi." One by one, the male guests arrived. Yuanqing's gaze landed on one individual at the back. "Xiaowusi?" She mused. He had rebelliously entered the entertainment industry, attracting a legion of admirers with his youthful looks. Xiaowusi approached her directly, grinning. "Sister, may I invite you to be my teammate?" "Certainly," she replied. Soon, everyone was divided into teams, and the male contestants were tasked with completing 100 push-ups, with the fastest earning the privilege to choose their partners first. The female contestants sat inside, enjoying the fruit prepared by the production team. Yuanqing reclined, absent-mindedly gazing at the ground. Xiaowusi was truly fearless, taking on such challenges. She took a sip of yogurt, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The sunlight outside was blinding, prompting her to squint. A figure strode in against the light, and as she looked up, she saw Xiaowusi, his forehead beaded with sweat, slicking his hair back and revealing a bright smile upon seeing her. "Sister Yuan, may I invite you to be my teammate?" "Of course," she answered. Before long, the teams were established, and the director issued the next task. Everyone was to proceed to the dining area. The atmosphere was lighthearted, filled with laughter and chatter. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, they discovered the task was more complicated than anticipated. The table was laden with sliced lemons and a row of bitter melon juice. When Momo's eyes widened in disbelief at the production team's audacity, Nan Yifan rushed over to retrieve the task card. The game rules dictated that the director would pose questions. Those who failed to answer would have to choose between the lemon and bitter melon juice for punishment. The women sat at the front to answer, while the men sat at the back to face the consequences. "Come on, Momo," urged Zhou Zicheng from the back. Momo turned, clenching her fist in determination. "Don't feel pressured, just give it your best," Xiaowusi whispered encouragingly. Yuanqing felt uncertain about the questions that might arise. Fortunately, the director refrained from asking overly difficult questions. She ranked second, sparing Xiaowusi from having to consume lemon juice. However, Zhou Zicheng was not so fortunate. Grimacing as he munched on the lemon, his face contorting in sourness. "I'm so sorry," Momo apologized, feeling guilty. She inquired with the director, "May I eat with him?" The director nodded in agreement. Zhou Zicheng quickly declined, hastily stuffing lemon into his mouth. After enduring his punishment, he felt as though his teeth might rot from the acidity. "All right, everyone has worked hard," the director said with a smile. "Now we can eat." The waitstaff wheeled in the food, presenting an array of dishes. Yuanqing sat at the table, surveying the feast before her. "Let us dig in," Zhou Zicheng declared, promptly grabbing his chopsticks. After a morning of activities, everyone was hungry. Just as Yuanqing picked up her chopsticks, the director announced a twist. They must name each dish they consume, or face punishment. The previously removed bitter melon juice was reinstated, causing a ripple of concern among the participants, and Yuanqing slowly set her chopsticks down. Is it really like this? Zhou Zicheng lamented, staring at a dish on the table. This is braised lion's head. May I eat now? Yes, the director replied, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he held the script. Zhou Zicheng unceremoniously claimed the plate, which contained only 2 lion's heads. Yet, after finishing this dish, he faced a dilemma. How torturous it was to have delectable food within reach, yet remain unable to indulge. The table was a visual feast, enticing aromas igniting their appetites. Meng Wanner tentatively identified a dish. This is called braised pork knuckle. Correctly guessing, her team was rewarded with a dish of steamed scallops. Xia Wuxi also named a dish. Shi Qinxue skillfully named several dishes. Spicy tofu, stewed sour vegetables, glutinous rice, stuffed duck, yellow heart pipe, and delicate pork belly, leaving her teammate Han Zheng in awe. Indeed, relying on oneself pales in comparison to relying on teammates. He gleefully picked up his chopsticks. Meng Wanner and Shi Qinxue were good friends, their bond evident. Ha ha ha, Qinxue is a culinary expert. Let us all eat together. We can't finish all this food anyway. Zhou Zicheng clasped his hands in gratitude towards Shi Qinxue, and his exaggerated mouthful of rice brought laughter to the group. Ha ha, Zicheng is truly a source of joy. They found the contrast amusing. The ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the mundane, was, in fact, a little foodie at heart. I'm utterly charmed. She can even remember the names of the dishes. My little foodie wife, moi. Even at noon, the atmosphere within the live broadcast room remains vibrant. A group of individuals, having satiated their hunger, gather around, with Zhou Zicheng lounging casually, as if he would relish the opportunity to pick his teeth with a toothpick if one were at hand. Are there any tasks ahead? Meng Vana inquires softly. Yuan Qinghe approaches, retrieving the task card from the director's hands. Her voice is as melodious as pearls falling on a jade plate. The next endeavor is to proceed to the final location. Whoever gathers 7 keys shall pass the level and claim all the treasures. On the cruise ship, everyone takes a moment to rest, as the live broadcast has now concluded. Yuan Qinghe sits on the deck, gazing at the tumultuous waves. Sister, she says with a hint of playfulness. Xia Wuxi embraces her from behind. Yuan Qinghe leans back, her eyes fixed on the endless azure. Did you open a back door? Xia Wuxi rests his head on her shoulder. Yes, are you happy, sister? Mediocre, Yuan Qinghe replies, turning slightly to push him away with her delicate hand. Her demeanor calm as she smooths her tousled hair. As everyone enjoys their respite, Xia Wuxi swiftly steals a kiss from her soft lips. Yuan Qinghe, slightly annoyed, retorts, Could you give me some space? Xia Wuxi gazes at her, appearing utterly wronged. Sister, what is the matter? You are the youngest son of the Xie family. Why venture into such places? Is deceiving others amusing to you? Yuan Qinghe expresses her impatience. If he had merely dallied with an ordinary person, it would be inconsequential. But he belongs to the Xie family, and she must collaborate with the matriarch in the future. If she were to be discovered having entangled with her grandson, her position would become precarious. It was unintentional, Xia Wuxi concedes, nuzzling against her. His slightly curly hair brushes against her neck, tickling her. She recalls a little Bichon frise she encountered on the roadside, perhaps a stray, its coat somewhat dirty. However, its eyes sparkled brightly as it timidly approached her until she extended her hand to gently stroke it. Eventually, it revealed its soft belly for her to pet. At that moment, she adored it and wished to bring it back to the welfare home, but Su firmly dragged her away. The next time she saw that little dog was amidst the grass by the roadside. It had been poisoned and was far from the adorable creature she had first met. Now emaciated and bony, it could only emit faint sounds from its nostrils as it gazed at passers-by, yet none stopped to lend a hand. Yuan Qinghe watched as it gradually fell silent. She buried the little dog in a park. The memory has grown hazy. She has forgotten which park and the piercingly bright eyes. As her recollections surge back, she gazes at Xia Wuxi before her, finding him reminiscent of that little dog. Unable to restrain herself, She reaches out to pat his head, as soft as she anticipated. Xia Wuxi's eyes glimmer even brighter, seemingly harboring the brightest star within. Just as Qing He intends to withdraw her hand, Xia Wuxi firmly grips it, insisting, "Touch it again." Thus, Qing He and Xia Wuxi sit on the deck, watching the sunset, one hand resting on his head and occasionally caressing it. Xia Wuxi squints his eyes, almost ready to doze off comfortably. A few individuals stand in an open space, with the Grand Mall behind them. The venue behind is where everyone will compete tonight. "Good luck to you all," she declares before they are dispersed to different areas. Qing He removes her eye mask, once again greeted by light. This level predominantly features desserts and beverages, and she is drawn to an ice cream cake. She purchases a small ice cream cake, holding it in one hand while scanning for her teammate, Xia Wuxi. The long elevator descends, the mall now emptied of customers, leaving only employees. She glances down and spots Xiao Qi searching for teammates. "Xiao Qi, have you seen Xia Wuxi?" she asks. Xiao Qi shakes his head. "Then let us search together." Qing He exits the elevator. "Shall we head to the women's clothing floor first?" she suggests, taking a bite of her ice cream. "All right," he replies, and they continue their search for teammates. They encounter a jewelry store, adorned in soft pink hues, which captivates Qing He instantly. "I want to go in and take a look." "Go ahead," Xiao Qi responds, following her inside. Qing He surveys the shop, intending to place her ice cream on the counter. Suddenly, her hands feel empty, and she looks at Xiao Qi. "I'll hold it for you." She's taken aback, then smiles, saying thank you. Qing He spots a pink heart-shaped necklace, examining it before placing it back. Ultimately, she discards her previous intentions and resumes devouring her nearly melting ice cream. Xiao Qi observes her, realizing she clearly adores it, yet refrains from claiming it. Perplexed by her actions, but being a man of few words, he does not voice his curiosity. 001, her system, also finds himself bewildered, sensing the genuine affection in her eyes. "Doesn't he the host like it? Why not take it?" "That one is fake. It's unworthy of me," Qing He contemplates. "I want a genuine crystal necklace." 001 falls silent, unsure of how to respond. Just as she and Xiao Qi exit the jewelry store, they fortuitously encounter Zhou Ziqing, who has also been searching for teammates. After a long search, he joyfully waves at the two, and thus, their quest for allies expands. Qing He walks between the two, with them flanking her like bodyguards. After some twists and turns, everyone successfully reunites with their teammates. Qing He crouches within the shelves and discovers a key. "Sister Yuan, you're amazing," Xia Wuxi exclaims, looking like an adoring fan. She shoves the grilled sausage she just bought into his mouth. "Let us move on and search elsewhere." As time passes, the moon hides behind clouds, allowing only a sliver of moonlight to seep through. All the keys have now been gathered. The battle for supremacy now commences. Each participant receives a paint gun. Those who are hit will be eliminated. The keys will then belong to the one who shot them. The person who collects all 7 keys will ascend to the top floor to open the treasure chest, thus achieving victory. Qing He, holding 3 keys, hands one to Xia Wuxi. "This key is for you," she says, placing it in his pocket. Xia Wuxi takes his paint gun and heads out. Qing He finds a cafe to hide in. The announcement echoes, announcing eliminations. Zhou Ziqing eliminated. A steaming cup of coffee rests in her delicate hands as she stirs it with a spoon, her legs crossed leisurely as she gazes outside. Upon closer inspection, she notices Meng Wanner and Han Jing locked in a standoff. Qing He picks up the paint gun from the table and stealthily steps outside. The two continue their conversation, vigilant and wary of one another. Qing He hides behind a pillar and discreetly shoots paint at Han Jing. She flashes a triumphant smile at the camera, resembling a cat that has stolen a fish. Qing He turns to leave, concealing her accomplishments. Han Jing remains oblivious until the announcement declares, Han Jing eliminated. Both Meng Wanner and he are left in shock. What's going on? Meng Wanner glances behind him. Han Jing notices paint on his clothing, staring incredulously at her. She innocently shrugs, "It's not my fault." Han Jing is escorted away by the black-clad personnel, confusion etched across his face. Qing He sits in a corner, unable to suppress her smile. Even the bitter coffee tastes sweet to her now. However, Han Zheng possessed no keys. As the number of competitors dwindles, the competition intensifies. Only two remain, Xiao Qi and Yuan Qinghe. Yuan Qinghe holds 4 keys while Xiao Qi possesses 3. She casually munches on warm fries as they unexpectedly collide. Xiao Qi places gun down. Shall we play rock, paper, scissors? Yuan Qinghe shook her head, deeming it too hasty. I remember there's a balloon popping game upstairs. Whoever finishes first wins a balloon. How about that? All right. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious as Xiao Qi closed the elevator doors. The elevator ascended, the space confined. The photographers remained outside, and the live stream room erupted with excitement. 2 people in one space. What is going on? Help! Xiao Gu closed the elevator. The 2 photographers exchanged glances outside the elevator. Once inside, Xiao Qi's demeanor shifted as he gazed at Yuan Qinghe. She smiled warmly, calling him Xiao Gu, saying, "Long time no see." Xiao Qi responded with a faint smile, his dark eyes cold. Indeed, it had been a long time, 10 years to be precise. She likely wouldn't care about him anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Qi moved closer, their breaths mingling in a tantalizing intimacy. Yuan Qinghe tilted her head, drawing nearer to his lips. Xiao Qi could distinctly see her long, delicate eyelashes. A pang of emotion gripped his heart. The one who rarely shed tears now had reddened eyes. "Do you truly not miss me?" he asked, tightening his embrace as if trying to meld their bodies together, unwilling to separate. "I can't breathe," Yuan Qinghe protested. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" In the orphanage, a young girl donned a dress that had faded to a pale hue, her hair styled in a braided bun, exuding a youthful charm. 2 small flower clips adorned the ends of her hair. "Xiao, do you think I look pretty? This is the clip you gave me." Yuan Qinghe's eyes sparkled like glass. At that time, although Xiao Qi had not yet fully grown into his looks, one could already discern his future handsomeness. He was adored by many in the orphanage, especially by the matron, who appreciated his excellent grades and obedient nature. Little Yuan Qinghe understood the importance of forging good relationships in such an environment. Xiao Qi, favored by the matron, always enjoyed slightly better meals. However, Xiao Qi cherished her, ensuring that most of the good food ended up in her belly. Despite being in the orphanage, Yuan Qinghe's fair complexion set her apart from other children, who often had dull, yellowish skin, as if they had emerged from a muddy pit. She appeared clean and adorable, with Xiao Qi's affection. Her face even bore a hint of baby fat. The orphanage was impoverished, situated in a remote area with few visitors. The only escape from this place was through adoption, yet finding a good adoptive family was a matter of luck. For instance, there was a girl named Xiao Yu who had reportedly been returned by her adoptive family. No matter how hard she worked or did laundry, she still went hungry. She was returned because the biological child of her adoptive parents did not like her. Yuan Qinghe vividly remembered her own joy when she was adopted, only to be returned in disappointment. Xiao Qi gently pinched her cheek, complimenting her beauty. Yuan Qinghe beamed at the praise. One day, a wealthy woman arrived at the orphanage, and Xiao Qi was adopted. Initially, he was reluctant to leave. The matron assured him that Yuan Qinghe would be adopted alongside him. Yuan Qinghe nodded in agreement from his side. However, when Xiao Qi got in the car, he did not see her. It was the first time he cried. The locked car door prevented him from escaping. As he sobbed, the orphanage grew distant. He did not see Yuan Qinghe. When his tears dried, he faced the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Yuan Qinghe was trying on a beautiful dress in her little bed. The matron had mentioned that the lady was quite wealthy and would donate a substantial sum to the orphanage upon adopting Xiao Qi, ensuring they would have plenty of delicious food. Xiao Qi could lead a better life, and she saw nothing wrong in this arrangement. "So why did you abandon me?" Xiao Qi leaned closer, revealing a softer side, his tone gentle. Yet Yuan Qinghe couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Qi exhibited a slightly unhealthy demeanor. She had heard from Su that his adoptive family treated him poorly. Yuan Qinghe embraced him, resting her head on his shoulder. "No, you said you would work hard to support me, right?" When she held him, Xiao Qi felt a tremor in his heart, as if childhood resentments vanished in an instant. Xiao Qi released her just as the elevator doors opened. Outside stood the panting photographers. "I'm sorry," Xiao said apologetically to them. The photographers waved it off nonchalantly. Yuan Qinghe sat on a stool, aiming at the balloons. With a series of pops, several balloons burst. Her accuracy was impressive, and she embraced the stuffed toy given by the producer. With the game concluded, Xiao casually shot at the wall's balloons. However, one shot went astray, allowing Yuan Qinghe to claim victory. She took the paintball gun and aimed at Xiao. Finally, the game ended, and she collected all the keys, unlocking every treasure chest. Those eliminated returned to the initial venue, marking the conclusion of this unique live broadcast. In the car, Yuan Qinghe found herself sandwiched between Xia Wuxi and Xiao. She endured the confinement until she finally managed to shove both of them out of the vehicle. Although it was Xia Wuxi's car, she felt justified in her actions. The car drew nearer to familiar surroundings, and she gazed in surprise at a room still illuminated. Is Shun Yin still awake? Yuan Qinghe opened the door. The servants had clocked out, yet the hall remained lit. Ascending the stairs, she paused at the door. Upon entering, she found Shun Yin seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a little cat stumbled towards her, colliding at her feet. Yuan Qinghe laughed and picked it up. The kitten nestled in her arms without resistance. She stroked it gently before setting it down, surprised that Shun Yin had placed the cat in the room. Yuan Qinghe kicked off her shoes and slipped under the covers, grasping his silky black pajamas and planting a kiss on his cheek. Were you waiting for me, Shun Yin? He closed the book and placed it on a nightstand. Then why did you put the kitten in the room? Yuan Qinghe felt Shun Yin was not particularly fond of small animals. Don't you like it? Then can it sleep on the bed? No. The kitten, having learned its manners, already lay sleeping in its little nook. All right, I'll take a shower now, Yuan Qinghe said, taking her phone with her to the bathroom. She locked the door and sent a message. See you at the cafe tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay. Yuan Qinghe was messaging Hu Xuejia, postponing their meeting due to the live broadcast. After washing her hair, droplets fell onto the white blanket. With a hairdryer in hand, she looked at Shun Yin and sweetly asked, "Could you help me dry my hair, please?" She obediently perched on the stool, while Shun Yin stood behind her with the dryer. His movements, though inexperienced, were gentle. After a day of gaming, Yuan Qinghe was exhausted, and after her refreshing shower, she couldn't resist the urge to sleep. Shun Yin allowed her to lean against him as he continued drying her hair. By the time he finished, she had already fallen asleep. He helplessly carried her horizontally to bed and tucked her in. In the morning, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays playfully trying to awaken the slumbering figure by shining on her closed eyelids. Yuan Qinghe buried her head deeper, catching the unique cold scent of Shun Yin. It seemed she had inadvertently nudged his pajamas aside. As she opened her eyes, she met his gaze. Shun Yin seemed to have been awake for some time. Awake? His voice was slightly hoarse, his chest vibrating lightly as he spoke. Yuan Qinghe rubbed her eyes, responding. She sat up and looked at Shun Yin, who seemed hesitant to express his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I want to start a fashion company. Don't you want to act anymore?" Chapter 164, The President's Couscous Flower. Yuan Qinghe shook her head, her spirits somewhat dampened. "I believe I'm not suited for acting. I'm destined to be a billionaire." This sentiment remained unspoken, as she had already devised a flawless plan in her heart. "Very well. I happen to own a fashion company. I will have my assistant prepare the transfer contract for you today." Yuan Qinghe's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "I adore you." The cafe filled with melodious instrumental music, creating a serene atmosphere. Yuan Qinghe immediately spotted a woman sitting by the window, adorned with a subtle makeup look. "Miss Hu, you look lovely today," she complimented sincerely. Hu Xuejia possessed an elegant appearance that did not suit heavy makeup. Instead, she radiated a fresh and pure beauty. "Thank you," Hu Xuejia replied with a shy smile. Yuan Qinghe settled down, stirred her coffee, and gazed at the steaming cup. "Miss Hu, do you have any specialties?" "I studied fashion design, but..." Hu Xuejia trailed off, her emotions sinking. "Why?" Yuan Qinghe inquired. "I saw your designs in the fashion competition. You have immense talent." Hu Xuejia looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Miss Yuan has seen them?" She lowered her gaze. "My family insists I should marry soon." Yuan Qinghe studied her and asked, "Do you wish for that?" Are you willing to become an ordinary housewife? To embrace mediocrity? She paused before adding, I need a designer on my team. If you decide, come here to work tomorrow. With that, she departed. Hu Xuejia stared at the address on the business card for a long time. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her bag. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, Mom? Why did it take you so long to pick up? The woman's sharp voice seemed to penetrate her eardrums. I was busy, Hu Xuejia replied, while approaching the counter to settle the bill. Miss, your table has already been paid. Oh, all right, Hu Xuejia said, momentarily taken aback. Your brother has his eyes on a gaming console. Transfer 10,000 over. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Mom, didn't I just send you 50,000 a few days ago? That money was meant to save for your brother's house. Years of pin-up resentment bubbled over. Am I not your child? After all these years, have you ever asked if I'm exhausted from working? She erupted, needing to release her grievances. I raised you for over 10 years. This is what you owe me. Upon hearing those words, her anger was instantly extinguished. What more could she say? Nothing would matter. She could not correct someone unwilling to change, someone poisoned by feudalistic notions for decades. All she could do was save herself. Hu Xuejia resolutely walked to the table and picked up the business card. From that moment, her fate took a turn. At that moment, Yuanqing had sat under a tree not far from the cafe when her phone rang. Miss Yuan, may I start work tomorrow? You're always welcome. There was a long silence on the other end, followed by a tearful thank you. What does the host plan to do next? Yuanqing He raised a finger to her lips, signaling a secret. The sign for the orphanage had faded, rendering its name illegible. The place had become desolate. Xiao Qi and Yuanqing He sat beneath a large tree. He gazed into the distance, reminiscing about a long absence. Yuanqing He rested her head on his shoulder. Things have changed significantly. Even the director is no longer here. Chapter 165, The President's Couscous Flower. Soft, you once said you liked actors, so I became one. Xiao Qi said slowly, looking at Yuanqing He. She gazed at the overgrown courtyard from her memories, then turned to meet his eyes. In that moment, it seemed as if they could see their childhood reflected in each other's gaze. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against her neck, a silver heart-shaped pendant adorned with tiny diamonds. Encasing a pink gem, Yuanqing He touched the necklace. Do you like it? I bought it with my first earnings, and now I can finally give it to you. Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled. I love it. They spent the afternoon at the orphanage. Xiao Qi's driver steered the car, separated by a partition. After much hesitation, Yuanqing He finally spoke. Xiao Qi, I have a favor to ask of you. Of course. I haven't even told you what it is yet, and you've agreed so quickly. If it's your request, I'm willing to help. I would like you to be the spokesperson for my fashion company. Sure, I've drafted the contract. Please review it for any issues. However, Xiao Qi didn't even glance at it, signing his name immediately. Seeing the smooth progression of events, Yuanqing He couldn't help but embrace Xiao Qi. Thank you. Xiao Qi affectionately ruffled her hair. You don't need to thank me. Yuanqing He instructed him to take her to a residential area. Where's that person? 001 searched and found them in that alley ahead. As Yuanqing He approached the alley, a strong smell of blood assaulted her senses. Under the moonlight, a large pool of blood stained the ground, emanating from a person lying there. Qiu Yaojia felt as though she were on the brink of death. She heard faint footsteps and struggled to open her eyes, cursing inwardly at the relentless nuisances. Despair washed over her as she feared she might truly die in this alley. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful young girl. Yuanqing He felt a flicker of fear but approached nonetheless, crouching down to gently nudge the woman. Are you all right? Qiu Yaojia, wary, instinctively grabbed Yuanqing He by the throat. Who are you? Yuanqing He had not anticipated that the woman could still move, her eyes widening in fright. Yet in the next moment, the woman collapsed onto her. Once she was certain the woman had completely lost consciousness, Yuanqing He pushed her aside and called for an ambulance. When Qiu Yaojia awoke, a nurse was administering an IV. You're awake? The nurse exclaimed joyfully. Am I in the hospital? Her voice was hoarse from dehydration. You sustained serious injuries. A girl called to help pay for your medical expenses. Qiu Yaojia fell silent, her body too weak to respond. Please rest well. I must take my leave. The nurse tucked her hand under the covers, offering her encouragement. Yuan Qinghe entered carrying a bowl of porridge and, upon seeing her awake, hurried over. "You're finally awake. I made you chicken soup." Noticing her parched, cracked lips, Yuan Qinghe poured a cup of warm water. "Let me help you sit up." "All right." Qiu Yaojia leaned against the pillow, accepting the water she offered. "You were unconscious for 2 days. How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Seeing her silence, Yuan Qinghe changed the subject. "Would you like some porridge?" After she finished the porridge, Yuan Qinghe brought over a wheelchair. "You've been lying down for so long. Let me take you outside to bask in the sun." Chapter 166. The President's Couscous Flower. The park outside the hospital was filled with people enjoying the sunshine. "What is your name?" Yuan Qinghe waited for a long time, fearing she wouldn't respond. "Xiao Yao." She did not reveal her true name, still hesitant to trust this sudden girl. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yuan Qinghe. You can call me Yuan Yuan. Do you have any family? Would you like me to help you contact them?" "I have no family." Qiu Yaojia replied coldly. "I don't have any family either." "Don't be sad, Yao Yao." Yuan Qinghe plucked a small purple flower from somewhere and tucked it into her hair. Hearing this, Qiu Yaojia was momentarily taken aback, but the girl seemed unconcerned. "However, I'm doing quite well now." In the ensuing month, Yuan Qinghe visited the hospital almost daily, fostering a close bond between the two. On this occasion, as usual, Yuan Qinghe kept her company in the ward. Qiu Yaojia perceived her melancholic demeanor and inquired, Yuan Yuan, what troubles you?" "Ah, I'm fine," Yuan Qinghe replied. Her typically lively spirit dimmed, leading Qiu Yaojia to doubt her words. "Are we not good friends?" Qiu Yaojia asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. "My company seems on the brink of collapse. I feel so foolish," Yuan Qinghe lamented, her lips pouting in distress. "Is it your clothing company?" Qiu Yaojia queried. "Yes," Yuan Qinghe responded, anxiously fidgeting with her fingers. Qiu Yaojia halted her movements, stating, "I used to work in this field. If you trust me." "I trust you," Yuan Qinghe interjected eagerly. With her goal achieved, Yuan Qinghe felt an immense sense of relief. She was well aware that Qiu Yaojia was no ordinary orphan. Her future held the promise of becoming one of the world's top 10 wealthy individuals, endowed with a sharp business acumen. Naturally, she was more than willing to entrust her company to Qiu Yaojia. Currently, Qiu Yaojia faced envy and threats from her family due to her brilliance, which inadvertently opened a significant opportunity for Yuan Qinghe. She could now become a hands-off owner. By aligning herself with Qiu Yaojia, she had already accomplished a considerable part of her mission. Since Qiu Yaojia took the reins, the clothing company had gradually regained its vitality and even received invitations to prestigious fashion competitions, buoyed by the endorsement of Shao Qi, which garnered a wave of enthusiastic fans. The clothing company thrived. Yuan Qinghe perched on Shun Yan's lap, resembling a clingy kitten. "Shun Yan, I wish to go to S City to accompany Su War," she expressed. Su War was participating in a competition at a company in S City. Shun Yan pinched her hand, remaining silent. Yuan Qinghe playfully bit his chin, pleading, "Please, pretty please." The night was still long, heavy with desire. Under the moonlight, a girl clad in a white dress strolled through the desolate streets. Indeed, it was Yuan Qinghe. Recently, she had been searching for partners and potential investors, realizing that individual efforts paled in comparison to teamwork. The person she sought was the underground boxer, Shao Shiais. She entered a neighborhood where the noise persisted, despite it being midnight. The wails of infants and the curses of men filled the air. "Make it a bit more pitiful," one voice demanded. "All right," came the response. In an instant, her white dress became soiled and tattered, her once sleek hair now in disarray. Yuan Qinghe found a relatively clean spot to squat and waited for what felt like an eternity, nearly succumbing to sleep when footsteps echoed nearby. Chapter 167. The President's Couscous Flower. Yuan Qinghe, bleary-eyed, glimpsed the figure approaching her. The cacophony had subsided into silence. Indeed, Shao Shiais had arrived. As he drew near, she leaped forward calling, "Brother." Shao Shiais nearly flung her away, startled as anyone would be. Frowning, he lifted the unknown girl and distanced her. "Who are you?" he demanded. The disheveled girl lunged at him once more, calling him brother in a soft, endearing tone. "I'm not your brother," Shao Shiais replied coldly. "But you are." I've searched for you for so long. The girl's delicate form pressed against him. Xiao Shi eyes, weary from a grueling series of boxing matches, wished only for rest. Sensing his desire to push her away, tears welled up in Yuan Qing's eyes. Please don't abandon me, brother. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she clutched his sleeve. With a sigh, Xiao Shi eyes turned to leave but paused after a few steps. Come on, my feet hurt. Observing her bare feet, he clicked his tongue in annoyance and crouched down. Yuan Qinghe joyfully climbed onto his back. Xiao Shiai's residence was at the end of the street, a quaint little villa. He retrieved his keys and opened the door, fetching a pair of shoes from the rack for Yuan Qinghe, while he himself walked barefoot on the floor. Yuan Qinghe, wearing oversized shoes, padded behind him, the sound echoing softly. When he halted, she abruptly stopped as well. What is your name? Xiao Shiai's realized he did not know the girl's name. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I am Yuan Qingqing. Observing her soiled visage, Xiao Shiai's furrowed his brow and led her to the bathroom by the collar of her shirt. Yuan Qinghe obediently followed, not resisting. He took a pristine white towel, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and placed it over her face. As her vision was obscured by the towel, she lowered it, pouting, It's so cold. I want hot water. Xiao Shiai's paused his brushing, glancing at her. I'm not your brother. You will leave tomorrow. His demeanor was harsh, yet Yuan Qinghe, washing her face, refrained from further antics. Realizing it was only their first day, she had yet to win his affection. She feared being truly cast out. However, having found shelter for the night was already a blessing. She was determined to secure this capable bodyguard, wishing to make him her most loyal companion. A glimmer of ambition shining in her eyes. As she wiped her face with the towel, a delicate, fair visage emerged. I am done washing, Yuan Qinghe announced, her lips slightly upturned. Xiao Shiai's, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. After she finished grooming, Yuan Qinghe stepped into the living room, taking in the sparse, clean layout. The living room was devoid of clutter, predominantly in shades of black and white, exuding a dull atmosphere reminiscent of a transient space rather than a home. Although her face was clean, her attire remained grimy. Xiao Shiai's retreated to his room, retrieving a black shirt from the wardrobe. Yuan Qinghe peeked in, curious. You should wash up first. Oh, she said, taking the shirt and heading toward the bathroom. Xiao Shiai's settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The shirt was oversized, reaching the upper part of her thighs. Chapter 168. The President's Couscous Flower. Member bonus update. Freshly bathed and still damp, droplets cascaded to the floor. Barefoot, her snow-white feet glowed with a tender pink hue. Her damp hair clung to the shirt, darkening the already black fabric. The contrast of the shirt against her porcelain skin accentuated her fairness. A thick mist enveloped her. Yuan Qinghe's cheeks flushed, her face transformed from soiled to radiant, akin to a pearl finally revealing its luster. Hearing the door creak open, Xiao Shiai's turned and was momentarily captivated by her appearance. You can sleep in that room. He indicated toward a nearby chamber. Yuan Qinghe nodded, feeling fatigued. Upon entering the room, it bore signs of occupancy, with numerous models adorning the shelves, clearly not arranged by Xiao Shiai's himself. She reclined on the bed, scrolling through videos on her phone. Suddenly, a message from Shun Yin popped up, followed by a phone call. His deep, melodious voice resonated from the other end. Have you arrived? Yes, I'm here. I miss you, she replied. After a moment of silence, he confessed, I miss you too. Their conversation continued for a while, and she announced, all right, I'm going to sleep now. As she sat up and descended from the bed, she found Xiao Shiai's tending to his wounds, his robust back adorned with bruises and cuts. He turned upon hearing her approach, questioning, what brings you here? Just as he reached for his shirt, she asked, brother, what happened to you? Her voice trembled with concern as she gently touched his injuries. Xiao Shiai softened his gaze, I'm fine. However, Yuan Qinghe began to weep, tears streaming uncontrollably. Unsure how to console her, Xiao Shiai's merely muttered, don't cry. Yuan Qinghe seized the ointment from his hand, biting her lip as she applied it to his back. No, I can manage on my own. Yuan Qinghe, stubborn and unwilling to let you down, I shall assist you. Do not be disheartened. It does not hurt me excessively. How could such severe wounds fail to cause pain? Yet, Yuan Qinghe remained skeptical of his words. The agony from her injuries seems somewhat bearable now. You should retire for the night. A tear lingered at the corner of Yuan Qinghe's eye, and Xiao Shiai's gently wiped it away with his fingertips, which felt slightly rough against her cheek. Caught off guard, Yuan Qinghe planted a swift kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Good night, brother," and promptly dashed out of the room. A rare smile graced Xiao Shiai's lips. It seemed having a younger sister was not such a bad thing after all. The sound of clattering abruptly awakened him, accompanied by a faint burnt odor. He hurriedly rose and ventured outside. The kitchen was engulfed in thick smoke, and Yuan Qinghe emerged wielding a spatula. She was coughing uncontrollably, prompting Xiao Shiai's to pat her back and pour her a glass of water. Only then did she begin to recover. The kitchen lay in disarray, with numerous shattered dishes strewn about. Xiao Shiai's tidied up the chaos. Yuan Qinghe gazed at the blackened eggs on the table, her head bowed. "I wanted to make breakfast for you," she murmured. Xiao Shiai sighed. "It's all right. I will go out to buy breakfast." Yuan Qinghe pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, I'm sorry. I do not hold it against you," Xiao Shiai replied with a smile, handing her a tissue to wipe her face. Seeing that he was not angry, Yuan Qinghe felt a sense of relief. With Xiao Shiai off to fetch breakfast, she picked up the book he had asked her to read. What is his favorability score now? It is at 60. It had been gradually increasing yesterday, but just plateaued. Chapter 169. The CEO's Couscous Flower 001 perplexed, she inquired. Why does the host go through such trouble to find him when they could simply hire a bodyguard? Because of love. Only he would willingly sacrifice himself for me, she replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth, leaning back slightly. Yuan Qinghe closed her eyes, savoring the breeze wafting through the window, as if someone were gently caressing her cheek. Xiao Shiai soon returned with breakfast. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed, bouncing over. "I am not your brother," he reminded her. "All right, good brother," she grinned. Xiao Shiai decided against correcting her again and placed the breakfast on the table. "Let's eat." Yuan Qinghe, while consuming her meal, sat rather unsteadily. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, prompting Xiao Shiai to rise and answer it. Yuan Qinghe, filled with curiosity, peered over to see a middle-aged woman carrying a bag. Xiao Shiai paid her, closed the door, and handed the bag to Yuan Qinghe to change into. After a brief moment, she emerged from the room. Before long, the door swung open, and Xiao Shiai turned to look. The young girl, adorned in a white dress that accentuated her delicate waist, appeared pure and immaculate, like a pearl that had shed its dust, radiating a brilliant light that captivated the gaze. Yuan Qinghe twirled before him, asking, "Do I look beautiful?" Xiao Shiai simply replied with a non-committal, "Shall I escort you home?" Yuan Qinghe's smile faltered, her mood visibly dampening. "No. Have you quarreled with your parents?" Xiao Shiai assumed she was reluctant to return home. Yet, Yuan Qinghe fell silent, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. "I am indeed not your brother. Your family would be quite worried about you." Her shoulders trembled slightly, tears cascading onto her dress, leaving darkened stains. "Yuan Qinghe?" She remained mute as Xiao Shiai gently lifted her chin. Her eyes were red from crying, her lips showing the marks of her distress. "I do not know where my home is. I just want to be with you," she said, tears glistening in her eyes. "Please do not send me away." Xiao Shiai wiped her tears, ultimately yielding, "Very well, you may stay here for now." Thus, from that day forward, Yuan Qinghe took up residence with him. Xiao Shiai returned home, fatigued one day, noticing light still spilling from the living room. On the sofa, the young girl slept soundly, her little fist resting beside her cheek. A soft spot formed in Xiao Shiai's heart as he carefully lifted her and laid her on the bed, whispering, "Good night." Yuan Qinghe, clad in the rabbit pajamas Xiao Shiai had bought for her, crouched by the bed and gently poked his prominent nose. Yuan Qinghe stifled a giggle. Observing how much gentler Xiao Shiai appeared in slumber, his usual fierceness softened. Xiao Shiai had been awake since her entrance, feigning sleep to observe her actions, which had led her to poke at her own face. "What are you doing?" he murmured, his voice low. "Brother, you're awake," she replied, propping her chin with a smile. "Are you hungry?" "Not particularly," she hesitated. Xiao Shi's, noticing her expression, prompted, "What is it that you wish to do? I feel the house is too dreary. Shall we buy some plants?" She suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 170. The CEO's Couscous Flower All Right. They spent a delightful time outdoors, acquiring numerous items. Yuan Qinghe carried only a single pot of flowers, while Xiao Shi's bore the rest. Due to the sheer volume, they made 2 trips to transport everything inside. The previously drab black and white living room now boasted an array of colorful decorations, with a small pot of succulents adorning the windowsill. "Do you like it?" Yuan Qinghe asked, bouncing with joy, her back to him, illuminated by the sunlight filtering in. Even the shadows seemed brightened. A hint of a smile crept into Xiao Shi's eyes. "I do." Days passed, and their bond deepened. That evening, as always, Yuan Qinghe awaited his return. Xiao Shi's tended to come home quite late. As she awaited him, her eyelids grew heavy, and clutching her rabbit plush, she dozed off on the sofa, leaving a warm yellow light in the living room. Xiao Yanian unlocked the door with a key, puzzled by the illumination. Has Xiao Shi's returned so early? Upon awakening, Yuan Qinghe released her plush and sleepily embraced Xiao Yanian. "You're back." "I'm so tired," she yawned, rubbing her eyes. "Is this his home? Who is this person?" Xiao Yanian wondered, glancing around and noting the changed surroundings. Was he hallucinating? Yet the soft sensation of Yuan Qinghe in his arms felt undeniably real, rendering him momentarily stiff. After a moment, Yuan Qinghe noticed Xiao Shi's had not embraced her. Pouting, she insisted, "Carry me, I want to sleep." Hesitating, Xiao Yanian ultimately lifted her. As he placed her on his bed, he realized this was indeed his home. Could she be Xiao Shi's young girlfriend? His room had gained an array of adorable plush toys, incongruous yet oddly harmonized with the space. Forcing back a headache, Xiao Yanian gazed at the occupant of his bed. Pondering the situation, he decided to take a shower to gather his thoughts. When Xiao Shi's returned, he found Yuan Qinghe absent. His brow furrowed tightly as he strode toward the room. Upon opening the door, he encountered Xiao Yanian emerging from the bathroom, their gazes clashing with palpable tension, resembling enemies rather than brothers. Unbeknownst to Yuan Qinghe, who slept soundly, all was unfolding around her. "Did you remember to come back?" Xiao Shi spoke softly, wary of awakening the sleeping girl. Xiao Yinian leaned nonchalantly against the wall. "So you've taken someone in?" Xiao Shi was about to retort, but upon seeing Yuan Qinghe, he restrained his emotions, uttering coldly, "Get out." Xiao Yinian, losing his amusement, exited the room. "Do as you please, but do not neglect your studies." He lounged casually, his legs draped over the coffee table. "What gives you the right to supervise me? If it weren't for Xiao Yi, do you think I would care?" With that, Xiao Shi stood and departed. Xiao Shi gently embraced Yuan Qinghe as he entered the room, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In truth, Xiao Shi and Xiao Yani were not biological brothers. Xiao Shi was adopted. After being diagnosed with a difficult pregnancy, Xiao Rui chose to adopt Xiao Shi. But a few years later, she unexpectedly became pregnant. The kind-hearted woman did not neglect Xiao Shi during her pregnancy. Rather, she grew more concerned for him. Initially, he shared a wonderful bond with his younger brother, but tragedy struck on Xiao Shi's birthday when their parents were involved in a car accident. Xiao Yani, burdened by the belief that he was responsible for their death, developed a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Shi, causing their relationship to deteriorate to the point of hostility. In Chapter 171 of The President's Couscous, Xiao Yani sat casually, a lit cigarette pinched between his fingers, flashing a smile as he asked, "Is this your little lover?" Xiao Shi chose not to engage with his flippant remark, stating, "Since you are back, you should go to school tomorrow." Xiao Yani's smile was accompanied by a chilling undertone as he inquired, "Do you like her?" Only then did Xiao Shi's expression shift slightly, responding, "That is not your concern." With that, he left the room. The cigarette burned down, ashes falling to the floor as Xiao Yani extinguished it and tossed it into the trash. With his bed now occupied, Xiao Shi gently pinched Yuan Qinghe's rosy face as she slept. Yuan Qinghe stirred awake, asking, "Brother, what are you doing?" Xiao Shi paused his actions. "Did I wake you?" Realizing she was no longer in her original room, she exclaimed, "Brother, How did I end up in your room? He explained, that room is occupied. You will stay in mine for now. Qing He grasped his large hand, feeling the chill of the floor beneath her. Brother, you should sleep in the bed too. Xiao Shiai's reassured her, I'm fine. You need not worry. However, she insisted firmly, pulling Xiao Shiai's to sit on the bed. Brother, hurry and sleep. She nestled deeper, creating ample space for him. Xiao Shiai's, upon seeing her determined gaze, reluctantly complied. It was his first time sharing a bed with a girl, and the blanket seemed to absorb her sweet scent. He lay rigidly, almost stiff, while Qing He giggled, wrapping her arms around him, noticing his tension. Brother, I really like you. In the middle of the night, Qing He found herself unable to sleep, having been awoken twice. She turned to observe him, his breathing steady as he maintained a single position even in slumber. Feeling parched, she cautiously made her way to the door, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the glass, and turned the doorknob. Just as she closed the door, a force yanked her back, and before she could react, Xiao Yani pinned her against the wall. Xiao Yani held her hands down, and she looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears like a lamb awaiting sacrifice. Are you Xiao Shiai's girlfriend? He questioned, his handsome face marred by a slight scar between his brows, giving him a fierce appearance. Qing He had suspected he had a brother, but she never expected him to be like this. So fierce, unlike Xiao Shiai's at all. No, she replied, her voice tinged with a quiver. Xiao Yani, not believing her, pressed, if you're not his girlfriend, then who are you? Qing He found herself at a loss. She was neither his girlfriend nor Xiao Shiai's sister, merely someone drawn to him. She tried to sound sincere. He is just letting me stay for a while. Surely, he wouldn't be so kind as to allow a stranger to stay in his home. Realizing he doubted her words, Qing He grew flustered. So what if I am his girlfriend? It would have been easier to admit that earlier he released her, and she felt a rush of relief as she attempted to leave. However, Xiao Yani gripped her face, compelling her to part her lips, and leaned down to capture her tender, rosy tongue, producing a soft sound. Qing He's eyes widened in shock. Had she not just asserted her relationship with Xiao Shiai's? She attempted to struggle, but Xiao Yani held her firmly in place, his hands pressing down on her head, leaving her utterly bewildered. Eventually, Xiao Yani released her, and she felt a sharp sting on her lips, realizing they must be bruised. In Chapter 172 of The President's Cuscus, Qing He, filled with indignation, raised her hand to strike him. Xiao Yani shoved her onto the bed, caressing her face while gazing into her crystalline eyes. It's no wonder my brother likes you. I find you rather appealing as well. His touch sent shivers down her spine, and she turned away, attempting to evade his advances. Xiao Yani tightened his grip on her chin, preventing her from moving, and once again descended to kiss her soft, pink lips. Qing He helplessly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving traces of sorrow. Xiao Yani, observing her, felt a surge of restlessness. You should leave. He softened his hold, and Qing He seized the opportunity to push him away. She returned to her room, wiped her tears dry, and tiredly climbed into bed. Feeling insecure, she curled up in Xiao Shiai's embrace. I want to sleep a little longer, she murmured, eyes still shut, resisting the urge to rise. Xiao Shiai's pulled the blanket away from her face, revealing her small features. Don't sleep like that. It's hard to breathe. Qing He turned over, mumbling a non-committal sound. When Xiao Shiai's returned, he found her still in bed. Qing He? A small lump was formed beneath the covers as he approached. Get up. Qing He peeked out, her nose reddened, tears still evident, her eyes slightly swollen. He gently wiped her tears and softly inquired, what is wrong? Qing He buried her face in his neck, remaining silent. Xiao Shiai's, respecting her wish not to speak, offered comfort and suggested they go out for some fun, which lightened her mood somewhat. As they passed a shop, a display case showcased a diamond necklace that sparkled under the lights. Qing He paused to admire it for a moment before nonchalantly turning away. The afternoon waned, and Xiao Shiai's prepared to leave once more. Curiosity piqued. She silently followed him as he walked into a club. At the entrance, a security guard stopped her, prompting her to retreat slightly. Crouching by a car, she realized she could not gain entry. What are you doing here? A voice suddenly called out. Startled, she stood up and turned to face the man who had spoken. To her surprise, he smiled. "You're Xiao Shiai's girlfriend? I'm a friend of his." When she remained skeptical, he continued, "Do you wish to go in? I can take you." After a moment's hesitation, she agreed, unaware of the fleeting glimmer of triumph in the man's eyes. Under his guidance, she entered the club, navigating through its winding corridors until she finally reached the underground arena. It was a stark contrast to the world above, steeped in violence and darkness. Two fighters grappled on stage, one pinned down until the referee's countdown ended, allowing him to rise and bask in the audience's applause and cheers. The defeated fighter lay on the ground, barely conscious, eventually carried away, while the crowd remained indifferent. Qing He stepped back in fright, questioning how Xiao Shiai's could possibly be in such a place. As she turned to leave, the referee's voice halted her. "Here comes our undefeated champion, Black Wind." The cheers were deafening. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, chanting his name in unison. A familiar figure emerged, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed Xiao Shiai's. At that moment, she finally understood the source of the many injuries adorning his body. In Chapter 173 of The President's Cuscus, as the match commenced, Qing He's heart raced, her gaze fixated on Xiao Shiai's. Fortunately, he maintained the upper hand. But in the next instant, his opponent, driven by desperation, launched an all-out offensive, landing several blows on Xiao Shiai's. He seized the moment and forcefully brought the man crashing to the ground. As the referee began the countdown, the man unexpectedly produced a knife and lunged at Xiao Shiai's. In a swift response, Xiao Shiai's countered with a punch that rendered him unconscious. The referee, regaining his composure, hurriedly instructed the staff to remove the assailant. Once off the stage, Xiao Shiai's was quickly followed by Qing He. In the dressing room, he surveyed his wounds with a sense of trepidation, pondering how to explain them to the young girl. If she were to see them, tears would surely follow. Thus, he resolved to wait until he had healed before returning home. With his eyes closed, he sat in a chair, disregarding the injury on his arm. Qing He gently pushed open the ajar door to find Xiao Shiai's. He stiffened at the sight of her tear-streaked face. "Is there a first aid kit?" He hesitantly opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately replied with a simple yes. Qing He tended to his wounds, disinfecting and bandaging them in silence. "Qing," she sobbed. "Must you continue this line of work?" Her heart ached as she realized he had been enduring such hardships. Xiao Shiai's affectionately patted her head before suggesting they go out, asking her to wait for him at a cafe. Gripping his hand, Qing He asked, "Where are you going?" He gently pinched her cheek, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "I just need to speak with the boss. Stay here and don't wander off." She reluctantly nodded, urging him to return quickly. However, extricating himself proved far from simple. "What? You're quitting?" Usu stared at him in disbelief. "Yes," Xiao Shiai's affirmed. As his most popular boxer, Xiao Shiai's had brought in considerable profits. And now, this lucrative asset was intent on leaving. Usu's expression darkened. "This isn't a place where you can simply walk away." Xiao Shiai's frowned. "What do you propose?" "Today, a certain boss has specifically requested you for a match. If you win, I will let you go." Xiao Shiai's, aware of the potential pitfalls, nonetheless agreed without hesitation. Time passed slowly as Qing He anxiously awaited his return at the entrance. As 10 o'clock approached, Xiao Shiai's finally emerged. "Why did you take so long?" Qing He rushed over and embraced him, only to be met with a strong metallic scent of blood. "What happened?" she inquired, trying to see his injuries, but he held her close, saying, "Don't move. Let me rest a moment." Her ears caught the weariness in his voice, prompting her to remain still. Only then did Xiao Shiai's tense demeanor begin to ease. "Let us go home." As he lifted his foot to leave, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. In a panic, Qing He reached out to catch him, but ended up being pulled down, landing atop him. Struggling, she attempted to help him up, but her strength proved insufficient. Desperately, she grabbed her phone, her fingers fumbling as she dialed, finally connecting with emergency services. Together, they rode in the ambulance to the hospital. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectants and bustling people. A nurse quickly addressed his wounds and applied medication. "Is that all?" Qing He asked, her voice laced with concern. The nurse, reassuringly, replied, "No vital injuries. These are merely minor wounds." Qing He sat by his bedside, asking the nurse, "When will he wake up?" "He should be awake by tomorrow morning. Don't worry too much. He just needs rest." The nurse comforted her before leaving her alone with Xiao Shiai's. Leaning over the bed, she whispered, "Please wake up soon. I'm rather bored." After paying for the medical expenses with Xiao Shiai's money, she picked up his phone, entering the password at random. Glancing at him, she dialed, "Xinyan, I miss you so much." In his office, Xinyan loosened his tie after a meeting, fatigue evident in his eyes, though his tone remained gentle. "What are you up to?" "I'm having dinner with Su," she replied. "Eating so late?" She absent-mindedly shook her leg. "Have you eaten?" he asked. Though his day had been hectic and his stomach empty, he didn't want to worry her. "You should eat." "I'll hang up now." After ending the call, she grabbed an apple and began to nibble on it. Once finished, her hunger subsided. Kicking off her shoes, she discarded the apple core and shifted Xiao Shiai's slightly, settling in his embrace. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room, casting shadows of trees on the white walls. Xiao Shiai's lay with half his body exposed, while Qing He's serene, sleeping face rested against him, one foot draped over him, blurring the lines of who the patient truly was. As Xiao Shiai stirred, pain shot through his back, and he recalled his carelessness that led to the knife wound. Turning, he spotted her and smiled gently, pulling the blanket over her. With great effort, he managed to sit on the sofa. Moments later, the nurse entered, taken aback by the sight of them. "Please keep it down. Don't wake her." "She stayed by my side all night," he requested. The nurse nodded, administered his medication, and offered a few words of advice before leaving. Qing He awoke around noon, noticing that Xiao Shiai's was missing. Not bothering with shoes, she hopped out of bed. "You're awake? I bought you breakfast." "You shouldn't be moving around with your injuries," she admonished as she took the breakfast from his hands. "I'm fine," he replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. In truth, while his wounds appeared severe, they were not critical. Qing He paused, her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that you're hurt so badly." Xiao Shiai's cupped her face, earnestly expressing, "It's not your fault." "Thank you." With a quivering lip, her tears flowed freely. He drew her into his embrace, gently patting her back. After some time, she finally calmed down, her sobs subsiding. Since his injuries were not grave, Xiao Shiai's returned home that afternoon. Upon entering, Qing He carefully supported him to rest. He chuckled, "I'm fine." She solemnly nodded, declaring, "I don't believe you." In that moment, looking in her eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart he had never known before. Such tenderness and care were foreign to him, as he had always returned home to a cold and empty house. Life seemed to gain meaning with her presence. "Stop dawdling and come sit," Qing He called from the couch, holding her pink blanket. Xiao Shiai's quickly complied. She shook out the blanket and draped it over him. "Sit tight. I'll cut some fruit," she said, dashing off to the kitchen before he could respond. "Be careful not to cut yourself," he chuckled, shaking his head. From the kitchen, her cheerful voice echoed, "Got it." As she sliced fruit, she mentally checked Xiao Shiai's affection level. It's already at 70. A score of 70 indicated strong feelings, yet Xiao Shiai's remained oblivious to his emotions. She realized that a catalyst was needed for him to confront his feelings. She contemplated how soon she might be able to leave. Turning to the succulent plants on the windowsill, Xiao Shiai's noticed how the once cold house was slowly transforming into a home, all thanks to her. "All done," Qing He announced, carefully placing a platter of fruit on the coffee table. She speared a piece of mango with a fork, exclaiming, "Eat up." It was all because of her that he was no longer alone, as they sat on the sofa watching television. Most of the fruit had found its way into Qing He's belly. However, she soon found herself unable to keep her eyes open, succumbing to sleep. Xiao Shiai's gently extracted the fork from her hand, allowing her to lean into his embrace. He picked up the remote control to lower the volume. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves as the afternoon sun cast its golden rays behind the two of them. When Qing He awoke, it was already evening, and she found herself in Xiao Shiai's bed, which was empty. Slipping on her slippers, she ventured into the living room in search of him, but after a thorough exploration, he was nowhere to be found. With her stomach growling, she reluctantly made her way to the refrigerator in search of sustenance. As Qing He munched on her bread, the door suddenly swung open, and she turned in surprise, only to find not Xiao Xiai's, but Xiao Yannian. Her face instantly fell, and she turned to retreat to her room. "Wait, I have something to say to you." However, due to their previous encounter, her disdain for him had reached a peak, and she had no desire to engage with him. Noticing her indifference, Xiao Yannian stepped forward and grasped her arm. Frowning, Qing He was about to shake off his hand when he sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry." Moments later, as she chewed on her bread, Qing He maintained a cold demeanor while listening to him. "What happened last time was my fault. Can you forgive me?" Xiao Yannian recognized his mistake, understanding that despite his deep-seated animosity toward Xiao Xiai's, he should not involve others. He anxiously awaited her response. Qing He calmly swallowed her bite, replying no. With that, she started to leave again. In a rush, Xiao Yannian exclaimed, "How about I take you to the amusement park tomorrow?" Qing He paused to consider this and eventually agreed, her thoughts drifting to riding the roller coaster. "All right," she conceded, nodding with a hint of pride as she accepted his invitation. Xiao Yannian finally relaxed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he said, "See you tomorrow." When Xiao Xiai's returned, he was surprised to find Xiao Yannian back, as he typically avoided home for weeks at a time. As long as Xiao Yannian did not cause any trouble, Xiao Xiai's paid him no mind. He knew that Xiao Yannian despised him, believing he was responsible for the death of their parents. Xiao Xiai's chose not to defend himself, simply opting for silence as he focused on his own affairs. Upon entering his room, he found Qing He awake, propped up on the bed with a book. Chapter 176. The president's couscous flower dressed in a nightgown that had slipped to the tops of her thighs due to her movements. Qing He looked up as Xiao Xiai's approached her to tuck her in. "You're back," she exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to embrace him. The thin fabric of her nightgown clung closely to her form, causing Xiao Xiai's ears to redden. He quickly wrapped her in the blanket. Qing He was momentarily stunned. By the time she realized what had happened, she found herself completely cocooned and unable to move. Xiao Xiai's spoke earnestly. "You cannot hug me like that again." "Why not?" she asked, bewildered. "Because it's inappropriate for men and women to be so close." Looking at him in confusion, she replied, "But you are my brother." "I'm not your brother." "Oh." This time, Qing He did not argue further, leaving Xiao Xiai somewhat surprised. "Can I be your girlfriend then?" she added, and with a playful tone, asked, "Does that mean I can hug you?" "No," he replied firmly. "Why not?" "I may not be your sister, but you took me in." Xiao Xiai's found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, she had no ties to him, and he had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, yet had chosen to shelter her. Qing He leaned in and kissed him softly. Her clear eyes sparkled, and she asked, "Don't you like me? Or do you only see me as a sister?" Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "But it seems I like you a little." Caught in the moment, Xiao Xiai's found himself unable to resist kissing her soft lips. Exhausted, Qing He soon fell asleep, her youthful vigor seemingly boundless. "I must go," Xiao Xiai's murmured, kissing her cheek. With her eyes still closed, Qing He grasped his hand, her voice soft and drowsy. "Where are you going?" "I found a job, and I won't be back until night." Only then did she loosen her grip, allowing herself to drift back to sleep. When Qing He finally awoke, it was nearly noon. The breakfast in the microwave was perfectly heated, and she savored dumpling. "You finally woke up. How can you sleep so much?" Xiao Yannian stretched lazily after finishing a game. Qing He, only just noticing him, snapped, "Do you have a problem with that?" "No, no." He quickly waved his hands in dismissal. The amusement park was bustling with crowds due to the weekend. The sun hung high in the sky, its harsh rays reddening people's faces, causing Qing He to suspect he might be doing this on purpose, deliberately exposing her to the sun. Pouting in annoyance, she complained, "There are too many people. The lines are so long." Sensing her distress, Xiao Yannian suggested, "Shall we find a place to sit for a while?" Qing He nodded in agreement, feeling utterly exhausted despite having done nothing. A thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead, and she fanned herself in the heat. "I'll get you some ice cream," Xiao Yannian said, dashing off. Before long, He returned with ice cream. Sitting in the shade, Qing He looked up, squinting slightly at the sun. She extended her delicate tongue to lick the ice cream, finding some relief from the heat. Xiaoyan, glancing over, found himself inexplicably parched at the sight. Qing He eyed him warily, declaring, "You can't have any. Go ahead and eat. I won't take it from you," he chuckled, amused by her possessiveness, which reminded him of a protective little cat, somewhat endearing. Han Qianqian spotted a familiar figure and approached, uncertain until she recognized his face. "Xiaoyan, is that really you?" she exclaimed in delight. Xiaoyan turned at the sound of his name, only to find a stranger before him. "Who are you?" Chapter 177. The President's Couscous Flower. Member bonus. Xiao Yinyan's question caused Han Qianqian's smile to falter. Beautiful and accustomed to obtaining the affection of those she desired, she had never faced such indifference from Xiao Yanyan, who remained aloof despite her efforts to get closer. Having never been treated this way, she felt embarrassed and chose to maintain her distance, only to realize he had completely forgotten her existence. "I'm a friend of Jiayu. We met at the bar last time." Xiao Yinyan's memory sparked at her words, recalling that Jiayu always had a girl by his side. "Oh, you that girl? What brings you here?" he asked. "He came with me," Qing He chimed in, peeking out from behind Xiao Yanyan. Han Qianqian then noticed her presence. The girl, adorned in a pink, puffy dress, had sparkling eyes that resembled a delicate doll, exuding an air of innocence akin to a sheltered princess. "Who is this?" Han Qianqian inquired, turning to Xiao Yanyan. "I'm Qing He," she replied cheerfully. "Nice to meet you. I'm Han Qianqian." She introduced herself, attempting to appear friendly. Qing He turned to Xiao Yanyan, saying, "I want to ride the roller coaster." "All right," he replied, taking her bag and attentively holding an umbrella over her. Han Qianqian watched in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Xiao Yanyan had a bad temper and was indifferent to girls? And yet, there he was, attending to Qing He. Feeling abandoned, Han Qianqian was approached by a handsome boy laden with various items. "Sister Han, I got you some milk tea." She declined, knowing the high sugar content could lead to weight gain, and added, "We're off to ride the roller coaster too." "Oh, okay, sweetie please." Momentarily taken aback before following them. As the roller coaster roared to life, screams echoed around them, and Qing He looked up, bubbling with excitement. "Do you really enjoy this?" Xiao Yanyan asked, noticing her enthusiasm. Speaking of her favorite things sent Qing He's spirits soaring. "Yes, it sounds like so much fun." A stray lock of hair clung to her face, prompting Xiao Yanyan to gently tuck it behind her ear. She smiled at him, her fair skin glowing in the sunlight, making Xiao Yanyan acutely aware of his own heartbeat. Soon, it was their turn on the roller coaster. Qing He grasped his hand as they settled into the last row, her gaze fixed nervously ahead. As everyone else settled in, the roller coaster began its slow ascent. Just as Han Qianqian settled into the second-to-last row, she turned to Xiao Yanyan and exclaimed how fortunate it was to meet again. This abrupt opening line made Qing He feel a pang of embarrassment on her behalf. Noticing that Xiao Yanyan was ignoring her, Han Qianqian, feeling disheartened, turned away. Qing He paid her no mind. Soon, the roller coaster reached its first peak, accelerating rapidly, and the sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed her. She tightly closed her eyes, too scared to open them. The air around her filled with screams and the cheers of a few daring youths reveling in the thrill of the moment. Xiao Yanyan grasped her hand and shouted reassuringly not to be afraid. His voice, cutting through the wind, resonated firmly in her ears, gathering her courage. Qing He gradually opened her eyes, observing the tiny figures below, reduced to mere black dots, alongside the side profile of Xiao Yanyan. His steady grip warmed her cold hand. The roller coaster ascended to each peak and plummeted again. Seeing her bite her lip, Xiao Yanyan encouraged her to release her worries and shout out loud. His voice was as fervent as the blazing summer sun. Chapter 178. The President's Couscous Flower. Qing He gazed at him, and Xiao Yanyan, unperturbed, met her gaze with his playful peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. As the roller coaster swooped downward, she let out a loud scream. Upon disembarking, her legs felt weak, but joy enveloped her, and her relationship with Xiao Yanyan seemed to improve. "What else would you like to try?" Xiao Yani asked as he carried her. Qing He pointed towards the distant carousel, suggesting that they ride that. The carousel, lacking the thrill of the roller coaster, allowed Xiao Yani to photograph her from the sidelines. Turning to him, she made a peace sign, hoping to look more photogenic. The camera clicked, capturing the moment. Her hair glimmered in the light, and her long, dark tresses contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. Her delicate features, adorned with a gentle smile, evoked smiles from those who beheld her. Qing He hopped off the carousel and rushed to him, eager to see the photos. "Show me," she urged. Xiao Yani turned his phone towards her for a better view. Nodding and grinning, she gave him a thumbs up, indicating that the photos were lovely. "Naturally, my photography skills are unparalleled," Xiao Yani replied with a hint of pride. "Let us go. There are more attractions to enjoy." Qing He tugged at him as they explored numerous rides until dusk approached, prompting their return home. Exhausted, Qing He collapsed onto the sofa as soon as she entered, feeling utterly drained. Xiao Yani sat beside her, appearing quite energetic. Observing his lively demeanor, she weakly inquired if he wasn't tired. "Your stamina is lacking. Perhaps I should take you for a morning jog tomorrow to improve your health," he suggested, leaning back against the sofa. "No," she firmly replied, then stood up, announcing her intention to shower before saying goodbye. Xiao Yani watched her retreating figure, closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Around 10 in the evening, Xiao Xiai's returned home. Upon entering the room, he noticed someone on the bed, their hair still damp from not being dried, fast asleep. "Wake up. Let me dry your hair," he said, lifting her into his lap and picking up the hairdryer. The dryer was set to the lowest setting, and the warm breeze lulled Qing He into a drowsy state, her head tilting as she struggled to stay awake. Xiao Xiai's chuckled softly, extending a hand to support her head. After drying her hair, she fell into a deeper slumber. Gently, he laid her back down on the bed, placing a tender kiss on her forehead, whispering goodnight. Qing He had spent the entire day at home. Upon hearing the door open, she quickly turned her head. "Why are you back so soon?" Before she could finish her sentence, a girl in a white dress walked in. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of her, seemingly not expecting anyone else at home, but she quickly regained her composure, offering Qing He a gentle smile. Xiao Xiai's followed closely behind, noticing her bare feet and remarking, "Why are you not wearing shoes again?" He grasped her delicate foot, which was indeed cold, and just as he intended to put on her slippers, Qing He withdrew her foot. "Who is she?" Qing He did not conceal her anger, her icy gaze fixed on the girl. Xiao Xiai's, realizing her distress, patiently explained, "This is Miss Liu. She had an argument with her family." And Qing He shot him a glare, rising in a huff to retreat into her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. Liu Yinyin appeared somewhat taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiful. "I'm sorry. Let me go explain to her," she offered. Chapter 179, The President's Couscous Flower, Member Bonus Update. Xiao Xiai's was perplexed as to why she was so upset. His own mood was slightly agitated and filled with concern for her, leaving little room for Liu Yinin's presence. "You should sit down for now. I'll check on her," he said. Qing He, cocooned in her blankets, grew increasingly irate, pondering why he had brought another girl home without even asking her. Xiao Xiai's was infuriating. If he didn't come to appease her soon, she would be compelled to confront him, Qing He thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. Yet, she recognized her own impulsiveness. After a moment of reflection, she hastily wiped the tears from her face, seeing her curled up in the blankets, sobbing in distress. Xiao Xiai's heart softened. "What's wrong?" Qing He remained silent, turning away to avoid his gaze. After contemplating for a moment, she finally asked, "Who is she? Why did you bring her home?" "She is my employer. She had an argument with her family and came home with me. I've already called her family to come fetch her." Xiao Xiai's gently wiped away her tears. Upon hearing his explanation, Qing He's expression softened slightly. "Really?" she asked, her tone shifting. "Yes, really." Realizing she may have overreacted, she furtively glanced at Xiao Xiai's. Shifting her position, she nestled into his embrace. Xiao Xiai's, taken aback, couldn't he help but laugh at her possessiveness. "Please tell her I'm sorry," she added, recognizing her own awkwardness. Xiao Shi's, understanding her sentiment, affectionately stroked her head. Lu Yinyin, seeing him emerge, hurriedly inquired if Yuan Qinghe was still upset. "It's all my fault," she lamented, lowering her head, her hands clenched tightly, feeling pain in her palms. "I apologize. She could be a bit temperamental. Please don't take it personally." Lu Yinyin relaxed her fists, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "It's all right. I'll take my leave now." Coincidentally, Lu's family arrived at that moment. As Lu Yinyin settled into the car, she forcefully tossed a crystal hairpin onto the ground. Yuan Qinghe peeked out from her room, glancing around before finally emerging when she confirmed Lu Yinyin had left. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that Lu Yinyin hadn't done anything wrong and seemed rather innocent, which made her feel somewhat guilty. Acknowledging her mistake, Yuan Qinghe clung to Xiao Shi's for comfort. In the kitchen, as Xiao Shi's prepared ingredients, Yuan Qinghe followed closely behind him. In a sudden turn, she bumped into him, but fortunately, he was quick to catch her. "What are you doing?" Xiao Shi's asked, kneeling to meet her gaze. Yuan Qinghe beamed and gave him a quick kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. "Xiao Shi's, I love you the most. More than anything in the world." Xiao Shi's, admiring her endearing demeanor, cupped her face and kissed her back. He lifted her onto the counter, embracing her slender waist. The chicken soup simmered on the stove, bubbling cheerfully. During dinner, Yuan Qinghe playfully complained, "You made my lips swollen from kissing." Xiao Shi's, feeling a bit shy, gently pressed an ice pack against her lips for relief. Yuan Qinghe scrunched her nose at the sight of the chicken soup on the table. "Please take it away. It smells awful. No picky eating. You must finish this bowl of soup," Xiao Shi's insisted, scooping a spoonful to feed her. Yuan Qinghe pressed her lips together, leaning back, declaring it too hot. Xiao Shi's blew gently on the soup, ensuring it cooled to a suitable temperature before offering it again. Realizing she could not escape, Yuan Qinghe dashed toward her room, only for Xiao Shi's to scoop her up, exclaiming, "You're too thin. You need to eat more." Chapter 180. The president's Cascuda Yuan Qinghe was once again pulled to the dining table, casting a sorrowful glance at Xiao Shi's. She turned her head away and tightly closed her lips, resolutely refusing to drink. "What would it take for you to agree to drink?" Xiao Shi's set down the bowl and negotiated with her. Yuan Qinghe pouted, her eyes darting as she contemplated, "I can't think of anything right now, so let's hold off." She confirmed, "You will agree to anything I say, won't you?" "As long as it is within my capability," he replied. Seeing his concession, Yuan Qinghe lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. Xiao Shi's handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth, and she obediently raised her chin. A delicate crystal necklace, shaped like a little rabbit, caught her eye. "Did you get this for me?" she asked happily. "I saw it today and thought you would like it," he replied, having spotted it while shopping for the day. "I absolutely love it," Yuan Qinghe said, pushing her hair back. Xiao Shi's unfastened the clasp and helped her put it on. The exquisite rabbit crystal necklace sparkled against her slender, fair neck. In the early morning, Yuan Qinghe was abruptly awakened. "What are you doing?" "Miss Lu is in danger. I must go save her." "You stay here and sleep," Xiao Shi said, slipping on his coat and placing a kiss on her forehead. Yuan Qinghe grasped his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. "Why are you going out so late? Besides, what danger could she possibly be in at home?" Xiao Shi's had no choice but to crouch down. "She's indeed in danger right now, so don't fuss." As she gazed into his eyes, she suddenly released her grip. "If you leave, I will no longer want you." Xiao Shi's tucked her hand under the covers. "You need to sleep. I will be back shortly." With the door closing behind him, Yuan Qinghe immediately sprang from the bed. Before long, she had dressed and, casting a glance back at the room, decisively shut the door. As she walked away, Yuan Qinghe hummed a little tune. It was late at night, and the streets were deserted as she walked alone. She found a 5-star hotel and requested a room. The sleepy receptionist assigned her a room, pointing towards the elevator. "Take your time." Yuan Qinghe lay on the soft bed, booked the earliest flight, and after completing everything, she covered herself with a blanket and fell asleep instantly. When Xiao Shi's returned home, it was already 6 in the morning, and he felt fatigued. He had been at the police station taking statements after Lu Yinyin had been kidnapped the previous day. Remembering last night's events, He bought Yuan Qing her favorite dumplings, intending to apologize to her. When he opened the door, he was momentarily stunned. The room was empty. Yuan Qing was not there. The dumplings fell to the floor at some point, and Xiao Xiai's voice trembled as if someone had grasped his throat, rendering him speechless. He struggled to speak to the vacant room. Qing, stop playing and come out. Xiao Xiai's searched the entire house, but there was no sign of her. He stood frozen in place, observing the added toys in the house, which had become warmer with her presence. But now she was gone, and the silence returned. He even did not know her age or where she lived. He knew nothing at all, not even if her name was real. She had taken nothing with her. Xiao Xiai's pretended to be indifferent, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. A single tear rolled down his cheek. In contrast, Yuan Qing was quite content. Seated in first class, gazing at the clouds, a blanket draped over her legs. A little girl in a pale yellow dress cheerfully looked at Yuan Qing. Chapter 181. The President's Cuscuta, Member Bonus Update. The little girl was unafraid of strangers, immediately tugging at Yuan Qing's hand. Yuan Qing felt a bit flustered, as she was not accustomed to interacting with children. The girl was adorably delicate, resembling a porcelain doll with a round face. Sister, you are so beautiful. Yuan Qing gently poked her cheek, finding her quite cute. Xiao Jia, a cool voice echoed. The little girl instantly hugged the man's leg and sweetly called out, Brother, this sister is so pretty. Can she be my sister? Yuan Qing looked up to see a man clad in a formal gray suit. His fair skin and sharp phoenix eyes exuding an air of authority. His lips parted slightly. I apologize. She does not understand. It's all right. She is quite adorable. Yuan Qing replied with a light smile, discreetly assessing him. Hearing the beautiful sister praise her, Xiao Jia puffed out her tiny chest with pride, beaming at her brother. Gu Qinan scooped up Gu Jia, placing a cartoon cat eye mask on her, instructing, Don't move, it's time to sleep. However, Gu Jia was restless, removing her mask and extending her tiny hand. Sister, add me as a friend. Yuan Qing took out her phone and scanned the QR code to add her. Sister, I will call you to play in the future. Sure, I will take you to the amusement park, Yuan Qing replied, glancing at the man. All right. Gu Qinan helped her put the mask back on, saying, Now sleep. Gu Jia finally settled down, falling asleep with her small hand still clutching Yuan Qing's. You can call me Gu Qinan, he said softly, extending his hand. Yuan Qing graciously shook his hand. I am Yuan Qing. Gu Jia mumbled in her sleep about the beautiful sister marrying her unwanted brother, smiling contentedly. As the plane landed, Yuan Qing walked ahead. Xinyan had sent a driver to pick her up, and as she crouched down, she said, Goodbye, Xiao Jia. Realizing they were parting, Gu Jia pouted, ready to cry. Clinging to Yuan Qing, Pretty sister, don't go. Gu Qinan frowned, attempting to pull her away. Xiao Jia, stop causing a scene. With tears streaming down her face. Gu Jia sobbed, Sister, don't leave. Just as Gu Qinan was about to forcibly separate them, Yuan Qing gently took out a tissue to wipe her face. Xiao Jia, don't cry. I will accompany you to the amusement park tomorrow, okay? Gu Jia looked up at her brother. Gu Qinan, seeing her tear-streaked face, softened his tone. All right, we'll go to the amusement park tomorrow. Gu Jia then broke into a smile. You are the best, brother. Yuan Qing had believed that it was merely Shun Yin's driver coming to fetch her, as he had been preoccupied with a competitive land deal in the southern city. Shun Yin appeared somewhat weary, with faint dark circles under his eyes, indicating a sleepless night. Xinyan, why are you here? Yuan Qing asked, wrapping her arms around his. To pick you up, he replied, smiling as he ruffled her hair. She gazed at him with concern, noticing the bloodshot in his eyes. But aren't you busy? Nothing is more important than you, he said, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes revealing a tenderness he was unaware of. Shun Yin wrapped an arm around her, allowing her to lean against him as he closed his eyes to rest. Yuan Qing, nestled in his embrace, scrolled through her phone. The company was gaining some recognition, efficiently managed by Qiu Yaojia, and she was earning money merely by being present. Chapter 182. The President's Cuscuta Yao Yao, I'm back. I'll come see you tonight. While handling documents of the company, Qiu Yaojia glanced at her phone when it lit up, recognizing Yuan's message. She quickly set down the paperwork, unlocked her phone. and replied almost instantly, "Great." Shortly after, Yuan Qinghe received a response. Sitting on the sofa in the dim light, Yuan Qinghe was surrounded by many stylish young men of various styles. Qiu Yaojia pushed the door open, momentarily taken aback by the sight. "What are you all doing here?" Yuan Qinghe cleared her throat, and all the handsome men gathered around her, offering water and fruit. Qiu Yaojia pushed aside a boy in a white shirt, resembling a cute puppy who was trying to get close to her. "Don't you like them? Or do you think they're unclean?" "Don't worry, they're all clean." Yuan Qinghe assumed that Qiu Yaojia wanted to relax after the exhausting task of managing the company. Shaking her head, Qiu Yaojia said, "I just want to be with you." "Then I'll keep you company for drinks," Yuan Qinghe offered. Yuan Qinghe waved her hand, and the men retreated from the private room, leaving only the two of them behind. Qiu Yaojia opened a bottle of champagne and poured a small glass for her. Yuan Qinghe, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, took just a sip. Qiu Yaojia noticed this and offered her a piece of fruit, asking if she didn't like it. The soothing music in the room created an atmosphere that felt far removed from a bar. Qiu Yaojia remained silent, focusing on her drink. "Yao Yao, you should drink less," Yuan Qinghe remarked, observing her friend consuming too much. Qiu Yaojia, already slightly intoxicated, squinted her eyes and said, "I am very happy with you, Yuan Yuan." Yuan Qinghe smiled and replied, "I feel the same. We have plenty of time ahead." Qiu Yaojia's gaze flickered, and she did not respond. It was likely that she had to leave soon to deal with pressing matters at home. When Qiu Yaojia awoke, her arm was pinned down and her head throbbed painfully. She propped herself up to find Yuan Qinghe's half-sleeping form leaning on her. Gently, she shifted her friend aside and covered her with a blanket. Having no recollection of how they returned home in their drunken state, Qiu Yaojia washed up and proceeded to prepare breakfast. After finishing, she went to call Yuan Qinghe, playfully pinching her cheek, urging her to rise and have breakfast. Yuan Qinghe rubbed her eyes. She had taken Yao Yao home the previous night, but had struggled to sleep, watching several episodes of a drama before finally dozing off. Still groggy, she followed Yao Yao to the table. After washing her face, she felt a bit more awake. Gazing at the sumptuous breakfast spread before her, she felt her mouth water at the enticing aroma. Observing her friend's eager expression, Qiu Yaojia handed her a pair of chopsticks, urging her to eat. Yuan Qinghe eagerly accepted the chopsticks and sat down, almost burying her face in the bowl. The noodles were delightfully chewy, sprinkled with a layer of chopped green onions, releasing a fragrant scent that made her stomach growl. "Yao Yao, your cooking skills are exceptional," she complimented between bites. Qiu Yaojia poured her a glass of warm water, advising her to eat slowly. With a moment to spare, Yuan Qinghe inquired, "Yao Yao, how is everything at the company now? The star you found, Shao Qi, has brought a tremendous influx of traffic. Our daily orders are overflowing," Qiu Yaojia replied. Yuan Qinghe casually shifted the topic, noting, "I think you've lost weight. You should eat more." After breakfast, Yuan Qinghe rubbed her round belly, feeling a bit uncomfortable from overeating. Qiu Yaojia noticed her friend's pallor and asked if she had overindulged. With a pout, Yuan Qinghe admitted, "My stomach feels so uncomfortable." Qiu Yaojia's gaze fell on the remnants of the breakfast spread, after consuming 2 pieces of bread, a bottle of milk, and a bowl of noodles. It was no wonder she felt bloated. "Shall we go for a walk?" Qiu Yaojia suggested. Yuan Qinghe, reluctant to move, countered with her reasoning, "I just finished eating. I can't exercise right now, or my stomach will hurt more. I'd prefer to lie down and rest." Fearing that Qiu Yaojia would refuse, she tugged at her sleeve, pleading, "Please?" With a heart softened by her friend's sincerity, Qiu Yaojia relented. "All right, you can rest for a while before we go for a walk." Although slightly disappointed about not being able to lie down, Yuan Qinghe quickly made her way to the rocking chair. As she curled up and played on her phone, Qiu Yaojia immersed herself in her book, creating a serene tableau of peaceful coexistence. After a brief rest, Qiu Yaojia persuaded her nearly limp friend to accompany her for a stroll. Nearby, a park was alive with the morning energy of elderly gentlemen practicing Bat Duan Jin and Tai Chi, while some grandmothers chatted beside the exercise equipment. The sun had yet to rise, and Yuan Qinghe felt a chill. She rubbed her arms, and in the next moment, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders. "I'm actually not that cold," she remarked. Xiao Yaojia stretched her body, retorting, if you're not cold, then it must be me. Oh. Yuan Qinghe slipped into the coat and felt warmer. I'm going for a run, she declared, but before she could finish, Yuan Qinghe interjected, I want to join you. I'll just wander around. Xiao Yaojia glanced at her and agreed. The area was adorned with an array of unfamiliar blossoms, alongside a crooked tree that piqued Yuan Qinghe's interest, prompting her to snap a photo and share it on her social media. As noon approached, Xiao Yaojia had to leave due to work commitments at the company. Yuan Qinghe returned home to change her clothes and headed to the amusement park in the afternoon. Before the amusement park, Gu Qingnan donned a casual outfit, appearing more approachable. Gu Jiejia was indulging in a rabbit-shaped cotton candy, gradually tearing it apart. Jiejia, Yuan Qinghe called as she approached. Gu Jiejia, excited, rushed over and hugged her tightly. Gu Qingnan, concerned about the cotton candy staining Yuan Qinghe's outfit, gently pulled her away, responding to the little girl's discontented look. Your sister's dress might get dirty from your candy. Gu Jiejia pouted, her expression adorably discontent. Yuan Qinghe took her tiny hand, saying, let us go. Instantly, Gu Jiejia's mood brightened, delighted that the pretty sister was holding her hand. Gu Qingnan handed Yuan Qinghe another cotton candy, saying, I bought one for you too. Yuan Qinghe held the cotton candy in one hand while holding Gu Jiejia's hand in the other. Gu Qingnan followed behind, capturing moments of them riding the carousel. Yuan Qinghe asked a stranger to take a photo of them, and the passerby enthusiastically obliged, commenting on their family's striking looks. Your genes are remarkable. The child is adorable. Yuan Qinghe explained, we are friends. Thank you, she said as she accepted her phone back. The amusement park was set to host a grand fireworks show in the evening, drawing crowds to gather in front of the castle. As the countdown concluded, fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a myriad of dazzling colors. Gu Jiejia bounced with excitement, exclaiming, sister, look at the fireworks. Yuan Qinghe gazed upwards, her pure eyes reflecting the vibrant display above. Gu Qingnan found himself captivated, only snapping back to reality when reminded to watch the fireworks, hastily averting his gaze. Yuan Qinghe stayed out late, enjoying the festivities before returning home. The living room was brightly lit, and Shun Yin awaited her arrival. Yuan Qinghe approached him, her lips curling into a smile as she asked, were you waiting for me? Shun Yan's expression shifted, his fists clenching and then relaxing, yet he refrained from asking about the man who had brought her home. How was your day? He inquired. It was quite enjoyable, Yuan Qinghe replied, leaning against him. What's wrong? Nothing, just go to sleep, Shun Yan said, guiding her back to her room. This time, he did not hold her as they drifted off to sleep. Yuan Qinghe, unfazed, felt content in her independence, recognizing that she could thrive without being his lover. As she now possessed wealth and beauty, she fell into a peaceful slumber. Shun Yan, illuminated by the soft moonlight, watched her. Despite his indifference, his heart ached inexplicably, as if someone were slowly carving it open with a knife. Restless, he got up and left. Unaware, Yuan Qinghe slept soundly. Sitting in a chair, Shun Yan gazed at the portrait in his hands, depicting a girl in a pink dress, her smile sweet and reminiscent of Yuan Qinghe from a previous world. 001, astonished, stared at the male lead, trembling as it awakened Yuan Qinghe, exclaiming, oh my host, wake up quickly. Disturbed from her dreams, Yuan Qinghe was irked. Her voice calm, yet laced with a cold smile, you better have a reason for waking me. 001 trembled. The male lead has a portrait of you from your previous world. It's speculated if it was yet another instance of a past male lead making a deal with the heavens. 001 pondered the peculiar nature of human love, questioning why one would sacrifice their soul just for a fleeting glance at the host, especially when the host had never reciprocated such feelings. Yuan Qinghe frowned, noticing the absence of the person beside her bed. Stop your wailing. 001 immediately silenced itself. To its surprise, the host lay back down to sleep, leaving 001 apprehensively waiting for morning to arrive. Shun Yin has already gone to the company. Yuan Qinghe, dressed in slippers, inquired while walking, where is Shun Yan's portrait? In a cabinet in the study, replied 001, who was anxiously noting that the host had finally risen. This is absurd. How could the male lead possess a portrait of you from the previous world? Yuan Qinghe made her way to the study, where she found her own portrait in a cabinet, depicting her youthful visage from her last life. She scrutinized it carefully, recognizing the scene as reminiscent of her final encounter with Wenjiang. It must have been seen accidentally, and the observer happened to be Shen Yin, an amusing coincidence indeed. With a newfound understanding, Yuan Qinghe calmly returned the portrait to its place. Why does the host have this portrait? 001 inquired, observing her demeanor. Yuan Qinghe pretended to cough a few times, and despite 001's eager anticipation, she shook her head, refusing to disclose anything. 001's face fell at once, prompting Yuan Qinghe to burst into laughter. After tidying up, Yuan Qinghe headed to the company. The office now appeared quite polished, and Qiu Yaojia was already waiting at the entrance to greet her. "Hello, boss." A young girl approached, handing a document to Qiu Yaojia. Once they had moved a distance away, the girl excitedly embraced her friends, exclaiming, "Oh my, I heard that the person beside President Qiu is our boss. She is so beautiful." Throughout the journey, Yuan Qinghe received numerous greetings from passers-by. Upon arriving at the office, she finally relaxed and unceremoniously settled onto the sofa. Qiu Yaojia placed her favorite snacks and fruits on the table, saying, "Enjoy yourself. I need to handle some work." Although she claimed to be there for an inspection, Yuan Qinghe was merely seeking a change of scenery while occasionally teasing Qiu Yaojia, who was diligently working. Gazing out of the window, she enjoyed the view of the sprawling cityscape below. By noon, a handsome young man entered, presenting a collaboration document from the CG company. "President Qiu, you must remember to eat even amidst your busy schedule. Otherwise, you'll suffer from stomach pains," he cautioned. Without looking up, Qiu Yaojia replied, "I know, you may leave now." Yuan Qinghe emerged from the lounge, stating, "Let's go have lunch. I'm hungry." Qiu Yaojia set down her documents. "All right." The young man, who hadn't exited yet, was taken aback, unaware that someone else was present. "Who is this?" Yuan Qinghe inquired. The vice president of the company, Qiu Yaojia, introduced, "This is our boss." Knowing that she would eventually leave, Qiu Yaojia had sought a successor, fearing that Yuan Qinghe might be overwhelmed alone, as she seldom visited the company and most employees did not recognize her. The young man nodded and respectfully extended his hand, saying, "Hello, boss. I am Chunyu." Yuan Qinghe shook his hand and asked, "Would you like to join us for lunch?" Chunyu shook his head. "I'll pass." Not pushing further, Yuan Qinghe linked arms with Qiu Yaojia, saying, "Let us go." After their meal, Qiu Yaojia had to return to work. Yuan Qinghe hugged her, saying, "Goodbye, Yao Yao." Qiu Yaojia gently patted her back, feeling a bit reluctant. "Be safe on your way home." She called a cab for Yuan Qinghe, who turned down a street leading to an upscale neighborhood. Xiaoqi was already waiting at the entrance. As Xiaoqi approached and took her hand, Yuan Qinghe glanced around, asking, "Aren't you afraid of paparazzi? I entered the entertainment industry for you. I wish the whole world knew of my affection for you," Xiaoqi replied, his gaze deep and captivating. Yuan Qinghe shifted her focus to the trees nearby, saying, "Xiaoqi, I don't like you. I'm sorry." Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Xiaoqi smiled. "That's all right. I will always cherish my feelings for you. Don't feel uncomfortable. I remain your best friend." Hearing this, Yuan Qinghe smiled back. Xiaoqi's home was immaculate, with the windows open, allowing a gentle breeze to billow the white curtains. Yuan Qinghe's attention was drawn to a framed photograph hanging centrally on the wall. It depicted a young boy holding hands with a young girl. She recalled this as the only picture they had taken together at the orphanage. "Let us take another photo," Yuan Qinghe suggested suddenly. Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled. "Sure. Let us go tomorrow." Yuan Qinghe paused, asking, "Do you have plans tomorrow?" "I'm free anytime," Xiaoqi replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Would you like to play a game?" he asked, shaking a gaming console. Yuan Qinghe considered for a moment. I don't know how. Although she had played before, she had always lost, so she was reluctant to try again. "I'll teach you," he offered. Yuan Qinghe turned her head. "I decline." Xiaoqi handed her the TV remote, then just watched TV. Yuan Qinghe switched to a popular drama and began to watch. As she became engrossed in the show, Xiaoqi went to the kitchen to prepare some fruit. However, Yuan Qinghe was too captivated by the drama to pay attention to the fruit. Xiaoqi eventually set aside his script and fed her pieces of fruit, one after another. As night fell, Xiaoqi pushed a shopping cart while Qing He eagerly selected her favorite snacks. Eventually, Xiaoqi emerged from the supermarket carrying an assortment of bags. Qing He, holding a bag of chips, felt a bit embarrassed. "Shall I help you carry something?" she offered, reaching out. "I can manage," Xiaoqi said, avoiding her hand and handing her a bottle of milk. "Are you thirsty? Have some milk." Qing He had not intended to carry anything, so she relented. "All right." Their home was not far from the supermarket, just a 10-minute walk. "Host, there are paparazzi nearby," 001 reminded. "Xiaoqi, thank you," Qing He called out, stopping him. As he turned, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek. A man in a baseball cap, witnessing the moment, excitedly captured it on camera. He had been waiting for ages to snap a photo of Xiaoqi with a romantic interest, and today, he finally saw the moment unfold. Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with various emotions, ultimately coalescing into profound affection, and he smiled, saying, "What do you mean by thank you?" Upon returning home, Xiaoqi went to the kitchen to wash vegetables. When he emerged, he found Qing He staring blankly at the television. So he turned to fetch some items from his room. "Here, play with this," he said, worried she might be bored, handing her a set of building blocks. "Okay," Qing He replied, accepting the blocks. However, she struggled with the instructions, taking quite a while before starting to assemble them. When Xiaoqi finished cooking and called her to eat, she hastily abandoned the perplexing blocks. While they were having dinner, Xiaoqi's phone suddenly rang. Frowning, he saw it was his agent calling and answered. "What's wrong?" "Check the trending topics," the agent replied. Xiaoqi glanced at the trending list, where the first item was the revelation of his relationship. Upon clicking, he discovered pictures of himself with Qing He. Scrolling through the comments, he found them filled with insults directed at Qing He. "What's wrong?" Qing He asked, noticing his serious expression. "It's nothing. Just eat your meal." "I need to handle something," he replied, stepping into the room to call his agent. "No matter what, we must suppress this issue for now. What is going on between you and that 18th-tier actress? I like her. I don't want this public uproar to harm her," Xiaoqi stated. There was a long silence on the other end. "What about your future?" "As long as she is fine," Xiaoqi replied. After hanging up, he turned to leave, only to see someone standing at the door. "Xiaoqi, let us be together," she urged. Xiaoqi was taken aback. "Really? Are you serious?" Will you be my boyfriend?" Xiaoqi embraced her fervently, declaring his willingness. Following the official announcement of their romantic relationship, a wave of excitement erupted among his fans. He penned a lengthy message, recounting their shared experiences that began in the welfare institution. Many were moved by the rarity of their love, transforming public sentiment from initial criticism to heartfelt blessings. Xiaoqi had never been embroiled in scandal and had chosen only scripts devoid of romantic entanglements, earning him a reputation as a commendable male star in the entertainment industry. However, numerous fans found it difficult to accept that their long-admired star had entered into a relationship, leading some to turn their affection into disdain. Xiaoqi escorted her home, where Xian had been waiting in the living room for an extended period. Upon seeing him, Qing He felt no surprise. Xian, suppressing his simmering anger, restrained his emotions and inquired about the trending topic. With a cold demeanor, Qing He expressed her apologies, stating, "This is my issue. Let us terminate our contract." Xian's dark eyes narrowed, insisting that if she ended her relationship with the actor, he would act as though nothing had transpired. The contract could be unilaterally dissolved, and Qing He handed him the already signed document, declaring her desire to no longer be his lover. Xian had indeed been an exemplary benefactor, generous, respectful, and devoid of frivolous affairs. Nevertheless, she did not wish to be someone else's hidden lover for life. "I can marry you," Xian blurted out. Qing He placed the contract on the table, responding, "As an orphan, I am unworthy of you, and even if you desire it, your family would not approve." Xian's gaze remained fixed upon her. "Do you like me?" he asked. "I'm sorry. I must take my leave," she replied, turning to depart. Having received his answer, Xian chose not to retain her. He too had his pride. As he watched her silhouette gradually fade from view, a sense of loss enveloped him. Xie Wusu, upon discovering the trending topic, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly dialed her number. Are you with Xiaoqi? Yes. Do you truly like him? Does it matter? Yuan Qinghe responded, revealing that she had no affection for anyone and was merely seeking to distance herself from Xinyan. Where are you? I'll come find you. Yuan Qinghe glanced at the darkened road and decisively provided her location. All right, I will come to fetch you. Xinyan waited for a considerable time, during which a small cat approached him, affectionately nudging against him and exposing its soft belly. This was her cat. Xinyan lifted the feline onto his lap, gently stroking its head. The cat, sociable by nature, purred contentedly. Xinyan summoned the driver, instructing him to escort Missa. Understood. A striking red sports car halted before him. Shivutu emerged from the driver's seat and opened the door for her. The driver gazed at the departing vehicle, then returned to his duties. Xinyan settled back onto the sofa, petting the cat, yet his attention remained fixed on the entrance. The driver soon returned. How'd you come back so quickly? Missin has been taken away by the young master of the Shear family, the driver replied, bowing respectfully. Xinyan paused in his petting. Very well, you may leave. The cat, puzzled by its owner's sudden withdrawal of affection, licks in his hand. He set it back down on the floor. It's merely a lover. Xinyan suppressed his inner turmoil. Throughout the journey, Xie Wusu chattered incessantly. Sister, I haven't seen you in ages. Do you miss me? Why are you with Xiaoqi? I'm more handsome and vigorous than he is. Can't you like me? Yanqing, unable to tolerate his incessant prattle, covered her ears and shouted, Be quiet. Stop the car. I want to get out. I promise I won't speak again, Xu Su replied, clamping his mouth shut and turning to face her. Yanqing pushed his head back into position, instructing him to drive properly and not look at her. When they arrived at a hotel, Xu implored, Sister, don't stay in a hotel. Come stay at my house. Yanqing disregarded his words and booked a room at the front desk, taking the key card and departing. Xie Wusu followed closely behind. Yanqing, feeling exasperated, turned around and said, Leave me alone. With tear-filled eyes, he pleaded, Sister, I don't want to go. Ignoring him, she entered the elevator and pressed the button for her floor, with Xie Wusu trailing her inside. Sister, don't ignore me. Break up with Xiaoqi and be with me instead. Yanqing hastened her steps into her room, slamming the door behind her, effectively silencing him. At last, the world fell silent. Shouzu nearly collided with the door, rubbing his nose in resignation. He dared not annoy her further. He opted to book a room on the floor below, adjacent to Yanqing's. Yanqing fell into a deep slumber until dawn. A knock on her door stirred her awake. Upon opening it and seeing she almost shut it again, but he propped it open with his hand and presented her with breakfast he had bought early that morning. Standing patiently outside, Yanqing hesitated but ultimately accepted the meal, promptly closing the door again. Feeling dejected, Xie Wusu turned to leave. Come in. Let's eat together, Yanqing called out, opening the door once more. Sure, he replied, a smile brightening his face. Sister must like me a little, right? As Yanqing ate her breakfast, Xie Wusu unceremoniously sat beside her, his gaze fixated on her. She stuffed a bun into his mouth, admonishing, Don't look at me. With his mouth full, he could only mumble in response. Yanqing playfully pinched his soft cheeks, leaving red imprints when she released him. Tears welled in Xi's eyes as he covered his face. Poor thing, Yanqing teased, although her eyes sparkled with laughter. Undeterred, he leaned closer, suggesting, Sister, you can pinch me again if you wish. Yanqing, charmed by his twinkling eyes, smiled softly. Suddenly, a gentle warmth pressed against his cheek, causing his face to flush crimson like a ripe tomato. It had been ages since she had kissed him. The faint scent lingered on her skin, with that, leaving him dizzy. Sister, kiss me again, he implored. Yanqing, amused by his intoxicated demeanor, leaned in and pecked the corner of his lips again. Do you like me that much? Yes. Super, incredibly like, he exclaimed, nodding vigorously. But I have a boyfriend now, she replied, resting her chin on her hand, a teasing smile playing on her lips. I can be your lover, he offered, glancing at her apprehensively. Yanqing placed her finger on his lips, winking, but you must keep it a secret. With his mouth sealed, he could only emit a muffled sound of agreement. The red sports car cruised down the road, other vehicles instinctively steering clear, wary of colliding with such a valuable automobile. Upon reaching the community entrance, Qing He alighted from a car. Turning back, she noticed Xiao gazing at her with reluctance. He misinterpreted her glance as an invitation to kiss and leaned in eagerly. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his forehead. Qing He playfully tapped his head and turned to leave. Rubbing his forehead, he watched her retreating figure, a goofy smile plastered on his face. As Qing He reached the door, she noticed it ajar, mumbling to herself about why Yao Yao had not closed it. Upon opening the door, she was met by several tall men clad in black suits. Chu Yaojia stood by the window, engaged in a phone call. Qing He froze momentarily, waiting for her to finish. A pang of bitterness surged within her. Before Chu Yaojia could speak, she asked, "Are you leaving?" Chu Yaojia instructed the men, "You may go now." After they exited, she turned to Qing He and stated, "I must return. There are many matters awaiting my attention in the family. Will you come back?" Qing He inquired, looking up at her. She understood that one Yaojia would depart, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. What she left her own company? Qing He pondered, feeling somewhat distressed. "She will," Chu Yaojia reassured her, embracing her. "I have arranged for someone capable to take my place. He will help you manage the company's affairs." Chu Yaojia gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I will miss you." On the surface, Qing He remained composed, but internally she felt a sense of relief. She merely wished to save her life, leaving the burdensome tasks to those who were meant to handle them. Time passed swiftly, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. After Chu Yaojia's departure, the company experienced a period of chaos, but fortunately, Qing He managed to stabilize the situation and propel the company forward. Following the dissolution of her relationship with Shen Yan, her life returned to tranquility. In her leisure time, she traveled with Xiao Qi and playfully teased Xiao Si. However, this serene existence was shattered when Qing He found herself caught between two relationships. Once again, Qing He found herself in the spotlight. This time, a deluge of negative comments flooded her private messages. The long-absent Feijia observed Qing He lounging leisurely on the sofa, wearing a face mask, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around her. "What do you plan to do?" she inquired. Qing He smoothed out the wrinkles of her mask and replied, "I'll simply carry on as I am." "What? Are you saying you won't care?" "These matters are real. I am indeed straddling two relationships." Feijia was at a loss for words. All she could do was caution her to be wary of extreme fans. "Please ensure your safety. Xiao Qi's fans are currently in a state of fury. It would be wise to have a bodyguard by your side." Qing He removed her mask, revealing her fair and delicate face. "Thank you, Feijia." Feijia was momentarily dazzled by her radiant complexion, and it was undeniable that Qing He was the most beautiful person she had ever encountered. "I'll take my leave now." Qing He stood and escorted Feijia to the door. "No need to see me off." Feijia waved her hand dismissively. After Peiyani departed, a figure clad in black, wearing a cap and entirely wrapped up, stealthily approached Qing He's door and knocked. Xiao Qi called, confirming their meeting time. In the afternoon, Qing had changed her outfit and headed to the agreed location. The restaurant was discreet, and her arrival did not attract much attention. Upon entering the private room, she found Xiao Qi, who had been waiting for an indeterminate amount of time. He glanced over with an indifferent expression upon hearing her approach. Qing He met his gaze without hesitation, walking over to sit opposite him. "You know about that incident?" she stated directly. Xiao Qi unwrapped his chopsticks, lowering his head without looking at her. "Let's eat first." "I don't want to eat. If we need to clarify things, let's do it quickly." Her voice, neither loud nor soft, resonated clearly in his ears. Xiao Qi's brows furrowed in suppressed anger. "Don't you think you are in the wrong? Are we breaking up?" Qing He fixed her gaze upon him. Xiao Qi clenched his fists beneath the table, and when he looked up again, his eyes were tinged with red. "As long as you are not with Xiao Si, I will treat this as if nothing occurred." Upon hearing his words, Qing He felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, your words are remarkably similar to Xinyan's." Leaning back in her chair, she declared, "Let's break up. I am tired of being with you." She stood, preparing to leave. In a sudden motion, Xiao Qi pulled her into his embrace, lowering his head to grasp her chin and kissed her forcefully. This was not merely a kiss. It was fueled by his burning anger, lacking any restraint. Qing He found it difficult to breathe and bit his lip in retaliation. The metallic taste of blood spread in her mouth, yet he refused to release her, continuing to kiss her fervently. Qing He let out a muffled whimper, a tear trickling down to land on Xiaoqi's hand. Slowly he retreated, resting his forehead against hers. Leave Xiaoqi, and I can pretend nothing ever happened. Qing He pushed him away. Xiaoqi, you know I have never liked you. I have been using you all along. She closed the door behind her, leaving Xiaoqi alone in the room. His back bent under the weight of despair, and though his face was hidden, the profound sadness was palpable. He remained in that position for an extended period. Qing He did not anticipate being intercepted as soon as she exited the restaurant. A tall, robust figure politely bowed. Madam Xie, please come with me. Qing He glanced at the luxury car nearby and nodded. Inside the vehicle, the elderly Madam Xie, despite her age, exuded an air of calmness. With her eyes closed, she spoke. Miss Yuan, I have long heard of your reputation. What business does Madam Xie have with me? Madam Xie opened her eyes, revealing slightly cloudy yet piercing eyes. I understand Wu Si is very fond of you, but as an orphan, even if I permitted you to marry into our family, the others would not agree. So you wish for me to leave Xie Wu Si? Madam Xie produced a check from her bag. Here is 50 million. I trust the rest goes without saying. Qing He accepted the check, thinking that 50 million for a slight favor was a worthy exchange. A smile graced her lips. I assure you I will no longer have any private contact with Xie Wu Si. Madam Xie, I hope we can collaborate. The two remained in the car for a while, and as Madam Xie watched Qing He depart, a trace of amusement flickered in her eyes. Ambitious indeed, but lacking in family background. Otherwise, Wu Si and she would make a fine match. Qing He reached home late, as she fumbled for her keys and stepped inside. The next moment, a cold dagger was pressed against her neck. A voice behind her, deliberately lowered, commanded, "Go inside without any funny business. Otherwise, I will end you right now." Taking a deep breath, Qing He complied and walked inside. Seizing the opportunity when the assailant was distracted, she elbowed their arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Reacting swiftly, she yanked off the assailant's hat, revealing a somewhat attractive face twisted in rage. You won't have a good end. With a glint of steel, the attacker produced another knife. Qing He froze, her body paralyzed as she watched the blade draw nearer. The woman screamed in terror. Autumn Yao Jia kicked the knife from the woman's grasp, swiftly twisting her wrist. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the attacker cried out in pain. Are you all right? Autumn Yao Jia rushed over to check for injuries. Qing He bit her lip, her face pale, clearly shaken. I'm Fine. Autumn Yao Jia instructed her bodyguard. Take this person to the police station. Understood, he replied, leading the assailant away. Autumn Yao Jia turned to Qing He, whose complexion was still ashen with fear. With a sigh, she gently patted her head in comfort. Qing He looked up at her, wrapping her arms around her waist. You nearly scared me to death just now. After a while, leaning against the back of the sofa with one leg crossed, she mused, everyone seems to like me, and Xiaoqi has brought me fame, while Xie Wu Si has introduced me to Madam Xie's connections. She crunched on chips, reflecting. Who could have predicted it would all go awry? Autumn Yao Jia chuckled at her distress. Oh, is that so? Qing He found her response too nonchalant, pouting. Do you think I was wrong in my actions? Autumn Yao Jia met her gaze. No, being selfish is not inherently bad. She pinched Qing He's cheek. Yet, such actions easily invite moral condemnation, leading you into precarious situations. What Autumn Yao Jia implied was self-evident. Had she not intervened today, Qing He might have been harmed by Xiaoqi's enraged fans. Qing He lowered her head in contemplation and realized what she ought to do. Seek Yao Yao's assistance. That evening, news of her near assassination surged to trending status at an alarming rate. Some claimed she deserved it, while others felt it was a matter unworthy of excessive debate. However, Qing He achieved the desired effect, bringing an end to a game propelled by Qiu Yaojia. She blinked her sore eyes and set aside her phone, deciding not to engage further. I will stay here with you today, she said. Yet, Qiu Yaojia understood that she could not be present at all times. Shall I help you find some bodyguards? She offered. Qing He yawned and replied, no need. In a few days, Bodyguards will come to us. I will head over right away, Qiu Yaojia stated as she hung up a call from her secretary. I have some matters at the company to attend to, so I must leave. Frowning, Qiu Yaojia added, Are you sure you'll be fine alone? Yuanqing interrupted, I am fine. Go take care of your business. Since just assuming control of the company, Qiu Yaojia had to oversee everything personally. Yuanqing He chose not to sit on the sofa, but instead settled on the carpet, watching the television series in which she starred. Although her role was minor, she skipped ahead to see her scenes. As rain began to fall outside, the droplets tapped against the glass. The rain intensified, prompting Yuanqing He to approach the window for a glance. The small trees swayed in the wind and rain. She murmured softly, Isn't this rain too heavy? The sky appeared ominously dark, as if it might collapse at any moment, evoking a feeling akin to the apocalypse, causing Yuanqing He's thoughts to drift. It was not until a knock at the door startled her that she thought she had misheard, redirecting her gaze to the television. Another knock rang out. She walked over to check the peephole, pursed her lips, and opened the door. Upon seeing her unharmed, Xiaoqi's anxious heart finally settled. Chapter 192, The President's Couscous Flower. His heart had nearly stopped when he saw the trending topic. Fortunately, she was safe. Xiaoqi yearned to embrace her, but hesitated, retracting his hand due to his soaked clothes. Come in, Yuanqing He said, stepping aside to allow him entry. She fetched a towel for him to dry off. Xiaoqi wiped his hair, which hung limply over his eyes, looking somewhat disheveled. Once the rain stops, you should head out, Yuanqing He stated expressionlessly, turning to return to her room. Xiaoqi grasped her wrist, saying, I'm sorry. Please don't leave me. He felt that even if he were to be unfaithful, it was acceptable as long as Qing He remained safe. Yuanqing He's gaze was cold as she retorted, Do you still have feelings for me? She pierced directly into his heart, adding, Then you must accept that I may stray. With red-rimmed eyes, Xiaoqi, though pained, replied fine. This response astonished Yuanqing He. However, love is an enigmatic force, and tolerating for love's sake is not without merit. Yuanqing He had been loved by many, yet had never loved anyone in return. After uttering those words, Xiaoqi felt as if his strength had been drained, his heart aching intensely. For her sake, he would relinquish all pride. With his body tense, he gazed at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Yuanqing He sighed silently within, embracing Xiaoqi, both of their clothes now soaked. He held her tightly, a reunion after loss. Clothes lay scattered across the floor, revealing her delicate arms. The thick, opaque curtains shielded them from the glaring sunlight outside. Xiaoqi's back bore several red scratches. He gazed tenderly at her serene, sleeping face, planting a gentle kiss upon it. Suddenly, a phone rang, waking Yuanqing He. Frowning, she picked it up. Pei Yani informed her of a reversal in public opinion. You must see the trending topic, she urged. What charm does this 18th-tier actress possess to be adored by two handsome suitors? Yuanqing He clicked through, revealing two screenshots. The first was a Weibo post from Xia Wuxi. I like Sister Yuan. I have relentlessly pursued her. She is not at fault. The second was from Xiaoqi. We are childhood friends from the same orphanage. Due to certain circumstances, we were separated for over a decade. Now that I have found her, all I desire is to be with her. Please do not dwell on this matter. If anyone insults her in my comments, I will block them. Two factions clashed, one praising Yuanqing He's allure, the other condemning her for her moral failings. Oh my, I wish she would publish a guidebook. One remarked, someone like her deserves to face consequences for her infidelity. Another chimed in, the upstairs neighbor still lives in the Qing dynasty. The parties involved are indifferent. Who are you to comment? It was their affair, and I believe no one has the right to speak on it. I quietly enjoy the spectacle without passing judgment. A woman like her, straddling two boats, is shameless. Male actors face no consequences, yet female actors are vilified despite not breaking any laws. Yuanqing He scrolled through a few more posts before setting her phone down. Concerned for her mood, Xiaoqi suggested, Shall we go on a trip? In truth, Yuanqing He found little concern in the matter. She was rather amused. Her life was her own, and the opinions of those online could not affect her reality. Yuanqing He considered herself merely a fox spirit, devoid of moral constraints. She felt no guilt for her actions. Chapter 193, The President's Couscous Flower. Xiaoqi, bare-chested and adorned with a cartoon apron, prepared breakfast in the kitchen, looking both ridiculous and amusing, relying solely on his handsome face. Yuan Qing He, with her legs crossed, admired his well-defined physique. A loud knock echoed at the door. Yuan Qing He went to answer it, but before she could see who it was, she was enveloped in an embrace. "Sister, are you all right? That Xiaoqi, you mustn't be with him. He nearly harmed you," Xia Wuxi blurted out. Xiaoqi, holding a spatula, glared at the two embracing figures. "Ah, young master Xia has arrived." Xia Wuxi froze, raising his eyes to see Xiaoqi standing a short distance away. The three sat in silence on the sofa, none daring to speak. Yuan Qing He broke the peculiar tension, stating, "I'm quite hungry. May I eat breakfast first?" The aroma of breakfast wafted from the table, making Yuan Qing He's stomach growl. "If I don't eat the noodles soon, they will clump together," she added. Xiaoqi took her hand, leading her to the table. Xia Wuxi was completely disregarded, gritting his teeth as he followed. The battlefield without gunpowder shifted to the dining table, where only Yuan Qing He diligently savored her noodles. Xiaoqi barely touched his chopsticks. Their eyes met, both filled with unspoken tension. Yuan Qing He finished most of her bowl. Observing the rivalry between the two, she declared, "I will take my leave." "No way," they both replied in unison, with Xia Wuxi casting a glare at Xiaoqi. "Sister, let us go watch a movie today. A new film recently released is supposed to be fantastic." Xia Wuxi produced 2 movie tickets, exclaiming, "I've already bought them." "Xiaoqi, I want a drink. Would you go fetch one for me?" Xiaoqi hesitated, gazing at her for a long moment before finally responding, "All right." Xia Wuxi scoffed. "Sister clearly still prefers him." "Sister, are you intentionally trying to leave him behind to go to the movies with me?" Xia Wuxi asked, hugging her and rubbing his head against her neck. Yuan Qing He pushed him away. Xia Wuxi appeared momentarily stunned. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't come looking for me anymore." Xia Wuxi's mouth twitched, but he failed to smile. "Sister is joking, right? Let's go watch a movie." He reached out to grasp her hand. Yuan Qing He, visibly annoyed, dodged his attempt. "Why are you like a sticky plaster? Can't you keep your distance?" Xia Wuxi's eyes turned red. "Sister, please don't be like this. Did I do something wrong? I can change. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that I don't like you." Xia Wuxi attempted to embrace her once more, but Yuan Qing He raised her hand and struck him across the face. With a cold demeanor, Yuan Qing He regarded him, urging Xia Wuxi to preserve some dignity and refrain from disgraceful actions. He gazed intently at her, seemingly trying to decipher something from her expression, warning her not to harbor regrets. After he departed, the living room fell silent. Yuan Qing He exhaled, patting her chest, relieved that Xia Leo Taitai was unaware of the incident. Thankfully, her professional ethics kept her conscience clear, even if the old lady were to discover the truth. As fate would have it, a phone call arrived moments later. "I heard Xia Wuxi visited you," Xia Leo Taitai remarked, her information network impressively swift. "If you continue like this, we need not." Yuan Qing He swiftly interrupted. "I merely sought to clarify matters face to face. He has already left. It is best that way." Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqi entered. "I brought you your favorite strawberry milk." Yuan Qing He nodded, but did not reach for it. "You must be heading to shoot soon. I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave." Chapter 194. The CEO's Cuscuta. Xiaoqi regarded the bottle of milk, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Has Xiaoqi's arrived?" Yuan Qing He inquired within her mind. "He learned of your near brush with death and rushed over, currently staying at a hotel not far from you." 001 confirmed. "He is indeed nearby, and there is a group of reporters lying in wait ahead." Xiaoqi's, after a long absence, finally beheld her. Now aware of her residence, the trouble she faced, and her true name, he focused intently on the slender silhouette in the distance. "Miss Yuan, are you truly as promiscuous as the online rumors suggest?" A dozen cameras were trained on Yuan Qing He, who found herself encircled. Yet, she displayed no timidity, offering a light laugh while meeting the questioner's gaze. Indeed, the questioner shrank back under her piercing stare as others pressed forward. "Miss Yuan, are you truly leading a double life? Are you involved with them?" The audacious and disrespectful inquiry rendered the crowd breathless. Some wished to witness her humiliation, while others felt pity but remained silent. Xiao Shiai's forcefully pushed through the throng, enveloping Yuan Qing He in his protective embrace. Though her expression remained frosty, a smile lingered at her lips, sending a chill down other spines. "Are you all right?" Xiao Shiai's asked, concern etched on his face as he surveyed the questioner, whose appearance was both repulsive and unimposing. Yuan Qing He calmly donned a pair of gloves, puzzling those around her. Xiao Shiai's shielded her with his body. With a decisive motion, Yuan Qing He struck the man, causing him to stumble, his face swelling almost instantly. Realizing the situation, his eyes reddened as he reached to retaliate against her. Xiao Shiai's swiftly countered with a punch. Again and again, the man was struck, nearly losing his senses, as Yuan Qing He removed her gloves and tossed them onto the ground. Her voice steady yet firm. "Do not strike him again." The enraged assailant halted his movements. Another blow could be fatal. Yuan Qing He grasped his unspent fist. Xiao Shiai's delivered one final kick to the man, who groaned in response. Someone had already dialed the police. The officers arrived, frowning at the scene. "Madam and sir, we kindly request that you accompany us." The battered individual was taken away by an ambulance. At the police station, Xiao Shiai's assumed full responsibility. Yuan Qing He sat in the hall, her phone buzzing with a flurry of messages. Xiao Qi had made dozens of calls, as had Xiao Yaojia. Yuan Qing He acknowledged the incoming call, and Xiao Yaojia's anxious voice resonated on the line. "Are you all right? Where are you now?" "At the police station." "All right, I will be there shortly." Minutes later, Xiao Yaojia arrived, impeccably dressed in a sleek black suit and high heels. Yuan Qing He waved cheerfully. "Here I am. Are you hurt?" Xiao Yaojia's hair was slightly tousled from her hurried arrival. Yuan Qing He adjusted her locks, reassuringly stating, "I am fine." The video of Yuan Qing He striking the man had been disseminated by numerous media outlets, garnering unprecedented attention. Xiao Yaojia had already managed to suppress the hype through her company. "I have a friend inside. It might be troublesome for you." "I understand. I will arrange for his release shortly." Xiao Yaojia lightly tapped her forehead. "You need not mention it." Chapter 195. The CEO's Cuscuta. "I knew you would be the best, Yao Yao." Yuan Qing He embraced her waist, her expression one of endearment. "Shall we wait for him?" "No need. Once he is released, have your people take him to my home." "Who is he?" Yuan Qing He smiled mischievously, a complimentary bodyguard. She linked arms with Xiao Yaojia, adding with a hint of mystery, "I will take you to meet someone." The vehicle stopped at a restaurant favored by the affluent in a city, its decor reminiscent of ancient taverns, where many conducted business. Gaining entry required proof of substantial wealth, as a single meal here could equate to an ordinary person's annual living expenses. A tall, slender waiter approached Yuan Qing He. "Miss Yuan, please follow me." Yuan Qing He winked at Xiao Yaojia as they were led to a private VIP room. The gentle sound of the guzheng wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. "Cielao Tai Tai?" Xiao Yaojia's voice bore an uncommon excitement. Cielao Tai Tai smiled warmly. "You must be the eldest daughter of the Qiu family. When I last saw you, you were no taller than the table. Now, you've blossomed into a young lady." Recalling their previous encounter, the air of authority surrounding Cielao Tai Tai softened considerably. "Do not stand there. Come, take a seat." As they approached, Yuan Qing He settled beside Xiao Yaojia. Cielao Tai Tai's gaze fell upon Yuan Qing He. "Speak your mind. What are your aspirations?" "I wish to establish a cosmetics company, primarily targeting affluent women." Yuan Qing He articulated her vision. Cielao Tai Tai regarded her for an extended moment. "Very well. I shall invest in your company." Establishing a business requires not only capital, but also connections and backing, and Cielao Tai Tai will serve as her support. The formidable Cielao Tai Tai investing in an obscure cosmetics firm would undoubtedly create a stir within the circles of the wealthy, instantly elevating its profile. "There is another matter. I hope you can collaborate with Yaojia." Xiao Yaojia turned to her, astonished. She has just begun managing her company. Her position is not yet secure, and many question why a young girl should be in charge. Thus, I wish for Cielao Tai Tai to partner with Yaojia. Xiao Yaojia gazed at her in shock, having never shared her struggles before. "I can agree to this," Cielao Tai Tai replied, having investigated their amicable relationship. Not only was it for her grandson's sake, but she also wished to see if they could carve their own path. "I will step out for a moment." You may continue your discussion. Yuan Qinghe reclined in the vehicle, her current assets totaling 50 million, sufficient to launch a company. The fashion industry promised ample profit, allowing her to invest 90 million without strain. In truth, Yuan Qinghe had already accomplished half of her mission. She was no longer the impoverished orphan. Yet, she yearned to achieve even more. Gu Qinghe exited the restaurant after concluding a business discussion and spotted a familiar figure. He approached cautiously. Yuan Qinghe? She turned, smiling. What a coincidence. Are you waiting for someone? Gu Qinghe asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yes, waiting for a friend. Gu Qinghe appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to find words. How is Xiaojia? She often mentions wanting to go out with you. He replied with a tinge of helplessness. Chapter 196. The President's Couscous Flower. I have been quite busy lately, as I plan to establish a cosmetics company. She recalled the adorable little girl and promised herself to visit her once she has some free time. Is there anything I can assist you with? I wish to set up in the city center, although it would likely be quite costly. I can offer you a piece of land in the city center. Gu Qinghe blurted out. Yuan Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. No, that is not appropriate. Gu Qinghe realized his abruptness and clarified. I meant you could purchase my land. That's acceptable. Yuan Qinghe relaxed upon hearing his words. Let us sign the contract tomorrow. All right, Gu Qinghe agreed. Yuan Qinghe smiled gently. Even in the city center, land is unattainable even with wealth, and now it has been offered to her. Xiao Shi's held a cigarette between his fingers, but did not smoke it. When he heard the sound of the door opening outside, he tucked the cigarette away. Xiao Shi's hesitated, gazing at her. Yuan Qinghe changed her shoes and approached. I know you have many questions, but I do not wish to discuss them. Be my bodyguard, Xiao Shi's replied coolly. I have work in S City. Yuan Qinghe leaned down, her hand brushing against his face. Then why are you here? They were close, and Yuan Qinghe's captivating eyes sparkled. Don't you like me? Being my bodyguard would mean you could see me every day. Wouldn't you want that? She was almost close enough to touch his lips. Protect me, brother. The familiar address made Xiao Shi's breath catch. She knew everything, his feelings for her, his inability to forget her, and so he adored her. Xiao Shi's tightened his grip around her waist. Yet, he truly could not forget her. She occupied his thoughts day and night. Xiao Shi's pinned her beneath him, part her soft, pink lips. Then let us drown together. After Yuan Qinghe established her company, she became increasingly occupied, with numerous tasks demanding her attention. She often found herself sleeping late, sometimes even at the office. Xiao Shi's constantly urged her to rest more, but Yuan Qinghe paid no heed. Thus, he resorted to preparing nourishing soup for her. Xiao Shi's carried a thermos of slowly stewed pork rib soup. In the prime location where every inch is precious, many hurried professionals passed by. Yuan Qinghe had transformed the company into a respectable establishment. The receptionist recognized Xiao Shi's and allowed him immediate entry. Qiu Yaojia was seated at the desk, assisting her with contracts. Yuan Qinghe had not slept all night and was currently wrapped in a small blanket, resting on a cot in the lounge. You're here? Qiu Yaojia continued her work without lifting her head. She has been asleep for quite some time. You should wake her up. Xiao Shi's set down the thermos and walked into the lounge. The curtains were drawn, rendering the room pitch dark. Xiao Shi's felt his way to the bedside, covered her eyes with his hand, and turned on the lamp on the cabinet. Yuan Qinghe's eyelashes fluttered as she caught a whiff of Xiao Shi's faint mint scent. She mumbled and turned onto her side. I made you soup with corn. Yuan Qinghe stirred and sat up. Where is it? Outside. Xiao Shi's picked her up and carried her outside. Yuan Qinghe sat cross-legged, holding a small bowl of soup. Her eyes brightened as she took a sip, finishing half the bowl before pouring herself another. Hurry and drink. You've been busy for a long time, Yuan Qinghe urged, nudging the bowl forward. All right, I'll drink it after I finish this task. Then hurry up, or the soup will get cold, Yuan Qinghe admonished, returning to her soup. The remaining contents were all corn, and Yuan Qinghe stabbed her chopsticks into the center of the corn. She nibbled on the sweet kernels. Chapter 197. The President's Couscous Flower. Yuan Qinghe placed the empty thermos down, feeling satisfied. Xiao Shi's wiped her mouth with a tissue. Yuan Qinghe dived back into her career, as her company was in dire need of popularity and traffic. Su Hua and Xiao Qi were busy promoting the company. 3 years later, her company successfully went public. Qing He had now become a wealthy woman worth over $1 billion. Are you concluding your task? 001 Observe the task completion progress bar at 100%. I will stay a few more days. I still have unfinished business. On the 4th day of her departure, a figure appeared downstairs. Xia Wuxi had matured significantly, clad in a tailored suit. Qing He spotted him while taking out the trash. She remembered that Xia Wuxi had gone abroad. She smiled at him. You're back. Xia Wuxi had never sought a girlfriend. Madame Xia had come to terms with it and recounted the events of the past to him. Xia Wuxi strode over and embraced her tightly. She had forbidden him from appearing before her again, so he could only steal glances from afar. Yet, he was present at every significant moment in her life. When Qing He cut the ribbon for her company, he watched her shine among the crowd, feeling proud of her. On every birthday, Xia Wuxi anonymously sent her gifts. Let us go have a meal together, Qing He said, patting his back. Xia Wuxi intertwined his fingers with hers. And this time, she did not pull away. Xiao Xiai's was upstairs cooking. Upon hearing the noise, he assumed Qing He had returned. He turned around, and his smile froze on his face. Xia Wuxi ignored the impatience on Xiao Xiai's face and cheerfully said, sorry for the interruption. Qing He paid them no mind. A pile of unassembled blocks lay on the floor. She sat on the ground, examining the blueprint. Halfway through assembling, she felt something was amiss, and in frustration, she scattered the blocks. Her palms bore faint imprints from pressing the blocks. She looked at the scattered pieces in despair, and after tilting her neck, realized it had grown sore from looking down for so long. Xia Wuxi came over to massage her neck. Let me help you assemble it. Can you do that? Xia Wuxi picked up the blueprint and said, I'll give it a try. Qing He shifted aside to make room for him. After half an hour, a small dog block was successfully assembled. Qing He took a look and felt her spirits lift. It wasn't too bad. Xia Wuxi smiled. If you like it, I can assemble blocks for you every day. Qing He casually placed the block down, suggesting, let us go eat. Xia Wuxi, not hearing the answer he desired, felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mood. In the days that followed, Qing He initiated a charitable project to aid women in mountainous regions. She devoted all her possessions to assist trafficked women in returning home. Qing He established several sunshine primary schools in remote villages, exclusively enrolling girls. She had seen the news of women who had never received an education, spending their lives surrounded by children in kitchens. Qing He wished to do something good before her departure, as she knew she could not take her wealth with her. She affectionately patted the head of a little girl before joining them in play. The shy girl tiptoed to kiss her cheek before running off to play jianzi with her friends. The scene froze on the innocent faces of the children. As she was about to exit the interface, a mechanical voice announced, Please prepare for departure. Chapter 198. The grand finale. Qing He lost consciousness, feeling a gentle breeze caressing her cheek. The sweet chirping of birds filled her ears, and a flower petal landed on her brow, adding color to the slumbering beauty. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a grand ancient tree, its branches sprouting tender buds, radiating vitality. She sat on the ground for a long time, and finally, her mind began to function. This is my world. Qing He conjured a mirror with her magic, gazing at her familiar face. She was adorned in resplendent red satin, a phoenix hairpin adorning her head. Ah, this is the hairpin I cunningly acquired from that emperor. After securing the hairpin, she had fled. System. No response echoed in her mind. Did the system deceive me? Anger flushed across Qing He's face. Just then, a rabbit, no larger than a palm, hopped over. Qing He seized its ear. Ouch, that hurts, a strange, childish voice exclaimed. Qing He firmly believed that it was the system. What about my master? The grip in Qing He's hands tightened. Enough, do not bully her any further. A gentle voice resonated. Qing He's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. 001 wriggled free from her grasp and leaped aside. The newcomer donned a simple white long gown, her lustrous black hair elegantly secured with a plain peachwood hairpin. Her skin resembled fine jade, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. Shui Yuan extended her delicate white wrist and softly urged, "Let's speak." Qing He stood up, adjusting her strength as she fell into her embrace, the faint scent of flowers filling her nostrils, tears glistening in her eyes. She widened her gaze to prevent the tears from spilling. Her voice choked with emotion. "Master, I miss you so much." Shui Yuan brushed her silken hair, saying, "I have witnessed your growth in all those worlds." Her clear and bright eyes met Qing He's. "You are not saving others. You are redeeming your former self." Qing He, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "My former self?" "Each world you have traversed represents a past life. To ascend to divinity, you must conquer the demons of your heart and relinquish your attachments," Shui Yuan explained gently. "Why can't you accompany me?" Qing He pouted like a child. Shui Yuan affectionately tapped her forehead. "If I were with you, would you still complete your tasks?" Qing He leaned against her leg and waved at the little rabbit not far away. 001, come here. The grazing rabbit froze in place, pretending to be dead. Qing He squinted, her tone laced with threat. 001. Shui Yuan found it amusing, her lips curving into a smile as she said, "Do not scare it. Come here." Little, the rabbit indeed heeded her call and approached. Qing He, irritated, knocked it over. "Stupid rabbit." 001 clumsily flipped over, shaking its long ears, and squatted on Shui Yuan's garment. "Your ties with those people have come to an end," Shui Yuan remarked, gazing at the azure sky. Faces of those individuals flickered before Qing He, yet remained indistinct. She chose not to dwell on them, for they were insignificant to her. The sun gradually concealed itself, giving way to the moon. Qing He sat upon a great tree, resting her head on Shui Yuan's shoulder. The cool moonlight enveloped both Shui Yuan and Qing He, surrounding them with a soft halo. "Let us return to the heavenly realm," an ethereal voice echoed. Qing He met her gaze. The two stood side by side as a celestial staircase materialized before them, the pathway to the heavenly realm. "Let us proceed," Shui Yuan urged, stepping forward. 001 followed suit, accompanying the two as they ascended. The end.